by providing each other with alibis. Though it seemed absurd, the killers admitted to it. The 12 people painfully recalled the tragic event of that year. The novel also contained textual descriptions of it. It was generally about living in immense pain after the tragic death of their benefactor's family, where the law could no longer help them, so they chose to fight back. At this point, Poirot asked the man in charge of the train which answer he would accept. The person in charge chose the first one, that is, the wrong answer. The doctor followed on saying that he would provide some medical assistance, because only the first explanation could help the 12 murderers escape charges and suspicion. But the details did not match. So, the doctor hinted that he would provide some medical help. Poirot never said which possibility was correct from beginning to end. He only said, "I provide 2 possibilities, you choose. That is, you choose whether to hide the truth for these 12 people or expose their crimes." The train's person in charge and the doctor both chose to hide the truth. Poirot, too, seemed to think the same way. Otherwise, given his disposition, he wouldn't have offered them a choice. He decided to withdraw from this murder case as a detective. It had a rather open-ended feel to it. The ending did not explicitly state the outcome for the 12 murderers. However, there's an Easter egg in one of Agatha Christie's other novels, A Date with Death. It explicitly mentioned that Poirot did not expose the 12 people. The specific plot was the suspect's wife, who was also one of the suspects, said to Poirot, "I know you let the murderers go in the case of the Orient Express, allowing them to punish that heinous person. Can't you do the same this time?" Poirot asked, "How did you know about the Orient Express case?" "Not this time. These 2 cases are different." Something like that. On the Orient Express, Poirot did indeed let the murderers go. As for the cooperative murder model that Murder on the Orient Express started, although its influence is not as strong as narrative trickery. The narrative trickery writing method has sustained neon mystery novels for many years. It has indeed pioneered very classic cases. After this novel came out, many detective novels began to use the cooperative murder model, drawing inspiration from here. Agatha Christie is the mother of many models. If people have read similar models, reading her books might not cause a big shock. But if it's the first exposure, the shock is actually very tremendous, especially the narrative trickery and closed circle of suspects models. Now that narrative trickery is out, but the closed circle of suspects as a major plot device has not yet been released by Lin Yuan. Anyway, at this point, Lin Yuan had completed the adjustment and modification of the character backgrounds in Murder on the Orient Express. What comes next is the formal writing. Chapter 340, 319, Hachiko_1. Writing from scratch is actually easier than adapting a work. At Lin Yuan's speed, it wouldn't take more than a few days to finish Murder on the Orient Express. However, he is not in a hurry to publish, so he is not rushing to wrap it up either. Isn't there a rule in many films? The rule is called "the one who moves first loses." Since Lung Guang challenged him to a literary duel, Lin Yuan would wait for Lung Guang to make the first move, and then chuck Murder on the Orient Express into the ring. This is what you call a defensive counterattack strategy. Because he is not in a rush, Lin Yuan's life rhythm is leisurely and unhurried. During his breaks from writing, he even managed to squeeze in a meal with Sun Yaohua. The location was a new restaurant that Sun Yaohua had just opened. Apparently, because his hot pot businesses were booming, Sun Yaohua had started dabbling in other types of cuisines. The place where he had invited Lin Yuan to dinner today was his newly opened Qi-style restaurant. Lin Yuan used to live in Qi province, so its flavors were not foreign to him. But after returning to Qin land, he hasn't tasted anything similar in a while and somewhat missed it. Today, eating the flavors of Qi at Sun Yaohua's restaurant, Lin Yuan was very happy. It seems that Senior Yaohua is opening more and more restaurants. There were a few others with them, namely Jiang Kuei, Shuai Liang, and Feng Shuo. So, this meal could be considered as Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua inviting Lin Yuan and his apprentices. It's just that Sun Yaohua happened to have opened a new restaurant, so they chose this place. The purpose, of course, was to thank Lin Yuan and his apprentices for writing songs for them. The meal for 5 was lively. Everyone was young, so they didn't hold back, becoming well acquainted very quickly, conversing animatedly. Now that I have this Qi-style restaurant, I plan to open a Chu-style one next. Now that Qin, Qi, and Chu are unified, Everyone has a keen interest in each other's culinary styles. That's the market for you. As interactions increase in the future, I think restaurants offering different styles of cuisines will attract more customers. Sun Yaohua enthusiastically discussed his plans for the food industry. Always a man of few words, Lin Yuan picked out his favorite dishes and tucked in. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's hand trembled. While eating a lobster, his hand got pricked by a sharp part of the lobster, and it started to bleed slightly. Are you okay? Concerned, Sun Yaohua got up. Junior, do you need to go to the hospital? Shui Liang and Feng Shuo were stunned. Not because Lin Yuan got hurt, but because of Sun Yaohua's words. They need to go to the hospital? So that a doctor can put a band-aid on it? Would a doctor get excited and remark, "Lucky you brought him in time. Otherwise, the wound might have healed itself?" Jiang Kuei, however, was not surprised. This was typical of Sun Yaohua. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't so delicate to need hospital care. He casually replied that it wasn't necessary, sucked on his injured finger a bit, then continued to tackle the almost glowing red lobster in front of him. As long as you're okay. It seemed like Sun Yaohua sighed in relief and remarked, Junior, you sure are a tough guy. Tough guy? This time not only were Shui Liang and Feng Shuo dumbfounded, even Jiang Kuei looked rather impressed. It was indeed fascinating. A little finger injury, and now he's a tough guy? Or was this just an excuse to suck up? This was just an anecdote from everyday life. In less than a week, Lin Yuan completed Murder on the Orient Express. But since Lung Guang hadn't made a move yet, he didn't rush to publish it. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. But he should do something, right? Perhaps because Lin Yuan had been quite idle lately, he took the initiative to add more burdens to himself. And then, he thought about filming a new movie. Not Life of Pi. The preparation for this movie takes too long. It can only be shot next year. So, according to Lin Yuan's previous plan, in fact, when he drew Life of Pi, he had already made a decision. First, choose a less tricky film to shoot. System, I want to customize a healing movie. Healing films mostly have a warm tone and are relatively easy to shoot. System, customizing for you now. Will the host confirm the customization of the movie Hachiko? Lin Yuan paused for a moment. You call this a healing movie? Taking advantage of my poor memory? Even if my memory is not good, I know this movie is extremely sad. The system explained. It is a depressing film customized according to the host's request. Lin Yuan. Does the system think it is funny? He rolled his eyes, wanting to switch to another customization, but the system suddenly reminded Lin Yuan. It has been detected that the host has exceeded the time limit for the discipleship task. The character card for Yang Zhongming should be confiscated. However, considering the host's good progress in completing the task, and it's the first time to exceed the time limit, the host can get a chance to remedy this. This opportunity is to shoot Hachiko. Lin Yuan was startled. The discipleship task really did exceed the time limit, huh? He thought he could muddle through this, but he didn't expect the system to exchange the task remedy for making him shoot Hachiko. The character card for Yang Zhongming is too important. Lin Yuan definitely can't bear to give it up. Since it's already come to this, why not give it a try? Lin Yuan suddenly felt the guidance of this system was quite interesting. The first film Lin Yuan made was The Nonsensical Flirting Scholar, which was a film that could make people laugh out loud. Now, the system has customized Hachiko for Lin Yuan. The goal is obvious. It wants to make the audience cry. It can make you laugh. It can make you cry. The demonstration of screenwriting skills is probably here. It's just that the system also has a bit of a wicked sense of humor. It made people laugh, and now it wants to make them cry. Yes, if there is a movie that can make the audience sob after watching, Hachiko definitely tops the list. Even those who haven't seen this movie have heard how tear-jerking Hachiko is. Customize it. Lin Yuan decided not to haggle anymore. The system's voice was as steady as usual. The script for Hachiko has been customized. This story has two versions. The Neon version came first, because the script of this movie was adapted from Neon's real story and received good reviews. The American version came later and also received good reviews. Lin Yuan prefers the American version of the script because it's more human. It's probably because in the American version, it's not a person adopting a dog, but fate bringing them together. The thing about someone gifting the dog in the Japanese version was somewhat lacking. For instance, The Japanese version mentions multiple times that Hachiko is a purebred, while the American version only mentions once what breed the dog is, and doesn't say whether it's purebred or not. It seems like the Japanese version places importance on Hachiko being a purebred dog, seeing it as noble and therefore worth raising. But the American version doesn't care about the dog's background at all, which is pretty nice. There are many such minor differences between the two versions. If you have to describe them, you could say the neon version is more realistic, while the American version is more like a fairy tale. People probably prefer fairy tales, even though this fairy tale is destined to be sad. Chapter 341, 320. The script that makes one fall _1. After doing some research on Quantum View, Lin Yuan skimmed through System's script for Hachiko. Consequently, tears welled up in his eyes and slid down his cheeks, mixing with the mucus from his nose. Lin Yuan was a man who was easily moved to tears. Even the most cliched and emotional scenes from short videos could bring him to tears. Of course, if the emotional scene itself was bland enough, and the accompanying music lacked soul, then even the most heart-wrenching plot wouldn't move him. His discernment for music could win over his vulnerability to sentimentality. Humph. Lin Yuan wiped his tears and snivel, then dove into script writing. Normally this type of work is straightforward. All he had to do was copy the tasks given by the system. But today, Lin Yuan was struggling with it. As he was writing, Lin Yuan felt an acid sensation in his nose and a warmth in his eyes, almost as if something was stuck in his throat. I feel like crying, but my tears won't come out. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think this as he completed the script for that night. As tear-jerking as this script was, its filming difficulty paled in comparison to The Life of Pi. If anything made it difficult to film, it would probably be the coordination required with a dog. A movie needs cooperation between humans and animals, and while humans are controllable, animals are not. But this wasn't a problem for Lin Yuan, because Lin Yuan had special props provided by the system. One of the props was called Emperor's Charm Potion. Normally, this prop was prepared for actors. It would generate an emperor-level performance based on the actor's appearance and style. But as Lin Yuan read the instructions for this prop, he discovered that dogs can use it as well, because dogs too play parts in movies. This was a special note added by the system, and Lin Yuan had noticed it before. He wasn't surprised by it since animals are often unavoidable elements in many movies. Some movies feature cats, others have dogs. Just like in the previous film, Sound Mixer, there were scenes involving a cat. However, since it only had few scenes, simple guidance was enough to shoot it. Hence, Lin Yuan didn't use the Emperor's Charm Potion. The dog in this movie, Hachiko, appeared in many scenes, so Lin Yuan was certain he would need the Emperor's Charm Potion, or else it would greatly delay progress. The hardest part of this film was to coordinate the interaction between humans and the dog, right? Once this problem was solved, filming Hachiko wouldn't pose as a challenge. Then, there came the second problem. Hachiko required a male lead with exceptional acting skills, a literary aura, or a scholarly disposition. Hachiko was a dog, and its owner was a professor at a university. Being a professor at a university obviously required a certain scholastic aura, a look of decency and courtesy, and a face that gave others a good impression. Lin Yuan wouldn't just pick according to the original version. Everyone has a different aesthetic taste. Blue Star had its own aesthetic taste which leaned more towards traditional values, advocating qualities like gentleness and elegance. It would be hard for foreigners to comprehend. Fortunately, Lin Yuan himself could solve this problem. This time, Lin Yuan had an ideal candidate for the male lead in his mind. He was certain he had made the right choice without needing any suggestions. His name was Zhang Xiuming, a male actor. This man was Starlight's film emperor, a true superstar. Although Lin Yuan didn't particularly enjoy working with big names because they demanded a high pay, he wouldn't insist on using ordinary actors for roles only suitable for superstars. Moreover, although the pay for big names would take up a portion of the budget, the company would share the cost with him. This time, Lin Yuan planned to invest half the money with the company. Why did Lin Yuan know Zhang Xiuming? Because the original owner of this body was a big fan of Zhang Xiuming. Zhang Xiuming could play an emperor or a common laborer. He could be a kind and gentle good guy, or a cunning and spiteful villain. He had done a fantastic job portraying a different persona to each character in acting. If Lin Yuan had to name someone Zhang Xiaoming reminded him of, it would be a famous actor from the Celestial Dynasty. Of course, this wasn't in terms of physical appearance, but in acting skills and style. After all, Blue Star wouldn't have Earth actors. Lin Yuan didn't contact OL Zhou because the budget for this script wouldn't be particularly high. If they could reduce the pay for the lead roles, it could even be considered a low to medium budget film. Therefore, Lin Yuan contacted Zhang Xiaoming directly. Being in the same company, it was easy for Lin Yuan, with his status, to get in touch with an artist within the company. He just gave a few instructions to his assistant, Gu Dong, and soon the Hachiko script was in the hands of Zhang Xiaoming. "You're saying, Teacher Admirable Fish wants to work with me?" Zhang Xiaoming looked up at his agent. The agent laughed and said, "Yes, this script was just handed over to me by his assistant. They wanted you to be the main male lead. Of course we will have to reject since you have already accepted Mr. Long's film, but we should at least read it first to avoid offending anyone." Unlike Lu Zhongwen, Zhang Xiaoming, being an accomplished actor, wasn't short of script invitations. Therefore, he had plenty of options. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoming had just accepted an offer for a movie. The screenwriter for that film was Long Yang, a representative figure of the screenwriter-centered employment system, who was extremely good at creating compelling scripts. He was a highly respected screenwriter in the industry. Zhang Xiaoming had previously worked with Long Yang, and naturally, he had chosen to star in Long Yang's new film this time. Although both parties hadn't officially signed a contract, they had roughly confirmed the situation. "Let me take a look." Zhang Xiaoming spoke softly. If this had only been about Admirable Fish, who made Flirting Scholar, he wouldn't have given it much thought and would have declined the offer. It's not because he looked down on it, but because he knew that that style of performance did not suit him. But he had recently watched Sound Mixer. This film indeed amazed Zhang Xiaoming. Therefore, when he found out that Admirable Fish wants him for his new script, Zhang Xiaoming was quite happy. After all, he genuinely loved Sound Mixer, and being recognized by the screenwriter of this film was definitely a cause for celebration. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for him not to carefully review this script called Hachiko. Even if he didn't accept it, there was no harm in just reading it, right? Just because he couldn't cooperate now, doesn't mean he can't in the future. That was Zhang Xiaoming's thoughts when he opened the script. He had already made up his mind. He was going to participate in Mr. Long's film because he really liked that script. Yes, until Zhang Xiaoming started to read through Hachiko, he was steadfast about collaborating with Mr. Long. Many things always start this way. People tend to believe that their choices will never change, just like Zhang Xiaoming at this moment. But oftentimes, when people believe nothing will change, unexpected surprises strike. The surprise this time was called Truly Fragrant. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoming's agent witnessed such a surprise. Or to be more accurate, it wasn't a surprise, but a real shock. Zhang Xiaoming's agent was truly shocked. He saw Zhang Xiaoming slowly stand up, tears streaming down his face, seemingly at the brink of a breakdown, and resolutely state, "I want to act in Admirable Fish's film." What about Mr. Long's side? Forget it. The agent wisely closed his mouth. He knew that when an actor is deeply moved by a script, that's often a sign that they're hopelessly drawn to it. Chapter 342, 321, Raising a Dog _1. 3 days later, Zhang Xiaoming officially agreed to take on the role in Hachiko. With the main male role decided, Lin Yuan informed OL Zhou that he was planning to film Hachiko. Another new script? OL Zhou was shocked by the pace at which Lin Yuan was creating. Lin Yuan had only recently penned Life of Pi. While still in the preparation stages for that film, Lin Yuan had already put forth a new script. He looked at the script. The content of the script was quite short, just a story about a man and a dog. With OL Zhou's lackluster textual comprehension skills, he found the script touching but not to the point of being brought to tears. "It's good, worth shooting." After thinking for a moment, OL Zhou said, "We will prepare a budget for you." After all, Zhang Xiaoming had agreed to the script. As an actor of top-tier talent in Starlight, Zhang Xiaoming's accordance was of merit. Such artists had already qualified for direct communication with the company. If Zhang Xiaoming wasn't open to a role, it'd be hard for the company to persuade him to accept. But Zhang Xiaoming's willingness to perform in Hachiko can only imply that he genuinely liked the script. O.L. Zhou, well-informed as ever, knew that renowned screenwriter Lin Yuan had also invited Zhang Xiuming to star in a film. Under normal circumstances, that could have worked out. But with the emergence of Hachiko, it seemed Zhang Xiuming had changed his mind. Perhaps dog owners will especially love this kind of story. O.L. Zhou smiled and commented, "I've never owned a dog, so I don't quite understand that kind of sentiment. But Zhang Xiuming does have a dog, and the script is quite moving. Are we keeping the same crew as the sound mixer for director and producers?" "Yes," Lin Yuan answered. "This film wouldn't be difficult to shoot. I Ching-gong was capable enough. Now that they had their leading man." Next up was the leading dog. In these times, there weren't many dogs that could act in films. If Lin Yuan asked the production team to find suitable dogs, they would surely go to professional pet training centers. During official filming, the dog's owner or trainer would be on hand to guide the animal. These dogs were usually of expensive breeds, and those with gentle dispositions, which made them relatively easy to film. But Lin Yuan had the Emperor's Charm Potion and wasn't concerned if the dog lacked acting skills, so he went by his own standards in searching for one. The method to find a dog was simple. Just look around at the various pet centers in Sioux City. The original movie used an Akita. Lin Yuan was flexible on the breed. He felt that any breed would do, as the poignancy of the film had little to do with the dog's breed. However, after several days of searching, Lin Yuan met many adorable dogs, but he hadn't found one that truly resonated with him. That feeling, Lin Yuan felt, was quite important. So he patiently continued his search for several more days, and also asked people he knew if they knew of any cute dogs. Upon hearing this, many people thought Lin Yuan wanted to have a dog. Sun Yaohua immediately put together a PowerPoint presentation for Lin Yuan of different dog breeds and pictures for him to choose from. Whichever one Lin Yuan liked, Sun Yaohua could get. But Lin Yuan didn't end up choosing a dog from Sun Yaohua's presentation. After learning that Lin Yuan was looking for a dog, his younger sister, Lin Yao, mysteriously recommended a stray dog that lived in their villa's neighborhood. "It's in the garden up ahead. I often see it. I named it Antarctica because I encountered it in winter in the south of the neighborhood. It was very cold, so I went home to bring it a coat," Lin Yao explained while confidently leading Lin Yuan to the side of the garden. Clearly, she often came to play with this dog. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan saw the Antarctica Lin Yao had mentioned. It was a dog that looked like a German shepherd. Its specific breed was unclear, but it was definitely a large dog. It was walking on its front paws. Both of its back legs were being dragged along, appearing to be paralyzed. "Antarctica." Lin Yao's face changed. "What happened to your leg?" Antarctica whimpered, seeming to recognize Lin Yao. Lin Yuan shook his head. While the dog was nice-looking, its back legs were compromised, likely paralyzed, which would render it unable to participate in the film's shooting. "Have some dog food." Out of pity, Lin Yao stepped up and poured the dog food she brought onto the clean cement slab. Then, to the amazement of both Lin Yuan and Lin Yao, an unexpected scene unfolded. The dog's hind leg was apparently quite fine. It sprang up to the dog food, eating eagerly as if it was starving. Was it pretending just now? Lin Yuan had never thought that this dog could be such a drama queen. Lin Yao sulkily said, "Antarctica, how could you deceive me too?" The young girl's eyes were red just now. Who would have thought this dog was pretending to limp? Antarctica continued eating the dog food, waving its tail excitedly. After eating, it lay on the ground, looking imploringly at Lin Yao. With a sudden inspiration, Lin Yuan asked Antarctica, "Did you think pretending to limp would get you food?" Antarctica whimpered twice. Lin Yuan said, "Then go to a drama with me. I'll treat you to egg yolk." Like it understood, Antarctica stood on its hind legs, then dropped its front paws and started circling around Lin Yuan. "Bro, we should take Antarctica home." Lin Yao was itching to do so. She'd always had this impulse, but her sister didn't like dogs, so she'd never dared to act. As long as Lin Yuan was with her, she dared to. Sure thing. Lin Yuan found this dog rather clever. Of course, it was mainly because his sister liked it. When Lin Yuan and Lin Yao got home, the dog followed them, seeming a bit excited. "We need to give it a bath tonight." Seeing the dog all dirty, Lin Yao knew her sister wouldn't let the dog indoors, so it was best to leave it in the yard for now. Lin Yuan agreed. Lin Yao did give Antarctica a bath that night. The dog didn't resist and seemed to enjoy it. When Lin Xian, their older sister, got back from work, she was startled. "What are you guys doing?" "Brother wants to keep a dog." Lin Yao explained the situation, her voice clear and crisp. At the time, she was giving the dog a bath, while Lin Yuan was watching by the side. "Keeping a dog?" Lin Xian looked at Lin Yuan, then at Lin Yao, and grumbled. "Suit yourselves, just don't let it get close to me. I dislike dogs." "All right," Lin Yao said, visibly having even more fun washing the dog. Lin Xian curiously asked, "Isn't Lin Yuan the one keeping the dog? Why are you washing it?" Lin Yao replied, "I'm bored." Lin Xian. She didn't say anything more and went into the house. Lin Yuan scolded, "Isn't it you who wants to keep the dog?" Lin Yao reassured, "Between siblings, why should we sweat the small stuff?" Lin Yuan considered this and thought it made sense. "Then, tonight you'll have to eat more vegetables." At home during mealtimes, vegetables were rationed. Both Lin Yuan and Lin Yao preferred meat over vegetables. Unable to change their preferences, their mother forced them to eat a certain amount of vegetables every day. "No way," Lin Yao declared without hesitation. Lin Yuan raised his voice, "Then we're not keeping the dog." Lin Yao was not backing down. "Then we won't." Suddenly, Antarctica barked twice. Both of them understood. Antarctica was saying, "I'll eat." Chapter 343, 322, Bringing the Dog to Work _1. On Antarctica's first night staying in the villa, he slept in Lin Yuan's room. Before bedtime, Lin Yuan was watching TV, and Antarctica was watching alongside him, staring intently. It seemed as if there was a chance he might be able to understand it too. This reaffirmed Lin Yuan's belief that Antarctica could indeed star in the movie Hachiko. The dog looked smart. Even though the breed was not important, he couldn't possibly use a teacup poodle or Bichon Frise. Otherwise, the viewer's immersion in the film would be broken. Larger dogs gave a better anthropomorphic feel. Antarctica's physique was quite similar to that of the Akita in the original movie, and he also seemed rather honest and down-to-earth. The next day, Lin Yuan asked Gudong to pick him up. "Is this dog bought by Mr. Lin?" Gudong looked at Antarctica in surprise. "I found him," Lin Yuan concisely replied. "Find a pet shop, check his health, and get him a rabies shot." Even though Antarctica didn't look like a dog that would bite, vaccination was a standard procedure. Understood. Soon, Gudong drove both Lin Yuan and the dog to a pet clinic. The health check and vaccination were standard procedures. "The dog has a bit of a skin disease. It might look severe, but it's not difficult to treat," the doctor said. "I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Give him a medicated bath once a week, and he should be fine in about a month." "Okay." Lin Yuan nodded. This might be the reason why Antarctica was abandoned by his previous owner. After finishing, he brought the dog home, and then took Gudong's car back to the company, where he met with Xinqing and Yi Qinggong. Of course, they were discussing the preparations for Hachiko, a script they all were keen on. The two had already collaborated with Lin Yuan twice, and their third collaboration became even smoother. Xinqing said, "Mr. Yi and I will start assembling the crew soon. But we must find the right dog for the movie. Use my dog." Lin Yuan showed a photo he took of Antarctica in the morning to Xinqing. Xinqing was surprised. "I didn't expect Mr. Lin to own a dog. Its appearance is all right, but we don't know if it will cooperate during the shoot." "I'll handle that." Lin Yuan didn't seem worried. Yi Qinggong suggested, "We'd better let the dog build some rapport with Zhang Xiuming. After all, in the movie, Zhang Xiuming plays Hachiko's owner." "Makes sense. Should we bring Antarctica over?" Having known this earlier, Lin Yuan wouldn't have sent the dog home. Now, he would have to trouble Gudong to make another trip to bring the dog to the company. Xinqing nodded. "Zhang Xiuming will be coming around. Mr. Lin, consider letting him take the dog home for a few days if possible." Lin Yuan had no objections. Half an hour later, Gudong brought the dog back and called Lin Yuan. "The dog is in the car, but it seems inconvenient to bring him into the company. Should he stay in the car?" "Wait a minute," Lin Yuan replied. He simply called Ol Zhou to explain. "Can the dog come in? He can be kept in my office, and Zhang Xiuming will take him home in the evening." On the other end of the line, Ol Zhou was silent for a while, then said, "I'll have to ask." "Okay," Lin Yuan replied. "Waiting for you." "You wait." Ol Zhou hurriedly got up and ran out of his office, finally stopping in front of the chairman's office to knock on the door. "Come in." An authoritative voice came from inside. OL Zhou entered, laughing. Chairman, it seems that Lin Yuan has brought a dog to the company downstairs. He asked me if he could bring the dog into the office. This doesn't seem to comply with company regulations. A dog. The chairman felt a bit of a headache, but in the end, he reluctantly waved his hand. Let him be. All right. OL Zhou left chuckling. He could understand the chairman's headache, because he felt the same way. Lin Yuan had actually asked him if he could bring a dog into the company. If anyone else had asked, OL Zhou would have blown his top. Is this a question that a normal person would ask? But the other party was Lin Yuan, and for the greater good, OL Zhou had to swallow his pride and went to ask the chairman's opinion. As it turned out, the chairman also had to grit his teeth and agree, very considerately. Then, something happened at Starlight Entertainment that would go down in history. For the first time since its establishment, someone had brought a dog to work. Seeing this, some employees were on the verge of having their eyes pop out. A dog? Where did this dog come from? Gudong, under everyone's stares, felt his scalp prickle from surprise. He didn't expect the representative to persuade the higher-ups, allowing him to bring the dog in. The picture was too absurd. As he was walking, suddenly, a man who looked like a leader blocked Gudong's way, angrily asking, "What on earth? Who allowed you to bring a dog into the company?" Woof! Antarctica angrily barked back at the half-bald man. The man jumped in fright, becoming even more dissatisfied, and glared at Gudong. "Which department are you from?" "The music composing department on the 9th floor." Gudong replied nervously. She recognized this man, a member of the company's management tier, who held the same position as OL Zhou. As Lin Yuan's assistant, she couldn't afford to offend him. Music composing department on the 9th floor? The man was taken aback. "This dog," Gudong hastily explained. "Mr. Lin asked me to bring him in. This is Mr. Lin's dog. He will be used in a movie. Come to think of it, this dog is quite cute." The man laughed very naturally, as if the person who just lost his temper wasn't him. Only teacher Admirable Fish could bring a dog to the company. How amusing. Everyone else. There's a short story called Face Change, written by someone surnamed Feng. He is one of the leading figures in the short story field in the Great Qin. Today they saw a real-life face change. "What are you all doing standing around? Shouldn't you be working?" The man glared at the employees around him. Everyone dispersed quickly, but the same words emerged in their minds. "Humans, not as good as dogs." Antarctica didn't seem too happy. He barked at the man again, scaring him, making him take a few steps back. "This dog is really energetic." "Yes," Gudong said anxiously. After great difficulty, she finally managed to get the dog to Lin Yuan's office. Inside the music composing department, watching Gudong lead a dog into the representative's office, many staff members were taken aback and wondered if they were seeing things. Inside the office, Lin Yuan was advising Antarctica. "In the next few days, you'll be staying at Zhang Xiuming's house. Zhang Xiuming is an actor, and you two will be shooting a movie together soon." "Yes, that's right. He is a film emperor. What do we need to talk about pay for? You'll be adequately compensated, and your dog food will be supplied in sufficient quantity, okay? When you come back, help me eat some vegetables yet again. You performed well at dinner last night. You can't sleep on the bed, you shed. I'll buy you a dog house, and you'll sleep in there." Outside the door, Gudong was about to come in. Then, she heard the endless chatter inside and got stunned. Is Lin Yuan conversing with a dog? Was it Lin Yuan that was weird, or was this dog weird? Chapter 344. 323 The Forgotten Treasure Chest _1. Is this the dog that will be acting with me? How did teacher Admirable Fish manage to bring it into the company? Before finishing work in the evening, Zhang Xiuming came to the 9th floor composing department. He has two purposes. One is to see Lin Yuan to discuss the script, and the other is to take Antarctica home to build a relationship. As a result, the moment he laid eyes on Antarctica, Zhang Xiuming felt very close to it. Lin Yuan introduced. "Its name is Antarctica, playing Hachiko this time." "It's interesting." Antarctica actually circled around Zhang Xiuming, sniffed around a bit, and finally rubbed Zhang Xiuming's trouser leg, looking very obedient. Zhang Xiuming broke into a big laugh. "This dog is quite close to me." Antarctica wagged its tail at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, "It smells the scent of its own kind on you." Zhang Xiuming. "What does that mean?" Lin Yuan asked. Do you have a dog at home? Zhang Xiaoming then realized his misunderstanding. I do have a dog at home. How do you know? Can you communicate with dogs? Lin Yuan said, I think I can. Zhang Xiaoming was confused. You think? Lin Yuan explained. There are a few dog hairs on your clothes. Zhang Xiaoming. He's a very special young man. He evaluated in his heart, then returned to the topic. About Hachiko, I will write a character note. Does Teacher Admirable Fish have anything to say? Yes. Lin Yuan said. What kind of woman do you like? Zhang Xiaoming replied almost instinctively. I like the kind like my wife. Lin Yuan said. Is your sister-in-law an actress? Zhang Xiaoming laughed. So you were asking about the female lead. I didn't expect Teacher Admirable Fish to ask for my opinion. In my opinion, Zhou Shui is pretty good. Lin Yuan nodded. Then let's go with her. Lin Yuan remembered Zhou Shui. She was the female antagonist in The Tuner, a classic villainess. But that doesn't mean Zhou Shui can only play that kind of role. As a gorgeous 40-year-old actress, Zhou Shui can handle quite a variety of roles. Zhang Xiaoming chuckled bitterly. So I just decided like that? Lin Yuan replied matter-of-factly. I think it's quite suitable. Zhang Xiaoming's gaze flashed with something unusual. With Admirable Fish, a burgeoning new scriptwriter in the industry, and himself, a well-respected actor, the attention paid to the movie Hachiko would certainly not be small. The selection of the female lead for such a film is actually quite a hot commodity. In other words, Lin Yuan could totally use this role to get some benefits from many actresses, not necessarily through shady deals. With Lin Yuan's good looks, not being taken advantage of by others would already be a testament to his great success. So-called benefits can come in many forms. Yet Admirable Fish simply selected the candidate without a second thought, with no intention of using the role for other purposes. Film people like these tend to be purists. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoming nodded. Teacher Admirable Fish, then I'll be taking Antarctica home. First, sure. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Without even looking at Lin Yuan, Antarctica happily followed Zhang Xiaoming out, not looking sad at all. Mr. Lin is really interesting. Zhang Xiaoming commented as he led the dog to the garage. At this time, his driver drove the car over. Teacher Zhang, get on. All right. Just as Zhang Xiaoming was about to go forward, Antarctica beat him to it by opening the car door first, then jumped in and casually sat down, its white belly exposed, sticking out its tongue and looking out the window. Zhang Xiaoming was stunned. A dog that could open car doors and sit like a human. Was Teacher Admirable Fish's dog actually some kind of supernatural creature? Zhou Shui received the drama invitation from the crew that night. When she found out she had been chosen as the female lead for Admirable Fish's new movie, she was so happy she jumped up and down and gave her assistant a big kiss. The assistant was a young girl. She jumped around with Zhou Shui, too excited to stand still, continually muttering. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish. The male lead is Teacher Zhang Xiaoming. This is an opportunity to collaborate with a highly respected actor. Zhou Shui was an actress who had naturally fallen out of favor as she aged. She hadn't had a glorious career when she was young, and being forgotten by the audience as she got older was a common occurrence. It was the fate of many similar actresses. Not until she took part in The Tuner did Zhou Shui's career start to pick up again. So Zhou Shui was very grateful to Admirable Fish. Zhou Shui didn't expect that after The Tuner, Admirable Fish would think of her for his new movie. If she were a few years younger, if Admirable Fish wasn't so handsome, Zhou Shui would almost think he had feelings for her. For her, being chosen by Admirable Fish twice felt like being hit by a pie falling from the sky. Ecstatic. In fact, many of the actors at Starlight were hoping to be hit by Admirable Fish's pie from the sky. Unfortunately, the number of pies is limited, so the vast majority of people are destined to be disappointed. Lin Yuan hadn't realized that now he could change someone's fate with just a few words. In the following few days, the crew of Hachiko was always busy preparing. On Zhang Xiaoming's end, he constantly communicated situations with Lin Yuan. According to Zhang Xiaoming, he got along with Antarctica so well that they could even sleep together. This dog understands everything. It can open car doors, use the toilet. Even more incredible is that it can watch dramas with me. Zhang Xiaoming described in an exaggerated manner. Lin Yuan, curious, asked, what drama? Zhang Xiaoming, are you concerned about that? Thinking that this was Lin Yuan's dog, Zhang Xiaoming felt that Lin Yuan should be aware and could understand why Lin Yuan was so calm. This dog was just very special anyway. Lin Yuan indeed didn't think it was a problem that a dog could do these things. Dogs can even help the police catch bad guys. He remembered watching a movie in his previous life where cats and dogs almost ruled the world. If they were described as an Xian Xing Yi's short novel Cats, these terrifying creatures probably already ruled the world. All these are the small details. What Lin Yuan is considering now is whether to continue the good tradition of the tuner and add more piano music to it, not forcibly adding it. At the very least, it can serve as background music. Moreover, in the movie Hachiko, the male lead has a music teacher role. Lin Yuan can smoothly add a piece of music without any inconsistencies. Last time the piano music added to the tuner had a very good effect. Songs like Mariage d'amour are great for promotion in excellent movies. Right, there's a silver treasure chest. Lin Yuan had a silver treasure chest all this time that he didn't open, almost being forgotten. It wasn't until recently that he remembered this. Alright then, mainly because he hadn't stumbled upon any luck. When he's unsure about his luck, Lin Yuan doesn't want to open the box. But people always say, wine gets better with age. Could it be the same for a box? Having waited this long to open it, this silver treasure chest probably won't disappoint him, right? Open the box. System. Lin Yuan felt somewhat expectant. As for what he's expecting the box to contain, most people probably couldn't guess. Chapter 345 to 324. Antagonist male lead _1. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the manga work Death Note. With the system's prompt, an extra manga appeared in Lin Yuan's backpack. They didn't arrange a random piano piece for me? Lin Yuan was surprised. The system had previously liked to play with coincidences. Well, if there's no piano piece, let's just pay homage. Have the new protagonist play Mariage d'amour in the new movie, like an Easter egg. Those who know will naturally understand. If I wanted to release a piano piece through a movie, The Legend of 1900 would be suitable. But this film would require fine editing, so Lin Yuan doesn't plan to spend that money yet. As for the manga from the silver treasure chest, it's perfect since I didn't know what production to take over after Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma. Well, that saves me the trouble of thinking about it. Through the information in Lin Yuan's mind, he is very clear on how famous Death Note is as a manga. From its influence to ratings, almost all data indicating that Death Note is at a top-tier level. But in fact, it's a work of cult significance. Over in Japan, this manga is one of the few that can outshine countless top-ranked manga. Truly a super cult manga. What is cult, and what is mainstream? In general, mainstream manga is virtuous, with positive themes, kind-hearted and pure protagonists, plots usually of a hero fighting demons, and the righteous side winning. These types of works have pure-hearted female leads, buddies, and happy companions, with justice as the theme, realizing dreams, etc. That's why mainstream manga's target audience is the broadest. From this perspective, Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, is also considered a mainstream manga. As for Prince of Tennis, it's more mainstream. However, many mainstream manga are passionate and contain a lot of fighting scenes. Apart from the first two manga of Shadow, which were passionate, there was no fighting, only tennis and cooking. Cult manga is more of a maverick. These works contain some dark aspects, which may include crime, horror, violence, etc. Of course, mainstream manga can also have violence, but they're not blatantly bloody. Furthermore, the protagonist of a cult manga is usually not some harmless bunny, but could be the final villain. Because the protagonist may not be a good person, it's easy to explore human nature, making the manga more meaningful. Therefore, cult manga reaches a smaller audience than mainstream manga and can easily cause controversy. As for Death Note, it has become a representative work of cult manga in many people's hearts. This shows how special and controversial this work is. In any case, this anime was directly censored in our country. Everyone who wants to watch it can only resort to cloud storage. The story begins quite wickedly. Yagami Light, a genius high school student otherwise known as the male lead of Death Note, is a student filled with a sense of justice. His father is a high-ranking police officer, comes from a prestigious family, and can be said to have an excellent background. In school, he is extremely popular with the girls, always comes first in exams, and is as handsome as Lin Yuan. In every sense, such a person could be considered perfect. Firstly, having a father who is a police officer, especially at the superintendent level, is already quite impressive. Not to mention the fact that he himself has a very high IQ, is excellent at exams, handsome, and has a good EQ. Girls are charmed by him. If we don't discuss the subsequent storyline and just look at the introduction of the protagonist, everyone might think, this protagonist is really kitsch, full of self-fantasizing by the author and pandering to readers. However, that's not the case. This manga, with the theme of a death note, emphasizes a battle of wits. The protagonist Yagami Light happened to get a death note. He discovered that as long as he writes a person's name in the notebook, that person will die on the spot. That day, Yagami Light decided to test it out on a hoodlum. Then, the thug died right in front of Yagami Light. Yagami Light was overjoyed and embarked on his journey of upholding justice. He is an extreme advocate for justice. With the help of the news media, Yagami Light wrote the names of criminals in the world one by one into his notebook. He believed that such actions were justice. He is God. He wants to create a new world without crime. Soon, countries around the world discovered that someone was secretly punishing criminals, but the existence of the death note was too magical and unknown to everyone. Everyone only knew that criminals would drop dead out of the blue. The executor is referred to as Kira by everyone. On the other hand, Interpol invited the world's #1 detective, L, to investigate Kira's identity. So, a battle of wits and courage began between Yagami Light and L. Perhaps it's due to the uniformity of the common King Road manga. This Death Note, with its unique style, intriguing game of wits, discussion around good and evil, has a large fan base globally. Non-manga fans only know about the Dead Sea of Fire. Those who really enjoy reading manga basically all know about Death Note. Blue Star's limits won't lead to the censorship of Death Note, so Lin Yuan is very relieved about this. We won't discuss here whether Yagami Light is good or bad. The controversy about Death Note is actually centered around Yagami Light. Some people like this kind of protagonist, some people despise it, but whether you like or dislike it, at least everyone agrees. Yagami Light is a charismatic antagonist-protagonist. In manga, there are protagonists that are antagonists, but Yagami Light is considered to embody the extreme charm of such characters. Lin Yuan is only reading from the perspective of a reader and then concluded that this manga is great. This is not merely based on the data provided by the system. What's even more rare is that the system hasn't modified Death Note. The manga that Lin Yuan received before were all modified by the system. For example, King of the Net was heavily modified from its novel version. And then there's Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, which had a disastrous downfall in the original author's later stage, leaving the system to tie up the loose ends. This time, the system didn't modify it, suggesting that Death Note doesn't have any faults. Even if some people are dissatisfied with the ending of this manga, overall, it is a complete and well-rounded manga. The quality just slipped a little bit after L died. Some people also say that it's not that the ending of Death Note declined in quality. It's just that after L's death, Yagami Light doesn't have an equal opponent. Just like Shimen Shuei's ultimate battle was against Yiguching. It's difficult to reproduce the same earth-shattering battle after that. Estimating the time, Lin Yuan probably figured it out. Perhaps during the movie filming, I can start the serialization of Death Note. Also, Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, needs to be adapted into an animation. The revenue brought in by the animation adaptation is much higher than I expected. Once the serialization of Death Note is nearly finished, I definitely need to continue with the animation. Lin Yuan has tasted the sweetness of animation adaptation. If possible, he even wanted to make a live-action version, but considering the failures of live-action adaptations of anime in his previous life, he gave up. Instead of believing in live-action adaptations of anime, he might as well have faith in his own novels. For example, Zhu Xian can be made into a TV series. If that's still not safe, then Ghost Blows Out the Light should be okay, right? Chapter 346, 325, Please Teach Me _1. This may seem somewhat protracted. In the blog short story rankings for May, The Fall of the Dandan Bridge remained in the same spot after being overtaken by the second place, without any further decline. Yet, it did not manage to regain its top spot either. After all, this work was forcibly ranked second by many hardcore mystery enthusiasts who felt disgusted after reading The Fall of Don Bridge. If it were not for the group of readers who forcefully granted the second place with votes, Lin Yuan would have easily nabbed the champion of the month. Many thought, this must be the final outcome. Old rascal Chu Kuang paid the price for his manipulative behavior towards his readers. However, as May was about to come to an end, an unexpected event occurred that left many taken aback. The Fall of Don Bridge, which was comfortably sitting in second place, suddenly saw a surge in votes. Faintly, there seemed to be momentum for it to return to the top. The reason was simple. Suddenly, a group of people appeared online with reviews that contrasted starkly with those who were averse to The Fall of Don Bridge. This novel is Chu Kuang's reflection and play on narrative trickery. This is practically a forward-thinking form of anti-mystery. Ranking second is the biggest misunderstanding people have of The Fall of Don Bridge. The internet does not lack bandwagon writers. When many people criticized The Fall of Don Bridge for treating boredom as fun, some rode the trend and cursed it. When many people started to praise The Fall of Don Bridge for author's groundbreaking thinking, labeling it as the author's game and reflection, again people jumped onto the bandwagon to praise it. Then the two trends started feud. At this moment, Chu Kuang's fame played a significant role. Readers supporting Chu Kuang voiced their anguish. Put your brains to work for a moment. Would a brilliant writer like Chu Kuang simply treat boredom as fun and write a narrative trickery to disgust readers? Of course not. Many subconsciously thought this way. And then people started analyzing Chu Kuang's true intentions. Why does Chu Kuang satirize many famous detective novelists in The Fall of Don Bridge? Why in the end does he say the murderer was an ape? Why does he write himself as both the reader and the victim? Why? As these questions arose, netizens who were exceptionally proficient in reading comprehension flexed their skills, and an array of answers emerged. Chu Kuang's satirizing detective novelists is perhaps to say that ultimately, detective novelists are just armchair strategists. No detective novelist can truly become a detective in real life. They can only write in a hypothetical scenario. So in the novel, they also do not know who the murderer is at a total loss, implying that they would not be able to identify the murderer when faced with a homicide in real life. The murderer being an ape is the most ingenious part. Many times detective novels fall into the situation of not being well liked by readers if they're not thrilling, not knowing that in real life, a simple identification of the murderer is in fact the best news for the victim. Chu Kuang writes himself as the victim, perhaps because he feels there are too many narrative trickery paths that are easy to go to extremes, becoming this pure word game. And being the creator of narrative trickery, he has the responsibility. This is also why Chu Kuang writes himself as the reader. He feels as depressed as countless readers who have read The Fall of Don Bridge, because he also believes that such narrative trickery is pointless. True narrative trickery should provide valuable information to the readers, not pure textual misdirection. The young man in the novel represents Chu Kuang, who is obsessed with narrative trickery. It's a confrontation with his current self. Wow. After hearing the analysis, I realized that there is so much metaphor in this work. It's worthy of being Chu Kuang's work. Many people have misunderstood this novel. Chu Kuang is not such a superficial person. Think carefully. Chu Kuang is just casually expressing some of his personal understanding of mystery through jokes. The more people thought about it, the more logical it seemed. So Chu Kuang had been laboring over this all along. The realm of a great artist, ordinary people can't grasp it in a short time. Once they do, the wind really shifts towards The Fall of Don Bridge. The result is The Fall of Don Bridge returns to the top. With this novel returning to first place, the novel in second naturally returns to its previous spot as well. The author in second place experienced a roller coaster ride from the bottom to the top and back to the bottom, feeling a lump in his throat that remained unsaid. Are you playing with me? He felt like he had been played. However, his feelings clearly don't matter. With various interpretations appearing online, fans began to rush to Chu Kuang's tribe asking which was Chu Kuang's true intention. Not to mention the netizens. Jin Mu is also somewhat perplexed and couldn't help but ask Lin Yuan privately, "Boss, what are your real intentions? Why are there two Chu Kuangs in the book? Could it be that the other Chu Kuang is really hinting at your other side? Are you writing this way because of Xianyu? Or does the boss feel lonely and hope that someone like him appears in the world?" Lin Yuan. When the lonely ones choose not to speak, it's not that they have nothing to say, but that there's no one to tell. And loneliness is when you have something to say, but no one is willing to listen. When someone is willing to listen, you suddenly have no words. All right, speaking in layman's terms. At this moment, Lin Yuan's thought process is, I'm happy to reclaim this first place, but everyone seems to have misunderstood me. Just as Lu Sun said that he has two trees in front of his house. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. Lin Yuan did not foresee himself becoming those two jujube trees, receiving the same treatment. People in this world are highly adept at interpretation. No wonder his scores were always low during exams, even when confronting his own published songs. What he lacked was probably this line of associative thinking that the netizens possessed. The system's background information had once mentioned something interesting. After Ong Li finished filming Life of Pi, countless reporters questioned him on what those metaphors in the movie really signify. Ong Li did not answer any of them. This was a wise move and a practice worth learning. So Lin Yuan has also decided not to explain. If the misunderstanding is still quite pleasant, then let everyone continue to misunderstand. He can't seriously tell everyone, right? That I wrote this detective story simply because the system was on sale and I just wanted to be a rascal then. Lin Yuan even doubted that if he explained it this way, no one would believe it. Well, on the last day of May, Lin Yuan tearfully received the prize money for first place. He initially thought that the battle of mystery would end here. But as June approached, Lung Guang's latest mystery novel was suddenly released. At the same time, Lung Guang's tribe tagged Chu Kuang, attaching 3 words that marked the official start of this literary duel. Advise me. Chapter 347, 326, steady_1. He's here, he's here. He came with a new detective novel. Lin Yuan did not rush to respond to Lung Guang. He asked Jin Mu to buy Lung Guang's new work the next day to read. Lung Guang's new work is called The Apartment. The cover is blue, not too thick, novella length, and the cover image is a bloody handprint. Synopsis. Xiao Guang and his girlfriend have moved into a new apartment. Not long after, a death occurs in the apartment. The police investigation ends without results, and the matter is dropped. But who would have thought? Not long after, another death occurs. Xiao Guang and his girlfriend decide to leave the apartment. But the day before they leave, Xiao Guang's girlfriend also dies, so he decides to find the real killer. Who is Xiao Guang? Is Lung Guang ridiculing himself? No, he should be ridiculing his ex-girlfriend. After all, in the book, it's Xiao Guang's ex-girlfriend who dies. Mustn't think too much. It's just a novel, just a novel. Lin Yuan respected his opponent Lung Guang very much, as evidenced by his willingness to spend half a day reading The Apartment. In this novel, all the death scenes were inside the apartment. Murder in a locked room theme. The killer has an alibi. Who is the least likely suspect? As Lin Yuan read, he racked his brain, trying to guess the murderer along with Xiao Guang. Lung Guang, a devoted traditional detective lover, was a pure aficionado of police procedural mysteries, so he revealed quite a lot of clues. Based on the clues, Lin Yuan guessed the murderer and quickly locked on a suspect. However, Lin Yuan, who happened to read the ending of the novel when about to go out for lunch, was startled. The killer turned out to be the bedridden child. Although Lin Yuan had suspected the child during the process, he dismissed the suspicion as more clues appeared. Looking back, Lin Yuan had fallen into Lung Guang's trap. Surprising, isn't it? Jin Mu seemed to have finished reading The Apartment before Lin Yuan, and he exclaimed when he saw Lin Yuan finish the novel. Lung Guang always fills his detective novels with an atmosphere of horror and suspense, which makes one's neck feel chilly after reading. Even if he didn't write detective novels, he would undoubtedly sell well just by writing horror novels. Everyone is hiding something. It's the same tactic that was used in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. And the motive for the murder is a precocious child who can't bear the harassment and even harm from men towards his single mother. He even murders the man who was to be his father. Lin Yuan nodded. This story had a great concept. Some things only a child can do. This is a big hint, but he didn't guess it. Clearly, neither did Jin Mu. This meant that even having given out many clues, Lin Yuan had still managed to defeat the vast majority of readers. We are in a bit of trouble. Jin Mu patted the cover of The Apartment, saying, "This novel is highly rated online at the moment, and is basically considered Lin Yuan's most representative work to date. It might be thanks to you, boss. To beat you 100%, Lin Yuan has exploded with potential. It's like two people competing in a test. One of them usually only gets 80 points, but this time, under the pressure of competition, they scored 90 points, an extraordinary performance." Many internet users were following this literary duel, which also indirectly promoted the sales of Lin Yuan's novel, The Apartment. As a work that Lin Yuan dared to put forward in a literary duel, the novel didn't disappoint its readers. As more and more people finished reading The Apartment, there quickly appeared countless praises online. Teacher Lin Yuan has created another masterpiece. This work is even more exciting than his previous detective stories. The murderer, the child, had some mother-spoiling tendencies. The methods of murder were not complex, merely taking advantage of one's identity to disguise, and each had their own secrets that confused the real clues. As a fan of Lin Yuan, I can declare without hesitation, the victory of this literary duel belongs to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's win is secured, rock solid, helix solid. The story is terrifying, the ending is thrilling. It's a shame I guessed the killer. Even though I didn't find any credible clues, I just felt that the author designed it this way. Lin Yuan is indeed solid. Does this duel need to continue? It's going to be hard for Chu Kuang to turn the tables. It's meaningless to blindly guess the killer. It's like this when reading detective novels. Sometimes, you can guess the killer by relying on your intuition. After all, there are only so many suspects. But if it's Chu Kuang's narrative trickery style of writing, your blind guess might be useless, so I don't think Lin Yuan has definitely won. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan would suddenly explode with talent? Although I feel that Chu Kuang doesn't have much chance of winning now, there is still a chance. I wonder if Lin Yuan will dominate one-sidedly, or if there will be a back-and-forth battle. If it's at the level of the murder of Roger Ackroyd, I feel Chu Kuang could definitely put up a fight. The problem now is, the novelty of the narrative trickery has already been used up. If Chu Kuang continues to use narrative trickery, it needs to be more clever. Have you guys forgotten something? The one who goes first is bound to lose. Chu Kuang has the upper hand, sarcastic. The eerie thing about the old rascal Chu Kuang is, the more you think he won't make it, the more likely he'll succeed. Although the tide seemed to be turning in favor of Lin Yuan, there were still quite a few people who supported Chu Kuang. Everyone agreed, though, that Lin Yuan's performance this time had reached his personal limit. Horror, suspense, he did it all very well. Even Lin Yuan admitted. He even reviewed The Apartment again, personally feeling the endless charm of police procedural mysteries. In The Apartment, anyone could be the murderer. That thrilling feeling is everywhere. People who like this atmosphere will enjoy this process a lot. The most ingenious part of this novel is when the detective said, "Many adults are like children. Morally, they have not fully developed." The underlying message of this is, many children, because of their age, have not fully developed morally. So, the killer had already been hinted at here. Lin Yuan was pleased with this. The biggest reason he was pleased was that Murder on the Orient Express had come across a very strong opponent who was bound to lose. Both are locked-room murder scenarios. Regardless of the motive or the method of murder, Murder on the Orient Express is sure to be more unimaginable. Now that Lin Yuan had taken the initiative, Lin Yuan finally responded to Lin Yuan using Chu Kuang's account. He specially checked that he wasn't logged into the wrong account. The repayment was also simple, as if it was routine notice. The new book Murder on the Orient Express will be released in 1 week. This was the publishing date set by Jin Mu and Silver Blue Books. By that time, Jin Mu had finished reading Murder on the Orient Express. After reading it, he just said 2 words that made Lin Yuan flinch for a moment. Sure thing. Chapter 348, 327 Must-Read Classics _1. There's a reason why Silver Blue Books didn't immediately publish The Murder on the Orient Express, and instead chose to release the novel a week later for a showdown with Lin Yuan. 2 reasons, in fact. Before we delve into those reasons, we should note the reading experience Silver Blue Books had the day they received The Murder on the Orient Express. Stunning, praiseworthy, shocking. As the first editor at the publishing house to complete The Murder on the Orient Express, Daji Chao couldn't hold back his astonishment when he got to the end of the novel. He even exclaimed in his office, "Awesome!" The outburst was so loud that it echoed throughout the mystery department, startling many of the editors there. Not just in the mystery department. In fact, his screams reached the magazine department next door and triggered some chatter. Is Daji watching another soccer game? I don't think there are any games on recently. So why is he freaking out? The magazine department next door chatted for a bit. It seems they were also taken aback by Daji's loud outburst. Everyone remembered the last time Daji had made such a racket at work. He was secretly watching a soccer game, and his team, which he had supported for many years, won the championship for the first time. As a result, he had 1,000 yuan deducted from his performance bonus. Unfortunately, due to the underperformance of Silver Blue Books mystery department, Daji didn't get much bonus in the first place. It was a big blow for Daji, already the poorest editor-in-chief at the company. This time, with no passing senior executives, Daji got off scot-free. Or so he thought that morning. However, that afternoon saw the mystery department seemingly infected by Daji's excitement, and they started shrieking. The ruckus spread throughout the entire company, affecting many departments. How to describe it? It's like when you were a student, quietly attentive in class, and suddenly the class next door erupts into a frenzy, piquing your extreme curiosity. What happened? Did all the teachers in the class next door fall ill? Is only the physical education teacher healthy enough to teach? What happened exactly? Why are they so excited? Why do I feel a bit envious? In any case, the editors of the magazine department next door were certainly curious. A few even stealthily came over during their break to inquire. Our department's performance this year is promising. The editor of the mystery department excitedly explained why they had just erupted into cheers, a faint blush still lingering on their faces. Which bigwig is leading the charge? Being editors themselves, they naturally knew that if a department's performance was promising, it could often be attributed to a masterpiece by one of their authors. In the literary world, supporting a department with a single masterpiece is not a problem. Does the mystery department have other bigwigs? The editor of the mystery department responded naturally. Chu Kuang, of course. His new work. You're not into mystery. So let me tell you this way. Chu Kuang's new work is destined for greatness. The magazine department editor stayed dumbfounded for a moment, then felt a pang of envy. The specific reasons remain unmentioned for now. Returning to the two reasons the novel can only be published a week later. The first reason, Daji Chao wanted a heavyweight from the world of mystery to write an introduction for The Murder on the Orient Express to help promote the novel. This takes time. The novel is too good. It must have a preface written by a very highly esteemed author. Normally, if Daji Chao wanted to get a heavyweight from the mystery world to write a preface for a new book by one of their authors, he'd have to pull all sorts of strings, and it wouldn't be easy. After all, writing a preface doesn't pay, and if an author's status isn't high enough, why would they go out of their way to write one? But if it's a preface for The Murder on the Orient Express, Daji Chao believes that even top-tier mystery authors would not refuse. They might even be happy about it. Who wouldn't want to write a preface for a piece destined to become a classic? Writing a preface for such a work is also an honor for the author. The second reason, Daji Chao hopes that The Murder on the Orient Express can first be sent to the Detective Association under the Literature and Art Association for scoring. He wants the piece to dominate its rivals in the literary duel with its score even before its release. This also needs a few days. As for the department being too rowdy and consequently being reprimanded by the company for lack of discipline, Daji Chao doesn't care. When you're standing in front of a mountain of gold and your boss calls to tell you that your bonus will be deducted this month, you won't mind either. You might even find it amusing. The analogy might not be perfect, but when Daji Chao got The Murder on the Orient Express, he did feel the joy of hitting the jackpot. Daji Chao couldn't help but recall the first time he read The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. While he knew Chu Kuang's work was fantastic, he never imagined that he was witnessing the rise of a new god in the world of mystery. It turns out that narrative trickery was just a warm-up for Chu Kuang. The truly terrifying Chu Kuang is serious Chu Kuang after the warm-up. In fact, the publication of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd alone has already made the performance of the mystery department less disappointing this year. When averaged with the current annual sales of the company, everyone's data looks pretty decent. That's right. The sales of Chu Kuang's works, combined with the sales of other mystery writers in the department, and then averaged, the results indeed look pretty decent. This is the so-called one man supporting a department. If you average the property of a group of poor folks with that of Jack Ma, the average wealth will look pretty impressive. Chu Kuang is indeed the pillar that raises the average performance of the mystery department. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang's new work seems to be taking the whole department to new heights. How can Deji Chao not scream in excitement? Over the next few days, news keeps coming back to Deji Chao. Professor Carter has written the preface for The Murder on the Orient Express. He personally sent it over and also expressed that if possible, he hopes that Mr. Chu Kuang could also write a preface for his work. I see. Deji Chao smiled as expected. Even Carter couldn't resist the allure of The Murder on the Orient Express and even wanted Chu Kuang to write a preface for his work. Of course, Carter wouldn't just let anyone write a preface for his work. In addition, Deji Chao's assistant looked a little stunned. The Detective Association has also given a score for The Murder on the Orient Express, and their teachers have asked us to submit the work for next year's Mystery Award. We'll talk about awards later. What score did they give? See for yourself. The assistant handed over the document. After glancing at the score, Deji Chao obviously started breathing more rapidly. Mystery novel, The Murder on the Orient Express. Detective Association rating, 92.4. By the way, the score for The Apartment was 79.3, which is already a great score. And another thing, every piece that has received a score above 90 from the Detective Association is universally recognized as a super masterpiece within the industry. There's a saying in the industry, mystery stories that received a score above 90 from the Detective Association are all considered must-read classics. And this is The Murder on the Orient Express. Chapter 349, 328, I forgot to eat today, _1. He's already won. Face the windstorm. Here comes the soaring dragon. For the first time in his career, Chao Daji was laughing with such confidence, feeling as if he had finally flaunted the masculinity and the authority of being the chief editor of the mystery department. This was the true sense of assured victory. Meanwhile, the outside world was still unaware of what Chu Kuang's new book looked like. The result of the literary duel between Chu Kuang and Lin Yuan was fueling debates across the mystery community. Then, in an unexpected moment, all disputes vanished. If you gathered the online crowd into one classroom, it might resemble the lively chatter during self-study period. People eating, people talking about love. Suddenly, the teacher arrived. And then, the classroom fell silent. The difference was that people were momentarily stunned by the promotion for Murder on the Oriental Express, not by the fear of the teacher. They doubted if they had misread something. Carter, this is a work that ranked amongst the top 10 in the Blue Star mystery literary field. Received a score of 92.4 from the Detective Association, becoming the 7th highest-ranked work in mystery history. Chu Kuang's new work, Murder on the Oriental Express, could be a flawless detective novel. These 3 lines were pretty much the promotion from Silver Blue Books. But for the mystery community, it was no less than a depth bomb. Boom. The mystery community was exploding in all directions. From mystery authors to mystery fans, everyone was swept up by the blast of the torpedo. A work in the top 10 of the mystery world. Almost a perfect detective novel. After the initial shock, the entire internet exploded. My goodness. Isn't this too exaggerated? It feels like Chu Kuang has unleashed the bomb this time. At first, I thought, did Carter take a bribe? But the promotion later told me that what Carter said seems to be the truth. I'm feeling a little confused right now. Is Chu Kuang's new work so formidable? The Detective Association scored it 92.4 points. I'm dumbfounded. This score can be ranked the 7th in the history of mystery writings. Today, all mystery enthusiasts witnessed history because it's not every year that we see a work that can rank in the top 10 of the mystery score chart. The last time the Detective Association scored a novel over 90 was 5 years ago. If I remember correctly, the score for Apartment didn't break 80. A literary duel? What a joke. Lin Yuan. This disrespectful youngster used a novel that scored over 90 by the Detective Association to attack me. This is a one-sided massacre, isn't it? What the hell did Chu Kuang write to make both Teacher Carter and the Detective Association fall for it? This is outrageous. The long-awaited literary duel, Chu Kuang hasn't even officially made his move yet, and it seems like Teacher Lin Yuan has already lost his standing. The one who goes first loses. The ancient people did not lie to me. Did Chu Kuang launch a direct attack from the stratosphere? Although the wave caused by the explosion will eventually fall back to the water surface, the shocking ripples take a long time to dissipate, expanding like the concentric circles of a ripple, ultimately touching everyone in the mystery community. It was the collective anticipation raised by the mystery community, the anticipation for Chu Kuang's new work. Everyone knew that the Detective Association was very fair. So far, there were hardly any cases where their scores were far from impartial. More importantly, there was a mutual validation by Carter and the Detective Association. If Murder on the Oriental Express were a work that could be written into the history of mystery novels, then Carter would be a figure that could rank amongst the top 10 in the history of mystery literature. For the sake of his own reputation, he wouldn't possibly give Chu Kuang such false publicity. So, inevitably, Chu Kuang's new mystery work might truly be a classic. If the promotional event by Silver Blue Books was likened to exploding fish, then everyone in the mystery genre is a fish at this moment, including Lin Yuan, the victim of the literary duel. Yes, victim is the title everyone just gave to Lin Yuan. He went to Chu Kuang for a literary duel on mystery novels, but Chu Kuang's works were recognized and promoted by top-tier figures in the industry even before they were published. Moreover, the initial evaluation was that they would make history in mystery literature. How would that make Lin Yuan feel? That he lost? I haven't even seen his book yet. You mean to tell me I have already lost? Chu Kuang is yet to officially make a move, and I'm already down for the count? Lin Yuan wanted to say. I'm not convinced. But after looking at the rating given by the Detective Association to the Murder on the Orient Express and the evaluation by Carter, Lin Yuan sadly realized he truly had lost. This was no longer about the lack of etiquette among young people. The literary duel had basically become nothing but empty words. Could an ant and an elephant have a duel? The answer is no. The rating from the Detective Association and Carter's evaluation had already declared the outcome in advance. Chu Kuang appeared to be the elephant, making Lin Yuan unexpectedly the ant, which made him feel rather stifled. Of course, he felt stifled. But at the same time, Lin Yuan was genuinely curious. The curiosity of a person of the mystery genre. At least this curiosity didn't include any impurities. He wanted to know, what kind of work was it? Or rather, how did he lose exactly? If he didn't even know this, it would be too much of an injustice. Fortunately, this wasn't an imaginary battle between Lin Yuan and Chu Kuang. Even though this literary duel seemed to have already been decided, it ultimately needed to be put into the actual writing. Carrying everyone's expectations, The Murder on the Orient Express was published. Later on, some people referred to this day as the start of the Chu Kuang era in the mystery circle. On this day, Lin Yuan got up a bit late, and even after visiting 3 nearby bookstores in a row, he failed to buy the Murder on the Orient Express. Many bookstores were out of stock, indicating just how many readers' expectations were fulfilled by this novel's booming sales. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan found a package from Silver Blue Books had been delivered to him. Inside was a copy of The Murder on the Orient Express. Without guessing at Silver Blue Books' intentions, Lin Yuan immediately retreated to his study and opened The Murder on the Orient Express. The preface was written by Carter. I don't remember the first time I read a mystery novel, but I remember how thrilled and shocked I was. Years later, I became a well-known mystery writer, only to find that I was struggling to find mystery novels that moved me. I thought perhaps my heart was growing numb, but when I opened The Murder on the Orient Express, I knew it wasn't that my heart had grown numb, but rather that it had been too long since any groundbreaking masterpiece had been introduced in the mystery genre, depriving our senses of new stimuli for too long. I don't want to let everyone spend too much time on a preface, because excitement can't wait. I hope you enjoy this ride on the Orient Express. It's a short preface, full of praise, common in other novels, but since Carter wrote, it gives it a different significance. Anyway, from what Lin Yuan knew about Carter, this was the first time he saw Carter praising a colleague like this. Let's begin. On a quiet afternoon, Lin Yuan opened The Murder on the Orient Express. Upon reading the last word, he carefully closed the book and placed it on the easily accessible shelf. When I was a kid, I wasn't good at studying, didn't like doing homework, and would make up excuses the next day, saying I forgot to finish it. The teacher would always scold me by asking, "How come you didn't forget to eat?" Now, I want to tell the teacher that I really forgot to eat that day. This was what Lin Yuan said later in an interview. The interview took place in this study, and in the background on the bookshelf was the eye-catching The Murder on the Orient Express. Later on, the interview inexplicably went viral and sparked a famous and decent admission of defeat in the literary duels of Blue Star. I forgot to eat today. Those who lose the literary duel tend to say it in a roundabout way, expressing their admiration and respect for their opponent, while also preserving their dignity. The online translation, I lost. Chapter 350, 329 Poirot on fire _1. In fact, Lin Yuan's reading speed was not fast, and he wasted quite some time buying books. The time he wasted was enough for the first batch of readers of Murder on the Orient Express to write a bunch of book reviews, even sparking some topics. In fact, the real response started with the reviews given by the first batch of readers, and an internet detective forum became the first to blow up on the web. The detective forum is a gathering place for detective fans. The number of hardcore detective lovers isn't small. Those are the readers who continued to be enthralled by the content of Murder on the Orient Express. Even after being vindicated by the Detective Association and Carter, it was their almost satisfied moan emanated after reaching ultimate satisfaction. Swish, swish, swish. An infinite number of posts emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Perhaps no single post could represent everyone's feelings. Everyone had different feelings, but everyone was unanimous in their shock at this novel. I thought I was reading traditional whodunit. Chu Kuang was writing a narrative trickery, and I was deceived twice in a row. This time, I thought no matter how traditional Chu Kuang's plot is, I believe this is definitely a dazzling narrative trickery. But when I saw the ending, I actually knelt. Chu Kuang is really starting to write traditional whodunit now. This comment received high praise, just as Lin Yuan planned. His works could be narrative trickery, or they could be traditional, but the readers will never guess the answer until the end if they are shifting between reality and fiction. The following posts received similarly high praise and replies. After reading this novel, I started to believe that Chu Kuang's Don Don Bridge Falling was really a mockery of narrative trickery, and I suddenly felt a bit sorry for teacher Lin Yuan. Why did you mess with his literary duel? This topic is beyond the syllabus. I almost fainted when I saw Poirot uncover the truth, definitely not exaggerating. When I found out that the lone murderer killed the victim, I almost burst my eyeballs. My scalp tingled and goosebumps erupted all over my body. Carter's preface didn't lie to me. Masterpiece. Explosive. Before reading it, I thought the score of a detective novel was a bit high, but after reading it, I thought, isn't this score actually low? This is a textbook-level detective novel. Poirot, Poirot, Poirot. I am in love with this pineapple. Ha 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 when the name Poirot appeared. Chu Kuang might just have wanted to eat a pineapple. Sorry, but Chu Kuang is a god. I apologize, I had a prejudice against Chu Kuang because of the narrative trickery, but after reading this new work, I must admit I was impressed. The ending was very touching. I always hoped that in this dirty world, in corners where law can't reach, there would be an invisible hand holding the sword of judgment, like these 12 so-called murderers. When I saw Poirot's decision and the final lines, I felt incredibly warm. Although I can't do anything and am a small fry, I still want to use my humble 5-star review to show my respect for this kind of action and understanding. The victim is the perpetrator, 12 victims, very shocking. As he turned around in the end, Poirot was super cool. I already heard the battle song in my mind. Too bad the BGM didn't match Poirot. 2333. Chu Kuang has Xian Yu. Let Xian Yu write a song. Poirot is probably the first detective in history to spare a criminal, or at least this is the first time I've seen it written this way. There may be controversy, but I want to tell Chu Kuang, well done. In the discussion, Poirot was repeatedly mentioned. Poirot's decision led to a lot of debate as well. Someone screenshot the text from the novel when Poirot gave two choices and said, "Things are either right or wrong, but you." He was silent for a long time before he said these confused words, frowny face, "I can't make a decision." He left the choice to others. When everyone chose the first conclusion, that the murderer was innocent, Poirot took off his hat, bowed, announced his withdrawal from the case, and slowly turned to leave in the snow. What is kindness, and what is evil? This was the first time Poirot couldn't distinguish, yet he charmed numerous readers. It seemed as if everyone had seen a lonely figure trudging on in the snow, walking and reflecting. In fact, readers who had read The Murder of Roger Ackroyd knew very well how proud and principled Poirot was. Everyone was used to Poirot's wisdom and intelligence in solving cases. For him to say, "I can't make a decision," was unthinkable, just like his eventual withdrawal from the case. Because it was so unthinkable, readers felt Poirot's torment and choice. At this moment, Poirot had become a recognized great detective in many people's minds. You have to know, world-renowned detective was a setup given to Poirot by the novelist. The novelist's pen can freely set things up in the novel, such as the handsomest man in the world or the most beautiful woman, etc. Inferior writers indulge themselves with their own settings. Top-notch writers, the moment their story and settings appear, readers reach a collective climax, as if those characters actually exist. This is called writing power. So for readers to recognize Poirot is a world-renowned detective is not an easy thing. But Chu Kuang has effortlessly done it. With just 2 novels, the foundation and suspense were laid in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Murder on the Orient Express opened up a reputation and recognition. Poirot's story may continue in the future, but at this moment, Poirot, the famous detective who has acquitted the murderer, has become extremely popular in the readers' minds. Of course, the riddle lovers were also taken care of, just like this comment says. I can never guess the old rascal Chu Kuang's tactics. The most hateful thing is that Chu Kuang, the old rascal, confidently laid out a very complex setup, even listed out the simple drawings of the carriages and time schedules of the characters, only to suddenly throw out his newly invented impossible crime mode after I racked my brains to fill a paper. Yes, many readers tried to find out the truth before the detective when reading Murder on the Orient Express, which is a hobby of mystery lovers when reading such books. But when everyone reached the end, they were all flabbergasted while being stunned. Did you cheat? Chu Kuang, surprisingly, completed a new reasoning mode again. The murderer turns out to be 12 people. Of course, it's surprising. All the passengers in the carriage conspired together, helping each other with alibis, leading to the possibility that all testimonies could be false. Who could foresee this? Isn't the normal mindset that there is only one murderer? If there are occasional collaborations, wouldn't there be at most 2 or 3 people? But in this novel, all conventional reasoning is wrong, and the ending turns out to be everyone being good. At the same time, everyone is a murderer. Just like the first time I saw narrative trickery, no matter how hard I try, I couldn't guess who the murderer was. Chu Kuang's Murder on the Orient Express. This is a whole new reasoning mode. Basically impossible to guess. So, when everyone finished reading, it's hard not to be flummoxed. Not to mention, right until the answer was revealed, everyone instinctively thought that Chu Kuang was writing narrative trickery. The media hype had begun. The literary duel between Chu Kuang and Lin Yuan. The duel between narrative trickery and traditional reasoning. As a result, when Chu Kuang's new book came out, everyone only realized it after reading. This guy is just genuinely messing with us. This time it's the same as what Lin Yuan wrote. It belongs to the traditional reasoning category. Moreover, it's not much different from the locked room murder mode. I feel that Chu Kuang is really the author who can tease the readers the most, yet I am still delighted to be teased. Chu Kuang created narrative trickery, but Chu Kuang never said he could only do narrative trickery. He is just being naughty and tricky, knowing that everyone has inherent thinking. He simply didn't explain the type of this writing. It's precisely because he didn't explain it made me stunned when I realized it was a traditional reasoning, yet almost subverted the traditional reasoning mode. Truly the old rascal. The old rascal is messing with our feelings. He must be hiding somewhere sniggering. Clearly Lin Yuan was the most toyed with. He pulled Chu Kuang into a duel, only for Chu Kuang to beat Lin Yuan with traditional reasoning, what Lin Yuan is best at. This is equivalent to Chu Kuang defeating Lin Yuan with the martial skills that Lin Yuan is most adept at. This is somewhat awkward. I feel for Lin Yuan. Even though this guy loves to rant, he doesn't speak without reason. The reasoning underlying his critique is pretty sound. It's just bad luck that he ran into Chu Kuang this time. Chu Kuang also slapped the anti-unreliable narrator readers in the face this time. When The Fall of the Dandan Bridge came out before, weren't many people criticizing that Chu Kuang only knows how to do narrative trickery? They even did a second vote, wanting to pull Chu Kuang down, and now Chu Kuang is clearly telling everyone, bros. Traditional reasoning is executed even better than narrative trickery. This is not an overinterpretation or conjecture this time. That's exactly what Lin Yuan thought. He didn't want to leave the impression that he only knew how to do narrative trickery. So, this time it had to be traditional reasoning, and it had to be an explosive work. Now, this work has indeed exploded. Traditional reasoning can still innovate and create a mode where everyone collaborates to murder. This is just trickery within trickery. It has directly swollen the faces of those mystery fans who previously despised Chu Kuang. Just like some readers' comments. Who could have thought that Chu Kuang's traditional reasoning would be played even better than narrative trickery? Those who voted against Chu Kuang before, one by one, had to admit their mistake in front of Murder on the Orient Express. And the shockwaves of this explosion didn't just stun the readers, it also toppled countless authors in the mystery circle. These are mystery writers, the most sensitive group of people to mystery novels. The readers are simply admiring the ingenuity of this story, but the mystery writers clearly understand how difficult it is to create such a story. Chu Kuang is outrageously talented. On this day, a fellow mystery writer, having also finished reading Murder on the Orient Express, sighed in a group chat. In the group chat, there were only +1s. Chapter 351, 333, God's Hand _1. In the face of a masterpiece like Murder on the Orient Express, all detective novelists can only marvel at the genius of Chu Kuang. It's hard to imagine that such a classic work, highly acclaimed by the Detective Association, was written by a novelist with little detective writing experience. Chu Kuang is indeed prolific. He writes fantasy novels, excels in short stories, and straddles two major areas. He is acknowledged as a genius in the world of fiction. However, his real detective writing can be summed up in a single work, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. And with this one entry into the world of detective writing, Chu Kuang brought a storm of narrative trickery. As for his short story, The Fall of the Dandan Bridge, published last month, people didn't pay much attention to it. To put it in kind words, that's Chu Kuang's enrichment and complement to narrative trickery. Less so, he's mocking readers out of boredom and taking a large sum of blog manuscript fees by the way, drawing enough attention. Up to now, the impression Chu Kuang left on the detective writing circle was still just a genius who enjoyed fooling around and teasing his readers with his narrative tricks. Not until Chu Kuang published Murder on the Orient Express did all disputes in the detective circle crumble before this work. No one called Chu Kuang a frivolous trickster anymore. Nor did anyone say that Chu Kuang was just fooling around with readers in virtue of his talent. He is more of a master of detection, causing occasional laughter, but with profound insights. He completed a detective show, initiated and concluded by Poirot, with an almost devout ceremonial sense. From narrative trickery to tradition. From playful creation to classical mystery. As a constant character, Poirot is already showing a trend toward canonization. As the creator of Poirot, at this point, Chu Kuang has also become the newbie of monstrous talent in the eyes of detective writers. Well, Chu Kuang is still a newcomer by the number of detective works. But this newcomer is terrifyingly formidable, and no detective writer is willing to describe Chu Kuang as a newcomer anymore. So, monstrous is the appropriate term. This is a title that belongs to Chu Kuang, because it's hard for everyone to regard Chu Kuang as a newcomer. Who else would have such a high starting point when they debut? Chu Kuang has blurred the boundaries of the detective circle. If we say he is a top-tier detective writer, his works have made it into the top 10 in the detective rating. He has overwhelmed Lin Yuan, a top-tier detective writer, in the literary duel. Yet if we say he is a top-tier detective master like Carter, he has only written 2 detective stories. Well, I think The Fall of the Don Bridge is not a detective story. The industry has a habit of grading different writers. However, they found that Chu Kuang cannot be graded. His qualifications were too shallow and his upper limit too high. Chu Kuang now only has few works. No one knows what level Chu Kuang will reach in the future. Anyway, the wretched loser in this literary duel, Lin Yuan, is a bona fide top-tier detective writer. This could be used as a reference to assess Chu Kuang. Some shook their heads. Lin Yuan crashed quite badly this time. Some held a different opinion. It's not disgraceful to lose to Murder on the Orient Express, because anyone would be the same, aside from the former. But he nonetheless lost, becoming a backdrop for Chu Kuang. The latter seriously retorted, "Didn't you notice that nobody is scoffing at Lin Yuan? He may have lost, but he demonstrated his skills. It's just that the opponent was too inhuman." As the two sides were about to argue, a senior remarked, "Nobody has the right to ridicule Lin Yuan. For all the detective writers present, anyone who faces Murder on the Orient Express will experience the same outcome. What would happen? They will surely perish." A silence fell over the detective circle. Chu Kuang's Murder on the Orient Express is an almost invincible work. As that senior said, it's not about Lin Yuan. Anyone who confronts this novel will die. The ripple continued to spread, starting from the detective forum and eventually sweeping across various related platforms. On the official website of the Detective Association, Murder on the Orient Express has been included in the top 10 of the rating leaderboard. The comments on the novel were like those of other high-rated detective novels, full of praise. Chu Kuang's Murder on the Orient Express adopted the purest traditional flavor, presenting to the readers a grand feast of detection. With more and more detective novels on the book market starting to use similar templates, we often see a gruesome case occurring. The detective arrives and conducts an unexplainable investigation, following up with some seemingly baseless detective work, or even disappearing for a few days in order to find clues. When the truth is revealed, an astounding secret is exposed, and we as readers can only marvel without fully understanding. However, what Chu Kuang brings readers is a fair duel with the detective, and also offers us humanitarian contemplation outside of the case. This is incredibly rare. Yes, in order for the conclusion to be sufficiently unexpected, regardless of the case or the detective's investigation, the more perplexing they can manage, the more perplexing they will be. So while the conclusion is astonishing indeed, I always feel that what I read before was useless. I only need to see the case occur and the final reveal by the detective. The investigation feels like I am complete idiot, not understanding anything, only regularly seeing the detective's knowing smile. But when the detective finally reveals the solution, I finally understand what happened in the case. Where's the promised confrontation between the reader and the detective? The work of Chu Kuang this time is completely different. You don't have to guess what kind of investigation the detective did. The author lays out every step of the detective's investigation and the evidence obtained in front of the reader, inviting the reader to join the detective in cracking the case. I inevitably get involved. The author does not try to trip up readers in terms of specialized knowledge, investigative situations, or evidence, and makes up for readers' disadvantaged reading position as much as possible, offering a platform for thinking. He does not dwell on issues such as investigations, but leaves room for plot twists, which still make sense. The reader is allowed to guess and think according to the development of the plot and the gradual increase of evidence, draw conclusions and overturn their own conclusions, and then continue to guess and think until the answer is given. The reader's thinking has been following the plot development, and the answer given both makes sense and is invariably unexpected. So the reader can't help but admire the author's meticulous thinking and ingenious planning. Those detective stories that are afraid to tell readers the investigative details and case evidence are indeed afraid readers will guess the result too soon and lose interest in the story. But this should involve an exploration into the story structure and plot, rather than a petty cleverness that conceals and confuses readers or deifying detectives. Readers are not just placed in a position equal to the characters in the story, but they also fail to find enjoyment and gain respect. After all this verbosity, there's actually just one sentence. Chu Kuang was divine this round. The tone smacks of a self-media, suspected of either stepping on some or boosting others. However, it reveals a fact implicitly. Chu Kuang has won over the discerning traditional mystery lovers. It was not long ago that Chu Kuang's reputation in the detective circle was teetering on the brink due to the fall of the Dandong Bridge. However, once Murder on the Orient Express was published, the world seems to have changed. In this world, there is someone who will never change. This person is the well-known Chu Kuang advocate, Shun Jiruwei, who stated on the tribe. It is said that there is a term called God's move in Go. Murder on the Orient Express is Chu Kuang's God's move. Chapter 352, 331. Chu Kuang's fans break 100 million_1. Professional Chu fanatic online. Dedicated to Chu adoration for 100 years. Opened his mouth and began praising Ol Chu. Shun Jiruwei's nickname as Chu Praiser is now known all over the internet. Even some internet users, who also praise Chu, follow and praise him in the comments, obviously seeing Shun Jiruwei as their spiritual leader. In his comment section, many people are using the 3 words Shun Jiruwei previously used. Who else? Shun Jiruwei responded with a cheering emoji. Chu Kuang's Who Else has gained popularity through Shun Jiruwei's promotion. It is the 3rd day since the release of Murder on the Orient Express. And in these short 3 days, the sales of Murder on the Orient Express have exceeded 10 million. The booksellers once again witnessed Chu Kuang's terrifying book sales capability. Meanwhile, the number of Chu Kuang's tribe fans is also steadily marching towards the 100 million mark, and it is estimated that it will reach that milestone in the next few days. Obviously, this is largely due to the success of Murder on the Orient Express. This work has successfully conquered many traditional mystery enthusiasts. Because Poirot in the book is very popular, there are also fans who are good at painting. Based on the character image description and character introduction of Poirot in the novel, create some portrait paintings of Poirot. Some are realistic, some are cartoon-like. The appearance of these virtual character images of Poirot represents the reader's love for Poirot and widespread attention. At this juncture, there was news that several film and television production companies had the idea of purchasing the film and television rights of Murder on the Orient Express and had contacted Chu Kuang's agent on this matter. This has stirred up the expectation of many readers, even to the extent of eagerly looking forward to it. In fact, on Earth, Murder on the Orient Express has been adapted into films several times. This is naturally a very suitable work for film and television adaptation. Inside the comic studio, Jean Mu asked Lin Yuan with a smile. We've accumulated a lot of copyright inquiries. Should we consider handling some of them? Indeed, some companies are considering adapting Murder on the Orient Express for film and television, but not just this one. The copyrights inquiries Jean Mu is referring to basically include the ongoing manga Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, and the 8 stories of Ghost Blows Out the Light, and some even want to buy the rights to Zhu Xian, along with the latest Murder on the Orient Express. People have been asking about things related to film, television, animation, etc., but Lin Yuan has always kept his mouth shut about this. The reason for not loosening up is simple. Lin Yuan is afraid that his work will be ruined if it's adapted. It's too disrespectful to struggle with copyright issues. Although Lin Yuan loves money, he's not particularly short of it, so Lin Yuan asked Jean Mu to investigate these companies. If the film and television company that made the inquiry has a good reputation, he is willing to sell the copyright. Have you investigated? It's clear now, some companies are trustworthy. For example, the company that wants the production rights of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, is the 3rd-ranked animation production company in Chu Province. Their level is considered first class in the circle, and they also offered a lot of money. There is also this TV drama production company called Time Production. They want to buy the copyright of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue. This is the first story in the Ghost Blows Out the Light series, so there are the most requests for copyrights. The contract signed with our company can stipulate the director and actors. They are all teams with fairly strong abilities in the industry and can ensure to the greatest extent the seriousness of the television drama shooting. Following the communication between Jean Mu and Lin Yuan decided to sell some copyrights. However, he made a rule that the copyrights he let out must have a time limit. In the past life, the author of the Ghost Blows Out the Light series didn't make much money because of copyright issues, even though the film and television adaptations of his work were very popular. The specific reason can be found on the internet. Therefore, Lin Yuan is very careful when it comes to letting out copyrights. For example, Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjua. Although he plans to sell the copyright, he only gives 3 years. During these 3 years, the purchasing company can film it into a television drama. Whether they film it or not, after 3 years, Lin Yuan will take back the copyright, and the company will not be able to shoot again unless they buy the copyright from Lin Yuan again. Of course, the animation production rights of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, can also be sold accordingly. This manga was originally about to end, and continuing with an animation is a good choice. Also planned to be released is Murder on the Orient Express. The only one that no one seems to want to buy is The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, but this is a problem with the work itself, not a problem with Chu Kwang. It's apparent. The charm of this, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, lies in the textual narrative trickery, which is more interesting to read in a novel. Therefore, on Earth, there is a saying, Agatha Christie wrote The Murder of Roger Ackroyd many years ago, but it took film companies several decades to figure out how to make it into a movie. You go negotiate the specific price. Lin Yuan delegated this task to Jean Mu. As long as the price and conditions are satisfactory, just bring the contract here for Lin Yuan to sign. The total of these copyright fees has already exceeded 100 million. In addition, Lin Yuan's current annual income is also easily over 100 million. With the increasing number of works under his 3 pseudonyms, Lin Yuan's income is becoming more and more horrifying. It seems I need to be a bit more expansive. After reckoning how much money he could get from selling the copyrights, Lin Yuan decided to play more freely in the future and make better use of the system to improve the quality of his works. For example, films. Why not use all those props that assist in making films better? After all, props that cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions, are trivial compared to Lin Yuan's current income. Lin Yuan is consciously adjusting his mindset. This is probably related to Lin Yuan having read a lot of books recently with the help of the system's energy potions and other props. Having read a lot of books, he feels that his insight has improved a lot, and he is no longer as petty as before. After changing his way of thinking, Lin Yuan did the following things. Increased Jean Mu's salary. Increased Luo Wei's salary. Bought a gaming cabin and other fun things for his home. Increased his sister's pocket money. Changed a better car for his sister. And, on second thought, it seems that he didn't just do a few things, basically all related to spending money. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. When Lin Yuan watched movies before, every time an actor said this line, he always felt it was too fake, but now he has a bit of understanding of this sentence. After all, any of Lin Yuan's 3 pseudonyms, when singled out, has a considerable income. Even if the least noticeable, Shadow, relying on the serialization of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, and the subsequent layoff of royalties, can easily earn tens of millions a year. Thinking like this, Lin Yuan suddenly received a system prompt. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of having 100 million fans on Chu Kwang's account. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest, 3 bronze treasure chests. Chapter 353, 332, for consecutive draws from the treasure chest _1. 3 bronze treasure chests and a silver treasure chest. With tasks that span a long timeline and present a relative high difficulty, the rewards are naturally substantial. But I wonder what good stuff would come out this time. Given Lin Yuan's nature, he would probably wait for a lucky moment to claim his rewards. But as mentioned earlier, Lin Yuan's mindset has changed a bit. Maybe it's a good idea to open the chests while they're still hot. If they sit too long, the chests might cool off. So no more hesitation, let's just get straight to it. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan spoke. Open a bronze treasure chest first. System. Congratulations, host, for getting the song Nervous. The song Nervous? Well, this song is good. This reward is quite generous considering it comes from a bronze treasure chest. Without thinking too much, Lin Yuan proceeded to open the second chest. System. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a basic level in all musical instruments. At this instant, Lin Yuan felt as if countless pieces of musical instrument knowledge were flooding into his brain. Guitar, violin, guzheng, guqin, eru. He knew a bit of each. Well, all right. Indeed, only a tiny bit, all at a basic level of understanding. In other words, Lin Yuan now understood all the musical instruments, but wasn't a master in any of them. He was at the stage of just being able to play. However, this reward was very practical for someone like Lin Yuan, who liked to compose his own music. There are so many musical instruments. If it wasn't for the system's reward, it would be unimaginable how long it would take Lin Yuan to learn about them one by one. So, Lin Yuan would not be dissatisfied just because the award for musical proficiency was basic. On the contrary, Lin Yuan thought that if a bronze treasure chest could come out with such a reward, then its value was already quite high. Feeling lucky, Lin Yuan decided to take a gamble on a triple draw. He proclaimed loudly, "Open another bronze treasure chest." Lin Yuan was already feeling the allure of opening chests consecutively. It was as exciting as lottery draws. Ding dong. The system presented the reward from the third bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for obtaining professional-level calligraphy skills. Wash. With the opening of the third chest, Lin Yuan's brain was flooded with countless pieces of calligraphy knowledge, including brush calligraphy, pen calligraphy, and so on. Calligraphy skills? This time, Lin Yuan was more surprised than excited. Because Lin Yuan's time is precious now, and he can't do as he did before, teaching painting to a wide range of students to earn money. The same goes for calligraphy. Even if he could teach professional-level calligraphy, he wouldn't actually go out to some university to impart calligraphy skills. So the only advantage of this reward is, perhaps in future when signing books for readers, he won't be laughed at by the crowd. See who would dare to say his handwriting is a child's writing. No, that's not right. Since he has acquired calligraphy skills, why not hold a signing event now? It might even boost the sales of Murder on the Orient Express. Lin Yuan was pumped. Lin Yuan, who probably cares a lot about his handwriting being laughed at by the group, immediately contacted Jin Mu and asked him to bring over 50 books. He was going to hold a book signing event again, to vindicate his handwriting. Okay, Jin Mu agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan looked at the last chest of the system. This chest was at the silver level. After opening 3 bronze treasure chests consecutively, Lin Yuan was now really tempted to open the silver treasure chest. Should he open it now? Hit a quadruple draw now? After gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan said, "Open the silver treasure chest." Ding dong. It was the 4th prompt from the system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Hercule Poirot Complete Series. With the system prompt, Lin Yuan was stunned. So items from hot opening chests could be this amazing? The song, basic instrument skills, professional-level calligraphy, all are good. But all these rewards from the bronze treasure chests added together couldn't compare to the reward from the silver treasure chest. This was the complete series of Hercule Poirot. You should know that for every custom mystery novel Lin Yuan had written before, each one required a reward expenditure. But this time he was incredibly lucky and directly got the complete series of Hercule Poirot mystery novels. This alone covered dozens of Agatha Christie's mysteries. It even included timeless masterpieces like Death on the Nile. What a windfall! Indeed worthy of being a silver treasure chest. Lin Yuan was very satisfied inside. Last time, a death note came out of the silver treasure chest, which was given to Shadow. But in terms of value, compared to the items from other silver treasure chests, Death Note was completely blown out by the Hercule Poirot series this time. There was no helping it. The Hercule Poirot series had too many novels. For example, the mentioned Death on the Nile. The value of this novel was almost on par with Murder on the Orient Express. There are also the ABC Murders, Evil Under the Sun, etc. These novels, when singled out, were no match for Murder on the Orient Express, but combined as a series, they were formidable. In Agatha Christie's lifetime, she mainly published around 80 detective works. There are 38 in which Hercule Poirot is the main character. In other words, with the Hercule Poirot complete series, Lin Yuan had effectively obtained half of Agatha Christie's works. Of course, the series doesn't include, and then there were none, because unfortunately, our Hercule Poirot didn't take part in that story. But Lin Yuan doesn't ask for such generosity. After all, excluding the already published Murder on the Orient Express and the Murder of Roger Ackroyd, Lin Yuan had received throughoutly 36 of Agatha Christie's detective works in one shot. What a profit! Lin Yuan had already started planning the release time of his Hercule Poirot complete series. He even considered the possibility of releasing the entire series directly. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Jean Mu had someone bring in 50 unpublished copies of Murder on the Orient Express into the studio. Begin signing. Lin Yuan took out the pen on the table. Chu Kuang. The two words, full of vigor and resembling cursive calligraphy, appeared on the first page of the novel, right under the blank space of Carter's preface. After signing, he handed the book to Jean Mu for repackaging. Jean Mu took the book, instinctively inspecting it while preparing himself to see the boss's infamous primary school student handwriting. As everyone knows, boss's handwriting was ugly, widely acknowledged to be that of a primary school student's. But when Jean Mu saw Lin Yuan's signature this time, his eyes suddenly widened. The signature was bold and flowing, with a strong sense of artistry and a forceful presence. The vigorous and round strokes of the pen and ink lines were winding. The structure and layout of the characters were adventurous, varied, and continuous. Looking back, he saw Lin Yuan, pen in hand, deftly writing his pen name, with short lines cutting off abruptly and long lines flowing smoothly. Where was the primary school student handwriting from before? Jean Mu was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt very tired inside. It turns out that the crap that Lin Yuan was writing before was just to mess with us. He had bought practice books for the boss, but there's no guarantee that the teacher who made those books would have a higher writing level than the boss, right? Chapter 354. 333 Chu Kuang the Old Rascal is fooling readers again _1. In his early days, Jean Mu was quite a character, valuing cultural cultivation. He could tell at a glance that the word Lin Yuan wrote was not an ordinary one. An average person could not achieve such a standard without a certain amount of practice. Look at these skillful strokes and the professional demeanor while holding the pen and writing. The boss must be a master of calligraphy, because anyone with a bit of common sense knows that one's calligraphy can't leap from a primary school level to a master's level in a short period of time. So why were the boss's words so ugly before? There can only be one truth. Lin Yuan was previously intentionally using a primary school font to tease everyone. His judgment was correct. Chu Kuang, the man who invented the narrative trickery, was playing with the readers, and his heart must be as black as ink upon dissection. He's full of bad taste. I used to think that the almost perfect boss had a weakness, that his handwriting was as ugly as that of a primary school student. But it turns out the boss was deliberately teasing me. Come to think of it, it's true. The boss is so good at painting and composing, and he's proficient in writing novels and scripts, a true all-around artist. How can such a person lag in the most basic aspect of handwriting? Most arts require acquired practice, except for handwriting. Everyone starts to learn it as soon as they start school. As expected, the boss has no weaknesses. Jean Mu thought as he sorted out the books signed by Lin Yuan and sent them back to the publisher. The next day, these books were mixed with several batches of newly published goods and distributed through various channels. At the same time, Silver Blue Books also followed the same approach as with the Murder of Roger Ackroyd, announcing that Chu Kuang's signed books were randomly on sale. There are still a lot of people buying books. Soon, the first lucky person got Chu Kuang's signed book. This lucky netizen, named Jianhui, seemed to be from the Chi people. After receiving the first signed copy of Murder on the Orient Express, he excitedly made a post on his blog. I got the old rascal's autograph. I'm going to treasure it like a family heirloom. What used to be a mundane internet. Users suddenly became the object of envy for many people. I'm so jealous that I want to reveal my identity. My name is Zhang Wei. You can call me Wei. I got Chu Kuang's autograph. It said that only 50 copies of Murder on the Orient Express are signed. It's an absolute steal to be able to buy a signed edition. Is it real or fake? No picture, no proof. Are you sure it's not a scam? Is it the real thing? You're the first one to claim to have a signed book. Share a picture. If it's confirmed, I'm willing to offer 5,000. The netizen who left this comment is obviously wealthy. Jianwei looked at the comments, and seeing that quite a few people were doubting him, made another post, releasing 9 pictures. In these 9 photos, he showed off the pristine cover of Murder on the Orient Express and the page with Chu Kuang's signature from all angles. You should believe now, right? Jianwei felt smug and took the opportunity to reply to the wealthy netizen. I'm not planning to sell it. I'm a fan of teacher Chu Kuang. I will keep this book as a collection. To Jianwei's surprise, the wealthy netizen replied to him this way. I don't intend to buy it anymore. You seem to have been tricked by an unscrupulous bookseller. This is not Chu Kuang's autograph. Jianwei was stunned. At this point, more comments appeared, saying the same thing as the wealthy netizen. Fake autograph. Chu Kuang's handwriting is not this beautiful. Last time the murder of Roger Ackroyd was released, didn't he also sign? It was definitely a primary school font. Let me show you a picture. Someone posted it online last time. A netizen posted a signed copy of the Murder of Roger Ackroyd, which was officially approved as a real signature by Silver Blue Books, who even congratulated the lucky guy who posted that picture. Did you see that? This is Chu Kuang's real signature. I feel sorry for the original poster. I'm guessing some bookseller wanted to fool consumers and had someone else sign it. It's disgusting. You can make a complaint to the bookstore. From what I see, the original poster clearly had no idea. Those who noticed the Murder of Roger Ackroyd signed edition last time would know Chu Kuang's handwriting is worse than a primary school student's. Jianwei compared the autograph on the title page of the Murder of Roger Ackroyd, and his expression gradually fell. Although the signature on Murder on the Orient Express was more beautiful, it didn't seem to be Chu Kuang's. If it's not Chu Kuang's signature, then there's no point calling it a signed copy. Thinking this way, Jianwei almost wanted to follow the netizen's advice and go to the bookstore to demand an explanation. However, just at that moment, Silver Blue Book's official blog account mentioned Jianwei and explained. This copy of Murder on the Orient Express is personally signed by teacher Chu Kuang. Everyone can stop doubting. As for why the handwriting is completely different from last time, we were flabbergasted when we received the signed books. You should probably interview Mr. Chu Kuang himself. Dog head emoji. Jianwei. He felt like he went from heaven to hell, then back to heaven again. If the publisher says it's Chu Kuang's autograph, how can it be fake? Holy shit. It's real? After seeing the official explanation, the wealthy man quickly messaged Jianwei again. Teacher Chu Kuang's signature is so beautiful this time. If you're willing to sell, I can offer 10,000. The wealthy guy immediately raised his price. The other netizens were both surprised and puzzled. Is this really Mr. Chu Kuang's signature? Are you sure the official publisher didn't make a mistake? Isn't this Chu Kuang's signature? Screenshot of the Murder of Roger Ackroyd's signature? Did Chu Kuang have someone else sign for him? Because his handwriting was mocked by the group last time. I'm starting to suspect that Chu Kuang deliberately made his handwriting look ugly last time. The handwriting this time is too beautiful, right? This autograph is even more beautiful than our calligraphy teacher's writing. In the midst of the comments from the netizens, 2 more lucky readers who had bought signed books posted pictures of Murder on the Orient Express online. They were both in cursive. The handwriting is exactly the same as the pictures Jianwei posted. Only the font style is slightly different. It seems that the person who signed it had carefully designed it. Before the netizens had time to ponder, Silver Blue Books rushed over to authenticate. These 2 are also genuine signed books. Congratulations to the 2 book fans for buying Chu Kuang's signed books. Silver Blue Books is really going all out for this signature verification, seemingly wanting to help Silver Blue Books share the workload on Chu Kuang's tribe account. Amid the shock and confusion of the netizens, a short video was posted. Chu Kuang, a slender hand, holding a pen, wrote these 2 words with mature pen movements. Then, the speed of the hand changed abruptly and wrote, Chu Kuang, again with a different style. The text that accompanied the short video was, I've been practicing calligraphy recently and have made some progress. Only then did the readers and fans realize. Chu Kuang, this old rascal, is teasing everyone again. Chapter 355, 334. So it's because of narrative trickery again _1. His calligraphy improved from persistent practice? Only fools would believe such a dull explanation from Chu Kuang. Just as Jin Mu predicted. Any person with common sense knows that it's impossible for an ordinary person's calligraphy to escalate from a schoolboy level to master level in a short span of time. How long has it been since The Murder of Roger Ackroyd was published? You practiced calligraphy for just that little while, and it improved so significantly? Impossible. There could only be two explanations for this. The first possibility, Chu Kuang had someone else sign for him. The second possibility, Chu Kuang's previous schoolboy handwriting was just a prank on the readers. Obviously, everyone believes it's the second reason. There's no need to have someone else sign for him. Even if Chu Kuang's signature is ugly, it doesn't affect his popularity and prestige. In fact, everybody finds it rather cute. After all, Chu Kuang's writing prowess is remarkable. A weakness like poor handwriting only makes people find him more amusing. How sensitive must one be to hire someone else to sign for them just because they were teased a bit by netizens? Not to mention, Chu Kuang even posted a video of him signing. Although the video didn't show his face, it made readers more willing to believe that it was Chu Kuang's real signature and that the previous time was just a joke he played on everyone. You old rascal. You've been exposed. So, all this while you were pretending to have bad handwriting. Be careful, rascal, I might smash your windows. Others pretend to be weak to take advantage of the strong, while you pretend to be weak to play on your fans. Did you think we'd admire you by saying, wow, Chu Kuang's handwriting is so beautiful? Dream on. So it's another case of emphasizing the importance by underestimating first. No wonder you are the master of writing. This twist is so interesting. I'm learning so much. Although I don't want to admit it, that signature of the rascal is indeed beautiful. Any experts out there who can comment on his calligraphy skills? His way of holding the brush seems quite professional. The writing looks even better than some of the calligraphy templates. At this point, some netizens, who had been studying calligraphy, stepped up. I've been studying calligraphy for over a decade. I can say without bias that Chu Kuang's calligraphy is good enough to be used as a reference for people to imitate. Yes, judging by the signatures shown on the internet, Chu Kuang is quite accomplished in calligraphy. The only word we can analyze is Chu Kuang's name, so the analysis might not be that good. But based on his brush strokes and how he holds the brush, it's clear that Chu Kuang knows a lot about calligraphy. At least, the signature can only be written by a calligraphy master. Only then did netizens realize that Chu Kuang's calligraphy skills were indeed very high. A master calligrapher? As anticipated, genius of GOAT level like Chu Kuang and devilish writers are all-rounders, even excelling in calligraphy. Too excellent. However, the higher Chu Kuang's calligraphy skills, the worse his previous actions were. So, Chu Kuang was really fooling us. He intentionally signed The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with elementary school handwriting. He really is naughty. He has always been tricking us. Didn't you remember? The genre of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd was originally a detective novel aimed at trapping the reader with textual pitfalls. It created the trend of narrative trickery. Isn't it normal for the author to continue to trap readers even while signing? So the childish signature had this intention? Chu Kuang. After all, it's The Murder of Roger Ackroyd that originated the narrative trickery. It would be strange to have a regular signature, so I might as well take it all the way and prank my readers. Haha, Chu Kuang is so naughty. He intentionally made the signature ugly to match the narrative trickery genre. But everyone believed that was his real handwriting. With heated discussion, they felt Chu Kuang's wicked sense of humor. Once again, thanks to Chu Kuang's fame, whatever he said or did would always be interpreted in a way to suit his statements by the public. And these explanations are flawless. Even Jin Mu started to believe in these interpretations after seeing them. The childish signature really matches the style of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. That makes fun of readers. It's just that many people didn't expect Chu Kuang to fool readers so thoroughly by even including pranks in the signatures. Now that they think about it, if it wasn't for the narrative trickery trend that The Murder of Roger Ackroyd initiated, why would Chu Kuang intentionally make the signature so ugly? The ugly signature and the narrative trickery are a perfect match. They both exist to fool the readers. The netizens could only ridicule that Chu Kuang was becoming more and more of a prankster. While everyone was laughing at Chu Kuang, someone noticed a rarely noticed detail in the calligraphy video Chu Kuang posted. Chu Kuang's hand. In this video, although Chu Kuang's face wasn't in the frame, his hand was, allowing netizens to analyze it frame by frame. Chu Kuang's hand is so beautiful. It seems like the hand of a young person. The right hand is holding a pen, indicating Chu Kuang is not left-handed. His skin is fair and delicate, and his fingers are quite slender. Looks like the hand of someone who plays the piano. I wonder if Chu Kuang can play piano. Anyway, he should be young. Authors of fantasy novels are not likely to be old men. Just by looking at this hand, I want to lick it. I am a man. Such a beautiful hand. I already assume. Chu Kuang is definitely handsome. Oh my gosh, you guys can estimate looks based on a hand too? Just associating thoughts. If a girl's voice sounds pleasant, we associate it with a goddess's face. If a boy's hand looks nice, we associate it with a male god's face. But in reality, beauty is often the opposite. How old is Chu Kuang this year? I am so into this hand. We know Chu Kuang and Xian Yu are best buddies, and Xian Yu still hasn't graduated this year. So it can be inferred that Chu Kuang's age isn't much different from Xian Yu's. Considering the appearance of this hand, Chu Kuang should be around 30 years old. Everyone says Xian Yu is handsome. Chu Kuang is so young and has a good relationship with Xian Yu. Could he also be really handsome? Handsome guy with another handsome guy? I'm sorry, the scene that's playing in my mind has started to go awry. Netizens' thoughts went round in circles, coming back to the initial point. And the rotten girls discovered a new continent, with their eyes shining brightly. Lin Yuan did not expect this. When Jin Mu suggested filming a video like this, he didn't think too much about it. But netizens actually inferred a bunch of truths very close to reality, based solely on his right hand, which holds the pen. Of course, saying that his ugly handwriting earlier was intended to match the narrative trickery genre was just absurd. If Lin Yuan didn't know his own circumstances, he would almost suspect that what the netizens said was the truth. It seems that the ugly handwriting indeed matches with the narrative trickery genre. No, my handwriting is absolutely beautiful. Chapter 356, 335, limited edition signed book _1. Because of the autograph event for Murder on the Orient Express, most people online were discussing just how good Chu Kuang's handwriting was, and how terrible Chu Kuang's deliberate action of writing an ugly elementary school-like autograph last time was. As these discussions escalated, some readers who had acquired the autographed copy of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd couldn't stand it anymore. This netizen named Big Egg immediately posted online, questioning whether Chu Kuang's action was too unfair to the first batch of readers who received the autographs. He ranted angrily. Chu Kuang gave us, the first batch of readers, such ugly autographs, and the second batch got such beautiful ones. I'm too embarrassed to admit I have Chu Kuang's autograph. After posting this status, a netizen named Sima Yanlong private messaged Big Egg. The autographed edition of Murder on the Orient Express is so beautiful, and yours isn't really good. How about you sell your autographed copy to me? $1,000, okay? Okay. Big Egg agreed instantly and completed the transaction the same day. For Big Egg, the autographed copy of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd wasn't valuable anymore. Who would know that Chu Kuang purposefully wrote an ugly autograph? But what he didn't expect was, just the night he sold the autographed copy of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, the comments area filled up with hundreds of messages. All were surprisingly consistent. They all wanted an autographed copy. I'll give $2,000. I'll pay $3,000. For $1,000, okay. Author, don't sell it. You guys just want to grab a bargain. Can't even grab a bargain now. I guess the author isn't stupid enough. Must be showing off that he has The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with an ugly autograph. If the author really wants to sell, private message me. I can offer higher than those in the comments. Exactly. Are you guys underestimating the author's intellect? If you don't have $10,000, don't come here. Those offering $2,000 to $3,000 are simply indecent. Even a fool would know Chu Kuang's ugly autograph is limited edition. It might increase in value later. Big Egg was stunned. He didn't expect the autographed copy of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, which he detested, was so sought after. Is he the stupid one, or are these people stupid? I'm not selling anymore. He hurriedly found the buyer. The buyer replied with a triumphant emoji. The book is in my hands already. I've transferred the $1,000 to you. It's no use wanting to back out now. By the way, I'm going to advertise in your comments section. I don't think you'll mind. Damn. Angry, Big Egg sent a series of foul words over, but the recipient refused payment as he had been blocked by the seller. This wasn't the worst part. What was even more outrageous was that the buyer shamelessly posted in Big Egg's comment section, "The autographed edition of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd from the author has been sold to me. I got it for $1,000. I am willing to sell at $20,000. Who wants it? I want it. Me. Damn, you're the most bloody indecent one. You actually bought it for just $1,000, and now you're advertising in the comments section too. Heartless. I take back my previous comments. There really are stupid people these days. They can't even realize the value of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd's autograph. Hey, the author really is both dumb and pitiful. I thought the author was on level 5. Turns out the author is on the first level. He really thought Chu Kuang's autographed The Murder of Roger Ackroyd was a ripoff. This is a pitfall that so many people wish to step in. Only then did Big Egg realize Chu Kuang wasn't setting him up, but giving him a fortune. He was just too stupid, went public with Chu Kuang setting up his readers. It turns out the autograph of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd increased in value due to its ugliness. Pretty simple logic. Autographs are more valuable when scarce. If Chu Kuang's autograph in the future is all beautiful, then the autograph he signed for The Murder of Roger Ackroyd in an elementary school handwriting style becomes even more unique. Lin Yuan was oblivious to the fact that the price of the Murder of Roger Ackroyd autographed edition had been hyped by netizens online, doubling 2 or 3 times over. At the moment, he just received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the calligraphy category. You've gained 1,900 prestige points in calligraphy. Additionally, reminding the host that when prestige in a certain category breaks through a certain number, it will receive a large amount of system rewards. With the system prompt, the calligraphy prestige was unlocked, including the earlier unlocked music, literature, painting, film, and television. All 5 artistic fields have opened the prestige collection mode. Calligraphy. Lin Yuan contemplated. Perhaps calligraphy could be Chu Kuang's second hidden talent. It's just like Xianyu being able to compose music and write and direct movies. We, the Chu Kuang tribe, and I, not only know how to write, but also excel at calligraphy. It's reasonable and logical, which is perfectly normal. Just happened to see someone questioned online whether all I could do was write signatures. Exactly. There are 2 main types of comments in Chu Kuang's tribe area. One is complaining about the old rascal's shrewdness, and the other is praising the old rascal's superb calligraphy skills. There's a third voice, not mainstream, but it exists, which questions if it's reasonable or not. These voices declare themselves as sensible netizens. There's no need to praise Chu Kuang's calligraphy skills too highly. He's just an ordinary person with good handwriting. Yes, everyone should have practiced writing their own name. Some people have terrible handwriting, but their names are surprisingly beautiful when they write them. Imitate a well-designed artistic signature hundreds or thousands of times, and anyone can achieve this effect. Some time ago, an actor who only plays a little basketball was hyped up as a basketball star. Actually, there's really no need. Chu Kuang is excellent at writing. His calligraphy might be about the same as those we encounter in life who write well. An ordinary person with decent handwriting? Lin Yuan thought it sounded like a show-off. It's a good chance to gain reputation. Too bad there aren't many who doubt me. If each piece of my work was questioned by the outside world, the impact of a subsequent reversal would certainly be potent. Now I can only argue with this handful of people. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan said, "Uncle Jean, get the 4 treasures of the study ready." Huh? Jean Mu was startled. Lin Yuan spoke straightforwardly. "I want to write with a brush." Jean Mu was surprised. "Posting it on the tribe?" Lin Yuan nodded. "It could be posted." Jean Mu made an okay gesture and turned to go shopping. He just needed to buy some good quality paper, ink, brushes, and ink stones. On Blue Star, calligraphy was mainly done in brush strokes, one of the prevalent forms of art, Similar shops are abundant. There are two, just a few hundred meters down the road. After Jin Mu purchased the writing materials, Lin Yuan suddenly called out the system. I want to custom order some Chinese poetry, preferably in bulk. Calligraphy supplies, of course, had to be coupled with brilliant poetry. That's when the best results were achieved. System: Chinese poetry package special price, 50 million. Do you wish to customize? Lin Yuan: Are you selling me a package of ancient poetry for 50 million? It's definitely worth it. All those poems, their value isn't something money can measure. This transaction is clearly a bargain. But the system is probably kind this time for a specific reason. Lin Yuan had already understood the system's nature. Regardless of the system's intention, Lin Yuan wouldn't miss such a bargain. Considering the recent sales of his film and television rights, he nodded. Let's do it. With his current income, spending 50 million to improve himself no longer feels painful. Lin Yuan feels that his miserly, poverty-stricken persona is starting to crumble. Order complete. The system wasn't very fast this time, probably because of the heavy workload. Fortunately, the system got it all done in 10 minutes, after which Lin Yuan felt his head filling up with countless lines of poetry. He began to recite. In the Peach Blossom Grotto Orchard, Peach Blossom Hermit. Peach Blossom Hermit plants a peach tree and picks peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. I got that poem. Is the system trying to trick me? Alright. There might be duplicates in the customization, just like in the Poirot Detective Stories collection that includes Murder on the Orient Express. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd is also in the detective collection. As Lin Yuan's voice fell, Jin Mu, who had returned after buying stationery, was full of admiration. Sir, you really have a taste for poetry. No matter how many times this poem is heard, it's always wonderful. If it were 100 years ago on Blue Star, Jin Mu would have called Lin Yuan Sir. So his cultured remark, paired with Lin Yuan's poem, was quite fitting. Chapter 357, 336, A Tranquil Night, Abed_1. Of course, the type of writing that best embodies calligraphy is Chinese brush writing. In terms of artistry, anything like pen writing would be completely overshadowed by brush writing. Thus, if Lin Yuan wanted to prove his calligraphy skills, he would naturally choose the most prestigious brush writing. The paper was spread open. Jin Mu began to grind the ink. Brush writing might seem simple and casual at a glance, as if anyone could do it. However, when people actually pick up the brush, they'd realize how difficult it is. There are many specifics when it comes to brush writing. For example, the posture of writing, also known as the body method in ancient times. Once this body method is mastered, one is not far from excelling in brush writing. Lin Yuan did not know this before. If he had, his writing wouldn't have been so bad. Now things are different. With his skill in calligraphy, he also possesses the corresponding knowledge. When sitting at a desk, one should sit upright with the line of sight approximately 45 degrees to the surface of the desk. Unless one is a master, the head should not be tilted to either side. Those who are masters and don't pay attention to these elements have reached a level where their writing is impressive no matter how casually they write. Lin Yuan is at a professional level. To ordinary people, he is certainly a master, but to real calligraphy masters, there is still some distance. Therefore, he takes it very seriously. He even spent several minutes selecting the right brush, eventually choosing one suitable for writing large characters. The gray tip of the brush was smooth and slightly soft to the touch. How one holds the brush also matters. First, the tip of the thumb is held against the inner side of the brush barrel, applying force from left to right. Then, the end of the index finger leans against the outer side of the brush barrel, pinching the brush barrel with the thumb. The middle finger hooks tightly on the outer side of the barrel, with the root of the fourth finger pressing against the right side of the barrel. Finally, the little finger naturally closes up against the fourth finger. All of this is quite technical. Lin Yuan was going to write in regular script. Regular script symbolizes rules and standards. It's one of the most popular calligraphy fonts. Historians on Earth such as Ouyang Sun, Chu Suiliang, Yu Shinan, Xue Ji, Yin Jinqing, Lu Gongquan, etc., were masters of regular script. The characteristics of regular script can be described in 8 words. Moderately ornate and beautiful, calm and peaceful. This isn't the complete summary as there are different ways to write in regular script. However, This style is the most beautiful, so Lin Yuan chose to write in this font. From afar, just the sight of him writing with the brush was a pleasure to watch, a clear sign that he has matured in his skills. Watching this scene left Jin Mu with complicated feelings. He found his boss too impressive, as he was exceptionally professional in writing brush script, clearly a master among masters. He had previously pretended to be a novice to his readers and managed to deceive even his own manager. Immediately afterwards, Jin Mu could no longer dwell on Lin Yuan's actions, because he saw Lin Yuan writing a poem. It wasn't any verse that he had written before, but a new creation. The first verse written in regular script was, "Moonlight floods the whole room." Although just one line could not gauge the quality of the entire poem, considering the verses previously created by the boss, Jin Mu was starting to feel a sense of anticipation. Amid this anticipation, Lin Yuan wrote the second verse. "I suspect frost on the ground." It seemed to be taking shape. As Lin Yuan began to write the third verse, he casually explained, "When the brush is pressed down, the strokes become thick. When it is lifted, they become thin. It's like our feet when we walk. One foot steps down while the other is lifted, constantly alternating. Similarly, during writing, the brush is constantly lifting and pressing down. Only in this way can we produce lines of varying thicknesses." The teacher's halo activates. It was just an unintentional explanation by Lin Yuan, a habit formed after teaching composition. Jin Mu, however, was deep in thought, obviously influenced momentarily by the teacher's halo. However, neither Jin Mu nor Lin Yuan noticed the magic happening at this moment. Right now, Jin Mu's attention was on the third line of the poem that Lin Yuan was writing. "I lift my head to see the moon." What would the fourth line be? At this moment, the orange glow of the setting sun poured through the window lattice, speckling the fine rice paper. The ink was not yet dry. Lin Yuan was holding a black brush loaded with what seemed like famous ink. He wrote the final line, "I bow my head and think of home." His brush moved like a dragon and a serpent in a race. The ink flowed as smoothly as clouds and water. The twists and turns as the brush moved, the ups and downs as it was lifted and pressed down. At this moment, the entire poem was clear at a glance. With Jin Mu's slightly amazed eyes watching him, he couldn't help but read it out loud. "Moonlight floods the whole room. I suspect frost on the ground. I lift my head to see the moon. I bow my head and think of home." A nice verse. But sir, are you missing home at this moment? Lin Yuan remained silent. Miss home? But where? The poetry and lyrics of various eras are infinite. Why did he choose the simplest and most direct, a tranquil night abed? Lin Yuan couldn't explain it himself. Perhaps this was the occasional self-reflection and self-release of a transmigrator, revealing his subconscious thoughts. He labeled the name of the verse. Lin Yuan placed the brush in his hand on the pen rest next to him, feeling quite satisfied with his regular script. Gently blowing on the rice paper, he said to Jin Mu, "You can post this online." Understood. Jin Mu was somewhat excited. He turned his head to find a series of equipment and then searched for the shooting angle. Finally, he filmed the beauty of a tranquil night abed displayed from different angles and had Lin Yuan review it. "It's fine," said Lin Yuan, who seemed satisfied. In order to be a good manager, Jin Mu reportedly went out of his way to learn photography skills. In any case, his photos are better than the average person's. The short video last time was also Jin Mu's initiative, and the effect was quite good. "I'll upload it then." Jin Mu completed the action and hesitated for a moment. Looking at the tranquil night abed that Lin Yuan had just written, he grinned. "Boss, can I keep this poem as a collection? I really like this poem. If one day I'm too poor to live, I can still sell it for some money." The last sentence was a joke. There were rumors out there saying that Xian Yu identifies himself as Tang Bohu, and in the movie Flirting Scholar, Zhu Zhishan made a living by selling Tang Bohu's paintings and calligraphy. Jin Mu also knew that both Xian Yu and Chu Kuang were pseudonyms of his. "Boss, Lin Yuan." He nodded, indicating it was no problem. At the same time, the Tranquil Night Abed in regular script written by Lin Yuan had been uploaded to Chu Kuang's account. It was proper brush calligraphy, and it was in regular script. This form of writing most directly showcases a person's calligraphy skills. It's a beautiful piece of regular script. However, What's even more beautiful than the writing itself is the poem, A Tranquil Night Abed. It's one of Li Bai's most famous poems. Although it's not his most classic work, it's definitely the one that touches people the most. Calligraphy combined with a poem. Netizens, bystanders, fans, seeing the newly uploaded image, were briefly stunned, then slowly regained their senses. Following that, the comment section in Chu Kuang's account blew up, predictably. Chapter 358, 337 enjoyed by both refined and vulgar_1. In the beginning, everyone's attention was entirely captivated by the calligraphy posted by Chu Kuang. The elegant and clear regular script had a sense of proper beauty and peaceful circumstance. Even people who didn't understand calligraphy could appreciate the exquisite features of this piece. It flowed like clouds across the sky. Every stroke was as ethereal as a wisp of cloud. Lately, due to the matter of autograph books for The Murder on the Orient Express, many people were discussing whether Chu Kuang really had a solid foundation in calligraphy. By sharing a piece of calligraphy at such a time, Chu Kuang made an extremely powerful statement. This handwriting is breathtaking. Whoever previously said that Chu Kuang was just an ordinary person with good handwriting, forget about whether ordinary people can master brush writing. Even as a participant who has practiced brush writing from a young age, I absolutely cannot achieve the level of elegance that Chu Kuang has. I even have the feeling that my calligraphy teacher is not as good as Chu Kuang. What beautiful regular script. I never expected Chu Kuang to be skilled in regular script. The writings of ordinary regular script masters are almost indistinguishable from one another with no variations at all. After mastering the basic strokes and a bit of practice, anyone could write this kind of font. But top-tier regular script masters can create a scrutinizable masterpiece with each stroke, adding unpredicted excellences in the most casual way. Chu Kuang's calligraphy has reached the level of top-tier masters. This piece of writing is so handsome. I thought you, Chu Kuang, were just talented at writing. You could even effortlessly cross over various genres of novels. It took me a while to accept this setup, and now you're telling me that you're actually a calligraphy expert as well. No wonder they say Chu Kuang is a genius. Chu Kuang, the old rascal. How are others supposed to survive with this monster around? His regular script is vigorous and upright, yet not lacking in femininity. It's definitely not an amateur level. He's clearly a calligrapher who has been delayed by novel writing. Indeed, there were many people who could appreciate the value. Anyone with a little knowledge of calligraphy could see what level Chu Kuang's calligraphy was at. After all, this was calligraphy evaluated at the professional level by the system. People who could make a living with their calligraphy, how could their brush writing be bad? Even professional calligraphers gave their evaluations. After all, Chu Kuang is a celebrity. Many well-known influencers in the calligraphy field rapidly retweeted Chu Kuang's A Tranquil Night Abed and shared their own views. Chu Kuang's writing already has a sense of harmony. He can consider developing in the calligraphy field. I would consider buying a calligraphy collection by him. This style of regular script must have the hard work of more than a decade. The assessments from everyone were fairly objective. Even those who mentioned Chu Kuang's decade of hard work did not overstate. Without the system's prize as a boost, if Lin Yuan wanted to achieve this leveling of calligraphy by his own practice, he would likely need to train for more than a decade. In the meantime, those so-called sensible netizens were dumbfounded. They previously swore that Chu Kuang was just an ordinary person with attractive handwriting, only skilled at autographs. They claimed that even his autographs were nothing spectacular. However, this piece of regular script literally swelled their faces. This is an ordinary person? Is this called nothing special? Even professional calligraphers, who have published calligraphy collections, commented that Chu Kuang's writing has already become masterful. How could they persistently claim that the reason Chu Kuang's writing was good was only because of the hype attributed to his celebrity status? It was also at this time. Suddenly someone posted a thread. I just looked it up. This poem, A Tranquil Night Abed, doesn't seem to be some ancient poem. Pretty sure the author is Chu Kuang, the old rascal himself. The quality of the verse is really damn top-notch. A poem by Chu Kuang himself? Everyone noticed the content of A Tranquil Night Abed quite early on, with some even noticing it immediately. However, due to more people initially discussing calligraphy, everyone didn't think much about the verse itself. In fact, some even thought it was a poem written by some ancient sage, until a netizen highlighted this poem that finally caught everyone's attention. This poem is so impressive. Initially, it wasn't that notable, but after being reminded by some people, everyone took a closer look and found that this poem was indeed exquisitely written. It seems to be a simple 5-word quatrain, but it fully depicts the sentiment of longing for home. The verse seems like a painting. A traveler, unable to sleep in the foreign land at late night, finds the inn courtyard particularly desolate. The serene moonlight coming through the window lands on his bed, bringing a cold shiver of the autumn night. On first glance, in his dreamy mood, it seems as if a layer of white frost has fallen on the ground. However, on a closer look, the surroundings tell him that this is not frost. It's moonlight. The moonlight inevitably prompts him to look up, and he sees a round, plain moon hanging in front of the window. The autumn night sky is so clear, the autumn moon is extraordinarily bright, but also cold. Especially for a lonely traveler, it easily provokes homesick thoughts. Compounded by a bleak predicament, time passes quickly. Gazing at the moon, feeling sorry for himself, as if his brief dream just ended, he thinks about everything that has happened back home, about his family. His head gradually lowers as he is immersed in these thoughts, and the moonlight seems lonelier. What a beautiful sentiment. What a tranquil night of thought. The text is pure and simple. The whole poem doesn't have any peculiarly novel imagination, nor does it have finely crafted and gorgeous diction. It simply uses a narrative tone to express the sentiment of a traveler missing home. However, it is profound and thought-provoking, firmly captivating the reader. From doubting to looking up, then from looking up to lowering the head, it vividly reveals the poet's inner activities, outlining a vivid image of thinking about home on a moonlit night, expressing the feelings of Chu Kuang, the old rascal, when he misses his home in the quiet moonlit night. Are you the class representative above? The class representative did a good summary. Of course, not everyone can understand the aesthetic of this poem. Someone curiously said, I find the verse quite simple, without any peculiarly novel imagination or finely crafted and gorgeous diction. Especially the last line, lowering the head to think of the homeland, is too colloquial. How can this end up being a merit of Chu Kuang? Don't even mention it. Once this voice rose, those sensible netizens became more excited, rushing out to say, exactly, I don't see anything astonishing about this poem. I wonder why so many people are complimenting it. Just because Chu Kuang is a successful novelist and is very good at calligraphy, don't elevate his poetry too high. We should still be rational. The sensible netizens love to parade their sensibility, so they still acknowledged Chu Kuang's calligraphy. However, when they started trying to downplay A Tranquil Night Abed, someone shared the post. The sharer was none other than the widely recognized poetry master of Blue Star's Chin province, Mr. Quan. Chu Kuang's 4-line poem is written with a fresh and simple elegance, straightforward as speech, intricate and profound in its conception, spontaneous and completely unpretentious. Its content is simple, yet very rich, easy to understand, but inexhaustible to taste. In fact, Chu Kuang left unsaid much more than what he already disclosed. This is a marvelous state of effortlessly achieving perfection, a talented writer indeed displaying his brilliant talent. Unexpected. Even a renowned poetry master like Gong Quan publicly praised the level of A Tranquil Night Abed, making even readers who initially had no sense for the verse fall into deep thought, wondering whether they may lack comprehension and thus fail to appreciate the brilliance of this poem. Fortunately, such people are in the minority. As a planet with a highly developed culture and art, one of the greatest benefits of Blue Star is that ordinary people have some ability to appreciate. Because everyone has grown up immersed in such an environment, their basic cultural literacy is pretty good. Still not convinced. The netizens could only say one phrase. Are you saying you understand poetry better than a poetry master like Gong Quan? A Tranquil Night Abed is indeed not grandiose. It is quite down-to-earth and populist. Some people naturally prefer audacious poems like I am the killer of all flowers after blooming, and might not resonate as much with more grounded poetry. But the great thing about Li Bai is his ability to be enjoyed both by the refined and the vulgar. Chapter 359. 338 South, Xianyu North, Chu Kuang _1. The poem, A Tranquil Night Abed, itself is neither overly popular nor overly elegant. It's more like Li Bai's casual exposition and expression. It's like Jay Cho casually singing Confession Balloon. If you really want to evaluate Li Bai's poetic level, you should look at his other representative works, such as Bring in the Wine, such as The Road to Shu is Hard, such as the well-known Milky Way Falling from the Heavens. I won't list them all here. That's because Li Bai's wonderful works are so abundant, and some of them can astonish people at first glance. Otherwise, Li Bai wouldn't be recognized as the poem immortal. Of course, there is a Li Bai in this era too, but this Li Bai's works are completely different from Earth's Li Bai's works. In fact, Chu Kuang's exhibition of calligraphy and verses has had the greatest impact by letting the public see that Chu Kuang has skills beyond writing novels, and these skills are pretty exceptional. Witnessing this, people's past impression of Chu Kuang as good at writing novels has been changed. Those who had experienced the couplet incident also knew that Chu Kuang and Xianyu were both masters of matching couplets. Now, Chu Kuang puts forth two more impressions to the public. The first one is a calligrapher whose talent was wasted on writing books. The second one is a poet. Added up, Chu Kuang was really impressive. He was not only able to write poems, good at writing couplets, but also adept at novels and skilled in calligraphy. 2 words, universal talent. This naturally made many netizens associate with Xianyu. May I say, as expected of close friends, have you guys noticed what Chu Kuang can do? Xianyu can do too. Wow, you're right when you put it that way. Xianyu definitely excels at composing music, but Xianyu's screenwriting talent is also undeniable. The verses from Flirting Scholar were just amazing, not to mention Xianyu's last performance in the couplet war. Nankin doesn't live under the same roof. The friend of a genius is usually a genius too. I can't stand it anymore. I'll only say 2 words. Shadow. Those who understand will understand. Ha ha ha. Shadow's daily invisibility. Shadow really is becoming more and more invisible. Shadow is somehow a significant figure in the comic industry. Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, is very hot. It's just that these 2 buddies of his are too weird. So frustrating. When will Shadow stand up? Shadow was indeed becoming less visible. But now, as Chu Kuang and Xianyu partner up more and more, Shadow is teased by netizens more, which somehow gives him some bizarre presence. Existing in everyone's jokes. Some even jokingly called Xianyu and Chu Kuang Southern Xianyu, Northern Chu Kuang. Don't ask how North and South are distinguished. It's just that everyone thinks this sounds more rhymic. If you must figure it out, possibly, Xianyu sounds relatively gentle, giving a sense of Southern elegance. Chu Kuang, on the other hand, implies braveness and has an old jester's-like charm, giving a sense of Northern wildness. Then, this way of saying spread around somehow. Regarding the saying Southern Xianyu, Northern Chu Kuang, it surprisingly left profound impressions. Some even tried to add candidates to the East and West. But unfortunately, everyone found out that there really weren't any names in East XX and West XX that could be compared with Xianyu and Chu Kuang. The 2 of them are indeed oddities. So there are only the South and the North, the West and the East. Probably they will appear in the future, or maybe they will never appear. When Lin Yuan saw the comments in Xianyu's section, many people were typing Southern Xianyu, Northern Chu Kuang. He was a bit flabbergasted. He had only ever heard the names Southern Murong and Northern Xiaofeng, so Southern Xianyu and Northern Chu Kuang was a first for him. It didn't rhyme at all. Some even truncated the names to Southern Fish and Northern Mad, which was full to the brim with adolescent pretensions. Lin Yuan felt if he fell off his horse at this moment, the embarrassment would knock out a whole 2-bedroom apartment from his toenails. Jin Mu, however, seemed quite excited. Southern Xianyu and Northern Chu Kuang. Actually, it seems pretty apartment. One pen name committed to the field of novels, the other focused on composing. Moreover, both pen names have diverse ventures. Xianyu in movies and Chu Kuang in calligraphy. Perfect. Lin Yuan. Could he at least save some face for Shadow? Although they are all pen names, and there is no favoritism, being teased so much made Lin Yuan inevitably affected by online opinions. feeling that Shadow seemed a little underappreciated. Fortunately, Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, is about to end. The next comic series is Death Note, and it's sure to explode in popularity. Shadow must catch up with Chu Kwang and Xianyu, at least not to be completely unnoticeable, right? With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately called Luo Wei and the assistants in the studio to discuss the new comic. New comic. Luo Wei sounded somewhat nervous. Have you decided the theme yet? Lin Yuan took out the materials he had prepared in advance. He prepared these when he was idle at the company. Story summary, character settings, from image to drawing style, everything is designed. You guys have a look first. Ask me if you have any questions. Okay, Luo Wei said. Just in time. Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, is going to end next month, so we can slightly prepare now to start the serialization of the new comic. With that, Luo Wei looked nervously at the new comic material in her hand, just as she felt nervous when King of the Net finished. What if the new comic isn't good? What then? This is a common worry for writers of novels, comics, and creators of any art form. Will the next work be as successful? However, these anxieties gradually disappeared as Luo Wei started reading Death Note. Unless one is naturally disinterested in this type of cult, any boy who loves to act cool or girl without much princess mentality will hardly resist the allure of this story. Not to mention, Lin Yuan made slight adjustments to the art style of Death Note. Like the image of the Shinigami, Lin Yuan has made it akin to the hellish ghost image in the mythologies of Blue Star. Also, the drawing style of some characters in the story has been tweaked a bit by Lin Yuan to suit the aesthetics of Blue Star. This so-called aesthetic of Blue Star is basically the aesthetics of his previous life's Celestial Dynasty. The aesthetics of neon manga, though also Eastern in style, have more Japanese-style details, so changes are necessary. Lin Yuan has got the hang of it already. Not only did Luo Wei like this story, the other assistants in the comic studio who were nobodies also got excited when they saw the textual version of the story. Their eyes shined brightly. This story is great. I feel like it'll be amazing when drawn out. It might be even more exciting than Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma. Can't say about the popularity, but it should be highly rated. Yagami Light is too cool. This Lin is also very handsome. Is Lin the boss? This was Lin Yuan indulging in vanity, satisfying his wicked humor. In Death Note, the man who loves and fights with Yagami Light is L. Replacing names with letters is influenced by Western culture. Lin Yuan has tried it, but it doesn't suit him. Blue Star rarely does this, even though Blue Star has its own set of alphabetical letters. So Lin Yuan changed the L to Lin. Lin also starts with L, and what a coincidence, it exactly matches Lin Yuan's surname. He also wanted to increase his involvement in Death Note. Of course, he is certainly not inviting a real Yagami Light with a Death Note aiming for justice to this world. Chapter 360, 339 Silver Blue Mini Theater _1. Bringing out Death Note now is just to let everyone in the manga studio get familiar with it in advance. After all, this is everyone's future work. And at this moment, the main focus of the studio is definitely on the existing manga. No one slacked off on the work of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, because of Shadow's new work. Next, the studio is preparing for the final chapter of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, and Lin Yuan, who is rarely idle, stays in the studio all day drawing. Of course, before diving full-time into the final chapter of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, Lin Yuan still found time to write a novel. The novel is called The Styles Manor Case. Don't wonder why the title of the book didn't change. Lin Yuan actually paid a lot of attention to avoiding typical Western names, but as he learned more about Blue Star culture, he gradually realized there was no need for it. Styles is fine. In this world, there are too many varied names, like the foreigners in his previous life, let alone names in novels. There are names in novels that use characters like Shang, meaning death. But there is no capricious use of characters like Wang, death, for names. So now when Lin Yuan writes characters' names in his novels, he begins to act capriciously. Of course, a name like Nikolai Ostrovsky is definitely not usable. Not to mention the habit of Blue Star people of not adding dots in the middle of their names. Just to say, The longest name a Blue Starian can have is 5 characters. Any more, and it would lose the reader's sense of immersion. Anyway, that's why the Styles Manor case didn't need a name change. It's the first story in the Hercule Poirot series, and also Poirot's earliest appearance chronologically. Poirot's legendary life began with this story. It sounds similar to Conan Doyle's Study in Scarlet, where Watson meets Holmes in this case. And Poirot's assistant Hastings also first met Poirot in the Styles Manor case. Likewise, both Hastings and Watson were injured in war and met their detective friends while recovering from their injuries. As everyone knows, Holmes's era precedes Poirot's. So it is generally believed that Agatha Christie was influenced by the relationship between Holmes and Watson to create the combination of Poirot and Hastings. The truth doesn't matter, because on Blue Star, both Poirot and Holmes probably belong to Chu Kuang. After finishing this novel, Lin Yuan sent it to Silver Blue Books for publication. For a long time to come, he will serialize Poirot detective stories. Since he got Hercule Poirot series, he naturally wants to create his own Hercule Poirot series in the genre of detective novels. Silver Blue Books. After reading the new story, The Styles Manor Case, and getting the news that Chu Kuang is going to officially create a series of Poirot novels, the whole mystery department was ecstatic. The editor-in-chief, Daji, was so excited that he was almost short of breath. This was the first time he felt that he had firmly latched onto Chu Kuang's coattails. I really like Poirot. Master Chu Kuang is planning to create the Poirot series, which means we can see more stories about Poirot. This seems to be a new approach to writing detective stories, with a fixed protagonist but changing cases. This can reduce the unfamiliarity for readers. People seeing the detective's name will feel familiar. Yes, the murder of Roger Ackroyd introduced Poirot to many people. Because people started to know Poirot, so when they saw Murder on the Orient Express with Poirot appearing again, they quickly got into the mood. This is also somewhat related to the reader's understanding of Poirot's way of deduction. I wonder how many stories Master Chu Kuang is going to write. The more stories about Poirot, the better. It might depend on when Master Chu Kuang gets tired of writing about Poirot and arranges for his retirement again. After all, we all know that Poirot in the murder of Roger Ackroyd was planning to retire. He just didn't succeed. The mystery department passionately debates, while the Styles Manor case also enters the publication and promotion phase. Elsewhere, the atmosphere in the fantasy department was gloomy. The editor-in-chief O.L. Xiong's face was so dark, it looked like it was about to rain. They also received the news about Chu Kuang's plan to create the Poirot series. Chu Kuang has surprisingly settled in the mystery department, but we, the fantasy department, were there before. Be it in terms of contract signing, improving treatment, or supporting his transition. When Chu Kuang first wanted to write detective stories, many people in the department thought he was just playing around. After all, Chu Kuang had already written several fantasy novels, and he liked to transition between genres as if he wanted to touch on everything. Given his past records, his desire to try his hand at detective fiction was not surprising. But no one expected that Chu Kuang's detective novels would be so popular. And what's more unexpected, Chu Kuang seemed to have become addicted to writing detective novels that he planned to continue and even develop a Poirot detective series. So, this group of people had a mental breakdown. You must know, Chu Kuang was indeed the walking performance of the department. His readership influence, his book sales, his personal fame, all were too massive. The fantasy department didn't want to let Chu Kuang go at all. Chu Kuang could have been the darling of any department he ended up in. To describe it in a way the mystery department would like to say, a pillar is always a pillar, wherever it goes. The situation of the mystery department is the best proof. Before Chu Kuang joined the mystery department, the whole department was lifeless. Every time the company held a meeting for all departments, Chao Deji would be scolded mercilessly by the chief editor. As a department that has been lagging in performance for years, the editors from the mystery department always felt downcast when they were at work. Now that Chu Kuang has arrived, the performance of the mystery department has gone up dramatically. Simply put, Chu Kuang single-handedly saved the mystery department. His earliest release, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, sold pretty well. Not to mention the recent sales of Murder on the Orient Express. Even after a month, the sales didn't drop too much, and there were still many people buying it continuously. Plus, he's just finished a new title, The Styles Manor Case, which is about to be published. Now the mystery department has finally raised its head up. Even Prodigy, who could be lightly teased before, started to shake. In the past, when the chief editor held a meeting, he would keep his head down, wish he could become invisible, and remain submissive. But now, he frequently speaks up, pounces on opportunities, fearing that others might not notice his presence. I, Daji, am Chu Kuang's editor. Of course, Chao Daji didn't say this directly, but it was crystal clear from his actions and words. By comparison, the fantasy department seemed like a spurned EXT girlfriend of Chu Kuang's, looking at the mystery department with resentment and jealousy. What's more terrifying is that this ex-girlfriend is still deeply in love with Chu Kuang. Many people in the company were afraid that people from the fantasy department and mystery department would start fighting over Chu Kuang. And the biggest fear: if the fantasy department and the mystery department are considered as Chu Kuang's ex and current partners, then the other departments could probably be seen as those little bitches jealous of their relationship and hoping for them to break up soon. Because other departments were also coveting Chu Kuang, wishing they could take his place. Of course, this was just a small drama inside Silverblue Books. Externally, with the launch of the Styles Manor Case, Silverblue Books also officially announced Chu Kuang's upcoming Poirot series, and this story would be the earliest timeline of the Poirot series. The reader's circle was buzzing. Chapter 361, 340 Progress of Health Task _1. Poirot is actually getting his own series. I saw this coming from the first two stories. Chu Kuang used Poirot as the main character. In the past, when people read detective novels, they focused on the case and reasoning, not the characters. Chu Kuang's detective novels have got me interested in more than just the case. It feels like a breath of fresh air. Chu Kuang's detective stories are character-focused. After all, Chu Kuang started out writing fantasy novels. His way of thinking is obviously different from traditional detective writers. Focusing on character development and exploring human nature is a pretty normal thing. The ending of Murder on the Orient Express is proof of that. Only Chu Kuang would allow the protagonist to let the murderer go. I hope they don't let the murderer go in the future. I guess Chu Kuang wouldn't dare to do similar stuff too often. After all, fighting violence with violence is not a positive thing. It's just that when the law cannot protect us, we have no choice but to take up arms. Sure, I like Poirot. Another fascinating Poirot detective show. Chu Kuang is trying to build Poirot into the top detective in the industry. There aren't many mystery writers on Blue Star who keep writing about the same protagonist. Perhaps this is a good attempt. With Chu Kuang writing 2 successive novels with Poirot as the main character, Poirot blew up in popularity. Many people have remembered this character, so when Silverblue officially announced a Poirot series, the readers were generally receptive. The fans of crime fiction were also invested in Styles Manor Case. If anybody wasn't too thrilled, it would probably be Chu Kuang's fans who aren't interested in detective fiction. Chu Kuang has written a lot of novels and has accumulated many fans. However, not all of Chu Kuang's fans followed him in his constant genre switching. A regular reader, even if they really like an author, might not read the author's new book if it's in a genre they are not interested in. It's only human. So while Chu Kuang is gaining more fans, some fans of certain genres are actually dropping off at the same time. Like fans of his fantasy novels. The truly loyal fans who follow him no matter what genre he writes are still a minority after all. However, the thing about Chu Kuang is, his readers aren't actually lost. It's more accurate to say they are dormant. As long as Chu Kuang continues to write the genre they are interested in, these fans would instantly be awakened. Also, the number of readers willing to follow Chu Kuang in different genres is constantly increasing. Perhaps due to the genius displayed by Chu Kuang, more and more people are starting to admire him. There are always some idols who are charming enough that no matter what they write, the fans are willing to pay for it. It's a bit like chasing celebrities. Die-hard fans, no matter how bad their favorite artist performs or how poorly they sing, can accept it all. Of course, Chu Kuang doesn't belong to that group of terrible ones. On the contrary, he's so excellent that many people call him abnormal. After all, it's Lin Yuan, the South, and Chu Kuang in the North. It's worth mentioning that while the response to Styles Manor Case has been pretty good, the overall evaluation was definitely not as good as the previous two mysteries. This was within everyone's expectations, and no one will criticize Chu Kwong for being over the hill. After all, the murder of Roger Ackroyd pioneered the narrative trickery mode. As for Murder on the Orient Express, it's a work that completely blew up the entire detective circle. If Styles Manor case was of that caliber, it would be too exaggerated. Even the abnormal should have a limit. Not to mention, this story is commendable. Like all outstanding serial stories, the upper limit of the Poirot series is very high, but the lower limit is certainly not low. As long as the quality of this series stays within a range that keeps the readers engaged, it'd be a successful series. The well-known Sherlock Holmes series operates on the same principle. The stories vary in quality. The important thing is to maintain the minimum standard. And as this series continues, Poirot will inevitably ascend to the pantheon of detective fiction one day. Lin Yuan can see this coming. Ultimately, this silver treasure chest is too good. It directly elicited the Poirot series for me. Does this mean I won't have to plan too much for long novels for a year or two? Lin Yuan worked it out. There are a total of 38 novels in the Poirot series. There are 33 medium-length novels. Excluding Styles Manor case and other already published stories, there are still 30 medium-length stories left. These 30 books, following a pace of one book per month, can last more than 2 years. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to shorten this time frame, it would still take at least a year to complete the serialization of the entire Poirot series. Considering the system's requirements for him, Lin Yuan thought he might need to shorten this time somewhat. If that doesn't work out, he could intermix some other genres in between. Plans cannot keep up with changes, so Lin Yuan didn't make any strict plans. After the release of Styles Manor case, Lin Yuan asked the system to display his data. Name, Lin Yuan. Music prestige value, 800,000. Literature prestige value, 830,000. Painting prestige value, 270,000. Film and television prestige value, 220,000. Calligraphy prestige value, 33,300. Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to the data at the back. He mainly looked at the prestige value for literature and music. Because he has a long-term task, many of the things Lin Yuan does are for this task. Task name. Health is the prerequisite for revolution. Task content. Prestige for both literature and music categories, each breaking 1 million. Task reward. The host can live to 30 years old healthily without illness or disaster. Task note. The standard for health refers to a physique carefully maintained by the system, far surpassing ordinary people. Additionally, this task will remain effective until the host reaches 27 years old. This is the task that Lin Yuan took when he was a sophomore. He checked the content of this task again today mainly because he realized that this task is almost completed. Although the prestige of literature and music has not reached the task requirement of breaking 1 million, they have both reached around 800,000. He only needs another 200,000. If Lin Yuan steps it up, he will succeed. At that time, Lin Yuan will have a healthy body. A healthy body means more time and energy. Although Lin Yuan has the system's energy potion now, which often gives him the effect of a healthy body, it is not as thorough a solution as this task. After all, it's a comprehensive solution, including problems like damaging his vocal cords. Without the energy potion, Lin Yuan wouldn't even dare to stay up late. Now, Lin Yuan is considered wealthy. For wealthy people, health is the greatest wealth. Chapter 362, 341, Movie Star Dog_1. With the passage of time, Starlight's long-planned new movie Hachiko finally saw its launch day. This day happened to be the first day of July. A fortunate day for begging for children, weddings, engagements, and the start of construction. An inauspicious day for funerals, travel, praying for blessings, and planting. A perfect day to start filming. Yi Qinggong was still the director, and Mr. Shun, the big housekeeper, was still Shun Qing. Unless there were special reasons, Lin Yuan was not planning to change the core crew of the production team. He remained as unassuming as ever in his role as the principal scriptwriter on set. Without making any perfunctory speech at the launch, he left that to the director and the producer. Instead, he played a guessing game with Antarctica, who he hadn't seen in ages. The so-called guessing game was simple. He took out 3 medium-sized opaque cups, one of which covered a coin. He then quickly shuffled the order of the cups and finally let Antarctica guess which cup the coin was under. Lin Yuan's professional piano skills came into play. His hand speed was incredibly fast, almost dazzling, and yet his movements were graceful. Soon, Gudong, the assistant who was guessing with Antarctica, got dizzy from watching Lin's moving hands. This wasn't really an issue. After all, Mr. Lin was known for his quick hands. The issue was that even though Gudong was always guessing wrong, Antarctica was always guessing right. The dog's paw could easily find the cup hiding the coin. This upset Gudong. She felt like she was dumber than a dog. What Gudong didn't notice was that Zhang Xiaoming, the male lead of Hachiko, who had been quietly watching Lin Yuan, coughed lightly to himself. His gaze, filled with bewilderment, rested on Antarctica. Clearly, he had also tried his hand at guessing and had failed miserably. Yuan, here's your treat. Lin Yuan opened a box of dog treats for Antarctica. Antarctica wagged its tail, happily eating away. Lin Yuan said to Antarctica, "Take your time eating while I tell you about the script." Lin Yuan began to slowly explain the script to Antarctica. Gudong, Zhang Xiaoming. Is Mr. Lin serious? Does such a thing as explaining a script to a dog actually happen? If they didn't know any better, they might think Antarctica was a human in a dog costume. Well, okay. There are people who communicate with animals this way. It doesn't matter whether the animal understands or not, as long as they themselves feel that the animal understands. In daily life, don't we often see pet owners seriously chatting with their cats or dogs? Mr. Lin is probably like that. They figured as much and didn't think too much of it at the time. However, during the actual filming that afternoon, a startling event left them, and the entire crew, dumbstruck. Antarctica began to display its acting skills. As strange as that sounds, to be more precise, Antarctica was performing exactly according to the script. Whatever Lin Yuan asked Antarctica to do, Antarctica did. Even when the action wasn't perfect, Lin Yuan would intentionally correct Antarctica. For example, at this moment, Mr. Lin was seriously telling Antarctica, "You're running too fast. The camera movement isn't nice. You need to slow down, follow this path, and if you deviate, you will be out of shot." The older members of the crew who had worked with Lin Yuan during Flirting Scholar, for some reason suddenly remembered how Lin Yuan had trained the male lead, He Sheng. It was the same back then. He Sheng, who couldn't act well no matter what, suddenly possessed sky-high acting skills after being coached by Mr. Lin. Scenes that were previously impossible to get through. As soon as Mr. Lin taught him, he seemed to understand it all, as if Mr. Lin had unblocked his governor and conception vessels. Back then, the entire crew found it miraculous. They still marvel at it whenever they talk about that incident. But they didn't expect to see something even more incredible today. Mr. Lin was teaching a dog to act. Normal people teaching a dog to act would be like playing the lute before a cow. But when Mr. Lin teaches a dog to act, the dog actually understands everything. Lying down, jumping, seemingly upset, or merry, barking loudly, or humming under its breath. Good grief. The dog is actually acting. Unbelievable. Even if this is Mr. Lin's own dog, this is a bit too much. The dog does whatever Mr. Lin asks of it, as though it's attained enlightenment or something. After all, it is Mr. Lin's dog. Someone muttered, Mr. Lin probably spends a lot of time with the dog and deliberately trained it, so they have developed a mutual understanding. Everyone grudgingly accepted this explanation. Antarctica is, after all, Mr. Lin's own dog. Unfortunately, this explanation soon became untenable because the next day, the team brought in a puppy. To explain, when people watch a movie, they see the entire life of the dog on the screen, but in fact, this is just the crew's blindfolded method. They need to find 3 dogs to portray the puppy, the adult dog, and the old dog separately. Antarctica is playing the adult dog in Hachiko. As for the puppy's role, it had to be played by this newly brought-in puppy. No matter how good Antarctica's acting skills are, it can't shrink in size. It's not a transformer, after all. This puppy was clearly less cooperative than Antarctica when it came to acting, and the crew finally got a taste of the real challenges of shooting with a dog. Compared to this puppy, Antarctica was more like a human being. In some respects, it even acted better than humans. When there was a scene where the puppy refused to cooperate, Lin Yuan stepped in. He squatted in front of the dog, held the script, and seriously explained the scene to it. The whole crew was in disarray. Did he think this dog was Antarctica from his house? This dog certainly wasn't Antarctica. Although Antarctica could cooperate with the film crew without taking medication, the puppy needed to. The Emperor's Charm Potion. This puppy, which had taken the Emperor's Charm Potion, still wasn't as smart as Antarctica, but it evidently gained some acting talent and could more or less understand Lin Yuan's commands. Thus, when Lin Yuan finished explaining the scene to the puppy, and the crew restarted shooting in a peculiar atmosphere, everyone was utterly stunned. This puppy actually knew how to act now. This puppy had been trained by Mr. Lin. In all my years in the industry, this is the first time I've seen someone improve a dog's acting skills. If Mr. Lin can do this with a dog, wouldn't training human actors be a breeze for him? Did Mr. Lin learn dog training before? Your family's dog training skills can teach a dog to act? I think Mr. Lin must be psychic. I'd rather believe that Mr. Lin can talk to dogs. Mr. Lin may not be able to talk to dogs, but he can definitely communicate with them in some form. No matter how you put it, this is just too amazing. Compared to those big directors who only know how to train fresh-faced actors, Mr. Lin can even train dogs. If you put it that way, I think, after being trained by Mr. Lin, the dog's acting skills surpass many actors. What? Are you hoping for the dog to win the Best Actor award? Why not Best Actress? Because the best acting dog, Antarctica, is a male. What these people didn't know was that the puppy was obedient because of the power of the Emperor's Charm Potion. When the crew brought in the old dog later, Lin Yuan also used the Emperor's Charm Potion to communicate with it. Only Antarctica can truly understand, so Lin Yuan doesn't need to spend money on it. Some people tried to mimic Lin Yuan and communicate with the dogs. But clearly, these three dogs basically only listened to Lin Yuan, especially when acting. After these few days, the way the crew looked at Lin Yuan had become somewhat strange. Gudong remembered the way his father gazed at the golden Buddha statue when he dragged him up the mountain to pray during New Year. It was exactly the same look. Chapter 363, 342, Shadows Industry Status _1. Although the filming of the movie had just begun, the entire crew was unanimous in one belief. The dogs in Hachiko could very possibly be the most talented ones that Blue Star has ever had in its films. If there were to be an award for the best actor among dogs, Antarctica would undoubtedly win it. You can imagine, no matter how this movie performs in the box office and receptions, audiences will surely be amazed by these dogs' remarkable performances. Any future production requiring dogs might even consider the ones featured in Hachiko. The acting of these dogs is absolutely brilliant. Of course, the lead actor Zhang Xiaoming is also incredibly skilled. Yet because he is already known for his award-winning talent, his excellent performance was considered normal, which wasn't nearly as astonishing as the dogs. During a filming break, the comic Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, serialized under the name Shadow by Lin Yuan, finally came to its end. Its last episode was published amidst countless comments and expressions of reluctance from countless fans. The end of an era. Shadow posted this status after getting permission from Lin Yuan. Luo Wei, who actually wrote the post, also took the opportunity to reveal the news of their new comic, working on a new original comics. Publication details to be announced separately. Time to celebrate the conclusion. With Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma concluding, it's probably less likely we'll see another culinary comic. No idea what type of comic Shadow's new one will be, but we all know you're not purely a comic artist. Not merely a comic artist. New readers might not know this. Many people thought Shadow was just an illustrator before Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, was launched, so this comic was not expected to perform well at first. It ended up becoming a huge success. Xianyu, Shadow's a hit? Chu Kuang, Shadow's a hit. Haha everyone. Don't be too hard on Xianyu and Chu Kuang by constantly comparing them with Shadow. Our Southern Fish and Northern Madman. Even comparable for ordinary people? Shadow is also famous in the comics industry. The readers are not wrong. Considering the overall record and impact it has made during its publication period, there's no doubt that Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, is splendid and glorious. Red to the point of being purple seems an apt way to describe it, especially when it quickly became one of the three pillars of the Tribe comics. Unfortunately, due to the constant emphasis on the food wars theme and resulting aesthetic fatigue from monotony of content. Together with the entrance of Chu Continent, a major reshuffle happened in the comics industry. This led to the downfall of the comic from the pillar status, showing an obvious decline in performance. But overall, it's not bad. This comic is a very commercially successful mainstream comic, and it will soon be adapted into an animation. The production is already underway, and many viewers and fans have high expectations for the animated adaptation of Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma. Is Shadow famous or not? To the public, the reason why Shadow seems unpopular is merely because he is always compared to Xianyu and Chu Kuang. Judging by the influence of his individual work in the comic industry, he has already become a successful veteran comic artist. Shadow's fans even made a special post to explain. Shadow is indeed popular. Let's look at the data. Just as Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, is concluding, let's make a summary. In terms of online subscriptions to this comic, the initial success of this work ranked among the top 5 on the entire Tribe Comics website. Considering that Tribe Comics is the largest comic website in the industry, the impact of this work by Teacher Shadow is certainly among the top 10 in the same period. The reason for the mediocre performance later on was largely due to the incorporation of Chu Continent, which has a massive comic and animation industry with many talents. Not to mention Chu Continent. Let's take a look at King of the Net. As Teacher Shadow's debut as an illustrator, the comic was serialized for free, but as you can see in many popularity rankings of comic characters, the fame of Long Ma and other members of Youth Academy is at the top level. Then let's talk about the achievements of the animated adaptation. The popularity of the animated version of King of the Net has exploded. The voice actor of the main character Long Ma is a rookie who became famous overnight because of this role. Being invited to voice many mainstream animes is sufficient proof. In conclusion, if it had not been for the entry of Chu Continent, Teacher Shadow would have solidly placed among the top 10 influential figures in the comic circle. But even with the entrance of Chu Continent, I believe Teacher Shadow is still a big figure not to be ignored in our comic circle. His works can easily rank among the top 20 in terms of sales. Let's not compare Xianyu and Chu Kuang to Shadow for fairness. Even though they seem to be good friends, they are not in the same field. This post is pretty objective. Shadow is indeed a top figure in the comic industry. 2 of his comic series have achieved success, especially King of the Net, which became popular due to its animated adaptation. It didn't lose to Chu Continent's animated cartoons in any respect, but it cannot be denied. After the merger with Chu Continent, significant changes took place in the animation market. A lot of new talents emerged in both the animation production industry and the comic industry. In this context, the weakening of Shadow's position is a fact, just like Xianyu and Chu Kuang constantly facing challenges from new continents. The difference is, whether Xianyu or Chu Kuang, whenever they encounter talents from newly joined continents, they often sweep through them like a crushing force. These talents usually end up being their fans, whereas Shadow hasn't yet displayed such a sweeping prowess. The merger will continue. The merger with Yin Continent will happen after the new year. Luo Wei analyzed. The best developed industry in Yin Continent is sports, with their athletes being the top level in Blue Star. Aside from the sports industry, their competitiveness in every other industry isn't bad either, mainly because they excel in competition, which can stimulate industrial progress. Even their literary world likes using literary duels. They are recognized by Blue Star as battle enthusiasts, and this culture has also extended to the comic circle. They too like using battle as a form of expression, so when Yin Continent joins, we might face some combat challenges. Thankfully, Death Note is not afraid of challenges. Honey Badger? Lin Yuan thought of an animal. Luo Wei was confused. What badger? Lin Yuan roughly explained what a honey badger is, which made Luo Wei burst out laughing. The people of Yin aren't stupid. Although they like to fight, they usually only choose opponents who are similar in level to them. They wouldn't dare to challenge those who are exceptionally strong. Not many people in Yin Continent would dare to challenge Xianyu and Chu Kuang, unless they are top-tier figures of the same level in Yin Continent. Lin Yuan. He had a literary duel with Lung Guang under Chu Kuang's alias, and had a general understanding of the format. Literary duels indeed have the ability to draw attention. What Lin Yuan did not expect was that not only the literary world of Yin is fond of fighting, they all are, in every industry. No matter when Death Note is officially released, even though there will still be a gap between Shadow and Xianyu as well as Chu Kuang, no one will dare to say that Shadow is insignificant. Lin Yuan is quite confident in this respect. Chapter 364, 343. Changed to a different cover than _1. Luo Wei laughed. Almost a year. Lin Yuan was taken aback. A year of what? Luo Wei continued smiling. Have you forgotten the agreement we made? I lost to you in the traditional painting contest that day and agreed to be your manga assistant for 2 years. It's almost a year since then. I've even graduated from university. Still a year left? Lin Yuan realized. I'm in my 5th year. It was July. Lin Yuan had just begun his summer vacation after his 4th year. Although he hadn't officially started his 5th year, he would be a true 5th-year student once September came. However, Lin Yuan had taken so many leaves that he hardly noticed this. Huh? Luo Wei blinked her eyes. You can't even remember your academic days, let alone our other agreement. You promised that if I did a good job as your assistant, you'd teach me traditional painting. I suppose I've done pretty well, haven't I? Lin Yuan. He really had forgotten about that. However, Luo Wei did remind Lin Yuan that he had said all those things. The main reason Lin Yuan agreed to teach Luo Wei traditional painting was because he received a task from the system. The task required him to raise his painting prestige to over 300,000 in a year. The task reward was a gold treasure chest containing master-level painting techniques. Now, the deadline for the task was looming very close. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan said to Luo Wei, after the release of Death Note, I'll make time to teach you traditional painting. Okay. Luo Wei nodded excitedly. She certainly loved manga, but her love for traditional painting never faded. Lin Yuan didn't continue chatting with Luo Wei, but silently thought. System, could you give me some hints about the time limits on tasks in the future? Many of the system's tasks have time restrictions. Last time, he went overtime on the apprentice task. Although the system eventually gave in, Lin Yuan felt that the system may not always be so accommodating. What a pity it would be to miss the task deadline due to timing issues. The system's mechanical voice replied, Okay. Lin Yuan made a face, then said to Luo Wei, who was getting up to pack and go home, Let's start drawing Death Note officially tomorrow. Luo Wei was surprised. Why the rush? Lin Yuan said, You don't need to know the specific reason. The earlier it is released, the sooner you can learn traditional painting. Luo Wei put on her backpack. Well, in that case, I'm pumped up. Lin Yuan nodded. Let's start tomorrow then. With a little more than 2 months left for the task of raising his painting prestige to over 300,000 within a year, Lin Yuan plans to release Death Note before the deadline. Lin Yuan's current painting prestige sits at 270,000. In other words, Lin Yuan is still lacking 30,000 prestige points to complete the task. If Death Note is successfully released, wouldn't those 2 or 3 10,000 points of prestige be easy to gain? This is why Lin Yuan is suddenly eager to release Death Note. Tasks are difficult and become null and void if they expire. Considering the rich returns this task could bring, it was a master-level painting technique. According to the system's determination, master level is the peak of any industry. Driven by the task, the studio was buzzing with activity from the second day onwards, and a number of drafts for Death Note were successfully completed. Lin Yuan was also hard at work at the studio. He was placing more and more trust in Yi Changgong and Shin Qing, so the number of times he had to supervise the set was reducing. He only needed to go over when the dogs were required for the shots. Instead of calling myself a screenwriter, I would rather say I am a dog trainer. Anyway, Lin Yuan believed so. The film crew didn't need him most of the time. While creating Death Note, Lin Yuan let Jin Mu and Tribe Comics discuss the distribution of royalties in the manga contract. After the success of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, Lin Yuan had the capital to increase the price. It's okay to raise the price, but I guess it won't be too much. Jin Mu said bitterly. Mainly, the comic artists from Chu Continent are so powerful that it has impacted our later results. Why did Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, lose its steam in the later period and lose its position as the pillar of the platform? The first reason was that the manga caused aesthetic fatigue. The second reason was that the people of Chu entered the scene. The Chu people are best at animation. When Chu joined the merger, Tribe Comics attracted dozens of manga goats. These goats from Chu land released new works one after another, with several of them making a big impact, directly suppressing the Qin and Qi people. All they could do was sigh that the Chu people were born invincible in the field of animation. Just like the Qin people were good at music, it was unbeatable. Lin Yuan wasn't necessarily aiming for a high price either. You do what you think is best. Okay. Jin Mu breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, "So, is our manga scheduled to be released in August?" "How about August?" "All right, August is not bad." Lin Yuan was puzzled. "What's good about August?" Jin Mu explained. "August is the summer vacation and there are many students around. The majority of the manga audience are students. If we release the manga at this time, the level of attention will be higher." "Oh, but while August is a good time, it also means that competition will be intense in August. I just checked, and some quite powerful Tribe Comics artists have already announced that they'll be releasing new works in August. Among them are two heavyweights who are famous comic artists from Chuland." "I see." Of course, Lin Yuan knew what Jin Mu meant by intense competition. The website generally promotes new manga releases, but these promotional resources are limited. The top resources of the same period are generally assigned to the hottest comic artist. It's a mechanism to compete for a recommended position. If there are no more popular comic artists during the same period than Lin Yuan, the best resources, of course, would be assigned to Lin Yuan. But if there are two more comic artists who are not inferior to Lin Yuan, then those resources would be competed for by Lin Yuan and the other two. Of course, the best resources would be given to whoever's new work is hotter. After all, Shadow really isn't worse off compared to the two comic artists from Chuland. Lin Yuan was not worried at all. Of course, Jin Mu didn't know about Lin Yuan's calmness. He was still a bit worried, but he was good at comforting himself. "Boss, don't worry too much. After all, you are quite formidable in the field of manga. If we can win this new publication period, we can restore some face for our Qin people's manga. The people of Chu have been very smug about suppressing our manga." Lin Yuan. This kind of regional rivalry certainly wouldn't easily disappear just because the states were merged. People always subconsciously compared with each other. Speaking of which, this was not the first time he had been compared with Chu people. It was just a different alias this time. Chapter 365, 344 The Great Yin-Yang Master _1. Truth be told, Lin Yuan had no interest in these territorial disputes. However, it was often a matter that was not driven by his will alone. If Jin Mu held such views, it was even less surprising for the Chu people, who were famously proud in the anime world. The next day, the news that Shadow would be releasing a new work in August appeared in the website's information bar, attracting quite a lot of attention from readers and fans alike. Shadow has a new work? He just finished Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma, and is already working on something new. That's pretty fast. Seems like this is another original comic. Shadow obviously isn't content with just being an artist. After all, the success of Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma, has already proven his originality. Although I'm not a fan of Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma, I do hope that Teacher Shadow's new work will be a success because I am a fan of Chu Kwang. I started following Shadow because of Xianyu out of curiosity, but I ended up liking this comic artist because of Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma. Although people have always joked that Shadow is invisible, I hope he can shed this title soon. Ha. It seems that quite a few people discovered Shadow through Chu Kwang and Xianyu. You could say he's practically invisible. Even though die-hard fans continued to emphasize Shadow's status in the comics world, it seemed that his invisible label was not easily shaken off. A few days later, Tribe Comics released a live interview. Website interviews were a common occurrence ahead of releases by well-known comic artists. However, this particular interview had nothing to do with Shadow. Shadow's interview hadn't begun yet. This one was about Sea of Blood and Pacific Story. Sea of Blood and Pacific Story were the two famous Chu land comic artists who would be releasing new works in August. As both of them were Chu people and were releasing new works in August, they accepted a joint interview with the website to hype up their new works. Lin Yuan had also done this type of interview before the release of Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma. There was nothing unusual about this. However, Some of the remarks made by the two during the interview seemed to annoy Luo Wei. Like this comment from Pacific Story. I didn't expect that Teacher Sea of Blood would also be releasing a new book in August. If I had known, maybe I would have considered changing the date. And this one from Sea of Blood. Boss Pacific Story is very strong. In August, I won't be lonely with him. At first glance, the two didn't seem to be saying anything too unreasonable. It just seemed like they were casually promoting each other's work. But where's Shadow? In August, 3 goats were supposed to compete, but you two were already trying to steal the show. Are you pretending Shadow doesn't exist? Or do you think Shadow doesn't deserve to be your competition? Clearly, these two were intentionally leaving Shadow out. They both declared cheerfully, this August will be a comic derby for Chu people. The term derby generally refers to a competition between two teams from the same place. This was why Luo Wei was feeling frustrated. Shadow was being ignored. The last few lines of the interview took Luo Wei's irritation to another level. This started when the host pressed the two guests on their opinion of Shadow, who would be releasing his new work around the same time. Presumably because the host felt they should mention Shadow and force the topic into the conversation. What do you two think about Teacher Shadow releasing a new work at the same time? Shadow. Pacific Story looked at his own shadow. I can't see. Clearly. Sea of Blood made a pun. Isn't Shadow invisible? Anyone who knew the memes would know that Shadow had often been joked about as being invisible. Pacific Story and Sea of Blood were clearly making fun of Shadow. Then, Pacific Story said casually, I'm just joking. Shadow is a quite powerful comic artist. I believe his music talents must be great, since he is a keen person. Sea of Blood followed. Just like we Chu people are naturally gifted in making comics. The two were quite witty, joking back and forth like comedians delivering punchlines. But their intention was clear. Chu people's comics were the strongest. This was why Luo Wei was rolling her eyes. Surprisingly, the interview drew a considerable response on Tribe Comics, with numerous comments underneath and even a bit of a controversy brewing. Was it really a joke? Ha 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 ha. The two teachers are hilarious. Did they arrange this roasting of Shadow in advance? I feel like the joke went too far and was disrespectful to Teacher Shadow. They actually considered it a Chu competition, not even taking Shadow into consideration. These two Chu people are such masters of sarcasm. Pacific Story and Sea of Blood are showing off. You could say they are joking because their words seem to be mocking Shadow. But if you said they are mocking Shadow because they seem to be joking, it doesn't seem like they said anything too excessive, considering that Shadow being invisible is something netizens joke about. As a fan of Shadow, I feel slightly nauseous from hearing them say all this. These two have really lost my respect. Are Shadow's fans so fragile? It was just a joke. Here we go again. Fans are considered sensitive if they retort a bit, and fans are considered rude if they criticize a bit. It seems like you are the ones who are the most open-minded. Honestly, these two do have skills stronger than Shadow. I'm neither of their fans, just a passerby speaking fairly. It doesn't seem like mocking, just some frivolous bragging. However, it definitely seems like these two don't hold Shadow in high regard. People were analyzing this interview. Some speculated about how Shadow would react. The next day, the routine interview before the release of Shadow's new work took place. But to everyone's surprise, Shadow didn't seem affected by the interview with Pacific Story and Sea of Blood. He didn't discuss much else, just promoted Death Note dutifully. Well, look at that. Ha ha ha. Shadow just straight up ignored Pacific Story and Sea of Blood. Nice, I like Shadow's attitude. What grace. Teacher Shadow is truly graceful. I feel like Shadow has already responded. His response is, I just want to focus on drawing comics. Cheers to Teacher Shadow. Go. Let them do their petty squabbles. Let's just focus on what we do best. I thought Shadow would retaliate. But this is better. Why should he stoop to their level? Of course, there were some fans of Pacific Story and Sea of Blood who accused Shadow of chickening out. A user named Liang commented, this is because he doesn't have confidence in his own work. However, this kind of comment was soon overwhelmed by criticism. Not responding is chickening out. So he should just start cursing like a shrew? Regardless of whether they were being sarcastic, let's just assume they were joking. I think Shadow handled it perfectly, as expected of the man stuck between Xian Yu and Chu Quan. Although I also admit that comics from Chu are amazing, as a casual reader, I enjoy Shadow more. Shadow is the real genius, pretending to ignore Pacific Story and Sea of Blood while actually completely ignoring them. Chapter 366, 345, Master Level Painting Skills _1. Aren't you angry? Luo Wei said, puffing up her cheeks, somewhat surprised at Lin Yuan's composure. This guy really knew how to keep his cool. Lin Yuan was baffled. Angry about what? Luo Wei facepalmed, and even Jin Mu couldn't help but smirk. Jin Mu could understand both Luo Wei's frustration and Lin Yuan's calm. The reason for Luo Wei's frustration was quite simple. She just felt that Shadow was being made fun of by Pacific Story and Sea of Blood with malicious intent. However, Lin Yuan's calm stemmed from his own strength. In the eyes of Luo Wei and many others who do not know the truth, Shadow is just Shadow. But for Lin Yuan, Shadow could be Xianyu or Chu Kuang. They were all equals. Who said Shadow was insignificant? Who would dare say Xianyu or Chu Kuang were insignificant? That's why Lin Yuan didn't respond to Pacific Story and Sea of Blood. Only those who have their sore spots poked will fly into a rage. If the other party talks nonsense, why should the person involved be angry? You should know. Outside the realm of comics, Lin Yuan had long been a dazzling big shot. Many Chu people wouldn't even know that they've already been knocked down in the music field by this Shadow. However, just because Lin Yuan wasn't angry didn't mean Shadow's fans weren't angry. At Tribe Comics, many people shared Luo Wei's discontent. They directly criticized the antics of Pacific Story and Sea of Blood in the comment section of their interview. The fans of Sea of Blood and Pacific Story fought back fiercely. A war of words broke out between the two sides. Even some Qin and Chi comic artists felt quite unhappy. The Chu people are too arrogant. There are many comic artists releasing new works in August, but Pacific Story and Sea of Blood regard it as a competition. It's not just about dismissing Shadow. It's about overlooking all the Qin and Chi comic artists. I really hope someone can teach them a lesson. Easier said than done. The Chu people's animation and comic skills have always been leading in Blue Star. We have to admit that comics are indeed the Chu people's forte. Shadow didn't respond. Because he didn't want to get involved, and also probably because he was helpless. Before the unification, Shadow was also a top comic artist, but among the most powerful Chu artists, Shadow doesn't really have any advantages. Everyone was just frustrated, just as the Chu people would be displeased about the Qin's dominance in Blue Star's music industry. If you can't beat them, you just can't. There's nothing to it. There were indeed comic artists within Qin Shi who could compete with Chu, but they were few and far between. At least if Shadow faced Pacific Story and Sea of Blood, he wouldn't have much chance of winning. Even though the comment section of Pacific Stories and Sea of Blood's interview was chaotic, everyone understood that the Chu people indeed had reasons to be arrogant in the field of comics. Even so, both sides still wouldn't give up their verbal clashes. August hadn't arrived yet, but the air in Tribe Comics was filled with tension. A storm was brewing. In Lin Yuan's studio, Luo Wei was utterly engrossed in drawing Death Note, trying to channel her frustration into productivity. She was even more focused than usual. Lin Yuan, as always, was leisurely working on his drafts. On the 15th of August, Lin Yuan suddenly received a notification that the animated version of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, had been completed. The first episode would premiere at 6 p.m. that day. It's done already? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. Jin Mu laughed. This production company has chosen to broadcast while still in production. Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, will air its first episode today because they've already completed half of the first season of the anime, and the rest is in production. I see. Lin Yuan remembered King of the Net was not broadcast in this manner. Jin Mu seemed to sense Lin Yuan's confusion and explained. They've learned this method of production from the Chu people. You have to admit, the Chu people have a lot of experience in this area. They can start airing the anime when it's half finished and complete the rest with guaranteed quality. That's right. The rights to animate Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, were bought by a company in Chu. Jin Mu continued. I have watched it already, and it's very faithful to the original. As the author of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, Lin Yuan could have gone to the production company to preview the first episode of the animated version, but he didn't. Therefore, his agent, Jin Mu, had gone to watch the finished product instead. It's now 5:30. Boss, do you want to watch? Jinmu glanced at his watch. Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, would start at 6 o'clock. Sure. Lin Yuan settled into the sofa. He could watch the premiere on his studio computer. Sure enough, it was 6 o'clock and Lin Yuan watched the first episode of the official Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma. The storyline was basically unchanged. How the manga was drawn was how the animated storyline was presented. Only some shots and transitions were artistically crafted by the director to make it more visually pleasing. With the addition of quality voice acting, the whole effect of the anime was much better than the manga. It's worth mentioning. The voice actors in Blue Star were incredible, unlike the Celestial Dynasty in his previous life, where the quality of voice acting was inconsistent. Furthermore, the quality of animation in Blue Star was even higher than that of Neon. Lin Yuan even turned on the comments. The comments for this anime were interesting. Am I watching an adult anime? Mom, let me explain. Would you believe if I told you she's just eating a dish? Ha ha. Aphrodisiac no Soma truly lives up to its reputation. Hard work pays off. Voice actors. Let's give them a chicken leg emoji. Are current comics this sexy? I like. Clothes explode, clothes explode, clothes explode. Such blinding divine light. This animation has been produced to a level of embarrassingly explicit fan service. Lin Yuan felt somewhat awkward watching it. He should be more mindful in creating new works in the future. Some fan service is okay, but too much will affect his image. As he was thinking about this, a system prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing a task to boost your painting reputation to 300,000 points within a year, rewarding a gold treasure chest. Note: the gold treasure chest contains master-level painting techniques. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Previously, wasn't he still short of 20 or 30,000 reputation points? This was why he was in such a hurry to release Death Note. But the new comic hadn't been officially published yet. How did he suddenly complete the task? Could it be? Lin Yuan suddenly understood something as he lifted his head to glance at the animated version of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma. It probably had something to do with this animation. The influence of animation was much greater than that of comics indeed. Many gentlemen contributed their power to enhance his reputation as well. Without hesitation, and with a bit of excitement, open the treasure chest. System prompt. Congratulations, host, for obtaining master-level painting techniques. Whoosh. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt his brain teeming with countless top-tier painting knowledge, like streams of golden light coursing through his mind. It was a very peculiar feeling. At the same time, Lin Yuan could clearly perceive that his understanding of painting had leveled up again. As he lowered his head to look at a few drafts of Death Note on the table, he suddenly frowned. He frowned hard. Lin Yuan initially thought that these drafts were not bad. At least this is what he thought before he opened the gold treasure chest. But now, Lin Yuan somehow found these drawings too crude. The lines were not handled smoothly. Enough. The characters' gazes were somewhat stiff. This storyboard was not impactful enough. The hands were drawn poorly. The angle was completely unnatural. This person didn't know a single thing about painting. Oh, it seemed these drafts were drawn by himself. Upon inspection, his flaws were countless. So many mistakes that Lin Yuan couldn't spot before were now glaringly obvious in retrospect. At this moment, Lin Yuan realized it was not that his previous painting skills were too poor, but his present painting skills were too powerful. Before this, Lin Yuan was only at a professional level. At a professional level, one could make a living from painting, become a comic artist, or perhaps they could gain some fame as a painter. But now, Lin Yuan had reached a master level. Master level equated to standing at the apex in a specific field. Although the system had a perfect level in its evaluation, considering that humans were, after all, mortals bound by flesh, it was difficult to reach perfection, so master-level painting had already reached the extreme limit. That is to say, in the entire comic field, no one's painting skills could surpass that of Lin Yuan. The most talented comic artist's painting skills were on par with Lin Yuan at best. Moreover, Lin Yuan doubted if anyone with such skills even existed. However, in the traditional Chinese painting circle, there might be some super experts whose painting skills were on par with Lin Yuan's skill level. Now, but he was not sure since he hadn't conducted any research on it. In the art of painting, I am invincible. Such a thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. As Luo Wei was planning to get off work, she was suddenly caught up in the excitement of watching Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, on her computer. Is it airing already? No time to watch the animation now. Lin Yuan, with a stern tone, interrupted Luo Wei. Bring me the drafts you have completed in recent days to check. I want to inspect their quality. Luo Wei, without taking her eyes off the computer, muttered, Didn't you check it already? Lin Yuan seriously stated, Check it one more time. Okay. Reluctantly, Luo Wei went next door, returning with a bunch of drafts. Here you go. While talking, Luo Wei smacked her forehead. There are digitized versions on the computer. Why do you need to look at the originals? They are not even colored yet. Coloring will not make any difference. Lin Yuan stared at the drafts that Luo Wei had brought over and shook his head. It was as he expected. A golden light seemed to sparkle in his eyes. None of these can be used. Each and every one is poorly drawn. Huh. Luo Wei seemed a little stunned. They were poorly drawn. Most of these drafts were completed by Luo Wei and the assistant, half of which were even drawn by Lin Yuan himself. Yet Lin Yuan said that each and every draft was not up to par. It's one thing to criticize my drawings, but you're not even sparing your own work? Are you being too strict about the job? Redraw everything, Lin Yuan said in a resolute manner. Actually, it was not that Luo Wei's drawings were not good enough, but rather, his current level was too high, and as superior artists tend to have higher standards and requirements. In fact, even if the original version of Death Note were now in front of Lin Yuan, he would still not use it, because he could draw even better. But Luo Wei didn't understand, so Luo Wei was left dumbfounded. Chapter 367, 346, Avicii Hell _1. Redraw all of it. After a moment of stagnation, Luo Wei couldn't help but raise her voice, the pitch slightly sharp, her mood very puzzled. You're not satisfied with this quality? She knew that the first few chapters of Death Note had already been finalized. As early as the late serialization of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, the studio had been preparing for the new work. So the entire preparation time for Death Note, including everything, was close to 2 months. But now, with Lin Yuan's sentence, redraw all of it, it means that the preparation everyone has done for nearly 2 months was all in vain. Anyone finding out that 2 months of their hard work was in vain would not be able to remain calm. But these drafts really don't work. Lin Yuan tells it like it is. In his current view, these drafts are simply filled with flaws. Look, Luo Wei rubs her temple. The content from the first to the 4th chapter, excluding the background part, was all personally drawn by you. The parts that we completed later were also approved by you. How could you suddenly think that these drafts are no good? It's too sudden. If it weren't for the fact that they had worked and got along with each other for a year, understanding Lin Yuan's character and integrity well, Luo Wei would almost suspect that Lin Yuan was deliberately stalling because he didn't want to teach her traditional Chinese painting. This level, Lin Yuan tries to find an accurate description. It's just at the level of an ordinary professional. Luo Wei. Every word Lin Yuan says, Luo Wei can understand. But when put together, Luo Wei doesn't understand. It's just at a professional level. Only, Luo Wei helplessly says, this is already the limit of our abilities. What Luo Wei says represents us, and Lin Yuan is included in this too. Lin Yuan's painting skills are not much better than Luo Wei's. After nearly a year of collaboration, Luo Wei is very clear about Lin Yuan's painting skill level. Here's what we'll do. Lin Yuan says, I'll redraw it first. You assist me. Let's work overtime tonight. Uncle Jean will settle your overtime pay later. Then you draw. Luo Wei crosses her arms over her chest. She wants to see how Lin Yuan will draw it better. The finalized drawings have clearly reached the limit of their abilities. Can redrawing it make it better? Lin Yuan doesn't explain. He directly enters the office area and starts to remake the first chapter. The office area of a manga artist is often a bit messy. The table has professional painting tools such as pencils of different models, dip pens, ballpoint pens, rulers, and correction fluid. He picks up the pen skillfully. Lin Yuan begins to draw the initial content of the first chapter of Death Note. The beginning of the original story starts from the realm of death. Ryuk, the death god, loses his notebook and decides to go to the human world to find it. In Lin Yuan's original painting, he drew the image of the death god according to the original Death Note, but with master-level painting skills, Lin Yuan has even greater ambition. What realm of the death god? Just draw hell directly. The scene of the original realm of the death god is not shocking enough. Lin Yuan is going to challenge the real hell, Avicii hell. What real hell should look like, everyone should have imagined it. A lot of games and films also involve scenes of hell. In Lin Yuan's painting, hell is ominous and eerie, consistent with the established impression of the majority of people. The sky seems to be covered with a layer of haze, all sorts of ghosts aimlessly floating, unknown hair shuttling through the corners, nameless soft creatures like minced meat squirming in dark corners, unidentified flames burning. This scene is really grand. Lin Yuan has drawn several ghoulish images in succession, even some plants. In hell, but his speed isn't slow. It seems that the master-level painting technique has also increased his painting speed. Some ghosts, their heads are bigger than their bodies. Some ghosts, their bodies are covered in spikes. Some ghosts, their whole body is rotting and oozing pus. Some ghosts only have eyes and mouth. The images of these ghosts, Lin Yuan all drew according to the descriptions of ghosts in the myths and legends in his memory, while also adding in artistic modifications and considerations, letting the cruelty and unimaginable impact of hell leap onto the page, like the ghost that Lin Yuan is currently drawing, opening its big mouth to swallow unknown severed limbs and arms. Because the image is too vivid, it seems like the ghost really exists. Luo Wei's eyes gradually changed. Written expressions have limitations, images are more intuitive. This is also why some people prefer to watch movies and animations over reading novels. The hell depicted by Lin Yuan right now gives people a feeling as if this hell really exists. Every ghost inside it, even the rustling in the corners, is thoroughly taken care of. Under the glamorous style, the impact is extremely strong, making people unable to avert their eyes at first glance. And when the image of Ryuk, the death god, appears on the drawing paper, Luo Wei, who has her hands crossed over her chest, feels that her arms are knotting. Luo Wei is a bit stunned. Her eyes are wide open, even her originally prominent double eyelids have disappeared. Only her pupils are contracting constantly. It is obvious that it has not been colored yet, and even the line work is not fully complete. But this picture of hell in front of her eyes is already making Luo Wei feel a sense of horror from the bottom of her heart. Hiss! She couldn't help leaning in closer, her breath turning cold, her body trembling, not knowing whether it was because the picture of hell was too horrifying or Lin Yuan's drawing skill was too terrifying. A certain incredible idea suddenly appeared in Luo Wei's mind. The things that Lin Yuan drew before might just have been for fun. If you take this picture of hell right now and compare it with the drafts Lin Yuan completed more than a month ago, the latter was straight up annihilated to the point where not even dust remains. But the problem is, both paintings came from Lin Yuan's hands. If Lin Yuan was not hoodwinking before, it simply can't be explained. Luo Wei absolutely did not believe that Lin Yuan's painting skills had improved so much in these days. No ordinary human being could make such a drastic improvement in such a short time. So there was only one explanation that made sense. When Lin Yuan was painting comics before, he must have been hiding his true skills, or in other words, he was just messing around, just painting for fun. The terrifying part lies exactly here. Compared to the current version, Lin Yuan's previous version did indeed seem like he was just joking around. But this did not mean that the version Lin Yuan painted before was inferior. Even if Lin Yuan's previous version were to be shown to top-class comic artists, those artists would only raise their thumbs in approval. As for this current version, it might even make those top-class comic artists kneel in admiration. Right now, Luo Wei felt as if her knees were somewhat buckling. This is a professional artist, instinctively submitting in the face of someone like Lin Yuan who was a master. In terms of skill, the gap between her and Lin Yuan was like a chasm. Give me a glass of water. Lin Yuan continued to draw, without even lifting his head. Okay. Luo Wei's voice, filled with reverence, poured Lin Yuan a glass of warm water with the utmost sincerity. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Lin Yuan took a few sips of water and continued painting, paying no attention to Luo Wei's odd behavior. After acquiring the master-level painting technique, this was also Lin Yuan's first time testing its effects. And the result of the test was pleasing. This depiction of hell was absolutely at a level that Lin Yuan could not have achieved before. Let's put it this way. Now, Lin Yuan could surpass the original version if asked to draw any manga from his previous life. You must know, the original Death Note manga was drawn by Takashi Obata, a top-class chiaroscuro artist in Neon. His level is already very high. Yet Lin Yuan, having master-level painting technique, could draw even better. Moreover, as Lin Yuan continued to perfect his painting, it was becoming even better. He hardly took any breaks. For nearly an hour, Lin Yuan's wrist was constantly moving at a fast pace, with lines, either sharp or gentle, continuously appearing on the paper. Next to Lin Yuan, subconsciously, Luo Wei held her breath, staring intently at the painting. Only when she felt almost suffocated did Luo Wei remember to exhale deeply. At this moment, Luo Wei finally understood why Lin Yuan said that the previous version only had the skill level of a professional artist. Lin Yuan has the right to say that. Compared to Lin Yuan, she herself was as amateurish as a professional purist artist. Luo Wei suddenly remembered Pacific Story and Sea of Blood's taunts at the shadow. Before, Luo Wei was furious and felt that the two of them were going too far. But now, not only did Luo Wei not feel angry, she even felt a bit of sympathy for the two. Of all people to provoke, why did you guys provoke Shadow? You guys are now making Shadow so angry that he disregards the studio's nearly 2 months' worth of work and unleashes all his strength. You two probably can't handle Shadow's fury. This round, you two may very well be sent straight to Avicii Hell. If we don't talk about the plot, speaking only about the painting skill, could anyone in Chu Land be nominated as a competitor against the Shadow? At any rate, Luo Wei couldn't think of anyone who could compare with the current Lin Yuan. That's right. Although Luo Wei didn't understand why Lin Yuan didn't draw in this way before, she firmly believed that Shadow suddenly stopped hiding his incompetence because Pacific Story and Sea of Blood had angered him. The two of them will probably be left with Shadows in the future, right? Who would have thought that a serious painting by Shadow would be so monstrous? Even though Luo Wei was not on the opposite side of Lin Yuan, she felt a little shaky. Done. After almost 2 hours of tweaking, Lin Yuan finally stopped. By this time, it was completely dark outside, and only Lin Yuan and Luo Wei were left in the studio. But Luo Wei didn't have the slightest resentment for having to work overtime. Instead, she had a sense of honor for having witnessed a master's great work. You can handle the coloring. Lin Yuan rubbed his sore wrist. Normal painting wouldn't take this long. It was simply because Lin Yuan wanted the first few chapters of Death Note to truly shock the readers, which is why he went to such great lengths to present the scene of hell. This painting, in terms of being artistic, was not at all that. There were only 2 words that the entire painting was exuding. Show off. Crazy show off. It was an exquisite kind of show off that one could not take their eyes off. Coloring? Me. Looking at the completed work by Lin Yuan, Luo Wei felt a sense of unworthiness. She even wanted to say, "I'm not worthy." But soon, a tremendous sense of honor drove her to nod heavily. Got it. Luo Wei felt as if she was experiencing the happiness of being singled out by the master. Chapter 368. 347. Are you ready? _1. Lin Yuan's decision to redraw Death Note rendered all the hard work of the studio in the past 2 months a complete waste. However, as Lin Yuan's depiction of hell laid before Luo Wei in all its vibrancy and lifelike detail, she no longer had any doubt about Shadow, or rather, Lin Yuan himself. She spent the whole night coloring. She put more effort into it than she did when she was drawing Phoenix's Pride. Not only this evening, but also for the remaining few days before the arrival of August, she devoted herself into an unprecedented creative passion, willingly acting as Lin Yuan's manga assistant. Even Lin Yuan, who was usually slow to notice such things, could feel Luo Wei's change in attitude. Previously, Luo Wei had some respect for Lin Yuan, but they were after all the same age, and Luo Wei was even a year or 2 older than Lin Yuan. Hence their interactions were mostly among peers. However, since Lin Yuan started redrawing Death Note, when Luo Wei faced Lin Yuan, She acted more like a student facing their teacher. Total respect and extreme caution. This carefulness extended to various degrees. Even when she spoke, I thought you were not upset about the Pacific Sorry and Sea of Blood incident. Luo Wei seldom used such a polite form of address as you when talking to Lin Yuan before. Although he sensed something, Lin Yuan didn't mind this change in address. He casually explained, I wasn't angry. It was just that he acquired master-level painting skills, and therefore, he had higher expectations for the quality of the manga. It had nothing to do with Pacific Sorry and Sea of Blood. These two just happened to cross his path at the wrong time. After acquiring the master-level painting skills, Lin Yuan certainly wanted to test them out. Luo Wei gave a smile. If you weren't angry, why would you need to redraw Death Note and go to such extremes? Last time, when Luo Wei asked Lin Yuan why he wasn't angry, he gave a similar response, and Luo Wei really thought that Lin Yuan had a great talent for concealing his anger. Now it seems, it wasn't about concealing his anger at all. Teacher Shadow had actually decided to explode. But she also has to thank Pacific Sorry and Sea of Blood. If it wasn't for these two guys stirring things up, perhaps Teacher Shadow wouldn't even have bothered to show off his full abilities. She truly doesn't understand why Teacher Shadow, who obviously possesses such a terrifying talent, deliberately pretended to be at the same level as her previously. Did he think it was interesting to be equal with an amateur like me? Maybe this is what makes a big shot. So pondered Luo Wei, noting that the minds of the big shots are the hardest to understand. Perhaps it's simply that Teacher Shadow found it interesting to be able to enchant the readers by just doodling? Of course, Lin Yuan had no idea how vivid Luo Wei's imagination could be. He never slackened off. Although he had successfully obtained the treasure box and possessed the master-level drawing technique, since he announced that Death Note would start to be serialized in August, it naturally required him to prepare a few drafts ahead of time. Meanwhile, on Tribe Comics' website, the controversy between Pacific Sorry, Sea of Blood, and Shadow showed no signs of subsiding, and even involved disputes between different provinces. On a certain manga forum, a netizen from Chu Land teased in the forum, when it comes to music, we can't compete. When it comes to manga, you can't. Your guys, here referred to the manga creators from both Qin and Qi provinces. The Qin and Qi people were furious, but they couldn't do anything about the arrogant Chu people. After all, Chu region's animation really was popular throughout the Blue Star. Anyway, the netizens from the Chu region were quite pleased with themselves for this reason. Because earlier this year, Chu's music was severely defeated by the Qin people, so some Chu people were quite frustrated. Now that they were able to make a comeback in the manga field, they naturally had a reason to celebrate. Even a media source from the Chu region specially launched a manga special, listing the influence of Chu's manga to the Blue Star over the years. Obviously, the Chu region media also wanted to seize this opportunity to avenge their music personnel's tragic defeat. So, the subtext of these news was, although we lost to the Qin people in music, we will win back on the manga field. It's just like a home-away battle. Music was Qin's home ground advantage, and now it's Chu's turn to play their home ground advantage in manga. Nevertheless, the outside world would not distract Lin Yuan. Even though he devoted most of his energy to the manga, he still squeezed some time to visit the company. There are two main purposes for his company visit. First, to give his third disciple Li Lizzie some lessons on composition. Li Lizzie's class timing was basically waiting for Lin Yuan's notification. When Lin Yuan had time, she would come for class, and when Lin Yuan didn't have time, she wouldn't have to come. Although these classes were intermittent, under the teaching of Lin Yuan's upgraded teacher's halo, Li Lizzie was making rapid progress, even though she was of average talent. This could have something to do with Li Lizzie's diligence. Anyway, at this time, Li Lizzie's composition ability was commendable. It was just a matter of time before she could graduate from being an apprentice. Second, to review Shuai Liang and Feng Shua's works. In April this year, Shuai Liang and Feng Shua each wrote a song for Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei, and as a result, both Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei made it to that month's new song list. This even sparked discussions about the Yu dynasty from the public. In the following months, Shuai Liang and Feng Shua maintained the rhythm of writing one song for Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei each month. All these songs were guided by Lin Yuan using Yang Zhoming character card, and hence, the quality was good. The two singers who were responsible for the singing even made it to the top 10 several times. Of course, there were also times when they messed up. For instance, in June, the previous month, the song that Shui Liang wrote for Sun Yaohua was met with lukewarm responses, and it finally ranked 23rd on the new song list. For instance, in July, this month, the song Feng Shuo wrote for Jiang Kuei also failed, ending up in the 19th place on the new song chart. Fortunately, the overall situation is not bad. With the help of two apprentices and Lin Yuan's character card, the performances of Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei in the past few months have been unproblematic. August is just around the corner. Lin Yuan plans to continue letting Shui Liang and Feng Shuo handle the songs for Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei, while he himself will use the Yang Zhoming character card to assist them. That's the plan. After finishing the lessons for the third disciple and providing some suggestions for the works of the eldest and second disciples, Lin Yuan prepares to leave the company. Before he can leave the office, Lin Yuan is stopped by someone. "You're just leaving like this?" The person stopping Lin Yuan is the deputy director of the 9th floor, Wu Yong. Lin Yuan pauses. "Something up?" Wu Yong gives a bitter smile. "You must be aware that August is almost here, and the company has tasked us with promoting two top-tier singers." Lin Yuan says, "Aren't we doing just that? These past few months, Shui Liang and Feng Shuo have been working on this, and Lin Yuan has often been using character cards to guide them, specifically for this company goal." "My point exactly," Wu Yong reluctantly says. "Your disciples, of course, are doing a brilliant job, but the problem is that the progress is a bit slow. Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei do not have a strong foundation. Plus, we only have a few months until the new year." In simple terms, Shui Liang and Feng Shuo's efficiency in promoting talent is not high enough. Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei are average in terms of foundation, especially Sun Yaohua. It wouldn't be easy to elevate his status. By the progress they are making, by the time New Year comes around, it's doubtful either of them will be top-tier singers. Lin Yuan is deep in thought. Wu Yong sighs. "You have promised before that you would personally step in. August is almost here. If you don't take action now, it might be too late." "Got it." Lin Yuan nods confidently. In September, he considers stepping in to aid Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei, but the customized songs must have some weight, as the goal is to make the pair top-tier singers. Lin Yuan plans to consider what songs to use when he gets back. Besides going to the company, Lin Yuan also visits the set of Hachiko. The progress of the filming seems to be going well, probably because the main scenes are filmed in Antarctica, so there hasn't been much delay. Whenever there are problems with the dog's cooperation, the film crew knows to call Lin Yuan over to train it. The crew hasn't called Lin Yuan over lately, so it appears they are finally getting into the swing of things. Lin Yuan simply takes a stroll around and then returns to the studio. After Lin Yuan has made his rounds, time finally comes to the end of July. To be precise, it is the 31st of July. The Tribe Comics website is extremely active that night, with many fans waiting in front of their computers overnight. Because tonight, Pacific Story and Sea of Blood will release their new comics. This is currently the hottest news on the site. In addition, Shadow will also release his second comic following Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma. Although the public doesn't pay as much attention to Shadow as they do to Pacific Story and Sea of Blood, because the two previously insinuated something about Shadow in an interview, sparking a dispute on Tribe Comics that went on for half a month, and even reigniting regional conflicts. Everyone is also somewhat curious about Shadow's new work. Pacific Story bro, go easy on me. At 11:40, with only 20 minutes left before the release of the new works, Sea of Blood suddenly messaged Pacific Story privately, attaching a battered emoticon, and in a modest demeanor, but deep down hoping he came first and Pacific Story second. "Sea of Blood bro, stop messing around." Pacific Story immediately replied, attaching a laughing cry emoticon. "I've heard from fan groups that several of your readers are preparing a Silver Alliance. They want to blow me out of the water. Young people these days have no respect for martial ethics. Anyway, you are bound to be first." Sea of Blood started downplaying his opponent. Pacific Story is an expert and quickly sees through Sea of Blood's vicious intentions, instantly replying, "You will definitely be first. I'll be happy with second." "You're first." "No, you're first." "Ha ha ha ha. Let's stop bad-mouthing each other. Anyway, We are both Chu people. Regardless of which one of us comes first, it will be a win for Chu people. Can't argue with that. The two happily reach a consensus. All while these two are bad-mouthing each other and inflating each other's egos. Inside Shadow Studio, Luo Wei, who decided to work overtime tonight, glances at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. It is already 11:55. Are you ready? Luo Wei looks towards her assistants. The assistants at Shadow Studio also voluntarily stay to work overtime tonight. In Luo Wei's words, the release of Death Note should be completed in the presence of everyone. Beep, 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 beep. The mobile phone alarm set by someone for 12 o'clock rings, like a war song signaling the start. Pacific Story and Sea of Blood each release their new comics. At the same moment, inside Shadow Studio, under the watchful eyes of a group of assistants, Luo Wei releases the first 5 chapters of Death Note, which were uploaded in advance. Chapter 369, 348, The Taste of Godly Creations _1. It's out. Not just the readers were anticipating, but inside the editorial department of Tribe Comics, the editors were also looking forward. When the new works of Pacific Story, Sea of Blood, and Shadow were officially published, editors from each group, accompanied by whispers of conversation, clicked on the works they were interested in the very first time. An interesting phenomenon occurred here. The first group of editors in Tribe Comics mostly clicked on the manga of Pacific Story. The second group of editors in Tribe Comics clicked on Sea of Blood's new work. And the third group, everyone clicked on Shadow's Death Note. The rest of the editorial groups chose more randomly. Why was this phenomenon occurring? Simple. Because Pacific Story is managed by the first editorial group, Sea of Blood is managed by the second editorial group, Shadow is managed by the third editorial group. These 3 groups naturally have more interest in the manga artists they are in charge of. Kylan is an editor from the third group, so like the other editors in the group, he chose Death Note. At this moment, the editorial department was still relatively quiet. Everyone was just quietly scrolling their mouse and clicking on the manga they found interesting. Of course, you had to read comics quietly. Moreover, under normal circumstances, if one wanted to comment on the quality of a manga, they at least had to read more than 1 chapter to make an initial judgment. However, today seemed a little odd. The silence of the editorial department lasted only a few seconds before it was broken by an exclamation. Holy shit! What could they possibly discern from such a short time that they would start exclaiming? Quite a few editors raised their eyebrows, but no one said much. But right after that, several more exclamations followed in quick succession, so much so that the entire editorial department was getting irritated. Everyone frowned simultaneously, and some even stood up. All the eyes quickly turned towards the source of the noise. The third editorial group. Being stared at by so many people, Kylan felt a little awkward. He didn't know why his colleagues in the third group were causing such a commotion that disturbed the other groups while his own screen had completed the jump. 3 seconds ago, he clicked on the option to read Death Note. Then, the first image of the first chapter of the colored version of Death Note appeared in front of Kylan. This was a full-colored hell image. A bluish-gray mist was covering the entire space. The hell ghosts of various forms, either opening their gaping mouths with a ferocious look or staring in a weird direction with peculiar eyes. Above a certain flame, a group of humanoid creatures had their tongues pulled out, nailed and hung over the fire to roast. Gloomy, horrible, eerie. People may have 100 types of imagination about hell, and the first image of Death Note can satisfy 99% of people's fantasies about hell. The shocking visual impact, the exquisite artistry, and the peak of ingenious technique. Then, just like the other colleagues in the group, Kylan exclaimed, "Oh my!" Everyone shows amazement in a different way, but their reasons behind their exclamations are essentially the same. This image is too shocking. You should know that the editors are the most professional people in the manga circle. Many of them might be dealing with a variety of manga artists their whole lives. The longer they've been working, the more they've seen in the manga circle, and because they've seen so much, they're a bit numb towards some decent art styles. But at this moment, they just saw the tip of the iceberg of Death Note, but their nerves are all tensed up, feeling palpitations. What's going on with you guys in Group 3? A editor finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He was from the 5th group and had a good relationship with a few colleagues from the 3rd group. Just check out Death Note and you'll know. Kylan's gaze stayed fixated on the screen of Death Note, and his eyes were filled with obsession and passion as they moved from the first image to the following contents. Check out Death Note. Hearing Kylan's words, many editors from other groups paused, then simultaneously clicked on Death Note. A work that elicited such a response from Group 3 would naturally make others curious. And as more and more editors clicked on Death Note, the editorial office of Tribe Comics suddenly fell deadly silent. All of them, looking at each other. At this moment, without needing many words, everyone put down the manga they were holding and started reading Death Note. Luo Wei uploaded 5 chapters. 5 chapters of content, not too much or too little. Doesn't take half an hour to finish reading. And that was when they were reading very slowly. There's no way to read quickly under the beautiful art style of Death Note. Almost every picture can be appreciated repeatedly. Merely skimming through quickly would be an insult to such good artwork. However, when everyone finished reading the content that had been published for Death Note, the editorial department erupted. Group 3. Someone murmured softly. Can you smell that? Kylan Guide automatically answered. What? The other party's voice was trembling slightly. The scent of a masterpiece. Kylan paused, then nodded. Heavily. In fact, the reaction of the editorial department was just the tip of the iceberg. By the same time, many readers had finished the initial chapters of Death Note. Then, the manga comment area boiled as expected. My mom asked me why I was reading manga on my hands and knees. This is drawn by Shadow. This art style is too beautiful. I offer my knees to Master Shadow. Never mind the plot. Just looking at the drawing is already a supreme enjoyment. No, you have to read the plot. Paired with the plot, this manga is properly satisfying. Such a heretical manga, paired with such an elegant art style. I'm sorry, I'm wet. Whoever dares to say Shadow is a transparent person again, I'll fight with them. Shadow is the sun, illuminating the entire manga circle. This artwork simply crushes Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma. I thought the art style of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, was already very good in the industry. After all, Shadow made his debut as a pure artist, but I didn't expect Shadow could draw even better. My God, compared to this, the art of King of the Net is just a child. Why are you comparing it to King of the Net? After all, it's also Shadow's work. We should say that compared to this manga, 99% of the mangas on the market are just children in terms of artwork. Don't just talk about the artwork. This plot also explodes. Yagami Light is so freaking cool. Can you explain to me? This is the so-called transparent person by Pacific Story and Sea of Blood? Chuland Comics is indeed the #1 in the world. Shadow's art has always been this perverted. Where has he been before? Were the artworks he drew before ghostwritten by others? I'm suspecting now, his previous works were all drawn by his assistants. While the readers were discussing heatedly, a large banner suddenly appeared on the website. Amazed and couldn't help but exclaim, "This reward is necessary to express my respect. User, I'm the fairest rewarding Death Note, 10 million tribe coins, and has become the great gold league of this work." Shadow has taken off. Chapter 370, 349, Doubting Life _1. With the emergence of the Gold League, several silvers have already flown on the banner of the website, all aimed at Pacific Story and Sea of Blood. From any perspective, Pacific Story and Sea of Blood are worthy of such respect. However, after the appearance of this Gold League, the silver alliances of Pacific Story and Sea of Blood seem to suddenly lose their luster. The Silver League is $10,000, rare indeed, but it does occasionally appear. The Gold League, however, is worth $100,000 and might not even be seen once in several months. Rewards might not represent a book's success. They only indicate the tycoon's fondness for a work, a very private taste expression, but they have enough visual impact. That's the scent of money. For Death Note, this Gold League is just the beginning. Immediately following that, another Gold League smashed out. Applauding and getting up, this reward is not enough to express my feelings. User Illusion Feather rewarded Death Note, 10 million tribe coins, becoming this work's great Gold League. After rewarding, Illusion Feather also posted in the comment section, "I was careless and didn't act swiftly. I'm the fairest managed to snag the first Gold League." Illusion Feather, I'm the Fairest, and a few other users. They're all very famous tycoon readers on Tribe Comics. They all know each other. Illusion Feather is an old fan from the Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma era, while I'm the Fairest only rewarded because of Death Note. After Illusion Feather's comment, many readers replied below. 666, 666, 6666. Big Brother rewarded so much. Aren't you going to ask for updates? Let's shadow GKD. Damn, how many best-selling comics don't even have one gold league? This comic just got published and already has 2 gold leagues. Successfully attracted my attention to the tycoons. Oh no, to Death Note. I'm the Fairest even commented below. It's been a long time since I've seen such an explosive work. I spent all my pocket money on gaming this month. I'll give another one next month. Illusion Feather replied to I'm the Fairest comment. Oh, then I'll take the lead. After that, Illusion Feather rewarded Death Note with another gold league. I'm the Fairest replied with a helpless expression. I'll replenish 2 next month. You better shape up or ship out. With that, Death Note already has 3 gold leagues. And the outrageous conversation between the two, coupled with the site-wide announcement, left the bystanders dumbfounded. Is this the world of the strong? $100,000 of pocket money. Do you hear that? Is that even human language? Illusion Feather, I'll seize the first fan's position while you're not paying attention. This comic only has 5 episodes. Both tycoons are amazing. We poor can only give silvers. Silver? Poor. I really can't imagine the happiness of rich people. Perhaps the efforts of On the Fairest and Illusion Feather have had an effect? Before long, several eye-catching banners fluttered across the website, dazzling the eyes of every online reader. Congratulations to user Little Dio Likes to Read for becoming a Silver League of this work. Congratulations to user Willow God Whispers for becoming a Silver League of this work. Congratulations to user for becoming a Silver League of this work. Congratulations to Nomadic Personae for becoming a Silver League of this work. Congratulations to Smile Again for becoming a Silver League of this work. If someone carefully counts, they would find there are another 9 silvers appearing on the fan list of Death Note after the Gold League. 3 great Gold Leagues. 9 great Silver Leagues. This fan list is overwhelmingly flamboyant. Even readers browsing other comics on the website have been shocked. Damn, a red packet rain? Are the tycoons having a day off today? All rewarded to Death Note. Whose comic is this? It's so fierce. I've got to check it out. The rule on Tribe Comics is, each time a silver or gold league appears, a random red packet will show up. If you're quick enough, bystanders can snatch up some reading coin red packets. With the appearance of 3 gold leagues plus 9 silver leagues, even a klutz could get quite a few red packets. How many people threw silver at this? My God, there are 3 gold league members. Just these few golds. That's 300,000 yuan. Do these big spenders lack accessories? What kind of household is this? They can tip 10,000, even 100,000 yuan just for reading a comic. Haven't seen such an extravagant rain of gifts in Tribe Comics for a long time. Big shots are amazing. I'm going to check out Death Note. The money I grabbed probably enough for me to mooch off Shadow for a few months. Most people knew that Death Note is Shadow's new work. Because of the previous mockery by Pacific Story and Sea of Blood, Shadow got the attention in some territorial disputes. So this matter has got quite a lot of attention. However, there were some people who did not pay attention to the comic works in August. They were purely shocked by so many tips. Is the new work competing for promotional resources? Is there any better way to promote than this continuous rain of gifts? Without any accident, August new works list, Death Note directly topped the list with the highest popularity. Pacific Story ranked 2nd. Sea of Blood is in 3rd place. The internet has a memory. People haven't forgotten that Pacific Story and Sea of Blood used to mock Shadow, or the arrogance and pride of the Chu people. The comments section of the Pacific Stories comic. Originally, all posts in the comments section of Pacific Stories comic were praising Pacific Story. But after many people saw the first few frames of Death Note, the most upvoted comment turned out to be, Pacific Story, come out and take your beating. It's not just a coincidence. In the comments section of Sea of Blood's comic, the most upvoted comment is the same style. Sea of Blood, stand straight, and take your beating. 3 golds, 9 silvers. The commotion on the site-wide banner is too big. Of course, Sea of Blood and Pacific Story could not fail to see it. Not to mention the wind direction in the comment section is getting increasingly awkward. And the two people who realized something was wrong naturally went to see Death Note first. Sea of Blood finished it first. After finishing, he felt a little dizzy. This feeling of dizziness started when he saw the first image of hell in Death Note. What is this? What the hell is this? Playing dumb to eat the tiger? So you deliberately hid your true skills in the first 2 comics, just to slap our faces? Don't talk about how shocking the plot and settings of Death Note are. Just by the painting skills displayed in Death Note, it's enough to make Sea of Blood kneel directly, and there is no room for resistance. This is not a competition of the same level at all. Opening the chat box with Pacific Story, the chat history still stayed on the business mutual praise between them. Sea of Blood's face was burning. He still vividly remembers, just over an hour ago, both of them were passive-aggressively competing with each other, secretly regarding each other as the biggest competitor in August. But in the end, they are just feeding each other. This August has nothing to do with either of them. If it were only that, it wouldn't matter. But the problem is, Sea of Blood and Pacific Story had mockingly ridiculed Shadow before. I want to cut it. The chat box suddenly flashed, and Pacific Story sent a message. The so-called cut is jargon, which means wanting to be eunuch, wanting to stop updating. Only when a comic artist's new work performs very poorly would he have such an impulse. But the problem is, Pacific Story's new work is actually not bad, and there are no issues with the data. But Sea of Blood could understand Pacific Story's current mood very well. He was hit by Shadow. He was also hit by Shadow and wanted to cut it. The force of this hit was enough to make Sea of Blood and Pacific Story feel helpless on the spot. Both even started to question their own lives. Chapter 371, 350. The painting that swept across the web _1. With the business abilities of Sea of Blood and Pacific Story, it's evident how fucking terrifying the quality of Death Note is. It's at the hegemonic level. Don't be puzzled. Death Note is indeed at the hegemonic level of manga. From artistic techniques to plot, everything is indisputably top tier. There are some works in the manga world that, right from their publication, emit the unique aura of being masterpieces. Such works are something that neither Sea of Blood nor Pacific Story could create. This is the ability possessed only by the most top-notch manga artists. However, what Sea of Blood and Pacific Story are racking their brains to understand is, how did Shadow's Death Note make such drastic progress from his previous work? The two of them had also seen Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma, and Shadow's King of the Net was not unfamiliar to them either. But the artistic skills displayed by Shadow in Death Note are simply incomparable to these two works. Where can one even start to explain such a phenomenon? Equally bewildered are all the members of the Chuland manga circle. Because the impact of Shadow's manga hits the entire Chuland manga circle. What's going on? The plot is explosive, no doubt about that. It's definitely a top-level work that can create a huge sensation. But how did he manage to improve his artistic skills to this level overnight? Bullshit. You think this is fantasy manga? Are artistic skills something you can break through all of a sudden? Obviously Shadow hid his true ability before. You say this isn't fantasy manga, but now he claims to have deliberately hidden his abilities. This is clearly because he didn't draw seriously before. Is this even humanly possible? Before, when he wasn't drawing seriously, it was already so good. Now when he really means business, his technique is godly. That depiction of hell is just showing off. And it's the type where you know he's showing off, but you can't help but admit that his painting technique is absolutely invincible. His art is unbeatable. I feel only Teacher 22 Cut's art skill can be a match for him, right? All the Chuland manga artists are discussing. A great majority of discussions have mentioned 22 Cuts. 22 Cuts is recognized as the best illustrator in the Chuland. At the same time, the story of 22 Cuts is also sensational. Position-wise, 22 Cuts is like the ceiling of the Chuland manga world. However, while discussing Shadow in a particular group, 22 Cuts himself surprisingly popped up. He only sent one message. Just speaking about the art of manga, Shadow should be the top in Blue Star. I am not his match. A simple sentence, but it dropped like a bombshell. causing explosions everywhere, creating a meteor shower. The whole group went silent. For a moment. 5 minutes later, statements from the real 22 cuts started to be crazily screenshot and spread amongst various big manga groups in Chuland. More groups fell silent. Some people even forwarded the screenshot to some big manga groups in Chin and Chi lands, which caused such a big impact that people doubted their own eyes. Is it really 22 cuts who admitted it? Holy shit, Shadow is so fucking awesome. Words can't do justice to describe his awesomeness anymore. Haven't you seen the name used by the fans? They used to call him Teacher Shadow, but now he's called Master Shadow. Master, do you get it? He's already the #1 in Blue Star. Damn, I'm a bit choked up with how the Chu people have behaved, but now I can't help but feel that they have a tough time too. First they were beaten in music, and now even their strongest field, manga, has been suppressed by our Chin people. Shadow is from Chin? Maybe Shadow is a Chu person. Shadow hasn't mentioned where he comes from, but I have a feeling that Shadow could be from Chi land. Bullshit, Shadow started publishing manga in Chin land. He's definitely from Chin. Just because he published manga in Chin land proves he's from Chin? Well, the situation has somehow escalated into everyone arguing about which side Shadow is from. The impact brought about by Death Note has not ended here. Many fans have directly cut some wonderful scenes from Death Note and reposted them on platforms like Tribe. Some people even posted it in their friends' circle. 2 words, super hype. This is the late night of August 1st. At this time, there are usually many night owls wandering on the internet. Many people are mindlessly scrolling through Tribe. For instance, Hua Chi. Hua Chi is a female high school student. She doesn't like to read comics, so she has no idea who Shadow is, let alone what Death Note is. Her biggest hobby is actually reading about celebrity gossip online. She's the type that just lurks and enjoys the drama without saying a word. But that night, she stumbled upon a particular post. It was posted by a popular blogger that she follows. High-resolution screenshots of Shadow's new work, Death Note. Starting from hell, it's chock full of energy. There were 5 pictures attached. The first picture was a terrifying, foggy, cyan gray hell, filled with grotesque demons emerging one after another. Some were enduring horrible torments, some had black hair billowing out, and some were wandering souls. Hua Chi's eyes went wide. This was beautifully drawn, wasn't it? Even though she didn't understand comics, she could tell how amazing this illustration was. She even had this kind of feeling. So this is what hell looks like. There were 4 more pictures. The second picture. It depicted a long-haired man, with a cold smile playing at his lips. He held a notebook with a skull cover in his arms, and in his right hand he held up a pen. Behind him were obese figures, shackled figures, skeletal figures, all dead, forming a sea of corpses and blood. The third picture. A young man with dark circles under his eyes, feet propped up on a chair, wearing a long shirt that covered his knees. In front of him, the glow from a computer screen. There were little gadgets on his desk. Although the scene wasn't anything special, it gave off an impression that this young man was formidable. The fourth picture. The fifth picture. There were 5 pictures in total, all seemingly related to the comic's plot. Even Hua Chi, who had never read a comic before, could feel the visual impact of these comic images. The illustrations were simply magnificent. They completely overturned Hua Chi's perception of comics. It was indeed filled with energy. She couldn't help but download one of the images, a picture of Yagami Light in the dark, exchanging glances with Lin Yuan, and set it as her phone wallpaper. Of course, Hua Chi didn't know the names of these young men. She just thought the image was so cool. These characters had such distinctive personalities that were so captivating. Actually, a lot of people do this. They search the internet for beautiful images to use as their wallpaper. The image could be from an animation, a movie, or a comic. They don't need to know the source of these images. As long as they're attractive, as long as they're cool or handsome, they save them. Hua Chi did the same, and she couldn't help but comment in the comments section, "Where can I read this comic?" As she commented, Hua Chi noticed many others were also asking about Death Note in the comments. Someone quickly replied to Hua Chi, "Tribe Comics, Death Note, it's a new piece by Master Shadow." Even the blogger replied to Hua Chi, "These images are screenshots from Death Note. Every chapter has one such level of image as a mini cover, stunning beyond words. Indeed, stunning beyond words. From that moment onward, many screenshots of Death Note began circulating all over the web. Many people were reposting them. Many people were admiring them. That particularly popular image of hell was even enlarged several times by some bloggers and studied over and over. After the image was enlarged, many people were stunned to find that the image didn't collapse. In fact, many previously unnoticed details were brought to light as the image was magnified. For instance, in one corner of the image, there was a weird rock, and underneath the rock, a group of peculiar insects were crawling around. It was really creepy, each insect feeling so lifelike. In another corner, there was a face with a weird expression, half smiling, half crying. If it weren't for the enlargement, no one would have noticed. Gave me the creeps. Scared me into a cold sweat in the middle of the night. This drawing skill, truly master level. Even after being magnified so much, it still holds up. It even seems more amazing. It's nothing short of a masterpiece. Reading this kind of comic is a dual pleasure, both visually and emotionally. Is this still a comic? It makes me want to learn how to draw. And one of the comments was, now I get why Xianyu and Chu Kuang follow Shadow. Birds of a feather flock together. Freaks really do play with other freaks. This comment appeared just 5 minutes ago, and it already had over 1,000 likes. Chapter 372. 351 This boss is so capricious _1. It's a well-known fact. Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow are the three brothers. This was something Shadow himself admitted during the pre-release interview for Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma. They do not pay attention to other celebrities or peers, only to each other, forming a perfect cycle. Therefore, netizens often tease their relationship. But, even though the trio's focus is interconnected, for a very long time, everyone's attention was completely focused on Xianyu and Chu Kuang. A well-suited phrase to describe Shadow's state would be, the excitement is all theirs, I have nothing. Just as there's always a transparent member in many groups. Xianyu of the South, Chu Kuang of the North. Even though Shadow had a good relationship with the two, he seemed to be like an overlooked outsider. Netizens who paid attention to all three simultaneously often joked about him being invisible. This was tied to their individual accomplishments in their respective fields. Xianyu was recognized as a genius in the world of music composition and was also talented in scriptwriting for films. His crowning achievement was a masterpiece like Mariage d'amour. Chu Kuang, on the other hand, had a wide range of literary works. Considered as a monster by many of his peers, he swept through the realm of mystery with multiple classic short stories, fantasy novels, and even Murder on the Orient Express. Shadow, in the world of manga, though a significant figure, wasn't at the top tier. Even some believed that Shadow gained his fame thanks to Chu Kuang's King of the Net. Of course, the subsequent success of Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma, proved that Shadow could achieve good results in the manga world without relying on Chu Kuang. But it ended there. Therefore, many people had the vague feeling that Shadow simply didn't measure up to the other two. Shadow being friends with Xianyu and Chu Kuang was simply a stroke of luck. His inclusion in their interconnected attention cycle was him punching above his weight. However, the emergence of Death Note completely shattered this perception. Everyone's views on Shadow were turned upside down overnight. That's why this highly upvoted online comment. I think I understand why Xianyu and Chu Kuang keep an eye on Shadow. Like attracts like birds of a feather flock together, a pervert will only hang around with other perverts. Struck a chord. This sentence perfectly expressed the subversion everyone felt at the moment. That's so true. Like attracts like birds of a feather flock together, a pervert will only hang out with other perverts. Who dares to say now that Shadow playing with Chu Kuang and Xianyu is punching above his weight? How does the old saying go? If you want to know what level a person is on, just look at who they're friends with. Shadow's friends are Chu Kuang and Xianyu. Do you need to say what level he's on? That's right. Can someone who's brothers with Xianyu and Chu Kuang possibly be weak? From now on, who dares to say Shadow is invisible? Shadow, I lay my cards on the table. I can't pretend anymore. Actually, I am also the GOAT. There isn't really anyone out there who thought Shadow was invisible, right? Surely not, surely not. Turns out Shadow is so cool. Why didn't he show his colors before? allowing everyone to tease him for so long. Maybe this is the mindset of a goat. They simply do not care. Shadow. Fine, I'll also start playing the game using my hands. Insightful. Judging from Death Note, Shadow was really just playing around before. There are no younger brothers in the three brothers. They're all bloody elder brothers. It doesn't matter if you don't understand manga. As long as you have eyes. Anyone who has seen Shadow's drawings is impressed. There's no need for any professional perspectives to judge. Simply describing it as the drawings are too good-looking is enough. But netizens couldn't figure out why Shadow didn't show his skill earlier if he was so talented. Could it be that he really was just too lazy, as netizens had speculated? So he was just too lazy to take drawing seriously? Even though this was the only explanation that made sense, it seemed absurd to everyone, or even ridiculous. And then, the very next day, many people's questions were answered. Someone came forward to explain exactly why Shadow's art style in Death Note suddenly became extraordinarily magnificent. This person was Shadow's main manga assistant, Luo Wei. Luo Wei's online name was Luoli. She was a famous mangaka in the doujinshi, fanwork, community. Mangaka and goat carry the same meaning. Both terms are used to refer to doujinshi authors with respect and admiration. Aside from this, Luo Wei had also been Shadow's assistant under the pseudonym Lolly, hence she had a say in Death Note. Luo Wei released a long post. Seeing everyone discussing why Teacher Shadow's drawing skill has suddenly become so good, as someone involved, I think an explanation is needed. First, I want to correct a misunderstanding. It's not that Teacher Shadow's drawing skills suddenly improved or that there was some sort of breakthrough, but rather his drawing skills have always been tremendous. The reason I originally agreed to be Teacher Shadow's assistant was because I was won over by his drawing techniques. Luo Wei was referring to her past experience competing against Lin Yuan in Chinese painting at Qin Art, but she didn't disclose too many details. In Luo Wei's view, Lin Yuan's level of Chinese painting could crush her own. Therefore, even though she was initially shocked at Lin Yuan's frightening manga techniques, after remembering how her Chinese painting was outperformed by Lin Yuan, she suddenly understood why Lin Yuan's manga drawings could also outperform her own. But what was crucial was her following explanation. Actually, Teacher Shadow is a very easygoing person in private and even a bit lazy. He often provides the storyboard, does a simple line drawing, and then hands off the main drawing task to me, his assistant. Therefore, everyone would think that Teacher Shadow's previous works were not as good as they are now, because in King of the Net and later Food Wars, Shokuchi no Soma, a lot of the content was drawn by me. That's why there were some jokes online saying that Teacher Shadow must have found an assistant to ghostwrite for him in the past. It wasn't entirely wrong. It just wasn't that exaggerated. In fact, Death Note was also supposed to be completed by Teacher Shadow and me together. We had accumulated drafts for 2 months, and the quality of the drawings didn't differ from the previous 2 manga works. But just before Death Note was about to be released, Teacher Shadow suddenly rejected our previous drafts and personally hand-drew a new version, the version that everyone is now seeing. The new version had such superb drawing skills from Teacher Shadow that I was not able to keep up and could only assist from the sidelines. As for why Teacher Shadow suddenly decided to redraw Death Note, maybe everyone can guess even without me saying. I will upload the first version of Death Note, the drafts that were discarded by Teacher Shadow, in a moment. I've randomly taken screenshots from a few pages of the content, so everyone can get a feel. After the long post was published, Luo Wei indeed uploaded the first version of Death Note onto Tribe. As for the first version of Death Note, the discarded drafts, the quality of the drawings were indeed around the same as Teacher Shadow's first 2 works. Netizens were dumbfounded. This goat has such an air of incorrigibility. Chapter 373, 352. The 3 brothers stand side by side _1. After hearing the explanation from Luo Wei, the manga assistant, everyone finally understood. Apparently, Shadow had not originally intended to make Death Note so phenomenal. You can tell from the first version of Death Note. Shadow hadn't planned to take it seriously before. Just like his previous 2 manga, this guy is a slacker. Even though he has the ability to carry the weight, if he can slack off, he does so with peace of mind. If it weren't for Pacific Story and Sea of Blood's mockery and innuendos, along with the public opinion influenced by regional disputes, you probably wouldn't have seen, such as stunning artwork in Death Note. For the reason that made Shadow take his work seriously, Luo Wei, of course, did not explicitly mention. If mentioned explicitly, it would seem that Shadow lacks grace, and at this point, Pacific Story and Sea of Blood are probably feeling quite deflated, so there wouldn't be any point in walking all over them again. They were already ground to dust. However, anyone with a slight comprehension can see what Luo Wei is hinting at. Netizens have even retraced Luo Wei's initial thought process. Because Pacific Story and Sea of Blood's innuendos got on Shadow's nerves, Shadow decided to deal with these too? Logical, flawless reasoning. And just like Luo Wei's initial reaction, everyone suddenly felt a little sorry for Pacific Story and Sea of Blood. Why on earth did you two bother him? He's a seemingly harmless giant dragon who's actually just taking a nap. Once the dragon wakes up, who can withstand its powerful tail swing? Haven't you seen the 22-blade stream, known for its exquisite artwork, feeling a bit inferior? But on the other hand, if it weren't for Pacific Story and Sea of Blood's ill-conceived provocations, would Shadow have taken Death Note so seriously? After all, this big shot is too lazy to really put effort into creating artwork. The fact is, this big shot can leisurely create artwork and have it dismissed by the readers, whom he leaves none the wiser, thinking that Shadow is quite impressive. From this perspective, shouldn't everyone be thankful for the provocations of Pacific Story and Sea of Blood? If Pacific Story and Sea of Blood hadn't aggravated Shadow, would Shadow have been so diligent and shown his true strength? He probably would have continued to slack off. From now on, there should be more people like Sea of Blood and Pacific Story to stimulate Shadow. So, we really should be grateful to Pacific Story and Sea of Blood. If it weren't for Teacher Pacific Story and Teacher Sea of Blood's self-sacrifice and dedication, we probably would have been hoodwinked by Shadow again. The key is, even if Shadow casually hoodwinks people, his level still crushes 80% of manga artists. Pacific Story and Sea of Blood deserve eternal recognition. With merits so great, I suggest giving Pacific Story and Sea of Blood a commendation. Luo Wei, seeing these comments, couldn't help but laugh. These current netizens are too unpredictable, full of bizarre speculations. However, on second thought, wasn't it also bizarre speculations when Pacific Story and Sea of Blood previously mocked Shadow? Spare the rod and spoil the child. Nobody is spared by fate. As for the purpose of Luo Wei's article, it was actually to disgust others in return. Shadow can stay quiet, but himself as an assistant must do something else. Otherwise, the artwork of Death Note would have been wasted. Of course, even if the artwork isn't. Compared, Death Note is a very classic work. On some rating websites, some people evaluated Death Note as follows. This is a work with a narrative so classically S-ranked, and a never-before-seen artwork reaching the unprecedented SSS rank. Thanks to Sea of Blood? Thanks to Pacific Story? Thanks to whom exactly? Sea of Blood and Pacific Story, after reading Luo Wei's article and seeing netizens' weird comments, completely lost their composure, as Luo Wei predicted, even developing psychological shadows. This wave of defeat is complete. However, Sea of Blood and Pacific Story felt wronged. Who could have imagined that a popular work like King of the Net was just Shadow being slack? Who could have thought that the exquisite artwork of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, was merely Shadow drawing casually? This is not scientific at all. However, this generation of netizens is indeed full of twists and turns. Some people even made animated GIFs based on the videos of Sea of Blood and Pacific Story mocking Shadow previously. The scenes of these two mocking Shadow as an unremarkable entity, and then bursting into laughter afterward, have become the latest favorites in many people's collections of emoji. Even some netizens went to Chu Kwang's tribal comment section to stir up the situation. Shadow didn't even bring out all his strength when drawing your King of the Net manga version. How can you tolerate this, Chu Kwang, you old rascal? I wouldn't tolerate it anyway. Chu Kwang the old rascal is not that good of a person either. He has fooled many readers with his narrative trickery. Birds of a feather flock together. The wisdom of the ancients is truly deceitful. Chu Kwang deceived the readers. Shadow fooled the readers. Both of these guys are swindlers. I hope Xianyu doesn't pick up bad habits from these two. Teacher Admirable Fish is very steady. How could he be as despicable as these two? Because of the enthusiasm of the netizens, Shadow, Chu Kuang, and even Xianyu's tribal comment sections are exceptionally lively. At the same time, riding the momentum of Death Note, the number of fans who follow Shadow have skyrocketed, and in just 1 week, it surged to nearly 50 million. There's still a long way from Chu Kuang's breaking 100 million mark. It is also a significant number away from Xianyu's current 90 million. However, Shadow did start late in putting in his effort, so no one says things like Shadow is an unnotable entity anymore. Does your unnotable entity look like this? Is your unnotable entity the top artist in the manga world? Yes. With the spread of Death Note's popularity, Shadow's artistic skills have been recognized in the industry. After all, the 22 Blade Stream admitted that their art is inferior to Shadow's. And the art that can make the 22 Blade Stream concede is only the best in Blue Star. When it comes to manga, the importance of art and storyline is the same. Being number one in Blue Star in either aspect is a remarkable achievement. In addition, some netizens wrote a short script for the three brothers Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow, which also became widely circulated in many places. The Chu people say they are number one in music, Xianyu laughs. The Chu people say they are number one in manga, Shadow laughs. The Chu people say they are number one in novels. Chu people, shut up, we never said that. It just so happened. Xianyu was the first person to shatter the Chu people's confidence in music, while Shadow was the first person to shatter the Chu people's confidence in manga. And it happens that these two are bros. For this, some netizens are hopefully someone can give Chu Kuang a run for his money in the future. The three brothers should stick together. Some even joked, by your standards, are the three brothers on track to represent the artists of Great Qin in sweeping the 6 continents? Of course, sweeping the 6 continents is only a joke. The three brothers can't represent the art of Great Qin. They are just individuals with very high personal levels of achievement. The art level of the other continents can't be underestimated because of this. However, one undeniable fact is, Death Note has put Shadow on track to being a god in the manga circle. By now, Shadow has completely banished the label of being an unnotable entity and has gained the qualifications to stand. Besides Xianyu and Chu Kuang. Chapter 374, 353, Above the Master_1. Of course, it's not only the art of Death Note that shocks the readers, but also its plot. The reason why everyone is talking about the artwork is that the artwork of this comic is really impressive. It's just like when an actor gives a great performance in a movie, yet his own attractiveness even overshadows his acting skills. But if this actor truly is talent, then as long as you keep watching, you'll gradually see past his good looks and appreciate his perfect acting skills. It's, after all, an unprecedented SSS rank drawing skill, and it is undoubtedly attractive. Compared to this, although the script and setting of the comic are also excellent, they received an S rank evaluation. Don't underestimate S rank. In terms of plot, an S rank is already a top-level evaluation. This is also related to the short serialization period of Death Note. During these days of serialization, although Shadow updates quickly, the storyline of Death Note has not yet fully unfolded, so there's less discussion about the plot than the artwork. It's just because the plot needs space to unfold. The artwork, however, can be seen from the very first image. Situation improved gradually beginning from the 3rd week of the serialization of Death Note. Because the plot began to unfold, readers, having grown accustomed to the artwork of Death Note, began paying more attention to the plot, and thus, more comments were generated. Ever since this comic was serialized, almost everyone was chatting about the artwork, but few discussed the plot. In reality, the plot of this comic is also very exciting. It is logically rigorous in every aspect. From the beginning to the currently serialized storyline, they are all impressive. From the standpoint of plot quality, it's worthy of such a top-notch artwork. What I wanted to say has been stated by the person above. Guys, do not overlook the plot. The plot of Death Note truly is awesome. This comic has more text than others. From the beginning to the current plot, it has been an intense battle of wits the whole time. This is my favorite type. I, however, don't fancy Yagami Light's personality. He's too cold and too ruthless. Lin is more likable. The two primary male characters confronting each other and their endless reversing plots of wits watching it is really enjoyable. The plot has a bit of reasoning taste. The discussion about what is justice raises the level of the work. Originally, Yagami Light attempted to overcome legal barrier to assist the vulnerable in punishing offenders, which was a well-intentioned move. However, the hope to create a utopia with an individual's extreme abilities is the biggest problem. Unfettered power can hardly avoid causing problems. I have a feeling that Yagami Light will eventually become completely dark. The topic of personal enforcement of the law reminds me of Chu Kuang's Murder on the Orient Express. It's the same choice of personal enforcement of the law, just that Yagami Light is more extreme. In Chu Kuang's novel, the practice of using violence to suppress violence is out of helplessness. Maybe Shadow and Chu Kuang discussed this topic privately, so their works both happen to discuss the issue of justice. Poro finally chose to forgive, but Yagami Light has plunged too deeply. I wonder if Shadow will also choose forgiveness. Explosive style, explosive plot. This comic is telling a truth. Human issues should be resolved by humans themselves. They should not resort to the power of God. Some people knowledgeable in religion can think clearly about this. My worldview says that we, humans, come to this world for cultivation, and eliminating evil deeds is a major part. If we resort to the power of God to remove this evil, it's actually the equivalent of burying one's head in the sand, not having solved the problem at all. It's an irresponsible way of self-deception. Therefore, Yagami Light is the antagonist. I'm very curious how the author will arrange the subsequent plot. It was outside of Lin Yuan's expectation. The controversy over Yagami Light's actions was not particularly high among the readers. Perhaps this has something to do with the relatively young age of comic readers. The process of judging a case in a detective novel is relatively dry. Young readers do not have the patience to read through it. Most of them would consider it boring after reading half of it, so the overall age of the readers tends to be older. Comics are different. Though many people see Yagami Light as a character who goes to the dark side right from the start, who has a problematic worldview, there are also countless numbers of readers who worship him because of this. Perhaps it is for this reason, considering this factor, that the comic ultimately arranged for Yagami Light's death to lead readers in the right direction. If Yagami Light did not die, the value orientation would be incorrect. Having checked the ratings on the website, Death Note received a current rating of 9.4. This rating comes from Starry Sky Network. As the most objective rating site recognized by Blue Star, the rating of Death Note is higher than that of Dubon in Celestial Dynasty. There are two reasons. The first one is that systems slightly adjusted the quality of the plot of Death Note to make the logic of the content stronger. The second is that the artwork of Death Note had surpassed the original and had reached the ceiling of the comic artwork. Furthermore, with this wave, Lin Yuan's drawing reputation also improved significantly, increasing from the original 300,000 to over 400,000 now. Maybe when this comic finishes, his reputation might go up even more. Not only that, Death Note also ranks high on the various popularity leaderboard on Tribe Comics. Although it hasn't made it to the top spot, it has begun to show promise. Of course, it's not possible to rush to the top spot directly. After all, the longer a comic is serialized, the more popular it becomes. It's hard to imagine a comic that just launched can beat Dead Sea of Fire at its peak. This world doesn't have comics like Dead Sea of Fire, but there are works of the same level that a comic like Death Note, which has been serialized for less than a month, can't topple. However, according to the trend of popularity growth, if Death Note does not fail, it will undoubtedly become a pillar of the industry in the future. This is beyond doubt. This is the terrifying influence of master-level drawing. This is also the first time Lin Yuan has received a master-level reward. His other abilities, such as calligraphy skill and piano-playing ability, are all at the professional level. His professional piano-playing ability was the first ability that Lin Yuan obtained, but he has not had the chance to elevate it to the master level. Instead, it was his drawing ability that later surpassed others and first reached the master level. That's why Lin Yuan's drawing reputation has been able to grow so rapidly. That's the power of a master. It actually makes Lin Yuan look forward to his other abilities reaching the master level. Only those who have experienced it would know how big a gap there is between the professional and the master level. System once said, master level is not the limit, and there is a perfect level. Above the master level, Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder, if the master level is already so impressive, is the perfect level still human? Alright, according to System, perfect level is indeed not human. The limit of human abilities is the master level. Like how the most skilled Go player can't beat AlphaGo. Perhaps the so-called perfect level is like AlphaGo, at the level of artificial intelligence? Chapter 375, 354, 10 years _1. Let's review. The treasure chest is divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The awards with the perfect level ability are contained only within the diamond treasure chest. So far, the highest level treasure chest that Lin Yuan has obtained is gold level, so he certainly isn't expecting any perfect level abilities for now. For a person, being a master is already enough. For example, let's take this 6 shrimps painting that Lin Yuan previously completed using the character card of Qi Baishe. If before, Lin Yuan needed the character card to produce such a piece of work, now he can create similar quality work purely by painting seriously, without needing to borrow any character cards at all. This is mastery. With the serialization state of the Death Note gradually stabilizing, the fervent discussions online eventually quieted down some. In contrast, on the Tribe Forum, there was a sustained enthusiasm from fans in Shadow's comment section. And because of the recognition of Shadow's abilities, many netizens have consciously linked Shadow with Chu Kuang and Xianyu whenever they bring up the latter two. The connection of the 3 brothers, therefore, gets driven even deeper into the hearts of people. Laughing about it, Jinmu comments, because Shadow's comics gained big popularity, the connections between the 3 aliases became stronger, and there's a ton of online jokes about the boss's 3 aliases. Lin Yuan nods. Jinmu then speaks. Already there are animation production companies inquiring about the copyright of Death Note. So soon, Lin Yuan is somewhat surprised, as it was only once his prior 2 comics were halfway in their serialization that there was interest in their copyrights. This time, with Death Note still only a bit into serialization, companies are wanting to turn it into an animation already. Indeed, Jinmu curves his lips. On one hand, it's due to Death Note doing really well, and on the other, it's because the animations based on the boss's previous 2 works were really successful. Hence, everyone believes that the boss's 3rd comic can also be adapted well. Lin Yuan knows, in the anime circle, that there's a saying called "suffered from animation adaptation." The meaning is that, sometimes, a comic or novel with a splendid original plot ends up having a very poorly made animation adaptation. That's when netizens would give the comment of "suffered from animation adaptation." Luckily, the animation companies Lin Yuan has chosen to work with are all reliable. Until now, there hasn't been a case where the animation adaptation falls short, to the point that the influence of the animation surpasses even the original comics. Don't sell first, wait till the heat goes up a bit more. As the Death Note can gain more popularity later, by then the copyright will be more valuable. Therefore, Lin Yuan doesn't wish to hastily sell the copyright now. Jinmu nods. That's what I was thinking too. Continuing the discussion, Jinmu then adds, I've already sent the new manuscript of the Hercule Poirot series to Silver Blue Books. It will be published on the 1st of next month. Oh, the Poirot Detective Collection series has already started a serialization schedule of 1 episode each month. As far as Lin Yuan's writing speed is concerned, penning 1 Poirot mystery story each month hardly takes up much time. And as the serialization continues, Poirot's popularity grows steadily. Lin Yuan believes that, when Poirot's influence thoroughly erupts, this gentleman with a mustache will become a true Detective Conan in the world of mysteries in Blue Star. On the 23rd of August, Lin Yuan came to the company. Hearing the news, Wu Yong, who was the assistant director on the 9th floor, hustled over with an excited expression. Boss, you're finally visiting the company. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Am I caught skipping work? Wu Yong gave a wry smile. Who dares to monitor the boss's attendance? I meant that time is running out. Jiang Kuei and teacher Sun Yaohua are waiting for your move. Oh, tell me about the situation. The reason Lin Yuan came to the company was precisely for this matter. When he came to the company at the end of last month, Wu Yong had already mentioned this issue to Lin Yuan. Here's the situation. Wu Yong spoke. Jiang Kuei's new song is ranked 3rd in this month's chart, an excellent achievement indeed, while Sun Yao's new song is ranked 8th. Although its rank isn't particularly high, its popularity has been holding up well. However, without a song of enough weight, it's impossible for them to break into the top tier before the end of the year, so Wu Yong chattered on and on for quite some time. After listening to Wu Yong's explanation, Lin Yuan roughly understood the situation. The efforts of Shui Liang and Feng Shuo were not in vain. Under the nurturing of the company and through efforts of these two disciples, both Sun Yao and Jiang Kui are advancing steadily towards first-tier singer status this year. If one were to use a progress bar as an analogy, Jiang Kui is probably only about 10% away from becoming a first-tier artist. Sun Yao is slightly behind, but is also only about 20% from achieving first-tier status. However, with the progress bar, the closer you get to the finish line, the harder it becomes. Shui Liang and Feng Shuo have already reached their limits. They are unable to provide Sun Yao and Jiang Kui with songs that would allow the pair to completely break into first-tier status. If they continue to give Sun Yao and Jiang Kui songs to sing, they could at best barely manage to keep the two from dropping out of the top 10 positions. Therefore, it is essential for Lin Yuan to step in at this point. Because to be able to advance into first-tier status, it isn't enough just to stay in the top 10. One must have an achievement like a seasoned champion to finalize it. This is a display of dominance. The boss shouldn't feel too pressured. After explaining, Wu Yong slightly slowed down his pace of speaking. Most of the other composition departments have not completed their tasks either. So far, they have basically only cultivated one top-tier artist each, while the company's requirement is for each of us to foster 2. We're just lagging the most. We haven't been able to push anyone into top-tier status. I understand. Lin Yuan says, notify teacher Sun Yao to prepare to visit the company and start recording. Wu Yong is taken aback. He thought Lin Yuan would choose Jiang Kui because she is closer to first-tier status, but Lin Yuan chose to promote Sun Yao first. This Sun Yao truly is favored by the boss. But is there enough time for this? Boss, can't we let Jiang Kui go first? This song suits Sun Yao. I see. Wu Yong hesitates for a moment before he finally leaves the room to make the phone call. After Wu Yong leaves, Gudong, the assistant, comes forward to refill Lin Yuan's tea and then tactfully reminds him, Boss, if you want to elevate teacher Sun Yao to first-tier status, one song may not be enough. It's all right. Lin Yuan dismisses it offhandedly. Back at the end of last month, after Wu Yong mentioned this issue to Lin Yuan, he has been contemplating which song to arrange for Sun Yao. Since this song must carry a certain weight, he has deliberated on this for a long time. And, back some time ago, he had already found the solution. Even the small sample piece of the song was produced to avoid any delay. After all, it's already late in August by now, and time left for Lin Yuan to help Sun Yao with the song recording is pretty limited. Luckily, there's a song that suits Sun Yao perfectly. Both the vocal range and tone are an ideal match. And this song is called 10 Years. Chapter 376, 355, The Path of the King of Singing _1. That's right, it's 10 years. As is well known, this song also has a Cantonese version called Next Year, Today. And it was thanks to this song that Eason Chan first gained recognition in Xiangjiang. However, back then, Eason Chan was only well known on a regional level, with low recognition in mainland China. That remained until a certain month in 2003 in the Celestial Dynasty. Eason Chan's management company, Emperor, decided to have him sing the Mandarin version of the song, 10 Years. Initially, Eason Chan refused. He felt he had already sung the Cantonese version Next Year, Today thousands of times, and the idea of singing a Mandarin version felt like selling second-hand goods to him. But Emperor didn't give up. They presented Eason Chan with a rosy prospect if he agreed to sing the Mandarin version, a promise that it would dramatically raise his profile in mainland China. Unable to resist their persuasion, Eason Chan performed the song. And as we all know, the song was released and Eason Chan's popularity in mainland China skyrocketed. Since then, the song 10 Years and Eason Chan are inseparable. Every time Eason Chan holds a concert, 10 Years is bound to be on the set list. Whenever the melody of 10 Years quietly starts, the emotional defenses of the audience crumble in an instant. Countless emotional stories gently flow with the music, leaving the audience utterly moved. It can be said that 10 Years is one of the most classic songs among the Xianjiang sentimental songs. In the must-play song list of countless people who go to karaoke bars, 10 Years is invariably present. Not only is it a preferred song choice for contestants in various talent shows, but it's also an emotional echo that resonates with both middle-aged individuals and young people. From a melodic standpoint, 10 Years isn't a lively or upbeat song. Unlike Red Sun, whose intro is enough to liven up the entire audience. But 10 Years has a calm sadness that stands for chaotic feelings and endless bitterness. The two songs have different styles, but both are equally classic. Considering Yao Hua's predicament, Lin Yuan thought this song was the perfect choice. After all, Yao Hua needs a hit. Luckily, Yao Hua had previously performed Red Rose. That song is also one of Eason Chan's classics. With a similar style, Yao Hua would be able to handle it effortlessly. As for Jiang Kuei, Lin Yuan was considering whether to let her sing Nervous. Nervous was a song Lin Yuan had drawn from the bronze treasure chest. As a divine song, the quality was undoubtedly top-notch. In the last life, in the Celestial Dynasty, divine song was a derogatory term. But while Nervous was also labeled a divine song, it was used ironically, as the song was truly amazing. However, the song was extremely difficult to perform. The legendary singer Wang Fei had tried to cover it, but had given up and even posted about it on her microblog. Lin Yuan wasn't sure if Jiang Kuei could handle the song. If Jiang Kuei could indeed pull it off, this song would do the most to showcase her singing skill. So Lin Yuan decided to have Jiang Kuei give it a try first. If Jiang Kuei couldn't handle it, Lin Yuan would arrange another song for her. In the composition department on the 9th floor, the composers were working when there was suddenly a noise at the door. Thud. Everyone looked up to see Yao Hua awkwardly getting up from the floor, brushing off the dust from his clothes nonchalantly. "Sorry to disturb," he said. He received a call from Wu Yong and hurried to the office, almost running a red light in his haste. When he made it to the 9th floor composition department, he stumbled and fell due to his fast pace, a greatly embarrassing episode. At the moment, Wu Yong was chatting with a composer in the corridor. When he turned his head and spotted Yao Hua in this quite embarrassing state, he couldn't help but sigh. What merits did this guy have to be so highly regarded by Mr. Lin? He lacked the demeanor of a star. Wu Yong said irritably. "Mr. Lin is waiting for you inside." All right. Yao Hua flashed a smile and quickly walked up to the office door, clearing his throat, then adjusting his appearance before knocking. "Come in," a voice said from inside. Only then did Yao Hua push the door and go in. Before he pushed open the door, he could faintly hear his employees snickering, which made his steps feel a bit heavy. The employees in the 9th floor composition department burst into laughter as they watched Yao Hua's retreating figure. Of all the male singers in the company, why does Mr. Lin choose to promote him? He's a typical case of a singer whose songs are popular, but he himself is not. So many of Mr. Lin's songs are wasted on him. Anyone else would have been famous by now. These murmurs were not well concealed. As they spoke, some were covertly glancing at Wu Yong. Everyone knew that Wu Yong was not satisfied with Sun Yao Hua. However, to everyone's surprise, Wu Yong suddenly growled. "Shut up." Wu Yong's face was serious as his gaze swept over everyone. He said coldly, "If anyone dares to badmouth Sun Yao Hua behind his back again, they can fucking leave." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, exchanging glances and lowering their heads to avoid Wu Yong's gaze, their hearts full of uncertainty. What's going on? Doesn't Wu Yong dislike Sun Yao Hua? Why does everyone's criticism of Sun Yao Hua provoke this deputy director's dissatisfaction? Wu Yong huffily returned to his office. Wu Yong's assistant followed carefully, apparently having the same doubts, and whispered, "Director Wu, don't you dislike Sun Yao Hua as well? Whether I like him or not is not important. What's important is that Mr. Lin likes him." Wu Yong looked at his assistant indifferently. Sun Yao Hua was chosen by Mr. Lin. I didn't dare to say a word, let alone these useless people outside. The assistant was taken aback. Meanwhile, In the office, Sun Yaohua discreetly took out some items. Junior, this white watch is for your sister, the red one is for your girlfriend, and this bracelet, I think it's suitable for your aunt. Lin Yuan felt a bit awkward. This must cost quite a lot, right? Sun Yaohua laughed casually. Actually, money is just a number to me. What's important is that your family likes them. Last time when your sister ate in my hot pot restaurant, she mentioned that it was inconvenient for your sister not to have a watch during exams. I figured that she can't bring an electronic watch to the exam hall. Thank you, senior. Lin Yuan thanked him and then pulled out the prepared score and sample of 10 years. This song is for you, senior. You need to familiarize yourself with it in the next few days, as we need to release it before September. No, thanks. Sun Yaohua's smile faded slightly. Junior, you don't need to look out for me and give me all the good songs every time. Maybe the company has someone more suitable than me. I won't waste your good songs anymore. Lin Yuan was surprised. If it were before, Senior Yaohua would definitely accept it without hesitation and then excitedly run off to practice. Lin Yuan believed that such excitement couldn't be faked. Senior Yaohua truly loved music, just like himself before his voice had been damaged. But today, was Senior Yaohua doubting himself? The situation was a bit serious. Lin Yuan's gaze became serious, and he said earnestly, Senior, you're the most suitable person for this song. Junior, actually I don't mind. Sun Yaohua had a complicated expression. I just don't want people to criticize you because of me. I've held back the 9th floor. Every other department has at least launched one frontline star. Give the opportunity to Jiang Kuei. I don't want to hold you back anymore. We need to be content with what we have. Otherwise, it will seem like I'm greedy. Besides, I'm not cut out for this anyway. It's just me not admitting. Senior, Lin Yuan began. Do you trust me? Sun Yaohua nodded. From the moment Lin Yuan insisted on letting him sing Red Rose, Sun Yaohua had never doubted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, then just sing well. Sun Yaohua was silent for a moment, then said softly, I'll sing. Lin Yuan showed a natural smile. At this moment, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Host has triggered a new mission. Mission name, Road to the King of Singing. Mission goal, make Sun Yaohua the King of Singing within 2 years. Mission reward, gold treasure chest. Mission note, the higher the completion rate of the task, the richer the reward in the gold treasure chest. Lin Yuan was stunned. Actually, he had planned to help Senior Yaohua become the King of Singing anyway, but he didn't expect to get a system task out of it. Senior Yaohua is awesome. Chapter 377, 356, Changing Affection _1. 2 days later, on the 25th, Sun Yaohua entered the recording studio to officially record 10 years. Of course, the recording studio belonged to the company. Starlight started as a music company, and although it also produces films now, its music equipment remains top-notch. An outsider may think that all recording studios are somewhat similar, but they are actually very different. For instance, matters like room reverb configuration, sound insulation, setup, and sound absorption setting, etc. The better the recording studio, the more its details are carefully considered, even including the size of the room, which is also strictly planned. We ordinary folks, when recording songs with singing software, often feel an abysmal difference between us and professional singers. And when we use apps like Everyone's Singer, we get the feeling that the boys and girls in there are not only good-looking, but also sing well. But it's not always that exaggerated. The versions of songs released by singers are all produced in recording studios. Some mediocre singers basically only become proficient with sound cards, and even in live performances, they are just a little superior to the most skillful singers found in karaoke bars. A person with a decent singing ability can show good results after being meticulously worked on by a professional sound engineer in a recording studio. In fact, they may not even need to be auto-tuned. The recording studio is such a magical place. Of course, this only applies to average singers. An excellent singer is indeed incomparable to an ordinary person. You can think of whoever you want, as this is quite subjective. However, no matter how good the recording studio is, if the singer does not have enough skills, they won't be chosen by Lin Yuan. The reason Sun Yaohua is trusted by Lin Yuan is the proficiency of his skills. Today, as soon as Sun Yaohua started recording, Lin Yuan was taken aback. If these 2 words did not tremble, I would not have realized that I'm in pain. Saying it out loud is nothing more than a breakup. Breath, pitch, language sensitivity, and emotion are all criteria for evaluating singing skills. If there were a grading scale for singing skills, with 100 being the maximum score, Lin Yuan would have given Sun Yaohua a 75. In comparison, Jiang Kuei would score at least 80. But today, the singing skills that Sun Yaohua demonstrated have exceeded 80. He has improved. Lin Yuan is 100% certain that during this lengthy period in which he has not been working with Sun Yaohua must have been quietly putting in hard work. Otherwise, Sun Yaohua could never have made such great progress. Without a certain amount of effort, such a remarkable improvement would not be possible. If you don't have a specific concept of improvement in singing skills, you can listen to the level of singing at the early stage of Zhang Jie's career and compare it with his performance at later live events. After a few takes, it felt pretty smooth. The recording engineer said, "This song doesn't have high requirements for vocal range or singing skills." The phrase, "why not when leaving," in the lyrics requires a major sixth interval change in resonance location. You just treated it too evenly. Sun Yaohua just nodded. The main points of this song are intonation, detailing, and emotional transition. He has basically mastered it in a few days of practice. He looked at Lin Yuan. "Do you have any suggestions, Junior?" Lin Yuan usually likes giving suggestions, but he seems to not have interrupted his performance today. After some consideration, Lin Yuan said, "Sincerity." Sun Yaohua could get reminders about technical aspects from the recording studio, and he was professional enough, but the understanding of the emotion had to come from the singer himself. Sincerity. Taken aback, Sun Yaohua paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'll try." Soon enough, a new round of recording started. Sun Yaohua slightly closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly lower with his right hand covering the headset, and his slightly husky voice rang out. "If these two words did not tremble, I wouldn't realize I'm in pain." The recording engineer was stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat melancholy. However, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up just the slightest. If there are no hopes for tomorrow, holding hands is like touring. There was a hint of bitterness in Sun Yaohua's voice. The song is a typical love song, but it reminded him of the conversation he had with his junior a few days ago. He was ready to give up on music, but his junior urged him to persist. Would he keep on singing without his junior's insistence? Sun Yaohua didn't know. He just found himself somewhat upset and reluctant. The woman in the lyrics reminded him of what music meant to him. If a hug cannot last, why not enjoy and shed tears while leaving? All emotions seemed to be embedded in the lyrics. Sun Yaohua's voice wasn't loud, but had an endearing power at this moment. 10 years ago, I didn't know you. You weren't mine. We were still next to a stranger, walking past a street that gradually became familiar. 10 years later, we were friends. Sun Yaohua's eyes turned red. He didn't know whether he was moved by the cliché love story from the lyrics, or whether the sadness stemmed from his imagination of giving up music a few days ago and what he might face 10 years later. Only after years of being friends with you did I realize that my tears are not for you alone, but also for others. In the end, the man misses the woman. Sun Yaohua sang while feeling lost. Uncontrollably, tears began to stream down his face. When he snapped out of it, he suddenly saw that the staff in the monitor room were giving him a thumbs up. "That's it." Lin Yuan nodded at him with a smile. Sun Yaohua quietly clenched his fists and forced a grin. Is this the sincerity? There is no need for him to go through a decade-long love affair for one song. No singer can achieve this. If they do, things could take a turn. The so-called sincerity is merely letting their emotions be conveyed through the music. The woman can be taken as a symbol in the face of these emotions, which can be a woman or anything else, as long as it is something you can't bear to leave, yet can't resign to holding on to. What Sun Yaohua thought was the music. He didn't know that this expression of emotion resembled a phenomenon in performance called transference. For example, when an actor needs to perform a crying scene, if they can't cry, they can mobilize their emotions by thinking about something sad. And Lin Yuan's intention is to locate the emotional fulcrum for Sun Yaohua. But Lin Yuan couldn't tell him straight out. If he did, simply by telling Sun Yaohua to think of something sad would seem too forced. This kind of guidance on emotions should be natural. As the facts proved, Sun Yaohua is emotional, and having rich emotions is actually a good thing for singers, actors, and many other fields of art. Lin Yuan can genuinely praise. Among all their collaborations to date, 10 Years is the most perfect work that Sun Yaohua has ever recorded. Only when you touch your own heart can you touch your audiences. Chapter 378, 357 Song Release _1. Has Sun Yaohua gone to record another song with Xianyu? Yes, in the #1 recording studio. I saw them go in with my own eyes. All the other floors have produced at least one leading singer, but the 9th floor's composition department still hasn't managed to bring one up. Isn't Xianyu worried? And he is still wasting time with Sun Yaohua. Who knows what Xianyu is thinking about? Why not just focus on promoting Jiang Kuei? Jiang Kuei has a much shorter journey to becoming a leading singer than Sun Yaohua does. In a large company like Starlight, with its many employees, the gossip among them can get quite lively, especially among the several floors of the composition section, each of which is now striving to fulfill the company's beginning-of-the-year talent promotion objectives. Naturally, they all pay close attention to the 9th floor's performance. There's no lack of communication between the different departments. Everyone knows that the 9th floor's performance has been the poorest. With only a few months left in the year, the rest of the composition departments are all wondering, can Xianyu promote a leading singer before the end of the year during this final sprint? Looking at the situation, it seems the 9th floor probably won't be able to promote even a single lead singer this year. If Xianyu left Sun Yaohua and focused on promoting Jiang Kuei during these last few months, there might still be some hope. September to December, a total of 4 months, including December's dead group. It's going to be difficult. The key thing is, on the current new song charts, not only are other companies pushing forward, but there is also often internal competition from Starlight. After all the floors are pushing. All the while, the company was abuzz with speculation. In one of Starlight's artist lounges, Zhao Yinggu scoffed. Wouldn't it have been better if Teacher Admirable Fish had simply chosen me for the 9th floor? It would have saved us from all of this passive waiting. The assistant chuckled. I bet Teacher Admirable Fish now regrets not choosing you back then. Zhao Yinggu was already predicted to make it onto the elite list, and it was considered as good as done. Supported by the 10th floor composition department, Zhao Yinggu had indeed become one of the leading singers. Does he actually regret it? Zhao Yinggu appeared somewhat delighted. Does that mean Teacher Admirable Fish has noticed me? If I asked him to write a song for me next year, would he agree? Assistant. Turns out you're working so hard just to get Teacher Admirable Fish's attention? What's wrong? Zhao Yinggu glanced at her assistant. The assistant laughed. Nothing. I was just thinking about how much pressure must be on the 9th floor right now. Humph. Zhao Yinggu, full of assurance, said, if he had chosen me, I could easily have helped him complete the company's assignment. Plus, the company has plans to make a king of singing. Next time he'll surely choose me. The assistant was puzzled. Why does it have to be Xianyu? Isn't the 10th floor composition section good enough? Zhao Yinggu chuckled. The 10th floor is indeed very good, but I just like Teacher Admirable Fish the most. I enjoy the feeling of his attention on me. I just want to sing songs he's written. The assistant grinned. The way you say this could easily lead to misunderstandings. You don't actually have feelings for Teacher Admirable Fish, do you? No, it's not a misunderstanding. I indeed have feelings for him. Zhao Yinggu looked at her assistant curiously. Don't you have feelings for Teacher Admirable Fish? The assistant was taken aback. If you put it that way, any woman in the company, whether she's single or not, who would dare to say she's not fascinated by Teacher Admirable Fish? But the problem is, he has no interest in me. Zhao Yinggu bit her lip. How would you know if you haven't tried? Lin Yuan had no idea about Zhao Yinggu's thoughts. Of course, even if he did know, he probably wouldn't care too much. He had gotten used to such matters after dealing with them frequently. The recording and post-production of 10 Years took some effort. By the time the song was fully completed, it was already the end of the month. To complicate matters, because of the frantic demand to finish within time, there hadn't been much promotion for the song by the company, and it was released subtly at the dawn of September. Initially, not many people paid attention to this song. September wasn't a period where fierce competition was common, so there weren't many fans eagerly awaiting the release. But over at Starlight, some people from the composition section were quite interested in Sun Yaohua's new song. Many of them deliberately stayed up to listen to it. In the early hours of the morning, when Sun Yaohua's song was released, the chat groups among Starlight's composition teams lit up. It's 12 o'clock. Sun Yaohua's new song is out. Tisk, TSK, let's see if he's wasted another good song from CNU this time. I predict this will be another situation where the song is popular, but the singer is not. I guess the song should be good. After all, it was written by CNU. I'm just curious about how Sun Yaohua will perform. This is the one who can't even be promoted by CNU. Meanwhile, at home, in her bedroom, Zhao Yingge quickly removed the mask from her face and reached out to her bedside laptop. She opened the player, skillfully put on her headphones, and found Sun Yaohua's new song. Song title, 10 Years. Lyrics, CNU. Composer, CNU. Singer, Sun Yaohua. With quick movements of the mouse, Zhao Yingge clicked on play, then adjusted the pillow at the back of her head and comfortably closed her eyes. What she was looking forward to was not Sun Yaohua's voice, but CNU's melody. In the darkness of her closed eyes, a slightly hoarse male voice rang out, laced with slightly bitter undertones. If those two words hadn't trembled, wouldn't have found out that I'm in pain. To say it out loud, it's just a breakup. Was it really Sun Yaohua singing? Zhao Yingge opened her tightly closed eyes, her gaze flashing with clear surprise. The song in her ear was still playing, maintaining its slow rhythm. If there are no expectations for tomorrow, holding hands would have been just like a tour. Among countless doorways, one of them has to leave first. In her daze, Zhao Yingge seemed to see a mismatched man and woman standing on a broad street. The light from the street lamps along the road was dim and lonely, casting long shadows of people. Since the embrace can no longer linger, why not let the tears flow while enjoying the goodbye? The two did have their reluctance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in an embrace. However, something was already broken, so like the sudden blow of the night wind, it was blown away. They parted ways. The man went left, and the woman went right. Neither one of them looked back. The music suddenly took an upward turn, and the voice in her ear was tinged with a cruel touch of tenderness. 10 years ago, I didn't know you, and you didn't belong to me, but we were still the same, walking through the familiar streets with a stranger by our side. The street scenery in the moonlight. Time went by. Some things really hadn't changed. It's just that some things only seemed unchanged. 10 years later, we can still say hello as friends. Only, that warmth can no longer be found within an embrace. Lovers at last inevitably become friends. Zhao Yingge gently sat up. Meanwhile, in the internal chat group of Starlight's composition process, the atmosphere remained quiet for a full 10 minutes before someone posted, "CNU is still that CNU." Immediately thereafter, he added another phrase, "Sun Yaohua doesn't seem to be the previous Sun Yaohua anymore." Chapter 379, 358, The Return of the King _1. The dawn of September 1st was nevertheless the opening of a new season. Although the level of attention for this season is not high, judging from the audience base of Qin, Qi, and Chu combined, it's no problem at all for 10 years to pick up some night owls. On this seemingly ordinary night, many netizens were hit with a bitter feeling when they heard 10 years. Some sentimental ones even teared up, tears falling like rain. And when everyone saw the two words, "admirable fish," in the lyrics column, the emotions that were already churning in their hearts seemed to surge to the breaking point. The most surprised among them all must be a fan group called Eel for Fish. This is Admirable Fish's largest fan group. When a member of the group discovered this song, he immediately forwarded it to the Eel for Fish fan group. Then, the whole group was boiling over. A new song from Teacher Admirable Fish. Teacher Admirable Fish finally released a new song. He hasn't released a new song in over half a year. In these months, Admirable Fish's two disciples have released many songs, but today it is finally the master himself who has taken action. Only after listening to this song did I realize why Admirable Fish is the master. Although his two disciples are also very good, they are far behind the master. The Emperor of the Yu Dynasty is back. I've been waiting for over half a year, and now 10 years is on repeat. It seems I'll fall asleep listening to music tonight. There's a reason why the Eel for Fish fan group is so thrilled and surprised. It is worth noting that Admirable Fish hasn't released any new songs for more than half a year since sweeping the music scene by providing the piano accompaniment to the tuner in February. Too much time has passed. The fans have long been eager for more. As for the Yu dynasty, it refers to Admirable Fish and his disciples. If Admirable Fish's disciples are members of the Yu dynasty, then Admirable Fish himself is the emperor of the Yu dynasty. After more than half a year, Admirable Fish has released a song again, and the quality of 10 years. Of course, fans have reason to be excited and thrilled. The king is back. Suddenly, a large red envelope appeared in the group, sent by the group owner, Winter Plum Blossom, in the form of a command. As a result, these 4 words filled the fan group's screen. The king is back. The fans' reaction was not exaggerated. This time, Admirable Fish truly is the king returning. This song was released for less than half an hour, and its popularity has already spread to many places. The download volume of 10 years skyrocketed in a very short time. I don't know how many tribes and other platforms KOLs have started to capitalize on the first wave of popularity from Admirable Fish's new song. Admirable Fish has released a song, Brothers, You Can Charge Ahead. It's still fresh and hot. I've already hit the triple repeat. Wow, it's the scent of Admirable Fish. Good news. Fish Papa has finally released a new song. I found Maestro Jr. on my phone at midnight, and I knew then that the speakers and headphones I spent $100,000 last month could finally come into play. By the way, I'll share the models of the speakers and headphones with everyone. True to form, the KOLs never forget to promote sales. In the past, Admirable Fish didn't have such influence, but ever since February of this year, when Admirable Fish swept the music scene with Mariage d'Amour, Admirable Fish's influence has grown larger and larger. The name of the junior maestro is known to all, and as the various groups on Tribe promote in diverse ways, more and more night owls rush to listen to 10 years. Even some critics were woken up by phone calls in the middle of the night, and they immediately took up their keyboards. Of course, the comment sections of the players that have uploaded 10 years are bustling. Although Sun Yahua has been continuously releasing songs in recent months, this is his best one. I'm not just talking about Admirable Fish's lyric and composition, but also Sun Yahua's performance. These lyrics hit me right in the feels, especially, I want to lose weight, but I can't stop crying. Xian Yu owes me a flood of tears. Honestly, I was about to cry because this song reminds me of my first love. But then I saw the comment above and broke into laughter. Damn it, I want to lose weight, but I can't stop crying. Even dieting is made ridiculous in this pun. Do we get fined for jokes like these? I was already having trouble sleeping. Then this song, 10 years, came on. Now I can't sleep at all. These lyrics are really well written. They reminded me of how I used to get mad easily 10 years ago and no one could calm me down. Now, as soon as I get upset, I instantly feel like it's not necessary. I can't help but think that Xian Yu is warning me through this song that my youth is already gone. Some lovers inevitably become friends. Some lovers can only become the most familiar strangers. Later I realized she was never my flower. I just happened to pass by when she was in full bloom. There is a saying on the internet. Singers sing other people's stories, while listeners hear their own feelings. A more melodramatic saying is, listening to others' songs, shedding your own tears. 10 years illustrates an ordinary romance between a man and a woman. Yet, it resonates with the listener's own stories of 10 years, especially those who have experienced life and started to reminisce about love and losses. 10 years is a long time. It gradually brushes off people's youthful impulsiveness and allows them to come to terms with their own feelings. 10 years ago, youthful sensitivity was portrayed with exuberance and excitement. After 10 years, one remains stoic in painful situations and silent during hardships. 10 years ago, young people foolishly pretended to have a grasp on everything. After 10 years, people start to feign ignorance even when they fully comprehend the situation. Growth is about smoothing out the rough edges, as raging passions slowly become calm, like still water. But some things remain timeless, such as a person you never mention but often think about, or certain unforgettable memories. That's why so many of us leave indelible imprints in the memory of others. This song has struck a chord within so many. Not just Xian Yu, Sun Yahua's voice too has won over a growing number of listeners. I used to think Sun Yahua's vocals were unremarkable, But after hearing 10 years, my views on him have completely changed. His voice tells a story. Because of 10 years, I've fallen in love with Sun Yaohua's voice. I'm not sure whether my admiration for him is simply because I'm a huge fan of Xian Yu, but I believe that every singer chosen by Xian Yu must have saved the Milky Way in their previous life. Sun Yaohua's voice doesn't have the angelic quality that Jiang Kuei possesses, but he is incredibly lucky to be favored by Xian Yu. At least for the song 10 Years, Sun Yaohua was not simply chosen by Xian Yu due to luck. No one knows. Sun Yaohua, the man they discuss, was sitting in front of a computer screen, scrolling through these comments with tears streaming down his face. He sat there, foolishly gazing at the endless comments, without any sign of fatigue throughout the night, his eyes swollen like goose eggs. The next day, when music industry insiders, not particularly excited about the September music charts, opened up the monthly rankings, 10 Years was already the undisputed champion. Simultaneously, the musicians who had released new songs in September felt a collective shiver when they saw these rankings. King has returned? That day, people finally recalled the terror that was once brought upon them by Xian Yu's domination. Chapter 380, 359 Fish, Disaster_1. It's been over half a year, and Xian Yu hasn't appeared on the season's chart for a long while. Plus, there aren't any major singers in September. So, many musicians expected to release songs in September fantasized about grabbing the top spot. Everyone had a shot at the title. The championship was filled with suspense. That's why many insiders weren't too excited about the September season's chart. But for those musicians dropping new songs in September, it's still an honor to be the number one for the season, no matter how shabby the competition is. That spot was too tempting. However, as they were about to make their move, when they saw the name Xian Yu, all the musicians set to release songs in September were dumbstruck. A wake-up call. They were stunned one after another. This surprise attack is deadly, potentially fatal. It's over. The fish has arrived. What a bully. I was such a fool, really. I only knew that there were no A-listers in September, but did not anticipate the fish calamity. Worthy Maestro Jr., instead of messing with those A-listers, why do you compete with us bottom-tier folks for the first place? With this fish around, even A-listers will have to kneel. Did I step on dog poo when I left the house today? Why did Xian Yu choose to return in September? Guys, the fish calamity is here. It's over. I've got fish phobia. Fish phobia +1. Fish phobia +2. Fish phobia +10086. I've had fish phobia for ages. I've run into Xian Yu twice when I release songs. Who's worse off than me? A rather famous second-tier singer, who had a shot at the top spot, lamented. Soon another singer popped up complaining. I've encountered him 3 times. Have I uttered a word? My manager said I've reached terminal stages of fish phobia. Such frustration. September was supposed to be a peaceful month when scrubs could peck each other, with everyone having a shot at the crown. But then this fish unexpectedly jumped out. If only we knew about Xian Yu this month, we could have released our songs later, right? There's no thought of resistance. This fish has put Maestro and King of Singing through their paces. Isn't it light work for him to hammer a bunch of weaklings just by pressing his hand down? Alright then, these people really have bad luck. Because the release of the song, 10 Years, was slightly rushed, and the company didn't even have time to promote it properly. Many insiders were not aware of Xian Yu's plan to release a song in September. Sun Yaohua did promote the new song on social media, but he didn't mention Xian Yu. No mentioning of Xian Yu. So who cares about Sun Yaohua? With Xian Yu's apprentice's help, Sun Yaohua has been either releasing songs or preparing for it all year round. Although he scored well each month, we've never seen him capable of being number one. But now, Xian Yu is back, so the peaceful September skirmish between chickens has turned into a fish calamity. On the new song chart, there's a collective outbreak of fish phobia. At this point, fish phobia is showing tendencies of becoming a prevalent disease in the music industry. Whenever they encounter a fish calamity, everyone can simply be ready for their downfall. Because so many A-list singers, even King of Singing and Maestro, have proved a fact, which is when encountering Xian Yu, don't struggle. They're all doomed. On the new song chart, the stone tossed by Xian Yu caused all the ripples. As the new song chart turned upside down, insiders gradually accepted the fact of Xian Yu's king-like return. It's September now. The end of the year is near. Xian Yu is back. The good times for some are over. In February this year, Xianyu swept the music scene. Then in March, Yang Zhoming had a massacre, after which, subsequent seasons seemed like eggplants hit by frost, with no more works that could bombard the season's chart. However, as the end of the year approaches, the yearly supernatural showdown in the music scene is about to begin. Xianyu has already started warming up. He started warming up a bit too early. He striked in September. That's brutal. Hopefully Xianyu won't release songs next month. I am planning to release my song then. Hard to say. Starlight looks like it's on steroids this year, throwing all their weight behind their artists. And Xianyu, who has exclusive control over the composition department of 9 buildings, undoubtedly was given a mission. It looks like the upcoming months won't be peaceful. What's terrifying is not Xianyu joining the season's chart. We can just hide when Xianyu enters the fray. The scariest thing is that Xianyu shoots without warning. Who can endure that? Guess it's due to the urgency of releasing songs that he didn't have time to promote. So all the people in September ended up as the unlucky ones. The stir caused by Starlight is common knowledge inside the industry. This year, Starlight have been consistently pushing for their stars relentlessly. The insiders have more or less figured out the true situation based on these news. This had cast a shadow over many insiders' hearts. The so-called fish phobia, it's not limited to 1 or 2 people. In this music world, there's no shortage of souls that have been trained by Xianyu Army. As for the song, 10 years, insiders could only lament, well-deserving of the man who single-handedly built the Yu dynasty. The lyrics and composition of this song are superb, and Xianyu's skills hasn't diminished a bit. A very classic bittersweet love song. What surprised me most is that the performer of this song, Sun Yaohua, seems to have had a breakthrough. The singing and song's artistic conception perfectly match, making Xianyu's support for him all this while worthwhile. I feel there is a signal here. Xianyu's return as a king may not just be with 10 years. If everything goes as expected, Xianyu will make another move in this year's showdown among the gods. Nowadays, Xianyu is becoming more and more like Maestro. Every time he makes a move, it's a classic starter. More than that, 10 years would be no less outstanding even if it was released in the December God of War showdown. I even feel it's a pity. Xianyu should have waited until December to release this song. By then Starlight could have arranged a king or queen of singing to perform it, and he might have reached the top spot. I disagree with that. Sun Yaohua's rendition of 10 years is already perfect. Replacing him with a king of singing may not necessarily improve. The discussion about Xianyu's song this time was different from before. When Xianyu used to release songs, the focus of the discussion was always on Xianyu himself. People didn't talk about the performers much. But this time, facing the song 10 years, many insiders mentioned Sun Yaohua, which meant many people approved of Sun Yaohua's rendition of 10 years. The one thing that proved this best was the sudden surge in Sun Yaohua's social media followers by several million. Also, shortly after 10 years hit the top spot, the company received countless high-end event invitations for Sun Yaohua. But Sun Yaohua rejected them all. Many people speculated about the reason. Only a few people who had access to Sun Yaohua knew that his eyes were swollen for some reason, and they were considerably puffy, like duck eggs. It seemed like he got beaten up last night. This look made it a hassle even to go outside, let alone to be the face of some brand. Chapter 381, 360. Next year, today_1. 10 years wins championship song, sweeps September season chart. Xianyu's new song, 10 years surpasses 10 million downloads on its first day. Xianyu and Sun Yaohua collaborate again. Who will you be to who after 10 years? Not disturbing you is my tenderness. Xianyu makes his king-like return. Sun Yaohua's 10 years moves listeners to tears. September 2nd. The entertainment sections of all major media are reporting news related to the song 10 years. And the first-day achievement of 10 million downloads largely represents the success of this song. At this moment, a famous music recap show is currently playing 10 years. Lovers in the end unavoidably become friends. As the melancholic and helpless final line of 10 years concludes in solitude, the resonance of the accompaniment still intertwined with the notes, the host reveals a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Lo. As per tradition, let's start by listening to a new song, titled 10 Years. Let's talk about the creator of this song, the well-renowned Maestro Jr., Lin Yuan. It's been over half a year since Lin Yuan released his last piece, Mariage d'amour, and we've long been eager for his new works. So, when he suddenly released a new song, the large fan base felt genuine joy and excitement. However, for other artists on the chart, Lin Yuan's comeback is not good news, especially for Lin Yuan. As you may have noticed, 10 Years is undoubtedly #1. And the song that ranks second on the chart is the new song Dream Chaser by the well-known singer Lin Yuan. In fact, the performance of Lin Yuan's song is also quite impressive, with an encouraging number of 4 million downloads on the first day, surpassing the third-ranked song by a whopping 1 million downloads. One can imagine that without Lin Yuan's appearance, Dream Chaser would have comfortably secured the championship title. Although it's a pity, that's just how it is with Lin Yuan. After listening to 10 Years, I'm sure you, like Xiao Lu, will be moved by its lyrics and melody, immersed in such a beautiful ocean of music, even compelled to put it on repeat. However, Xiao Lu believes that it's not just Lin Yuan's composition that moved everyone. It's also the performer, Sun Yaohua's voice. In fact, it is not the first time Sun Yaohua has been favored by Lin Yuan. Without a doubt, he is lucky. Many first-line musicians in this industry desire to collaborate with Lin Yuan but fail to do so. But Sun Yaohua has not just once, but multiple times, sung songs composed by Lin Yuan. Undoubtedly, many people are envious of this. But this time, Xiao Lu believes, apart from musical literacy, Lin Yuan's vision is also commendable. He doesn't care about the popularity of the singers. He doesn't blindly collaborate with A-list singers, not even the king or queen of singing. He simply chooses the most suitable performer for the song. As for 10 Years, I think no one could interpret it more perfectly than Sun Yaohua. This song also made me start paying attention to Sun Yaohua. I began to think about why this male singer, who has been chosen by Lin Yuan to collaborate with more than once, is so fortunate. Or does he have his own special qualities? The result was that I listened to Sun Yaohua's previous songs and gradually discovered the reason. Sun Yaohua is awesome. He is not considered handsome, at least by entertainment industry standards. His voice is not the type that astonishes people at first listen. I could only describe it as satisfactory. But after I listened to all of Sun Yaohua's previous songs, unconsciously, I felt captivated by him. The more I listened, the more I liked him, the more addicted I became. Perhaps many people have underestimated Sun Yaohua, including Xiao Lu himself. But starting with 10 Years, I believe many people will pay attention to Sun Yaohua and his songs, and appreciate his unique qualities in music. Click. Inside a certain hotel room, a young man raises the remote control high and forcefully turns off the TV, his face full of frustration. Brother Feng, don't be upset. Sun Yaohua is just riding on Lin Yuan's coattails. If that song was given to you to sing, your performance would surely surpass Sun Yaohua's. Someone tries to comfort him. This frustrated young man is none other than Lin Yuan, the singer who ranks second on the September season chart. Hearing his assistant's comforting words, Lin Yuan sighs. At least for this song, Sun Yaohua's interpretation is indeed very good. Even if Lin Yuan let me sing it, I couldn't bring out that flavor. What upsets me is Lin Yuan's unexpected arrival. I could have won the championship. So in your opinion, Sun Yaohua this? Lin Yuan shrugs his shoulders. He's going to make it big, huh? Sun Yaohua, at least he got a good name. In terms of popularity, Lin Yuan is a bit more popular than Sun Yaohua. But with the help of Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan simply can't compete with Sun Yaohua. Although the host does seem a bit suspiciously biased towards Sun Yaohua, and might even have been paid by Starlight, people in the circle have keen ears. Everyone's musical abilities may vary, but basic musical literacy is not lacking. Anyone who understands music knows that Sun Yaohua truly put his heart into the song 10 Years. There are two types of singers, one that can become popular shortly after their debut, and another that slowly rises after releasing some songs, like Sun Yaohua. The latter is relatively rare, but there have been a few in recent years. Sun Yaohua, who sang 10 Years, is the perfect example of the latter, showing a sense of gradual success after years of accumulation. In fact, even in the Celestial Dynasty, there are many singers who have achieved success through long-term accumulation. They may not have been popular initially. It often takes years before they gradually gain recognition. Come to think of it, Ling Feng tries to cheer himself up. Now I kind of understand how Chun Jiu and Fei Yang must have felt. The assistant pauses before laughing. Chun Jiu was the first-generation perennial runner-up. Teacher Fei Yang was the second. Do you want to be the third? Isn't that a nice thought? Ling Feng curls his lips. Chun Jiu got second place when he encountered Xianyu. Fei Yang got second place when he met Xianyu. And I am also second when I meet Xianyu. So I'm on par with A-list singer Chun Jiu, and also with the king of singing, Fei Yang. The assistant gives a thumbs up, rounded off. You're on the same level as the king of singing. When you put it that way, being second doesn't seem so bad, does it? Yes, as long as we don't compete with Xianyu. At least your second place crushes the third place, leading by a full 1,000,000 downloads. Absolutely safe. Are you trying to jinx me? But what do I have to fear from a curse now? I'm already in second place. Could I possibly drop to third? Thinking about this, Ling Feng bursts into laughter, though as his laughter continues, he starts to feel a lump in his throat. Meanwhile, inside the Starlight office, Wu Yong is excitedly reporting the success of 10 years to Lin Yuan. The first-day download count exceeded 10 million, a huge hit. While Sun Yaohua didn't become a first-line artist just by this song, his popularity is definitely on the rise. Today, quite a few music critics acknowledge Sun Yaohua's performance. Choosing him was definitely a wise decision. If it weren't for the fact that some Chi people naturally prefer their native Chi language songs, maybe the download count of this song could have been even higher. Chi language. Lin Yuan ponders. A few seconds later he suddenly says, then let's release another song in Chi language. Wu Yong is taken aback. What? Lin Yuan looks at the September season chart displayed on the computer screen, whispers softly. Next year, today. Chapter 382, 361 opportunity only stays with the prepared_1. What's next year, today? Wu Yong could not immediately follow Lin Yuan's train of thought. Without bothering to explain, Lin Yuan simply said, contact Sun Yaohua. Okay. Wu Yong quickly turned around. Meanwhile, Gudong next to them quietly offered, I'll reach out to him. She felt as though the assistant director was trying to take over her job as assistant. Whenever Mr. Lin visited the company, their counterpart practically ran to the representative's office with more enthusiasm than herself. Sure. Wu Yong nodded. After Wu Yong left, Lin Yuan began pondering. Chi people generally prefer songs in Chi language because it's the music they've listened to the most since childhood. It's the norm. With the merger of the Qin, Chi, and Chu continents, the influence of Chi language seems to have increased somewhat. Many Qin and Chu people have also shown an acceptance towards music in Chi language. As such, from time to time, songs in Chi language would appear at the forefront of the monthly new song chart. Even those who don't understand Chi language are fond of listening to them. Obviously, songs in this language have quite a large market. Considering that 10 Years happens to have a Cantonese version, which is essentially Blue Star's version of Chi language, Lin Yuan decided. Why not release the Chi language version of this song, also known as Next Year, today? The issue at hand is the release time of this song. Should it be released this month or next month? Forget about it. Just release it this month. It's already September, and the end of the year is getting closer. If Lin Yuan wants to promote Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei to the first tier, they must act quickly. Releasing Next Year, today, next month seems a bit of a waste of time. Moreover, releasing Next Year, today, this month has another advantage. It can ride on the coattails of 10 Years. 10 Years is so popular right now. If a Chi language version is released, it might generate another surge of popularity, paving the way into the Chi language market. No one stipulates that a songwriter can only release one song per month. Furthermore, Next Year, today, and the Mandarin version have almost no differences in melody. It's just a variation in singing style and lyrics. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan firmed up his decision. Of course, releasing two songs in the same month is not without drawbacks. The biggest downside is that the two songs would appear on the same chart, creating a competitive situation. He didn't want to harm either of his two children. But considering that 10 Years was released first, and given that Mandarin has a wider influence, Lin Yuan was not too worried. Undoubtedly, 10 Years is more well-received. Not to mention, the release of Next Year, today, would certainly take some time to fall off the charts. Hence, it wouldn't be in a position to compete with the Mandarin version for the season's charts. I wonder if Senior Yahua can speak Qi language. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Next year, today, is performed in Qi language. If a person who doesn't understand Qi language tries to learn it in a hurry, the time might be a bit tight. Rushing will affect the quality of the song. He has no choice. If Sun Yahua really cannot speak Qi language, next year, today, will have to be sung by someone else. Lin Yuan remembered that Lin Yuan, the king of songs, is very good at singing in Cantonese, and with his skills, he could also handle next year, today. Before that, Lin Yuan needs to investigate Sun Yahua's language abilities first. When Sun Yahua received the notification from Gudong, he quickly came to the company. Junior, you've sought me. Compared to the last time they met, Sun Yahua seemed to be in a significantly better mood today. However, his eyes were somewhat red and swollen, so much so that he had an egg on hand to soothe them. Is that fun? Lin Yuan looked at Sun Yahua's egg. Sun Yahua looked flabbergasted, and before he could even think of a suitable response, Lin Yuan shook his head. It certainly isn't as fun as a transformer. What's a transformer? Lin Yuan solemnly announced. They come from Cybertron, Decepticons, and Autobots. Sun Yahua. He decided to do his research once he got home. Lin Yuan gave a lonely wave of dismissal. Senior Yahua, you wouldn't understand. Can you speak Qi language? Sun Yahua nodded. This time, it was Lin Yuan who was taken aback. How do you know Qi language? Sun Yahua naturally replied. Because, Junior, you've been to Qi continent. Lin Yuan was puzzled. So what? Sun Yahua somewhat embarrassedly scratched his head. When Junior went to Qi continent, I thought that you might need singers. After all, you don't know the singers there. Coincidentally, songs in Qi language were popular there. How could I not learn Qi language? Therefore, I spent half a year learning Qi language, intending to go to Qi continent once I have mastered it to see Junior. After all, we did agree on it at the time. However, before I could go to Qi continent, it merged with Qin continent, and Junior returned from there to our Qin continent. So, in the end, I learned a language for nothing and did not get to use it. It will be put to good use. Lin Yuan was somewhat pleased. In terms of performance, Sun Yahua is the most suitable choice, because he sang 10 years very well. Although Lin Yuan is also good, for the same melody and similar mood. Next year, today should rightfully be sung by Sun Yahua. Sun Yahua looked puzzled. What does Junior mean by that? Lin Yuan replied. 10 years has a version in the Qi language, with a melody that's almost the same. Sun Yahua's eyes widened. Do you mean that Junior wants me to sing another version in Qi language? Lin Yuan nodded. Sun Yahua clapped his hands, speaking in Qi language. I studied Qi language for half a year and also did research on songs in Qi language. There should be no issues. That's great. Lin Yuan responded in Qi language. Then thought for a moment, realizing that his phrase was not in Qi language. Never mind. It's not important. Lin Yuan handed over the lyrics to next year. Today, prepare for this, then. Here are the lyrics. Familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible and record the song. Sun Yahua paused for a moment and asked, Junior, do you wish for the Qi language version to be released this month? Yes. All right then. Although the time is a bit tight, with Junior around, it doesn't matter much if we delay a bit. It won't be a problem for the song to chart. Sun Yahua joyously took the lyric sheet for next year, today, and practiced a few lines. After Lin Yuan listened to a few lines, he knew that Sun Yahua was not exaggerating. Sun Yahua could really sing, and he sang very well. To Lin Yuan's ear, he could not discern any difference between Sun Yahua's performance and that of a native Qi speaker. If he did not know Sun Yahua, he might have thought that Sun Yahua was originally from Qi continent. I'm going to rehearse the song. I'll stay in the company for the next few days. Sun Yahua took the music sheet and bid farewell to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan agreed. As he turned around and closed the office door for Lin Yuan, Sun Yahua couldn't help but smile and clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he was startled. It seemed that he had accidentally crumpled the music sheet due to his excitement. He then carefully flattened it again and blew on it. Affectionately, have a safe journey, Teacher Sunday. Someone from the composing department greeted him with a smile. Sun Yahua returned the smile, seemingly ignoring the idle chatter he had heard the last time he was there. Back in the office, having witnessed the entire conversation between the two, Gudong suddenly had a profound understanding of an old saying. Opportunities often only belong to the prepared. Chapter 383, 362. After singing 10 years, Sun Yahua was already very familiar with the melody of this song. These days, whether he was taking a shower or using the bathroom, he would hum this melody without getting tired of it. Therefore, for Sun Yahua, singing the Qi language version of Next Year, Today, Now wasn't much different, except for the adjustments he needed to make in portraying his emotions and feelings through the lyrics. However, because the emotions expressed in the two songs were different, merely transitioning between the mental states delayed the song recording for several days. Sun Yahua tried to perform this song with his previous state of mind, but naturally, it ended up in failure. The taste was completely wrong. He could only seek more alternatives. Lin Yuan always strived for perfection. He wouldn't lower his expectations for Next Year, Today, just because Sun Yahua's Cantonese singing was good. But for a competent singer, there's nothing that cannot be solved with practice. If one day doesn't work, then 2 days. If 2 days don't work, then 3 days. After 5 whole days of grinding, Sun Yahua finally met Lin Yuan's standards perfectly. The difficulties encountered during the recording even made Sun Yahua feel as if Next Year, Today was a completely new song, not a so-called Qi language version of 10 years. Thus, Next Year, Today was successfully recorded. Unlike the surprise attack at the beginning of the month. This time, before Next Year, Today even started official recording, Starlight swiftly arranged the song's promotion, which was pretty generous. Xian Yu's new song is set to be released on the 10th of this month. It's the Qi language version of 10 years. Tribes, blogs, and various internet forums with decent traffic became Starlight's promotional grounds. These were also the main basis for promoting many works. Sun Yahua also posted an update of his own, expressing it via a recorded video. In the video, Sun Yahua faced the camera and said, "The new song is a companion piece to 10 years. Listen to the same melody and different feelings. I hope the music lovers in Qi land will like it. It's in your familiar language." After releasing 10 years, Sun Yahua was gaining momentum. Once he posted this video, the number of likes and comments surged compared to his previous posts. However, people's enthusiasm for Next Year, Today couldn't be considered high. Why? Because both Starlight and Sun Yahua stated in their promotional material that the new song was a Qi language version of 10 years. The same melody, just different lyrics. Only the music lovers in Qi province were somewhat excited because the Qi language appealed to the Qi people. But the excitement was relative, because the vast majority of songs are their best in their original form. Modifying the lyrics, even if retaining the same melody, would make it taste weird. You can refer to the Mandarin versions of many foreign songs. Meanwhile, insiders in the music industry, especially musicians who joined the September season ranking, shivered when they first saw Starlight's promotion. Damn it, it's over. Does Xian Yu still want to release songs in September? Please, give us a chance to survive. Not until they saw the content after the dash did they heave a sigh of relief. So, it's the Qi language version of 10 years. Then, it's nothing to worry about. This way of having 2 sets of lyrics for one song is merely a gimmick. Xian Yu and Sun Yahua decided to release the Qi language version of 10 years, likely trying to appeal to the musical taste of Qi people. In that same hotel room, Ling Feng, still reeling from the shock, looked at the online promotion for Next Year, Today and remarked, "I was scared to death. I thought you had jinxed me successfully." "I was scared too," the assistant said, patting his chest. "Luckily, it is just the Qi language version of 10 years, a language that has a small audience. Plus, it's the same melody, and it's already the 10th by the time the song is released, so a third of the month has already passed." "That's not the point." Ling Feng laughed bitterly. "If it's Xian Yu, even if he releases a song on the 10th, winning the championship would still be a piece of cake." Assistant, how to describe this feeling? It's like Xian Yu has a 31-meter-long knife and tells the singers of the September season, "I'll give you a 30-meter head start." It's just ridiculous. Damn it, we're still going to die anyway. The key here is that the melody is the same. It's just one song with 2 sets of lyrics. So technically speaking, Next Year, Today shouldn't be considered a new song. Ling Feng sighed. Everyone is already very familiar with the melody of 10 years. changing the lyrics won't bring any surprising effect. However, considering that the new lyrics are also created by Xianyu, the small assistant became anxious once more. What's going to happen? Ling Feng laughed awkwardly and consoled. Nothing's going to happen. At most, Qi people will like it. It won't be surprising if, next year, today ranks in the top 10 anyway. The same melody but with different lyrics, and it only enters the list on the 10th. And yet, there's still hope for it to make the top 10. The assistant was flabbergasted. This is clearly a scam. Except for Xianyu, who else would dare to claim that they could change the lyrics of a song released in the same month with the same melody, and still rank in the top 10 of the new songs chart after delaying its release to the 10th? Isn't that a scam? If you change your clothes, do I not recognize you anymore? This was not just Ling Feng and his assistants thinking, but also the common sentiment of the majority of the internet users and the music industry. So although Starlight did the promotion, there wasn't any particular reaction from the public. In addition, even within Starlight, Wu Yong didn't pay much attention to the release of Next Year, Today. The company was willing to promote it just for Xianyu's sake and on account of Sun Yao's popular streak with 10 years. They didn't hold much anticipation for Next Year, Today. With the same melody as 10 years and different lyrics, would it still be a hit? As everyone was not that concerned, time passed, and it was already the 10th. The chime at midnight was no different from that of 10 days ago. Both were dull and boring. The moon outside didn't seem any rounder than usual. However, in singer Ling Feng's memory, that night seemed to be exceptionally cold. Ling Feng originally went to bed at 9. However, at 11:30, he suddenly had a nightmare. He dreamed that he fell into a fish pond, and a terrifying shark emerged from the small fish pond and viciously bit at him. Snap! The shark's giant mouth was too terrifying. He was scared out of his wits, was shivering all over and was subsequently jolted awake. After waking up, Ling Feng realized that he didn't cover himself properly with his blanket, and that's why he felt cold. He got up to use the restroom. After returning, thinking about the horrifying nightmare he just had, Ling Feng hesitated before turning on the air conditioner at home. Then, he sat in front of his computer. His computer was still on, and it was open to the season ranking chart page, where his song Dream Chaser was still firmly in the second place. The computer was left unattended because Ling Feng would check his ranking every day recently. Let's listen to some music. The nightmare he just had scared him, and since he couldn't fall asleep right now, Ling Feng casually opened the music player. And the song recommended today on the player was Next Year, Today. Only then did Ling Feng remember that today was the 10th. The day next year, today would take the airwaves by storm. Chapter 384, 363. Meeting you in my lifetime seems to have exhausted all my lucky chances _1. What a coincidence. Ling Feng muttered, casually putting on his headphones, and clicked play. If it hadn't been for the bashing on the leaderboard from the Xinyu army, Ling Feng would have admitted he really liked the song 10 Years. Now that the song had a Qi language version, Ling Feng was naturally curious to listen to it. Wait a second. Ling Feng suddenly smelled something fishy. If he was interested in this version, wouldn't other fans who liked 10 Years feel the same? This realization gave Ling Feng a slight panic. Just as Ling Feng was hit by this worry, a voice filled his ears, beautifying the Qi language. If this chandelier falls down, or if I cease to exist, even if you don't love, no need to part. Thump. His heart sank. Ling Feng's panic escalated slightly. Despite the familiar melody, the song sounded alien to Ling Feng, accompanied by the lyrics sung in Qi language. The singing continued. If at this moment, I am severely silly, not needing to be loved at all, forever dreaming on my bed, no more sadness for the rest of my life. Ling Feng's expression hardened. The sense of alienation became even stronger. He even doubted, is this really 10 years? It's only a change of lyrics. Lyrics. Ling Feng's eyes became piercing, glued to the flashing lyrics on the computer screen. It was just transitioning into the chorus. People always need to live bravely. I make a new wish, like learning to bear the pain of heartbreak. Ling Feng's back stiffened slightly. Despite the functioning air conditioner, he felt colder. The chorus of Next Year, Today echoed in his ears. The climax of the song seemed like a cold gust of wind blasting into his brain, leaving him chilled. Next year, today, no more insomnia bed sheets have changed. Should we be lucky to meet up or at a friend's wedding banquet, anxiously waiting for your appearance? Next year, today haven't seen you for a year, who would change willingly, leaving you for 60 years, but I wish to recognize your offspring and hear you say goodbye at the farewell. Ling Feng wrapped himself tighter in his thin pajamas. He wanted to cry, but couldn't. He didn't know whether it was because he was moved by the song or for some other reason. Anyway, the song wasn't even finished, and Ling Feng felt like he was fading away. Ling Feng's emotions suddenly surged. Deception. It's Starlight's deception. This is not a lyric-altered version of 10 Years at all. It's clearly a completely new song. From the emotions it conveys to the singing style and the thematic expression, they are completely different. If there's anything most similar about the two songs, it's definitely not the melody. It's the fact that both songs were highly enjoyable and were equally excellent. This fish is way too abnormal. How in the world did he manage to make a song sound absolutely different by simply changing the lyrics, not lacking the original version? This question, at the end of the song, seemed to have found its answer. In the instant that I could meet you, I used up all my luck. It wasn't until the day that I realized I had once breathed air. Ling Feng was suddenly not agitated anymore. The melancholic and helpless ending note was followed by solitary chords that were still spinning with the music notes. For a while, Ling Feng was somewhat lost. From start to finish, he never noticed that he had set the air conditioner to cold wind. During the late nights when Ling Feng happened to be playing this song, many others, like Ling Feng, out of their love for 10 years, listened to the so-called Qi language version, just as Ling Feng had anticipated. But as more and more people listened to the Qi language version of 10 Years for various reasons, they all had the same conclusion. This is not the Qi language version of 10 Years. This song should have its own name. It should be called Next Year, Today. Since then, the comments on this song had been completely overwhelmed. The hottest comment with the most likes was, "Everyone says that Xian Yu is a master of composing music. Almost forgot that Xian Yu's lyric writing is also at a master level." The subsequent praised comments were even more complimentary. "My God. In the instant that I could meet you, I used up all my luck. I've written lyrics for songs as well, but I won't be able to come up with these kinds of lyrics even if all my brain cells died. When I listened to 10 Years, I didn't cry, but when I listened to this song, I was in tears. Before I played this song, I thought I was going to re-listen to 10 Years, but after I finished, I realized that what I had listened to was Next Year, Today. Personally, I think Next Year, Today sounds better than 10 Years. Personal taste doesn't represent popular taste. Both the songs have no high or low, different mood, different brilliance. Who would have thought that Xian Yu could create an entirely different song just by changing the lyrics? I never liked Qi language songs, but why has Next Year, Today become an exception? I've only gotten a rough understanding of it. Looking at the lyrics while listening to it, I felt myself getting intoxicated. At the same time, some Qi people's groups were also passionately discussing it. Go and listen to Next Year, Today. My God, the song is so good. Are you talking about our Qi language version of 10 Years? It's just a normal song. I don't feel anything when I listen. Go and listen, you'll understand it's absolutely wonderful. I didn't feel anything for Maestro Jr. earlier. Even when people around me hyped him up, I thought it was exaggerated. Perhaps because I've only listened to Qi language songs since I was young. After hearing Next Year, Today, I realized that Xian Yu is genuinely amazing. I really hope Xian Yu can release a few more Qi language songs. Xian Yu has had Qi language songs before. Everywhere Kisses, and Like You, right? He wrote both the music and lyrics. No way. Those songs were written by Xian Yu? I thought they were our Qi people's songs. We Qi people only did the singing. Xian Yu's Qi language song skill has always been high. The song Next Year, Today has blown you guys who don't listen to Mandarin songs to the ends of the earth. Ahem. I'm back, it truly is. Wonderful. Everything seemed to be scripting back to 10 days ago. It felt like the time when 10 Years had just been released. Everywhere was filled with discussions about Xian Yu's new song. And this time around, apart from Qin and Shu, countless Qi people had also been added to the discussions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The big V's on the forums and blogs had started their overnight marathon again. The music critics had once again begun to burn the midnight oil. and Xian Yu's name was once again making headlines in a grand way. The original song was named 10 Years, but everyone went from shock to further shock in just a span of 10 days. Through next year, today, for the first time, the energy everyone spent on discussing the lyrics of Xian Yu's song surpassed the energy spent on discussing Xian Yu's composition. Of course, no need to mention the fact that many people changed their profile statuses to, "In the instant that I could meet you, I used up all my luck that night." In front of the tremendous vibration brought about by next year, today, along with the change in lyrics and the singer's pronunciation, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 385, 364 Connection of Two Songs. End of the month. Request for monthly tickets. _1. The discussion around next year, today, is overwhelming. Some even believe next year, today sounds better than the Mandarin version. As a result, fans preferring 10 years are not pleased. There's an undercurrent of a standoff brewing between both sides. The real flurry, however, began late at night when many lyricists started to chime in. Indeed, the unexpected rejuvenation of next year, today through the mere evolving of lyrics and language caught everyone off guard. And when it came to the impact of language change on the music, the most obvious change that the average person could see was the lyrics. Lyrics, that's the dominion of lyricists. And so, whether out of a desire for attention or genuine admiration for admired Fish's lyrical skills, many lyricists began to analyze 10 years. Among them, one lyricist drew particular attention with his opening gambit. Many of you likely just noticed the big change in next year, today after the lyrics and language adjustments, but few have recognized the true intention behind Admirable Fish's new version of lyrics. This lyricist's name is Rabbit 2. Among his peers, Rabbit 2 is considered a top-tier lyricist. He's even written lyrics for a king of singing and a queen of singing, and his work is consistently well-received. And with the release of Next Year, today, Rabbit 2 also revealed his soul-like nature, unable to help but speak out. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than he attracted the attention of his fans and many internet users. Admirable Fish's true intention? What does that mean? Is there any connecting missing between the two songs? Which song does Rabbit Second Teacher think is better written? Go on. I'm all ears for Teacher Rabbit Second's views. Rabbit Second Teacher staying up late just to study admired Fish's Next Year, today? Rabbit Second Teacher followed Admirable Fish a year ago. It's just that Admirable Fish hasn't followed anyone back. As we all know, the Three Brothers loop is eternal. Rabbit 2 replied to one of the netizens guessing about the connection between the two songs. You found the blind spot. What blind spot? Well, say it then. The netizens couldn't take the suspense. Because Rabbit 2 is a professional lyricist and very well respected in the industry, people tend to listen to what he has to say. Famous people's words always carry more weight. Rabbit 2 didn't keep them guessing any longer, instead posting a long explanation. Putting other things aside, I'll try to analyze from the perspective of the content of the lyrics, the emotions represented, and the thoughts conveyed. Firstly, regarding Next Year, today. This song portrays a heartbroken person lying hopelessly sleepless at night, the uncontrollable grief leading to all sorts of wild musings, and struggling bitterly in the swamp of heartbreak. In the beginning, he wonders if it'd have been better had he been crushed by the ceiling lamp prior to the heartbreak, effectively sparing him the torment of her departure. Following that, he contemplates the positive side of surviving whilst turning senile, at least. Then he'd become insensitive towards love, thereby not having to endure the current agony. In the dead of the night, a myriad of thoughts wreak havoc in his mind. He knows he can't go on like this and determines to bravely confront the heartbreak. Therefore, he attempts to convince himself that he shouldn't be suffering from insomnia at this same date next year, that it's about time he changed the shabby bedding after the person beside him is long gone. However, as these ideas grow, he falls back into the emotional whirlpool, suddenly reluctant to make the changes, even desiring to meet up once again. Perhaps even visualizing a reunion 60 years later, even on his last breath, wishing for one last encounter. You've noticed, haven't you? Next Year, today describes the pain of heartbreak, but in the entire lyrics, only one word relates to pain. Admirable Fish didn't directly write about the character's inner torment, but rather, in the first person, he creates several fictional scenarios. Being hit by a ceiling lamp, turning senile, bumping into each other at someone's wedding, reuniting 60 years later. He meticulously delineates the microscopic changes in the heartbroken insomniac, letting listeners place themselves into the shoes of the heartbroken one, experiencing their struggle of a tough goodbye with their ex-partner. Now let's look at 10 years. It as well portrays heartbreak, but differs significantly in its writing approach and the emotions conveyed. Compared to Next Year, Today. And so, the protagonist of 10 years turns out to be the one breaking off the relationship with the protagonist from Next Year, Today. This is the biggest connection between the two songs. They are monologues from the two sides of the ex-couple. If you don't believe it, let's analyze. In the first verse of 10 years, she realizes that she is a little upset during the breakup. She describes their shared experiences as akin to those of a holiday, but that wasn't fulfilling enough for her yearning. She wants to pursue a better life. Then she calmly and rationally advises that emotional separation is inevitable given that they can't continue, so why not just enjoy the emotional connection that still remains? As the song transitions into the chorus, this character's rationality shines through, like they've never been in love before, imagining events from 10 years ago and 10 years into the future. 10 years prior, they were strangers, but haven't they made it this far today? In 10 years, although they would be broken up, to have known one another is still considered an encounter. A polite greeting upon running into each other is justifiable. It's meaningless to have been in love before, anyway. Lovers will inevitably become friends. How cruel, yet how starkly realistic it is. Faced with such advice, there's virtually nothing left to be said, leaving no room for reconsideration, as if the reasons for sorrow have vanished. The concluding line, "My tears won't flow for you, they'll flow for someone else," suggests that there will always be people who will come and go in my life. It just happened to be you. There's nothing special about it, nothing worth lingering on. With that mindset, you could say she sees the bigger picture, or that she's coldly rational to the brink of numbness. While Next Year, Today delves deeper into the abyss of heartbreak, 10 years delivers rational persuasion. Next Year, Today expresses emotions through narratives whilst 10 years emphasizes logical analysis. Next Year, Today is more straightforward, allowing listeners to empathize with the emotions upon placing themselves in the protagonist's shoes, whereas 10 years requires more pondering and contemplation. If my hypothesis holds, these two songs are responding to each other, representing a dialogue between the emotional and rational facets of Admirable Fish's inner self. You are still asking which song is better? I am not deliberately being evasive, but I just want to tell you all that which song is better written depends on which protagonist your personality aligns more with, and at different stages of your life, you may have different answers. This interpretation suddenly opened another door for listeners. Those netizens who were previously debating about which song was better immediately ceased the debate. Considering this interpretation, arguing seems as though it's entirely pointless. I see. So the two songs present different perspectives of the same couple. It all makes sense now. I always felt there was some connection between these two songs every time I listened to them. I love this, the dialogue between Admirable Fish's rational and emotional sides. It clears everything up. He really nailed it. Initially, I wanted to say that Rabbit's second teacher might be over-interpreting with his article, but after reading through it all, I found it incredibly compelling. The imagination of lyricists really knows no bounds. Eureka! So that's how it is. Admirable Fish is so incredible. Haha. How can I think so much when listening to songs? All I can say is, awesome. Actually, Sun Yaowa hinted that Next Year, Today is the companion piece to 10 years. Duh. By this point, someone in the comments asked Rabbit 2 about his evaluation of Admirable Fish's lyrical ability. Rabbit 2 responded with a bit of humor, the kind that leaves many lyricists tossing and turning all night long. Oh, so this is the reason you're up cultivating at this late hour? Chapter 386, 365. No egg remains intact under a toppled nest _1. Although Rabbit 2's comment, a level that keeps many lyricists awake at night, was meant to be humorous and self-deprecating, it was true to some extent. It did indeed hit quite a few lyricists hard. Aren't you, seeing you a composer? Why are you stealing our jobs as lyricists? Why aren't you sticking to your own profession? If all composers were like you, should we lyricists retire? Or should we lyricists also learn composing? Should we pursue a dual career in both fields like Xianyu? Not everyone can be as talented as you, Xianyu. Even many maestros, when it comes to putting lyrics to melodies, still need the help of long-term collaborating lyricists. But Xianyu doesn't. And what's more, Xianyu isn't one of those composers who insist on writing their own lyrics despite producing subpar work. His lyrics are so good they make many professional lyricists feel inferior. Can an average person write? In the years of my life, meeting you has depleted all my luck. The thing is, Xianyu does this every time. Every time, his lyrics mesh perfectly with the melody. Starting from his debut song, Life Like a Summer Flower, he began crafting memorable lines like, live splendidly like a summer flower, die as beautifully quiet as autumn leaves. Of course, the Life Like a Summer Flower lyrics don't contain the latter half of that sentence. To help listeners understand the artistic conception, Xianyu specifically noted the latter half when he was finding buzzwords to promote his composition. Then came his song Red Rose. Xianyu actually penned the classic line, what is unattainable is always in turmoil. The loved ones have no fear. These lyrics have been repeatedly quoted by modern youths, whether they like the song or not. It has even become the signature of many, often recited, like a mantra after breakups due to third-party involvement. And this doesn't even cover all of Xianyu's slightly less influential, but still brilliant lyrics. Hence, many lyricists are distressed. There's an old saying, do not challenge my profession with your hobby. Xianyu's profession is obviously composing, yet his demonstrated lyric writing capability can virtually kick countless lyricists out of their jobs. At this point, the biggest solace to the lyricist would probably be the fact that very few composers are as talented at writing lyrics as Xianyu is. Also, on the Tribe blog and various forums. With everyone paying attention to next year, today, the issue gradually evolved into a public discussion about Xianyu's historically exceptional lyrics. Come to think of it, the lyrics of every song Xianyu has released are amazing. The thematic lyrics of Easy to Ignite and Explode, for example, have won me over. The lyrical dialogue stretching across two versions of the same melody is totally rad. Not everyone can do it like that. Otherwise, why not just write a few alternative sets of lyrics for one melody? Xianyu alone is capable of releasing a new set of lyrics for 10 years in the Qi language and getting everyone to download it once again. Even Xianyu wouldn't dare to do this frequently, I presume. 2 sets of lyrics for one song, both of them becoming hits. That's quite a feat. Rabbit's Second Teacher's review has indirectly proven how professional Xianyu's lyrics writing is. Intense debates over Xianyu's lyrical prowess had been going on for some time, and this time seemed more like a breakout after a long period of fermentation. However, the most frustrated ones are not the lyricists, since most composers still need professional lyricists to work with. There's only one Xianyu, after all. As for the musicians involved in the September season's competition, they faced 2 Xianyus. Just within a few hours, next year, Today broke the 1 million download mark, making its way directly into the top 10 of the season's list. Then, the next day came. The inscrutable composer, who was betrayed by the season's list as 5th, woke up pleasantly. He felt he had slept like a log and felt extremely refreshed. His work was only ranked 5th, but the company's expectations for the song were actually to make it into the top 10. Making it to the 5th position was a great reward. But his expression instantly froze when he saw the ranking on the season's list. Why am I 6th now? He was stunned for several seconds before scrambling to find out the reason. 3 seconds later, the truth lay bare before him. Xianyu's 10 years, the Qi language version, had parachuted in. This song, simply by changing its lyrics and adopting the alias next year, today, had risen to the 4th place overnight, pushing him and the original 4th positioner down. He occupies 2 of the top 5 spots. Are the listeners stupid, or do they just have too much money? This unknown singer felt like Xianyu had driven past with a steamroller, crushing a bunch of people. Realizing something was wrong, Xianyu drove the steamroller back. The singer was close to cursing, but his hand didn't stop. He hastily clicked on Next Year, Today to listen to it once. After listening, he stopped speaking. This song? Fine. Maybe he was the one who was stupid. He then turned his malicious gaze to all the songs ranked below 10 years. The unknown composer cracked a triumphant smile. When the nest is upset, none of the eggs are spared, the explanation says. This phrase usually implies that when a collective suffers, individuals or parts cannot avoid being affected. In simpler terms, we're all doomed. Similar sentiments were shared by several other contemporary musicians who were in the same predicament. As for Lin Yuan, who was ranked second, he was mentally prepared after listening to the song last night. Seeing the result the next day, he wasn't overly upset or depressed. He just felt a little under the weather due to catching a cold the night before. As expected, it's Xianyu. What about parachuting in? What about having two different sets of lyrics for one song? Isn't he still wreaking absolute havoc as usual? Until the 14th of September, next year, Today reached the second place on the seasonal list with 6 million downloads. Every song released during the same period dropped one rank, marking the end of the bloodbath. Behind this bloodbath was the further deterioration of what the music circle calls ichthyophobia. Of course, within Starlight, exclamations from the composing colleagues on other floors were inevitable. Is that even possible? With one melody and two sets of lyrics, he simultaneously seizes the top two spots. Who the heck can still claim that Sun Yaohua couldn't become a sensation? Even if Sun Yaohua was a pig, Xianyu could probably still lift him to the heavens. We can't quite put it that way. Sun Yaohua's ability to sing in Qi language is unexpected. There aren't many singers in the company who can do that. Why does it feel like Sun Yaohua is on the fast track to reaching the top tier, securing the first and second places in a single season? That record is good enough for Sun Yaohua to brag for a few years. We worried about whether the ninth floor could complete the company's task earlier. Now let's worry about ourselves. The tears of envy are literally flowing from my mouth. Probably only Jin Mu, the agent who best understands Lin Yuan's strength, wasn't surprised at all. He looked at the top two songs on the list and smiled. There couldn't have been a better return than this. A true king must return by triumphantly stepping over heaps of beaten foes. Chapter 387, 366. This could reach me too _1. Starlight, 9th floor music composition department, representing the office. Lin Yuan, whom Jin Mu described as dominating, awe-inspiring, was exuberantly playing with a toy car. This was no ordinary toy car. This was a toy racing car that could transform like a Rubik's Cube to shapeshift into a robot with slight folding. Lin Yuan's fingers were nimbly moving the toy's joints, quickly creating a commanding, mighty small robot. At the helmet of the robot, the lights flickered and gleamed, utterly cool. Where did this toy car come from? Of course, Sun Yaohua gifted it. Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention Transformers a few times, Sun Yaohua searched online extensively, but found no lead. Eventually, he had to ask Lin Yuan about what exactly these Transformers were. Lin Yuan briefly explained, and then Sun Yaohua had this toy ordered from Han Continent. This morning, Sun Yaohua rushed to the company to personally hand over the gift to Lin Yuan. And no doubt, this gift was quite similar to Transformers. Even though it was not Bumblebee, the design philosophy of the toy was the same as that of Transformers. Shoo! Lin Yuan placed the toy on his desk, staring at the robot, while making sound effects with his mouth. Seeing Lin Yuan enjoying himself, Sun Yaohua was cheered as well. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "Junior, do you want to dine at my restaurant tonight? I recently opened a new one specializing in Yin continent cuisine." Reluctantly shifting his gaze from the robot to Sun Yaohua, Lin Yuan questioned, "Yin continent? MHM. Sun." Yaohua laughed and said, "Isn't Yin continent about to join the merger? At that time, surely a lot of Yin people will come here to work. I think opening a restaurant catering to Yin tastes will have a good market." Lin Yuan was somewhat intrigued, but then said, "Maybe later. Tonight, I want to go home early as I have to go to the set tomorrow." Sun Yaohua quickly responded, "No problem. Just let me know anytime what you want to eat. My restaurants have everything. Senior has opened many restaurants." Lin Yuan was surprised. Sun Yaohua waved his hand dismissively. "Not that many. Just 3 hot pot restaurants and 6 others that primarily feature different cuisines. Last time, Shueliang mentioned you have an interest in steak, so I plan to open a steakhouse next year. You should come and try it." "Great." Lin Yuan nodded joyfully. At that moment, Sun Yao's phone rang. He apologized and moved away to take the call at the corner of the room. Not sure what the other party said, but Sun Yao suddenly became excited. Really? They want me as an endorser? That's great. Haha. Thank you for getting me this endorsement. I'll treat you to a meal tonight at my restaurant. What did you say? Half price isn't enough? You think you're my dad? But, after finishing his statement, Sun Yao hung up the call and burst into laughter, even humming to himself. Senior, Lin Yuan helplessly asked, can you be more mature and composed like me? Meanwhile, the toy, which Lin Yuan had once again folded back into the shape of a racing car, rolled its wheels on the desk until it collided with a stack of papers and came to a halt. Sun Yao glanced at the toy racing car, then at Lin Yuan. In the end, he silently nodded his head. What's going on? Lin Yuan returned to fiddling with the racing car. Sun Yao joyfully exclaimed, endorsement. A top-tier brand wants me as their endorser. This would be my first time being an endorser for a top-tier brand. Congratulations, senior. Lin Yuan lifted up the race car, observing its rapidly spinning wheels. Clearly, because both versions, the Mandarin and Qi language versions, of the song 10 Years made a strong impact, Sun Yao had completely risen to stardom. Currently, even top-tier brands were approaching him for endorsements. As Wu Yong put it, Sun Yao's popularity is soaring. If he could continue this momentum until year-end, he might secure a position as a top-tier singer. Furthermore, the two versions of the song significantly boosted Lin Yuan's music-making reputation. At this point in time, the impacts of both songs had not yet fully subsided. Online, beyond the discussions about the two versions of 10 Years, there was a new hot topic online. A popular blogger had joked about the September new song list. Do you guys know why Xianyu released 2 songs in September? Netizens were naturally curious and started leaving comments asking for more insights. They thought this person might have a new interpretation of these 2 songs, just as Rabbit 2 had analyzed the lyrics of Xianyu's 2 songs. As a result, this person replied seriously, because not everyone can occupy the second position. Netizens understood immediately. Everyone knew this was an implied sarcastic jab at Fei Yang's perennial runner-up stigma. Ha ha ha, you're so naughty. Xianyu, you, Ling Feng, are also worthy of the second place. Xianyu, defending the best in the world, Fei Yang. This interpretation makes perfect sense and is very convincing. Yes, in order to defend the perennial runner-up position for King Fei, Lin Yuan released a song named Next Year, today to grab the top place himself. Xianyu, the second place is not for everyone. Xianyu, Chun Jiu can, Fei Yang can, but you, Ling Feng, are still not up to it. What talk about 2 unique lyrics for one song? This is probably Xianyu's special care for the perennial runner-up. Xianyu was forced to do this. To make room for Fei Yang or Chun Jiu to take up the second place, he had to release Next Year, today himself to take up the first. Following the tradition of joking around, the netizens were playing with memes in the comments, and soon the joke spread across many forums, leading many other netizens to follow suit. Everyone clearly knew that Xian, you didn't mean it this way. But it doesn't matter. Who asked for the perennial runner-up meme to be relevant to this issue? As more and more netizens started playing with that meme, Chun Jiu's comment section inevitably attracted a lot of troll netizens. But compared to Chun Jiu, Fei Yang's comment section was truly the epicenter of troll netizens. Everyone knew Chun Jiu had successfully passed on the torch, giving the title of perennial runner-up to Fei Yang. Now it's the era of Fei Yang, the second-generation perennial runner-up. Fish says, only you can sit in the second spot. King Fei, what a face. I wish Fish and you fly together. Waiting for another double. Chun Jiu took the second place 3 times, King Fei only twice. One more time, and it'll be perfect. Sense the deep love from Xianyu? At this time, Fei Yang was doing a show outside. During the break, he intended to update a status to interact with his fans and casually looked at his comment section. Looking at the comments, Fei Yang was dumbfounded. Dense comments. Every page filled with different jokes. After looking carefully for a while, every page was filled with 4 words, perennial runner-up. No way, right? Can this also be made into a joke about me? You guys are not done yet, are you? Chapter 388, 367. Enduring hardship with great perseverance _1. Fei Yang was upset. Don't I have a reputation to uphold? It didn't matter much if Chun Jiu was labeled as the perennial runner-up. After all, his rival was Xian Yu. But things were different for him. He was the king of singing, and one who was at the peak of his popularity, no less. The king of singing should not be disgraced. Oops, sorry, wrong set. Anyway, Fei Yang was angry. The assistant next to him obviously knew what had happened online. He kept it from Fei Yang, fearing it would upset him. Now that it was impossible to hide the situation, he could only attempt to console him by saying, "Brother Fei, you don't need to take the netizens' silly memes too seriously. Today's youngsters just enjoy playing these games. They mean no harm." Fei Yang said. "Last time, I didn't care even when an internet troll cursed me at a concert. Why should I hold a grudge against these netizens who are just joking around?" "An internet troll?" The assistant chuckled. "That troll you reported last time was detained for several days." Fei Yang rolled his eyes, snorted unhappily, and said, "That's because he insulted my family. I just want to beat Xian Yu for once, and let him taste what it's like to be second." All right. The assistant certainly knew that Fei Yang's temper was relatively good among the kings of singing. He was merely trying to lighten the mood. Actually, beating Xian Yu isn't that difficult. After all, the end of the year is near. The assistant hinted. Fei Yang's eyes flickered slightly. Yes, the end of the year is coming. According to the music industry, the end of the year is the time for the annual Battle of the Gods. The Battle of the Gods was always a lively affair. At this time, the kings and queens of singing and songwriters never shied away. Last year, Xian Yu won the crown for the champion track with Red Sun. There are many who are not satisfied with this outcome, not just Fei Yang, who is eager to claim victory. So, this end of the year, as a trending king of singing, Fei Yang is still going to participate in this Battle of the Gods. Besides, Xian Yu started his comeback in September, apparently intending to join the Battle of the Gods at the end of the year as well. At that time, Fei Yang and Xian Yu will meet again. Holding a grudge for a year, Fei Yang is all set to turn tables at this year's end and win the singing contest. Come to think of it, the assistant reminded him, Xian Yu daring to release the song 10 years in September rather than at the end of the year shows that he is confident he can produce an even better song by then. That's true. A serious look crossed Fei Yang's eyes. Netizens had nicknamed him the new perennial runner-up, and in such a situation, Fei Yang couldn't ignore Xian Yu. Moreover, the song 10 Years was so popular that even if it wasn't Xian Yu's song, Fei Yang would definitely want to listen to it. Also, a recent song, Next Year, Today, launched Xian Yu to the top 2 spots on the music charts, making him the center of attention in the music industry. Even Fei Yang, who was determined to seek revenge against Xian Yu, had to admit that the song 10 Years was excellent. This challenger could not afford to be taken lightly, not even a tiny bit. Unless Xian Yu doesn't participate in the Battle of the Gods at the end of the year, but if he does, his song must be of extraordinarily high quality. The assistant's expression was very serious. Fei Yang clenched his teeth. "I learned my lesson last year, and this year I made more comprehensive preparations. I started preparing for the end-of-year song half a year in advance, just for this tough battle with him." King Fei was full of determination. Preparing for the end-of-year song half a year in advance. Such determination isn't something everyone possesses. Everyone says that Xian Yu writes good lyrics, right? That's perfect because the new song King Fei has prepared for the end of the year perfectly weaves the lyrics with the melody. The lyrics have a very lofty and poetic meaning. He fears neither the melody nor the lyrics. Lin Yuan had no idea how eagerly King Fei was preparing, let alone how much King Fei longed to make him taste the bitterness of being second. September 16th. Lin Yuan arrived at the set of Hachiko. He was there for 2 reasons. The first was that the filming of Hachiko was entering its final stage, with the shoot wrapping up at the end of the month. Lin Yuan needed to check on things. The second reason was that Yi Chunggong, the director, had hit a snag with one of the scenes. No matter how he filmed it, he wasn't satisfied. He asked for Lin Yuan's help. So Lin Yuan came. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Yi Chunggong's eyes lit up, and he rushed over. "Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived." Lin Yuan cut to the chase. "What scene is giving you trouble?" I Ching took out the script and pointed to a specific passage. In this scene, the professor is preparing to go to the school, but for some reason, Hachiko is acting unusual today. It seems that he doesn't want the professor to go, unusual for Hachiko, who is normally not so clingy. This surprises the professor. As he sits at the railway waiting for the train, Hachiko walks up to him with a ball in his mouth. Lin Yuan understood. This scene needed the cooperation of a dog. More accurately, it needed Antarctica's cooperation. Antarctica was the grown dog featured in this scene, a character with a significant amount of screen time. This scene was supposed to hint at the impending misfortune to befall the master, as sensed by Hachiko instinctively. The part where he brings the ball to the professor's side isn't difficult to film, but after the train departs, Hachiko needs to chase it for a while, and then return to his usual spot where he waits for his master every day. This needs Antarctica to show some emotion. At this point, I Ching blushed. Am I asking too much? Normally, I Ching wouldn't demand so much, especially not from the other two dogs in the film. He wouldn't press them like this. But Antarctica was different. This dog was incredibly intelligent. Because of Antarctica's intelligence, I Ching couldn't help but want to enhance the role, making the scene more heartfelt. Let me try. Lin Yuan walked over to Antarctica, crouched down, and petted her head. Can you understand the feeling when someone you are close to is about to leave you? Antarctica stuck out her tongue and licked the back of Lin Yuan's hand. I see. Lin Yuan allowed her to continue licking while he mentally summoned the system to arrange a dose of the Emperor's Charm Potion for Antarctica. Antarctica had never used the Emperor's Charm Potion in all the shoots so far, as she was naturally good at acting. However, considering the relatively higher difficulty of this scene, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to spend that extra money. Antarctica continued licking. Lin Yuan couldn't help saying, "Once we finish filming, you can go home. Yao Yao misses you. She even said she wanted to give you a bath the day before yesterday." Antarctica wagged her tail. Standing up, Lin Yuan said, "You may start filming." Having gotten used to Lin Yuan's way of talking to dogs as if they were people, I Ching nodded. "Let's get ready then." The crew got to work at once. Then again, the crew witnessed the formidable power of Lin Druid Yuan. Antarctica, who had been struggling to perform this scene previously, suddenly cooperated perfectly, completing the scene smoothly. When Antarctica looked at the departing train, blankly, some people even had moist eyes. "Don't cry," I Ching scolded. "How many eggs have we fed you all?" Just as the crew was about to cry, upon hearing his words, they all burst into laughter. It turned out that the plot was so heartbreaking that the crew often got moved and cried. Sometimes, they would cry multiple times a day. After a couple of these crying incidents, their eyes would swell up. The crew had to provide eggs for them to soothe their eyes. However, they were only peeling and eating the eggs instead of using them to soothe their eyes. Someone sighed. This film is set to leave the audience in floods of tears. Someone next to him scolded, "Can't you get your idioms right?" The correct phrase is rivers of tears. The first person shook his head. You're too inexperienced." Watching this scene come together, Lin Yuan felt a part of him being affected. The sadness caused a slight ache in his teeth. Chapter 389, 368. All caused by sweet food _1. Strange, why does my tooth hurt? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled, but didn't give it much thought. After finishing filming, Lin Yuan was ready to go home only to find Antarctica trailing behind him on equal footing. Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Why are you following me?" According to the plot of Hachiko, this wasn't a good sign. Antarctica wagged its tail in a seemingly docile manner. Helpless, Lin Yuan simply said goodbye to the crew and took Antarctica home. Tomorrow morning, he would return. Antarctica to the set. That being so, Lin Yuan took a car and returned home. Lin Yao had already finished school by now and was doing her homework at home. Lin Yuan didn't know what university homework his sister was working on, but he felt she was studying even harder than when she was in high school. However, spotting Antarctica returning through the window, Lin Yao uncharacteristically put down her pen and went to open the door. "Antarctica!" Woof, woof, woof. Antarctica pounced forward like a hungry dog. Well, it is a dog indeed. Looking at Lin Yao, who was squatting down, patting the dog's head seriously, Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, "You don't greet me like this when I come home. Are you as cute as Antarctica? I bought you egg yolk pastries. You make it sound like you didn't eat any." I also bought you strawberry-flavored jelly. I like apple-flavored ones. You're the one who likes strawberry. I also bought you study materials. Well, for this one, I am a bit grateful to you. Lin Yao thought about it and reluctantly took out a packet of candy from her pocket. A classmate gave me this happy candy. Your classmate is getting married? Lin Yao's expression faltered for a moment. It's happy candy for getting first place in the exam. Lin Yuan was surprised. Isn't the first place always yours? Lin Yao was a top student who always came first in every exam at school. This was the first time Lin Yuan saw Lin Yao take second place. Lin Yao didn't make a sound. Lin Yuan lamented, I have never taken second place. I always get first place. People think it's boring. I'm also first. Lin Yao looked angrily at Lin Yuan, her bastard big brother clearly trying to hit her where it hurt. As long as I want to, I can definitely get first place again. So, were you second this time? It is second, but I gave her first place. With that, Lin Yao pouted. Every time she gets second, she hides and cries, worried about losing her full scholarship. But giving her first place didn't make me feel happy. Of course, you wouldn't be happy. Lin Yuan chuckled. Because you sympathized with her, but didn't realize that she may not need your sympathy. She might need your respect and efforts more. If she knew the truth, she might be sadder than when she got second place. Lin Yao was worried. Should I tell her the truth? Lin Yuan shook his head. Since you have already let her have it, just let it be. Just not be like this next time. With that said, Lin Yuan suddenly became curious. What does it feel like to come second? Eat your candy. Lin Yao replied unhappily. She walked into the room with Antarctica. Just before she closed the door, she paused. Didn't you come second this time? Huh. Lin Yuan paused, realizing that was indeed the case. He really did come in second place. So that's what it feels like to come second? It doesn't seem much different from coming first. He put the candy in his mouth and chewed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan found that his toothache had intensified. A toothache isn't a disease, but it can be really painful. Lin Yuan thought his toothache would get better soon, but it quickly worsened, especially after he ate a few candies. Lin Yuan asked the system, Did I get a cavity? System. Feeling that he wouldn't get an answer from the system, Lin Yuan decided to ask his sister to take him to the hospital, but she was not home due to overtime work. I'll take you. Lin Yao was worried about Lin Yuan and directly hailed a taxi to the hospital. The hospital was still open at this time. The doctor did a quick check and smiled. No big problem. You've got a wisdom tooth coming in. Do you want to have it removed? Yes. Lin Yao responded with a serious face. Lin Yuan was a bit worried. Will it hurt? Lin Yuan was afraid of pain. Very afraid. This fear stemmed from his regular childhood illnesses for which he received injections. He had a shadow over syringes. The doctor smiled, just a little anesthesia. Normally, the doctor wouldn't be this patient, but the brother and sister in front of her didn't make her lose her temper. Talking with these two seemed to make her feel calm and composed somehow. I need to get an injection again? Getting his tooth pulled and an injection too. Lin Yuan became weak. If he could, he would trade 10 second-place finishes for this painless extraction. Lin Yao started looking up information about wisdom teeth on her phone. If you don't get it pulled, it will hurt again in the future. Then let's pull it out. Lin Yuan had to resign himself to it. Although he was afraid of pain, he preferred short-term pain to long-term pain. At this moment, Lin Yuan fervently wished he could finish his task soon. There was another task from the system. As long as he completed it, he could get a healthy body. A healthy body definitely wouldn't grow wisdom teeth, right? Does growing wisdom teeth have something to do with me liking sweets? It's all the fault of sweets. A certain uninformed guy was thinking to himself. We will start the injection now. The doctor looked at Lin Yuan's fearful face and felt a bit reluctant. The last time she felt this way was when she was treating a 6-year-old child. All right. Lin Yuan was resigned to his fate. He finally understood why Antarctica had followed him. This was an inauspicious omen. Lin Yao took out her phone and pointed it at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan asked, What are you doing? Lin Yao replied matter-of-factly, recording it. Lin Yuan. He had no energy to deal with this now. Soon, after the anesthesia injection, Lin Yuan felt his mouth was somewhat numb. The doctor used a series of tools to fix one of Lin Yuan's teeth. I'll count to 3, and then start pulling. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt. The anesthesia has already worked. Lin Yuan's mouth was open and he couldn't reply, so he just blinked. Ready one. The doctor's hand suddenly pulled hard, and with a click, Lin Yuan felt like something was missing, as if he was incomplete. He opened his eyes in astonishment and stared at the doctor. What happened to the countdown of 2 and 3? Where are your 2 and 3? Lin Yao let out a strange laugh and her hand holding the mobile phone shook slightly. It's usually like this. The doctor explained. 1, 2, 3 is to relax the patient's guard. Before I count to 3, you are relatively less nervous. Lin Yuan. That night, Lin Yuan's tooth extraction video was uploaded to a small group chat, causing Xiafan and Jian Yi to laugh endlessly. His sister seemed to comfort him with a few words. I'll treat you to candy tonight. Oh no, you can't eat them now, so I'll just have them with Big Yao Yao. Lin Yuan did not want to talk. Having just had a tooth pulled, he couldn't speak anyway. Chapter 390, 369 White Rose _1. Although the toothache was an agonizing experience, Lin Yuan felt better by the next day. His mouth was just a little stiff, and he had to avoid eating certain foods. He had planned to enjoy a meal at Senior Yaohua's hot pot restaurant, but that idea had to be shelved for now. The doctor, who seemed to ramble endlessly, instructed Lin Yuan to have only liquid or semi-liquid meals for the next 2 days. Lin Yuan didn't have specific food preferences. He could handle hot and spicy, as well as bland foods. As long as it tasted good, he was fine. So, his current condition didn't present a great deal of inconvenience. Master, what happened to you? When Li Lizzie arrived for her composition lesson, she noticed Lin Yuan holding his mouth. He waved her away, saying, I had a tooth extraction yesterday. No class today. Oh well, take care then. Li Lizzie looked at Lin Yuan with concern before rushing off to the high-end cafeteria. She asked the chef, who usually only cooked for the chairman and other VIPs, to make a bowl of noodles for Lin Yuan. When it was time for lunch, she hustled back to Lin Yuan, excitedly announcing that the meal was ready, her face screaming, Look at how dutiful I am. By noon, just as Lin Yuan had sat down in the cafeteria, he received a call. Turns out, Sun Yaohua heard about his tooth extraction and had a bowl of porridge delivered. So there was Lin Yuan, sitting in the cafeteria, with Sun Yaohua to his left, holding a bowl of porridge, and Li Lizzie to his right, holding a bowl of noodles. The porridge was filled with an assortment of delicious ingredients, stimulating anyone's appetite just by its appearance. The noodles, peeking out amidst the gourmet ingredients, were equally mouth-watering. Junior. Master. Looking at the eager faces on both sides, Lin Yuan decided to eat both. It wasn't because he didn't want to disappoint them, but simply because he was greedy and wanted both meals. It was just like how people teased Xianyu. Only kids choose. I want both the first and second places on the season leaderboard. Although this meant he ended up bloated, as he wiped his mouth, he couldn't help but feel immensely satisfied. Sun Yaohua turned to Lin Yuan, saying, Junior brother, if you like it, I can have it prepared for you again tomorrow. Li Lizzie, somewhat displeased, turned to Sun Yaohua and retorted, The master could have had the same meal in the cafeteria. The chef usually cooks only for my dad and a few specific individuals. He's a renowned chef. I was merely showing my respect for the master. Are you, Sun Yaohua, here to do the same? The company rumors were indeed true. When Sun Yaohua puts his mind to it, he is incredibly meticulous. In comparison, those so-called gold star nannies should be ashamed and consider changing professions. Sun Yaohua naturally knew who the company's little princess was. By his previous standards, he would have pleased her already, but he was different now and even raised a counter-argument. My chef once cooked for high-ranking figures from Zhong continent and is quite reputable in the catering industry. Li Lizzie retorted, By the time you deliver it, it's not fresh anymore. Sun Yaohua pointed to the insulated lunchbox and said, This is a Freshlock thermal lunchbox invented by Chu people. It has a heating element inside it. On the way here, it was still cooking. The food is perfect when it arrives. Do you think I, Sun Yaohua, wouldn't consider such details? Li Lizzie. Lin Yuan couldn't help but intervene. Senior brother, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage with the cafeteria food during these few days. I'll come to your restaurant later. That being said, you need to come to the company tomorrow. I need to discuss something. All right then. I must go now, junior brother. Take care. Once Lin Yuan had spoken, Sun Yaohua didn't insist. Continuing to argue with the little princess of starlight would seem a little petty, plus he wouldn't stand a chance if she decided to throw a tantrum. After Sun Yaohua left, Lin Yuan rested a while in the cafeteria. He had eaten so much he was stuffed. A bowl of porridge and a bowl of noodles. Both were sizable. How could he not be? Lizzie stayed by Lin Yuan's side and timidly asked, "Master, when can I graduate?" "In a hurry to graduate." Lin Yuan looked at Lizzie. Although this third disciple was average in terms of talent, she had greatly improved her composition skill under his teaching and was almost ready to graduate. "No, it would be great if I never graduated," Lizzie said instinctively, then blushed, realizing her mistake. She waved her hands in a fluster. No, I meant I'm not in a hurry," Lin Yuan said solemnly. "Studying composition requires patience." Lizzie immediately affirmed, "Yes." Louder, "Yes." "Can you endure the solitude?" "Yes." "Any more questions?" "No." Lin Yuan was used to being strict with Lizzie, and she was accustomed to his strictness, making it feel like military-style discipline. "That's good, then. Help me up." I'm too full, I can't move." With Lizzie's help, Lin Yuan went back to his office on the 9th floor. He reclined in his chair for a while, pondering some matters. There were still 3 months left of the year. He had to release a song in December. There was no way he would miss the much-anticipated Battle of the Gods. Furthermore, he had set goals to achieve for his department. His aim was to propel Sun Yaohua and Zhang Kuei into the spotlight. With the song 10 Years gaining immense popularity and his mastery of the Qi language widely acknowledged, Sun Yaohua was almost there. However, Sun Yaohua's foundation was not as solid as Zhang Kuei's and thus needed another hit to solidify his place. An A-list singer, albeit not a king of singing with recognized professional awards, had specific criteria in the Literature and Art Association. This was based on the singer's popularity, the influence of their work, and their commercial value. Lin Yuan was not particularly familiar with the specific calculation formula, nor did he need to understand it. Someone would remind him. And that person was Wu Yong. According to Wu Yong, Sun Yaohua was just one champion song away from becoming an A-list singer. Therefore, Lin Yuan decided to arrange another song for Sun Yaohua in October. He had already decided which song it should be. Inspired by the success of 10 Years and Sun Yaohua's proficiency in the Qi language. Remember, Sun Yaohua also sang Red Rose. If there was a red rose, why not have a white rose too? This was him cutting corners without hiding. The melody and arrangement were basically ready-made. They just needed a tweak in the lyrics, and voila, a new song was born. Yes, Lin Yuan planned to release White Rose with Sun Yaohua in October. This was why Lin Yuan had asked Sun Yaohua to come to the company tomorrow. Since people enjoyed dissecting the lyrics, why not throw White Rose into the mix for netizens to analyze? Hopefully, someone could spot the name, Zhang Ailing, tucked between the lines of the two songs. Chapter 391, 370, Feeling Guilty _1. There are swathes of online discussions about the lyrics of 10 Years and Next Year, today. When Lin Yuan has nothing better to do, he would go through them. But he hardly ever expresses his own interpretation. He has always maintained that idea. The fun of interpretation lies in the deliberate omission of the real intentions by the ones involved. Unless necessary, Lin Yuan doesn't plan to spoil this fun for everyone. Moreover, making 2 lyrics for the melody of 10 Years has made him realize something. If the melody of a song is liked by the masses, their enthusiasm for discussing the lyrics is also high. Certain classic lyrics will be remembered for a long time. Some even leave a deeper impression in the public memory than the song itself. Like the most well-known lyrics from Red Rose. What is unreachable always causes unrest. The favored ones are always fearless. It's understandable for those who like the song to like these lyrics as well. Even many who are not particularly interested in the song find the lyrics compelling, which is quite impressive. After having 2 lyrics for one melody of 10 Years, now it's time to release White Rose along with the classic Mandarin lyrics. The timing, place, and people are perfect. It's worth noting that the lyrics for Red Rose and White Rose are both inspired by a novel. As mentioned earlier, the novel was Red Rose and White Rose, a representative work by Ailing Zhang. The novel has a famous quote in it. Every man has 2 women, at least two. Marrying a red rose. Over time, the red turns into a smudge of mosquito blood on the wall. White still remains the moonlight in one's heart. But if you marry a white rose, the white soon becomes a grain of rice stuck on a shirt, but the red becomes a cinnabar mole in one's heart. When evaluating men's nature, many people have quoted this phrase. As a result of this phrase, the novel was once incredibly popular in the Celestial Dynasty. Lin Yuan even considered having Chu Kuang write Red Rose and White Rose, but considering the different era and the potential lack of interest of today's readers. Plus, he isn't particularly fond of some characteristics of ailing Zhang, so he dropped the idea. After all, not all novels can be published without a sense of discrepancy. Just like, with Zhu Xian around, Lin Yuan couldn't possibly write another Shushan swordsman. The essence of the novel can be demonstrated by Red Rose and White Rose alone. Chu Kuang has already released a calligraphic piece of A Tranquil Night Abed, so that when the public sees moonlight in his heart, they don't need to search too hard for the source. It's a special collaboration between Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. This is the part where people work perfectly with timing and location. Yes, Lin Yuan plans to reveal the main idea of this novel with the release of White Rose, combined with the lyrics and connotations of these two songs, to help more people understand these two songs. Because compared to the Mandarin version of Red Rose, the lyrics of White Rose are relatively oblique. It definitely isn't as straightforward as Red Sun, a Qi language song, but universally understood at the sight of the lyrics. The next day, Sun Yaowa came to the company. His first words were, "How's your tooth, Junior? If it still hurts, I know a good dentist who can help." "No need, it's almost better." Lin Yuan said, "I called you in today to record a song for October. This time, it's the Qi language version of Red Rose." "The Qi language version?" "Yes. This version is called White Rose. Here are the lyrics and an explanation of the lyrics, as well as the relationship between the two songs." "Great." Sun Yaowa took over the printouts from Lin Yuan. "With your song, I'm sure I can make it to the top tier." No one knew how eager and desirous Sun Yaowa was to become a first-tier artist. On receiving White Rose, even without seeing the lyrics, Sun Yaowa was full of confidence. He was too motivated. On the familiar melody, Sun Yaowa memorized the lyrics of White Rose by heart within a day. Then came the recording. Just like the recording of Next Year, Today. Although Sun Yaowa was very familiar with the melody of White Rose and had learned the lyrics by heart, capturing the emotional essence was still a major challenge. Because the two songs express completely different states of mind, even entirely different lives. This contrast was bigger than how Next Year, Today contrasted with 10 years. Just by listening to Eason Chan singing these two songs, one can sense their differences, which are all-encompassing. Sun Yaowa had to grasp these feelings accurately to express them through his singing. This caused a deadlock in the recording. During the recording of White Rose, the company also released publicity about the song. Blogs, major forums, everywhere. News like a masterpiece by Xian Yu, new song by Sun Yaowa to be released in October, appeared in many places. Swish. The debate about the two lyrics for 10 years hadn't yet concluded. And suddenly, this news drew the attention of the entire music scene. Instantly, many musicians who were planning to release new songs in October were shocked. Especially those who were hoping to win the seasonal championship suddenly felt the earth spinning, legs trembling. "Damn, he's back again? Xian Yu in October? I was planning to release my song in October. Forget it. I am asking my company to change the release date. I'm out. I can't afford to provoke this. I am out. Looks like Xian Yu plans to make Sun Yaowa a hit all at once. I'm out too. Wow. Sun Yaowa must have saved the Milky Way in his past life. Oh, will someone neutralize this amazing Xian Yu, please? If he keeps producing, should I even release my songs? Xian Yu didn't produce anything for over half a year, and now he can't stop? Sun Yaowa is set to become a sensation. Can there be a singer in this world that Xian Yu couldn't make successful if he wanted to? I may need to cancel my October release plan. If I can't mess with him, I'd better find a way to avoid him. Even the super confident musicians eyeing the October season chart, even the top tier ones, were thinking of retreating after seeing this news. Keep in mind, Sun Yaohua is not what he used to be. Although not a top-tier artist, he has already got one foot in the door. Plus, with Xian Yu's help and the bonus of 2 lyrics for 10 years, this is certainly not something every artist can compete with, except perhaps the maestro or the king of singing. However, the maestro and king of singing are busy preparing for the Clash of Gods in December. Who has time to care about the October music scene? This has created a scenario where Xian Yu reigns supreme, as a few top-tier singers become unsure. Something that leaves countless netizens dumbfounded happens. Chapter 392, 371. The Brave Three Brothers _1. Due to health issues, the plan to release the new song, Love It or Not, in October has been postponed. We hope you understand. Due to having a cold and not being in the best vocal condition, it has delayed the recording of the new song planned to be released in October. It has to be postponed. That's what the company told me to say. For the record regarding postponing the new song, I want to win the title song, so I won't compete with Xian Yu. The 3 top-tier singers who were originally scheduled to release new music in October have all postponed their releases. The first top-tier singer gave the excuse of health issues in a roundabout way. Although the second one gave a similar elusive excuse, he at least hinted. That's what the company told me to say. The third one didn't bother to hide it and candidly stated the reason for the delay. I want to be number 1, so I need to stay away from Xian Yu. This issue led to countless netizens being dumbfounded. Even some musicians in the industry were at a loss for words when they saw this scene. What the fuck? Are they all running away? Are they scared to death by Xian Yu? You guys are at least top-tier singers. Did you guys plan this to avoid Xian Yu together? As it turns out, netizens and some insiders guessed correctly. These 3 top-tier singers really did plan to escape from the October charts together. The companies behind them negotiated, and at the sight of each other's shared sentiments, a joint decision was made. If only one top-tier singer postponed, it would have seemed quite cowardly. But if 3 people did it together, it wouldn't single any one person out. It can be easily imagined in the music industry that, if Xian Yu doesn't release a song in November, there would be a chaotic fight amongst a group of top-tier singers this November. Because these 3 top-tier singers, who have postponed, will probably join in the competition in November if they find out that Xian Yu will not be participating. For these 3 top-tier singers, they would rather compete with more top-tier singers in November than stay in October to fight an unequal battle for the title song with Xian Yu. If they were bound to lose the first place, why would they push to compete? If it's a competition among top-tier singers, even if things might get a bit crowded, at least everyone would be on equal footing with a chance to reach the top. But the top tier is the top tier after all. The scene where 3 top-tier singers change their release dates together to avoid Xian Yu is indeed spectacular, leaving netizens in shock. This is real. Are they avoiding the fish disaster? Ha 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 ha. I heard there's something called fish phobia in the music circle. I didn't quite get it before, but now I understand. Indeed, it's fish phobia. These 3 really surprised me. I would like to call them the Brave Three Brothers. Against Xian Yu, they just nod along. But against the top-tier singers, they come blasting? Xian Yu, why is it so quiet here? Where are the people? Where have they gone? Nice, the 3 brothers jointly postponing. What a sight. Are these 3 trying to kill me with laughter? Especially the third one postponing. At least follow the first 2 and show some acting skills. Directly stating the reason is too real, right? Originally, October was supposed to be a clash for the title between the 3 top-tier singers, which would have been a much greater spectacle than September's skirmish. Now it has suddenly turned into a solo play by Xian Yu. On the contrary, non-top-tier singers are not fazed at all, even laughing. You have to know, non-top-tier singers are aware of their abilities. They never had any hopes of winning the first place and naturally didn't feel as much pressure. Although Xian Yu is in October, for non-top-tier singers, Xian Yu and those 3 top-tier singers are the same. They are all people we cannot beat. If we can't beat the top tier, we also can't beat Xian Yu. So with or without Xian Yu, it's all the same. At most, our rankings would just all drop by 1. This is the enlightenment of non-top tier singers. As a result, Xian Yu scared the 3 top-tier singers away, and suddenly, 3 spots were freed up on the season's chart. How could these non-top-tier singers not be excited and laughing out loud? For the first time, I realized how happy it is to share the same release period as Xianyu. I was originally prepared to compete for the 5th place. Anyway, Xianyu is definitely number 1, and 2nd, 3rd, and 4th would be the 3 who postponed. Now I know that I have the ability to compete for 2nd. Xianyu will be number 1, but the 2nd place will be our battlefield. I declare from now on, whenever Xianyu releases a song, I will follow. After all, if you encounter Xianyu, the top-tier singers will run anyway. Sun Yaohua is aiming to reach the top tier while laying down. Originally, those 3 top-tier singers were not completely without hope, but now the 3 of them got scared, and with Sun Yaohua winning without doing a thing. Do I need to mention Sun Yaohua's luck? He's known in the industry as the luckiest singer. The non-top-tier singers participating in the October charts are exulting. This is the first time that someone is so happy to be in the same period as Xianyu. Life is indeed full of dark humor. As for Lin Yuan, he didn't really care about this situation. Sun Yaohua was secretly very pleased, his 3 strongest competitors had run away. He was definitely winning this round the easy way. Perhaps because of this reason, the recording that Sun Yaohua had later went smoothly. September 25th. The song, White Rose, was officially recorded. Upon completing the song, naturally more information could be revealed during promotion, including the song name, White Rose. Of course, it also included the fact that this song is the Chi language version of Red Rose. Only then did netizens and the industry know that Xianyu was playing the one song two lyrics scheme again. If it wasn't for the precedent set by Next Year, Today, maybe some people would think that this so-called new song by Xianyu is not that important. But considering this month's situation, no one dared to underestimate White Rose. Those 3 top-tier singers who had already announced their withdrawal from the new song list in October, someone reminded them. Actually, there's still some hope. White Rose is not really a new song. It is just Red Rose, with changed lyrics in Chi language. The 3 singers had the same reaction. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. When Next Year, Today was released, this was what you guys said, and went on about the theory of merely changing the outfit. What about the result? Do you still dare to harbor illusions when dealing with Xianyu? Arguably, one song two lyric strategy is indeed just changing the outfit. But the example of Next Year, Today was still outstanding on the September charts. It was astonishing. Who would dare underestimate Xianyu again? Of course, there must have been a little regret in their hearts, just like gamblers always feel they can turn the tables. But this kind of regret is just the sprout of wishful thinking. The 3 singers decisively extinguished this dangerous thought. However, a lot of onlookers are still hesitant. Can Xianyu really continue the success of the one song two lyrics? Could he really change the lyrics into another language, and yet give the listener the impression of hearing a completely different song? This doubt lasted until the early morning of October, when the song, White Rose, was finally released. That night, the number of people waiting up at night for the release of this song was significantly higher than at the beginning of September. This also shows that the success of Next Year, Today indeed affected a lot of people. Chapter 393, 372, Please Be Kind _1. In a bedroom of a large flat on the outskirts. At midnight, Wang Qiu was still on the phone with the company. If Xianyu doesn't release a song in November, we'll set our schedule for November. Now that the new artist season has been canceled, we don't need to give way to new artists in November. New artists have their own charts. Before the integration, November was Qin continent's new artist season. Every November, only new artists could release songs, and artists who had already debuted would not release songs in November. This was Qin continent's highly acclaimed new artist protection system. Later, with the increase of singers after the integration, November was no longer enough to provide protection for new artists, so the Literature and Art Association issued a new regulation to abolish the rule of November as the new artist season. This was not to squeeze the living space of new artists, but to protect new artists. From now on, new artists could release songs at any time. However, their works would no longer compete with artists who had already debuted, but would have a dedicated new artist, new song chart. When this regulation was released, it was generally well received. New artists didn't have to wait until November for their chance, and artists who had already debuted didn't have to give up competing for the November new song chart. Some music companies even specifically guarded the new artist new song chart and tried to recruit any potential talents that appeared. Okay, the person on the other end of the phone said, then let's see what movement Xianyu makes this month. I'll also inquire about Starlight. You just wait for my good news here. Hang up. Wang Qiu looked at the computer. It was already 12:05. Eager to listen to the song? Yeah, let's see if our departure as 3 artists was the right decision. Okay, I'll listen too. After hanging up the phone, Wang Qiu looked at the computer. Xianyu released a song in October, 3 top-tier singers withdrew, and Wang Qiu was one of the 3 top-tier singers who announced the change of schedule. He stayed up this late just to wait for Xianyu's new song. So, after hanging up the phone, he immediately put on his headphones and found this newly released song, White Rose, which dominated the largest promo banner on the player. Lyrics, Xianyu. Composer, Xianyu. Singer, Sun Yaohua. Seeing the name Sun Yaohua, Wang Qiu's eyes flashed with envy, and then he clicked to play the song. The prelude was very familiar. Exactly the same as Red Rose. If you just listen to the prelude without looking at the song name, everyone would think that this is Red Rose. But with the start of the singing, this thought was immediately shattered. White as white teeth, passion swallowed up, champagne has long since evaporated completely. White as a white moth sinking back into the mundane world, looking down at a memorial tablet. But when love suddenly changes into an annoyance, just like a dirty filth don't mention, silent with a smile, roses with thorns in return, only trust in defense. Wang Qiu raised his eyebrows slightly. If read in Mandarin, these lyrics do not rhyme, and are even somewhat obscure. But Sun Yaohua sang in Qi language, and the feeling came out as soon as he sang. It's still such a beautiful melody, with every line of rhyme neatly stressed, and the finish of each breath lands at the most comfortable spot, combined with Sun Yaohua's accent, which is pure enough to make your ears pregnant. The voice broke through the obscure barrier of the lyrics. And when the chorus came, even people who didn't understand Qi language would understand what this song was singing about. Recalling the version of Red Rose, the feeling of immersion suddenly became profound. The music actually isn't extravagant. There were no explosive drum beats, no resplendent arrangements, just the sound of Sun Yaohua's voice, slightly hoarse and helpless. How can you be cruel, yet still beautiful? What can't be obtained has always been valuable. How can one cope with disadvantages without scheming, revealing awe to test your laws? Even if it's a nightmare, it's still beautiful. Willingly be at the bottom to set off your nobility. A handful of roses simulates the funeral of the heart, as love has already faded in the next life. Wang Qiu was not deeply familiar with Qi language, yet at this point, there was no hesitation in his understanding. His eyes suddenly stung a bit. Red roses and white roses, huh? For a man, 2 roses symbolize 2 women. If the red rose represents what has been obtained but is not cherished, then the white rose represents what is admired from afar but is unattainable. No matter how cold, no matter how dignified and noble, men are willing to be servile. It's as if it was a cruel dream. You know you can't hold on to it, but you aren't willing to wake up from. Like a bewitched fool, Xianyu expressed his agitation in Red Rose, and White Rose explained the origins of that agitation. The same melody, but tells a connected story, one of a red rose's habits and tiredness in life, and of a white rose's brilliance and allure in dreams. The former suppresses, the latter collapses. At this moment, it seemed that a shadow, long forgotten in Wang Qiu's memory, suddenly re-emerged with the song, like an unwanted nightmare. But I shouldn't think of her. I already have a new partner, and the previous White Rose has been married and had children since last year. It's a mistake to even dwell on her. Yet this song has stirred up these past memories. Memories are unreasonable. The more Wang Qiu tried to restrain himself, the more fragmented emotions surged within him, as if he was stuck in quicksand created by the song from which he couldn't extricate himself, causing his breath to slightly quicken. Suddenly, the voice in his ear softened. White, as sugar, mysteriously destroyed, what was initially obtained is no longer there. White as sugar, wrongly thrown into the mundane world and dissolved within it. White sugar, white moonlight. Wang Qiu's heart suddenly calmed, as if being shattered piece by piece, and then slowly reshaped. Seemingly sensing Wang Qiu's emotions, The voice in the headphones continued, but did not intend to linger. Even if it's a nightmare, it's still beautiful, ready to be last, bolstering your nobility, giving me roses, coming to the funeral. Past relationships are void when I already passed, reincarnated in another life. The song had now ended. In the lingering reverberation of the final notes, despite the same melody, it was imbued with an air of desolation. Was it lamenting those who haven't yet moved on, or was the song reflecting on its own obtuseness? Wang Qiu suddenly exhaled a breath, his breathing steadied. He gently removed his headphones and stepped out of the whirlpool of chaotic emotions, escaping far, far away. So what if you have attained it? It's nothing more than gaining agitation. If it's lost, so what? It's nothing more than reincarnation in the sea of suffering. If a person were to split into two halves, how to tell who is the white rose and who is the red rose? It's nothing more than the devil of the heart making mischief. A smile appeared on Wang Qiu's face. Unknown whether he was relieved that he had extricated himself early from the mire of the October season rankings, or was moved that he had timely extricated himself from a whirlpool of emotions. He inexplicably opened the tribe account of Xianyu, intending to click follow, only to see Xianyu had just posted an update. Every man has at least two women in his life. Marry a red rose, and over time, the red turns into a smudge of mosquito blood on the wall, while the white one remains the moonlight in his heart. Marry a white rose, and the white becomes a grain of rice, stuck to your clothes, while the red one remains a cinnabar mole in your heart. Wang Qiu paused for a moment. Shortly after, Wang Qiu felt completely relieved. The mosquito blood on the wall is actually that cinnabar mole. The sticky rice grain on the clothes is the real moonlight in his heart. Not being able to obtain it is not the reason for your agitation. Please be kind. Chapter 394, 373, The Blessing of Qi People _1. By the time Wang Qiu saw Xianyu's post, many people had already listened to White Rose that night. Countless people found themselves entrapped by their emotions. And there were just as many who had sudden realizations after the song ended. In the vast and tranquil ocean of the listeners' minds, the song, White Rose, was like a boulder plunging into the water. Plop! Water splashed in all directions. Ripples spread out in circles, eventually returning to a state of calm. But the thoughts it left for the audience did not fade away with the end of the song. Instead, it spread out like the ripples, growing larger and larger. Xianyu, in a somewhat boastful manner, reminded everyone once again that his lyric and composition skills are equally excellent. If someone else did one song with two sets of lyrics, I would think they were just trying to trick me into spending $1 to download the song. But for Xianyu, I hope he never stops. Language doesn't matter, red and white roses, two atmospheres. I love the turmoil of the red rose, the preciousness of the white rose. But these descriptions are ultimately from a man's perspective. Most people can't achieve the transparency of Xianyu. Also, because of Xianyu, I seem to be interested in songs in Qi language. After listening to this, and then listening to Red Rose, I understood how cruel that song really is. If you fall in love with a red rose, and enter the hall with a white rose, perhaps you may still hold the hand of the white rose at the time of death, but your eyes will surely shed tears for the red rose. When I think of my first love, if she was not the white rose, she might have been a grain of white rice. The red rose is loved by someone not loved. The white rose is to love someone who does not love oneself. It doesn't get more helpless than this. And as the comment sections of various music sites fell into chaos, the lyricist Rabbit 2, who had previously analyzed 10 years and next year, today, also posted a new status. Another sleepless night. Rabbit 2 had previously mentioned that Xianyu's songwriting skills were good enough to keep many lyricists awake at night. This, combined with his current status, immediately brought a knowing smile to the faces of many fans. Boss Rabbit, aren't you going to analyze the relationship between the lyrics of the two songs today? Why not analyze the two songs for us again? Exactly. I feel like I understand, but also feel like I don't understand. Boss Rabbit, here's a reading comprehension question that's right up your alley. Some netizens were joking, while others genuinely hoped for Rabbit 2 to analyze it. Rabbit 2 replied to the most popular comment. Let me put it this way. You are a cheating man. The red rose is your wife. The white rose is your lover. You like the white rose, but if the white rose were to become your wife, you would realize that you actually like the red rose more. Immediately after this, Rabbit 2 reposted a status update from the official CNU about all men having had 2 women. CNU himself has already analyzed it for you all. What more do you need me to say? The famous lyricist didn't want to waste too many words this time because the story of the red rose and white rose is easy to understand. Regardless of the different lyrics, both songs essentially tackle the same subject, but from different perspectives. In fact, the liveliest spot was the post CNU had published. The comments section was filled with messages from various users. Most people, like the commentators, were philosophical and heartfelt in their responses. Some, however, were playful. For example, one comment read, "I'm just worried about Sun Yaohua. When the rhythm starts, which one would he sing, red or white? Would he suddenly think of the lyrics to White Rose while singing Red Rose, or vice versa?" Amid praises of "Go for it, we stand by you," this comment garnered numerous likes. Others imitated the form and wrote, "When the prelude began, Sun Yaohua started to sing. Next year, today, I won't know you. The bed has changed, yet we remain the same." Those who were serious dived deep into the music and made thoughtful comments, while others found their own ways to enjoy themselves. The brave 3 brothers. Thankfully, we took off quick. Don't talk to me about red roses and white roses. I'll take both. CNU is really good at changing outfits. Every time he changes his outfit, he feels different to me. Sun Yaohua. CNU is just a costume designer, but I am the one who actually wears them. Moonlight in his heart, Isn't that a line from Chu Kuang's poem? And you say there's no illicit affair between you two? I see. So this is how you are supposed to interpret moonlight in his heart. You may not believe this, but CNU always has me downloading his songs twice. CNU, thank you for the reminder. I've got the password for wealth. Regardless of how the netizens teased, at the end of the day, they wanted to emphasize that CNU's one song, 2 lyrics trick had worked wonders. Only CNU could write 2 versions of a song with the exact same tune. Of course, the Chi people were always the happiest of all. I am liking CNU more and more. Teacher Admirable Fish, please translate your other songs into Chi language soon. CNU is forever a friend of the Chi people. After listening to 10 years, I felt average. After next year, today, I thought it was impressive. After Red Rose, I wasn't interested. After White Rose, I was blown away. And then, as I listened to 10 years and Red Rose again, I found them especially melodious. CNU really sings well. Sun Yaohua, are you sure? The Chi people also started to play along with the jokes, brimming with happiness, even declaring it their fortune as Chi people. God damn it, this is our Chi Ren Ji Fu. The netizens burst into laughter. Chi Ren Ji Fu comes from Mencius. Although it doesn't really have anything to do with the Chi people, it refers to the bliss of having a wife and a concubine. Today, it signifies a prosperous life with a husband and a wife. But if you link the conversations around Red Rose and White Rose, Chi Ren Ji Fu is indeed fitting. That is, of course, provided a person is allowed to have a red rose and a white rose at the same time. That would truly be a Chi Ren Ji Fu. And while White Rose was causing a stir among the netizens, apart from Wang Qiu, the other 2 top-tier singers who had narrowly escaped their ranking this October also breathed a sigh of relief after listening to White Rose. The trio even started a private conversation. My God, that was close. Who said there was hope? Is this what's called hope? So, I am not listening, not listening, not listening. Facing CNU, isn't it the same as participating in the 12 Gods battle in December? Who chickened out? This is being genuine. What no one knew was that same night, Chen Jiu also stayed up late, even getting up especially to feed his fish. As he fed the fish, he muttered to himself, I had no choice if I did. If I had a choice, I'd be one of the brave 4 right now. I heard Fei Yang is preparing for this year's God's battle. Chen Jiu dropped the food. The previously calm fish tank suddenly stirred up as the fish skillfully opened its mouth and devoured the food. Chapter 395, 374. The color change of the fish _1. Just overnight, White Rose swept across the internet. The popularity of this song even rekindled interest in the Mandarin version of Red Rose. resulting in a significant increase in song downloads. The next day, this song had effortlessly become the champion. After all, with 3 of its same period competitors absent, there were no rivals for the song. Instead, the second place became a position that countless singers from the same period fought over. In this process, no one had any thoughts about the first place. That was the forbidden realm marked by Xianyu. Meanwhile, backstage in the dressing room of a certain event, Zhao Yinggu, while putting on headphones to listen to a song and looking down at the lyrics, was playing White Rose. From the first time she listened to it before going to bed last night to the single-track loop after she left in the morning, Zhao Yinggu had listened to this song many times over. So that's how it is. This time, during what she didn't know was her umpteenth loop of the song, Zhao Yinggu suddenly murmured, "He doesn't need to particularly collaborate with anyone because as long as he's willing, there's no singer he can't make famous." Many people in the company say this. The assistant beside her chimed in. Recently, several departments of composers had been discussing this, but seeing Zhao Yinggu's changing complexion, she quickly shut her mouth. "I see." Zhao Yinggu chuckled bitterly. "I purposely collaborated with the 10th floor, intending to become a top-tier player in his eyes as quickly as possible to show him my abilities. However, it seems like he doesn't need to care about these things at all. It doesn't matter who he chooses, including Sun Yaohua, who many in the industry joke can't be made famous. He can easily lead them through the gates of stardom." The assistant chuckled with her. The assistant now understood what Zhao Yinggu was upset about. It was nothing more than the sense of loss, feeling that her much-valued top-tier status might not be all that impressive in the eyes of Maestro Jr. Half the reason why Zhao Yinggu worked so hard was to prove that Xianyu's decision not to collaborate with her was wrong. But the fact turned out to be that for Xianyu, it didn't matter who he chose, he could make them reach the top. Bringing Sun Yaohua, a singer acknowledged as impossible to make famous, into the top ranks, even more so showed his extraordinary ability. "I even feel that Xianyu is my white rose." Zhao Yinggu shook her head, just as the lyrics wrote. "How can you be cold, yet still so beautiful? What you can't get is always precious. How not to resort to tricks when at a disadvantage, showing reverence, testing your rules." These sentences were incredibly like wanting to attract the attention of Xianyu, while he probably doesn't even remember that such a person exists. The assistant didn't say anything. There were actually quite a few outstanding women in Starlight Entertainment who wanted to attract Xianyu's attention, but it seemed like no one had succeeded yet. Most of them, like Zhao Yinggu, were all secretly in love with Xianyu. A few days ago, the assistant heard a rumor that Xianyu's third apprentice, the company's little princess Li Lizzie, even helped Xianyu back to his office from the cafeteria. Regardless of any teacher-student relationship, this wasn't ancient society after all. In many people's eyes, Li Lizzie probably had certain special feelings for Xianyu. She was just using the name of a student to get close to the water first due to her advantageous position. Sun Yaohua finally became a top-tier singer. Xianyu's apprentice wrote songs for Sun Yaohua for several consecutive months, laying a solid foundation. The 3 blockbuster songs that Xianyu finally provided directly made Sun Yaohua a top-tier singer, which could be described as a rapid rise. Even many Chi people became die-hard fans of Sun Yaohua. With Sun Yaohua becoming top-tier, various notices and endorsements came rushing in, and Sun Yaohua reached the peak of his life. Because he was the first top-tier singer brought out by Xianyu, he naturally received massive attention from entertainment media. With his rapidly rising singing career, Sun Yaohua was rarely so busy that he had to work around the clock. Meanwhile, inside Starlight Company, Lin Yuan was playing with his race car robot when suddenly a knock sounded at the door. "Please come in. I've brought you some good tea." It was O.L. Zhou's smiling face at the door. It had been a while since O.L. Zhou had come to visit Lin Yuan, but he still exuded a warm familiarity. He sat down on the sofa opposite Lin Yuan, let his assistant Gudong open the tea he'd brought, and said to Lin Yuan, "Today Hachiko completed its filming. You are the scriptwriter, didn't you go to see?" Lin Yuan said, "I went there this morning." Indeed, the filming of Hachiko officially ended at noon today. The shooting took a little over 3 months. The original shooting time was supposed to be longer, but Lin Yuan, with his druid ability, made clear arrangements for the dogs, which were the most unpredictable part of filming. Under such circumstances, The filming progress couldn't possibly be slow. I see. OL Zhou coughed. I came here on behalf of someone, and I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Will you be releasing a new song in November? November. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, I'll be off in November. Upon hearing his words, OL Zhou laughed. With your assurance, those guys should be relieved. He received several calls this morning, all from friends in the industry, including a few big shots in the music scene. They called OL Zhou with one purpose: to find out if Xian Yu was planning to release a song in November. OL Zhou, having been in and out of the industry for many years, of course understood why these people cared so much about whether Xian Yu would release a song in November. Many people were terrified of Fish, cause when Xian Yu released a song in October, 3 top singers were scared away. If Xian Yu's going to release a song in November, are the other top singers going to confront Xian Yu head-on? Or are they going to follow the example of the brave 3 brothers in October and do whatever they want? Hence, hearing Lin Yuan say he wouldn't release a song in November, OL Zhou made such a comment. Seeing Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled, OL Zhou took the initiative to explain, mainly because everyone wants to avoid you. If you're releasing a song in November, it's better to get them prepared in advance. Of course, they would have to express their gratitude later. Actually, this was also an unwritten rule in the industry. If there were no grudges between companies, top singers would usually announce beforehand when they were releasing new songs so that they could avoid unnecessary competition. Then I won't release it. Lin Yuan gave a solid response. His sister could give way to her classmates once, so he could do the same to his peers at least once. More, Lin Yuan had already planned to take a break in November. His task was half completed anyway, as Sun Yaohua has already made it to the top tier. The next task would be to lift Jiang Kuei to the top tier as well. As Wu Yong said, Jiang Kuei only needed 2 more songs to reach the top tier, and of course, they had to be of high quality. But Wu Yong also said, if Lin Yuan couldn't keep up with the creative speed, 1 song could also work. The prerequisite for this was a good result in the end-of-year Battle of Gods for Jiang Kuei, at least in the top 3. Therefore, Lin Yuan planned to rest in November and arrange a great song for Jiang Kuei in Battle of Gods in December, so that Jiang Kuei could easily secure a position in the top 3. He'd been releasing songs frequently lately, which was a bit too high profile. Lin Yuan, when releasing works, always paid attention to the frequency, although his current speed was much faster than when he first debuted. As for not mentioning securing the championship spot in Battle of Gods, it was because Lin Yuan didn't know whether Maestro might have a stroke of inspiration and write a god-level song or something. He was always a stable person, but there was a voice inside him resounding quite assertively, a statement targeting the Battle of Gods in December. One Piece, I am coming for you. Chapter 396, 375, Protect Our Frontline Singer _1. Xian Yu's successive success with 2 distinct lyrics for 1 song has caused a considerable stir. With White Rose continuously topping the charts, discussions about Xian Yu's lyric writing ability remain endless. On October 3rd, an article was published in the Literature and Art Gazette, further discussing Xian Yu's ability to write lyrics. The title of the article was, Does a Composer Need to Have a Certain Lyric Writing Ability? This topic is an old cliché in the music world. Many talented composers have argued with their companies more than once to defend their right to write the lyrics for their compositions. However, with the birth of some failed cases, an increasing number of composers have given up writing lyrics for their own compositions. Musicians like Xian Yu, who persist in writing lyrics for their own compositions, are few and far between. Here, my personal conclusion is, when composers write lyrics for their own compositions, they need to be mindful of their capabilities. The majority of composers do not possess professional lyric writing knowledge. Their aesthetics of music and lyrics do not align. Therefore, these composers should collaborate with familiar lyricists, and numerous excellent songs have been born from this model. But if a composer has certain lyric writing ability, it is absolutely possible to write lyrics for their own compositions. Especially for a master of words like Xian Yu who can achieve success twice with 1 song and 2 sets of lyrics. One should not waste such an ability. The problem is, the number of composers who can use lyric writing techniques skillfully like Xian Yu is simply too low. In fact, Most outstanding composers increasingly tend to participate in half of the lyric writing process. That is, they communicate with the lyricist, describe the mood and theme that their compositions want to express, and the lyricist completes the semi-orchestrated composition based on the composer's understanding and reflection of the music. This increasingly highlights the value of Xian Yu's ability. The most surprising aspect of Xian Yu's powerful lyric writing is his research into Qi language. The Qi language lyrics of Xian Yu simply couldn't be written if one did not have a deep understanding of Qi language. If one does not know the details, upon seeing Xian Yu's lyrics, they would undoubtedly think it was written by a Qi land lyricist, wouldn't they? This gives people reason to expect more beautiful phrases in Xian Yu's future works. As Rabbit's second teacher once said, Xian Yu's lyrics are probably at a level that keeps many professional lyricists awake at night. This statement appears somewhat biased in the lyric writing circle. Here I quote, "The evaluation by top lyricist, neon dance teacher. While Xian Yu's lyric writing ability is slightly inferior to his terrifying composing ability, it is already quite rare. In the lyric writing field, perhaps this evaluation is more impartial. It is consistent with the usual style of the Literature and Art Gazette. While praising, it also appropriately sprinkles some cold water. However, to many people, this cold water is a further recognition of Xian Yu's composing ability. Such good lyrics, in the view of the composing world, still cannot fully match the achievement that Xian Yu has reached in composition. No one refutes this, because the person who gave this evaluation is Neon Dance Teacher. Who is Neon Dance Teacher? Music listeners are not strangers. This is a top lyricist who has been working with First Line and even King and Queen of Singing for many years. If in the Celestial Dynasty, his status in the lyric writing field is probably at the level of Jay Chou's designated lyricist. The Literature and Art Gazette, with its semi-official media attribute, has somewhat finalized Xian Yu's lyric writing ability. But Lin Yuan has always been indifferent to such things. The music world also doesn't care about such things. What interests them at this moment is whether Xian Yu will participate in the contest in November. For the first-line singers who are planning to release songs in November, this is indeed the most nerve-wracking issue. However, soon the affirmative answer received by OL Zhou from Xian Yu was passed along through the mouth of some people. Xian Yu will not participate in the November season contest. Just as OL Zhou predicted, a lot of people breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately following this, several top-tier artists began to promote their new songs, which were set to be released in November. Recovered and Healthy, new song to be released in November. The Cold is Gone, Throat Healed, see you on the November new song chart. New song to be released in November, stay tuned. The first to announce that they would be releasing music in November were the Brave Trio, who escaped from the October season chart. For a time, many people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These Brave Trio are so hilarious, all meek in front of Xian Yu, but striking hard against the other top-tier singers. But it's not just the Brave Trio. After the trio, there are 7 more top artists in a row who announced they'll be releasing new songs in November. Thus, this November season chart battle will see a total of 10 top-tier singers. Oh my, Xian Yu is causing havoc. 10 top-tier singers, all releasing songs in November? December is known as the Battle of Gods, but I feel November is shaping up to be the same. It makes sense. December is for Battle of Higher Gods. November is for Lower Gods. I guess you've gone nutty reading novels, but it's a good description. November is a prelude to the Battle of Gods. It's not just about Xian Yu. These top-tier singers have no choice. If they don't release songs in November, they'll have to wait till next year. After all, they can't afford to play the December game. Then release next year. What's wrong with that? Of course it's problematic. Don't forget that next year Yin Continent is joining the mix. Those guys are all fighters. Once they join, the new song chart will become a bloodbath. Oh, so apparently November is a safe zone. As more lands keep joining, competition in all fields gets more intense, especially in our music circles. Even though many anticipated that November would be tough, the scene of 10 top-tier singers competing on the same stage literally knocked their glasses off. November used to be the season for rookies. Now, November has evolved into a mini battle of gods. The Brave Trio, who were driven to November by Xian Yu, have contributed significantly to this battle. The music industry seems to have sensed the surging battle of December. If November is this intense, how intense the actual battle of gods in December will be. Even someone maliciously said, what if Lin Yuan suddenly changes his mind and decides to release a new song in November? What would happen? Those preparing to compete in November's new song chart jumped in fright, wishing nothing more but to shut that person's mouth. Lin Yuan releasing a song in November? That's just not a joke to crack. Everyone has been looking forward to bagging a championship in November to boost their reputation. Nurturing the huge momentum in November, even mirroring a prelude to the Battle of Gods, has its own advantages. If any top-tier singer can stand out in such intense competition in November, they are indeed a potential king or queen of singing. Therefore, even if coming together to press Starlight, no major companies will just stand by and watch Lin Yuan cause havoc. Not just Lin Yuan. No kings and queens of singing or maestros will be allowed to enter November. This can be regarded as protection for top-tier singers, somewhat continuing the tradition of protecting newcomers in November. Just that some insiders may find it odd. When on Earth did top-tier singers also need special protection from the industry? Chapter 397, 376. Jiang Kuei's nervousness _1. November was the battle month for top singers, which Lin Yuan certainly would not meddle in. With Sun Yaohua becoming a top singer, half of the department's task was done, in Wu Yang's terms, so they could now report their success to the higher-ups. However, one person was feeling incredibly uneasy at the moment, and that person was Jiang Kuei. When the Admirable Fish returned as the King of September, he created the song 10 Years for Sun Yaohua. He also utilized the one melody, two lyric strategy, allowing Sun Yaohua to dominate the top 2 spots on September's music charts. At that time, Jiang Kuei was utterly envious and her expectations soared. If September belonged to Sun Yaohua, wouldn't October be her turn? The company's directive was to promote 2 top singers, and the nominees from the 9th floor were herself and Sun Yaohua. Supporting Sun Yaohua in September and herself in October was a logical expectation. Jiang Kuei was even hopeful that she might receive the one melody, 2 lyrics treatment. Because of this, she even learned Qi language urgently. But by October, Admirable Fish still hadn't contacted her. Instead, he continued aiding Sun Yaohua in clinching victories with the song White Rose, capturing the October championship title. At this point, Jiang Kuei was feeling quite jittery. Couldn't she help but feel jittery? It was already October. With just 2 months left till the end of the year, and the December battle simply being non-viable, she didn't have much time left. Would it only be her turn in November? As anxious as she was, Jiang Kuei still retained some hope in her heart. She even comforted herself, saying, I have a better foundation than Sun Yaohua. It took 3 songs and 2 consecutive titles for him, plus monopolizing the top 2 spots on the monthly charts, to finally break into the top singer category. As for me, I don't need to go through all that trouble, so it's understandable if Teacher Admirable Fish has focused more on Sun Yaohua. If it were up to Teacher Admirable Fish, even if he only started promoting her in November, there would be quite some risks, but the timing would still be about right. But what Jiang Kuei never expected was, just in these few days, the industry suddenly learned that Admirable Fish had decided not to participate in the November music charts. At this point, Jiang Kuei was not just jittery, but a little panicked. Did I do something wrong? Did Teacher Admirable Fish give up on me? Even the company started spreading some rumors. The gist of it was that Sun Yaohua was a singer admired by Admirable Fish, so Admirable Fish chose him as the task's target. Now that the 9th floor team had successfully promoted Sun Yaohua, they could already report back to the company. Besides, none of the other composition departments managed to promote 2 top singers within a year. Given this, Admirable Fish shouldn't need to bother with Jiang Kuei anymore. Jiang Kuei knew that Teacher Admirable Fish wasn't that kind of person, but as November was approaching with no clear place for her, she couldn't help but feel restless. Did Teacher Admirable Fish really give up on me? Or are they planning to promote me next year? Seeing how anxious Jiang Kuei was, her agent couldn't help but console her. Teacher Admirable Fish will not give up on you. With the help from the 9th floor, your foundation is already very solid. As long as Teacher Admirable Fish provides a little help, you can become a top-tier singer. This is a matter of course for him, and he wouldn't waste the effort he put into training. You for the past months. That's right. Sending the Buddha to the west. The ninth floor had already helped Jiang Kuei for so long. If she didn't strive for herself, so be it. But when she was already 90% close to becoming a top-tier singer, the ninth floor had no reason to give up now. Also, even Sun Yaohua, who was harder to promote, was pushed to the top. She looked at her agent in desperation. Then why hasn't Teacher Admirable Fish planned for me to release any songs in November? Isn't this quite normal? Her agent barely managed a smile. Do you really think Teacher Admirable Fish is a god? He has already released 3 consecutive songs, which is highly productive. His song reserves must have been exhausted by Sun Yaohua. Don't even mention trying to create 2 sets of lyrics for a melody. It's not easy to come up with good lyrics in a short period. So, if the ninth floor wants to promote you, it will likely happen next year. Or I can reach out to other floors now and see if an ace composer can help and let you participate in the November competition. No, Jiang Kuei shook her head. Even if there are composers willing to help on other floors, November is a gathering of strong competitors. Without Teacher Admirable Fish, it would be difficult for me to achieve good results. Do you think it's possible that Teacher Admirable Fish is planning for me to release a song in December? Impossible, her agent decisively answered. Letting you release a song in December, Teacher Admirable Fish must think very highly of you. You must remember, December is a great scramble for the king and queen of singing. It's industry-wide acknowledged battle of gods. Can a singer like you, who hasn't even reached the top echelons yet, compete with a group of kings and queens of singing? That's true. Jiang Kuei couldn't help but scratch her head. Even if Teacher Admirable Fish thought highly of her, she wouldn't have the confidence to compete with the kings and queens of singing. Teacher Admirable Fish is indeed amazing. But don't the kings and queens of singing have their maestro assistances? Her agent analyzed. Going by Teacher Admirable Fish's moves, he will most likely appear in December, but he should collaborate with one of the company's kings or queens of singing to ensure the best song outcome. Right. Although Teacher Admirable Fish didn't win the Maestro title, he was widely acknowledged as Maestro Junior in the industry and had defeated many real maestros. If he collaborated with a king or queen of singing and competed with top musicians of Blue Star, even if he doesn't take the championship, the result can't be too bad. That's the top-level competition in music circles. When will I be able to participate in such a top-tier competition? Jiang Kuei's eyes were a little longing. The previous anxiety had subsided a lot. Next year would be next year. It was just a matter of later breaking into the top tier. At this moment, her agent's phone suddenly rang. Her agent was surprised. It's a call from Teacher Admirable Fish's assistant, probably to reassure us. Jiang Kuei hurriedly said, "Pick it up then." Her agent nodded, accepting the call. Jiang Kuei didn't know what was said on the other end, but she saw her agent's eyes widen suddenly, and his mouth gaping open. When the agent put down the phone and looked at Jiang Kuei, his eyes were extremely strange. What happened? Teacher Admirable Fish says. What did he say? Teacher Admirable Fish said, you should get ready to release a new song in December. Jiang Kuei was dumbfounded. Release a song in December? She had considered countless possibilities, but the one thing she had never thought of was that Teacher Admirable Fish would ask her to release a song in December. In December, with so many maestros, kings, and queens of singing coming together, did someone like her who hadn't even risen to the top yet really qualify? I take back what I said earlier. Teacher Admirable Fish really values you. The agent patted Jiang Kuei's shoulder. Looking at it this way, his expectations for you are even higher than they were for Sun Yaohua. Jiang Kuei was left dumbstruck. An absurd idea popped into her head. Does Teacher Admirable Fish really like egg yolk cakes that much? Chapter 398, 377 Growth_1. The only reason Jiang Kuei could think of as to why Teacher Admirable Fish valued her so much was perhaps due to his satisfaction with the egg yolk pastries she had made for him. Otherwise, why would he choose me? Why does Jiang Kuei deserve to be compared with the kings and queens of singing? This has nothing to do with confidence. Even the most confident person has to consider the actual gap. Even achieving something significant in one's chosen path is full of obstacles, let alone that those kings and queens of singing are even rarer elites. Should I go over first? Jiang Kuei spoke with difficulty. The manager shook his head. No need. Just be prepared and take care of your throat, because this song requires you to leverage your strengths. Think about what your strengths are. I believe that's the reason teacher Admirable Fish chose you. My strengths? Jiang Kuei appeared pensive. In the industry, the most common praises for Jiang Kuei's voice is that it is ethereal and clear. Her singing voice is very beautiful. Even though it adheres to popular music, it has its unique performance style. But, no buts, teacher Admirable Fish chose you, and you should seize this opportunity. If you appear cowardly and anxious before him, I believe he would not hesitate to replace you. Jiang Kuei was shocked by this. She had been studying music since she was a child and would starve herself for the pursuit of the diversity of voice. Now the stubbornness deep in her bones was instantly ignited. I won't let teacher Admirable Fish down. It is said that personal allegiance is worth dying. 4. Jiang Kuei's self-doubt, in the beginning, was merely a natural fear of Blue Star's top musicians. What was she afraid of? The singing prowess of the kings and queens of singing? Not really. Jiang Kuei's singing skills are not inferior to anyone's. In essence, what she feared was the prestige and reputation that those kings and queens of singing had built over the years in the music circle. That's what truly demands awe. So what else does she need to fear? Fear of the maestros behind the kings and queens of singing? Is teacher Admirable Fish inferior to those maestros? Although rated as a maestro junior by the industry, everyone knew that Admirable Fish had the level of a maestro and has defeated more than one formidable maestro. He himself had not become a recognized maestro, purely due to lack of experience and his young age. If teacher Admirable Fish can defeat so many maestros as a non-maestro, why can't I, as a non-king or non-queen of singing, combat those kings and queens of singing? Saying that I'm not an A-list singer is nothing but an excuse for my own cowardice. No matter how you look at it, I'm just a step away from being an A-list singer, a thin layer of paper away that could be easily punctured. At that moment, Jiang Kuei was filled with boundless courage. Ultimately, this courage was instilled in her by teacher Admirable Fish. If teacher Admirable Fish chose me, it means in his heart, I'm not inferior to those kings and queens of singing. That kind of recognition, that kind of value, if I were to let him down, it would be disrespecting my respect for music. Jiang Kuei's eyes instantly cleared up. Even she herself didn't expect that this newly born courage could carry her so far into the future. Lin Yuan did not immediately ask Jiang Kuei to record the song. He simply gave her early notice, allowing Jiang Kuei to prepare herself mentally. It was not that Lin Yuan needed to use Jiang Kuei to assert his abilities, but he felt that the song he prepared for December was very suitable for Jiang Kuei's voice. Lin Yuan had been paying attention to Jiang Kuei. From the very beginning, when he chose Jiang Kuei to perform Big Fish, Lin Yuan held a high regard for Jiang Kuei. Although Lin Yuan did not participate much in Jiang Kuei's musical path later on, he would occasionally listen to her songs and judge how she was doing. By the time Feng Shuo began writing songs for Jiang Kuei consecutively, Lin Yuan was able to clearly feel Jiang Kuei's growth. In terms of potential growth, Lin Yuan believed that Jiang Kuei's limit was very high. In fact, he saw shadows of two very powerful female singers from the Celestial Dynasty in Jiang Kuei. Not releasing a song in November also had this consideration. Considering Jiang Kuei's position, not releasing a song in November was just fine. The song released in December would be enough to raise Jiang Kuei to another level. Others saw Lin Yuan tightrope walking, betting on the situation in the last month, and perhaps even giving up on Jiang Kuei. Only Lin Yuan knew that he didn't mean to gamble. He was just confident about the next song. Of course, not only did Jiang Kuei have to prepare, but Lin Yuan also had to get ready. After letting Gu Dong inform Jiang Kuei to prepare for the December new song chart, he buried himself in his office, producing a sample of the song. As for the song, he had already ordered it from the system. Having completed the sample, he entered the recording studio, called in a familiar recording engineer, and worked on the arrangement part of the song. The so-called arrangement is essentially dressing up a song. To use an immature analogy, the melody is a plain person, and the arrangement is to make up and dress this person according to their appearance. In this process, the recording engineer couldn't avoid seeing the song Lin Yuan was preparing for December. Result: when the recording engineer saw the lyrics to Lin Yuan's new song, This top-grade engineer, who often worked with Maestro Yang Zhoming, was so astounded he involuntarily stepped back and collapsed into the chair before the instrument. As he looked up at Lin Yuan, his eyes were filled with reverence. "Teacher Admirable Fish, these lyrics are among the most amazing I've seen. Sorry, I'll omit the among. They are the most perfect lyrics I've ever seen." He had only shown such eyes to Yang Zhoming, and not even to Zheng Jing or any other maestro, which had so deep an impact on this recording engineer. And Lin Yuan was the second musician in Starlight to win his sincere admiration. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, "The music is also not bad." The recording engineer smiled and nodded. "Did you write such lyrics because the Literature and Art Gazette complimented your composition over lyric writing in the last month, including Ni Hongwu saying the same? So you produced such lyrics to prove them wrong?" "No. Let's say it isn't then." The recording engineer smiled more broadly. "If it wasn't, then hell had frozen over." Admirable Fish was a young man. He naturally had a side that was spirited and daring. If Ni Hongwu hadn't said that Admirable Fish's composition skills were superior to his lyric writing, how could he have dropped such a powerful bomb? When Ni Hongwu saw the lyrics of this song, she, one of the top lyricists in Blue Star, would be flabbergasted too. Of course, the reason for the recording engineer to be so happy was because he could participate in the recording of such a song. It was a great honor. For those working in music production, the opportunity to take part in recording some classic songs was both prestige and an honor. Their names would be remembered in the industry along with the songs they recorded. Just based on this, the classic works were enough for many music practitioners to covet. Jiang Kuei is fortunate indeed. The recording engineer took another look at the lyrics. The excitement and shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Chapter 399, 378, Prelude to Water Melody. How long will the full moon last? _1. Lin Yuan, of course, understands the astonishment of the recording engineer. If he were to place himself in the perspective of a Blue Starian, Lin Yuan would also be shocked. Just like the shock he felt when he first heard this song in his previous life, and the admiration and fondness for the author of the song, there was the aura of a magnificent work coming right from the first line of the song. How long will the full moon last? As I asked the azure sky with a cup of wine. If not created by a top master with excellent skills in lyric composition, how could the prelude to Water Melody, How long will the full moon last, be written? Yes, the song Lin Yuan prepared for this time is the famous Prelude to Water Melody. The author of the song, resident of the Eastern Slope, Su Shi. If Tang Bohu became a talented man known to all through visual artworks and a certain degree of beautification from people, then Su Shi, as a representative of the highest achievement in literature during the Song dynasty, truly mastered all areas of poetry, lyrics, singing, and painting, even without any over-beautification. The Prelude to Water Melody, created by him, is particularly well known, a timeless classic that has been passed down for countless years and cherished by people generation after generation. Including this work, many of Su Shi's works are eternally popular, admired, and worshipped by people from generation to generation. Unfortunately, such a legendary figure does not exist on Blue Star. But now, Lin Yuan brings this classic song lyric to light in the form of a song. Faced with such a classic, it's no wonder that the recording engineer exclaims that this is the most perfect song lyrics he has ever seen in his life. There is no other. Of course, as a song lyric, the true melody of Prelude to Water Melody is lost to oblivion. The version obtained by Lin Yuan is a recomposed work based on the original lyric. Hoping for Endless Love, sung by Teresa Tung. This song is part of the Poetry Songs album, Listening to the Faint Melody, released by Teresa Tung in 1983. This album is a classic masterpiece of Teresa Tung's personal entertainment career at its peak, also the first record she personally planned. Different from other albums, all 12 songs in this record are selected from song lyrics, which are literary masterpieces tested by history of over 1,000 years. The combination of classical and modern pop music, sung by Teresa Tung with her innate sentimental feelings, is elegant, serious yet gentle, and emotionally rich, quite a tang and song style. As time goes on, the worldly dust of the years has not been able to cover up the beautiful radiance of Teresa Tung, but rather reveals an extraordinary charm with the passage of time. This song, Hoping for Endless Love, received great popularity as soon as it was released, was later covered by many singers, and has been renowned as one of Teresa Teng's timeless hits. Among them, Fei Wang, the queen of singing from the Celestial Dynasty, also covered this song. Because of Fei Wang's influence, many people even don't know that the original singer of this song is actually Teresa Teng, and they think that it is sung by Fei Wang. But the original singer is Teresa Teng. This is very important and should be emphasized 3 times. Fei Wang herself is also a fan of Teresa Teng. On one occasion, Fei Wang sang at a concert commemorating Teresa Teng. As the music began, the big screen showed photos of Teresa Teng. Fei Wang, who originally had her back to the screen, suddenly turned around, her hands holding the microphone, and looked at Teresa Teng in reverence, her posture modest like a student. No one has ever seen Fei Wang like that. Some people might ask, why is the version by Fei Wang more famous? We don't have to use Teresa Teng's early death as an explanation here. Many people must have heard the song, Don't Want to Grow Up by She. But few people know that this song is based on the most popular theme from Mozart's Symphony No. 40 as the main melody of the chorus. However, Fei Wang has her strength. Her version is also very excellent, and the quality of the song is indeed excellent. Therefore, not only Teresa Teng's version is provided by the system, but also versions by Fei Wang and others are customized by the system. Furthermore, regarding this song, in fact, there has been a discussion in the outside world that some people believe that the composition of this song is not up to par with the lyrics. This is, in fact, perfectly understandable. How many composers can match Su Shi's lyrics? You should know that Prelude to Water Melody is regarded by some in the literary world as the pinnacle of song lyrics. The only one who can contend with it in the field of song lyric is Xian Qiji. While here Ian's residency might be added as well, only the first 2, belonging to the bold style, have more comparability. Some even go as far as to claim that Prelude to Water Melody dominates today's music, rated as the first among song lyrics. So this is a lethal proposition. First appears, How Long Will the Moon Last? Then write a melody according to such a high-level song lyric. It's not a task that ordinary people can accomplish. The ability to make the melody not inferior is already very rare. As for the performance alone, it must be solidified by singers of the caliber of Teresa Teng and Fei Wang. Those who do not have extraordinary vocal talents need not apply. This is why Lin Yuan chose Jiang Kuei. Lin Yuan can see the shadow of such top singers as Teresa Teng and Fei Wang in Jiang Kuei. Although it's not completely the same. No one can be completely the same as others. But in terms of vocal cords, timbre, skills, and other aspects, Jiang Kuei is now the most suitable choice Lin Yuan can think of. Lin Yuan did not specifically arrange which version for Jiang Kuei. He planned to polish a version that belongs to himself and Jiang Kuei, blending Teresa Teng's classic and Fei Wang's ethereal features according to Jiang Kuei's own voice style. Songs should vary from person to person. This is why Lin Yuan uses the system's songs, but tries to produce them according to the vocalist's voice in the recording process. Perhaps by the time the song is officially recorded, adjustments will be made to the arrangement. The melody won't make any drastic changes now. Even if Lin Yuan used the character card of Yang Zhongming, he wouldn't know where to begin the change. To recreate Su Dongpa's Prelude to Water Melody in its authentic musical essence, it's too difficult. Even if the outside world comments that Prelude to Water Melody is a work where the lyric exceeds the melody, Lin Yuan can only admit it. This song lyric is indeed brilliantly attractive. In a world without Su Shi, tossing out such a song is tantamount to throwing a bomb that's heavier than a bombshell. Use How Long Will the Full Moon Last as the title of the song. The song title used by Teresa Teng and Fei Wang is Hoping for Endless Love. Releasing this song during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Yuan would also consider this title because it's more suitable for the occasion. However, this is the Lunar New Year's release, so How Long Will the Full Moon Last is more appropriate. This is also the name used by the original lyric. The recording engineer surely has no objection to this. While Lin Yuan starts to produce the accompaniment for Prelude to Water Melody, Jiang Kuei also starts to ponder about her singing strengths, seriously going to find relevant teachers to do some practice, even turning down all her current appointments. It's not any last-minute cramming. The pressure of December is simply too high. She has to do something to feel more confident. This December is destined to shake the nerves of the music world. Chapter 379. Influence in 3 continents _1. Of course, there is still some time before December, and even the small-scale team battle in November hasn't started yet, so Lin Yuan can complete the arrangement and accompaniment production at a leisurely pace. When Battle of Gods presented, How Long Will the Full Moon Last? Lin Yuan had no intention of relying solely on the composition to win. In a world dominated by maestro, who can be much worse in terms of composition, the lyrics are the trump card. Unless there are contemporary poets like Xian Qiji and Su Shi in Blue Star. Of course, the premise that the lyrics can serve as a winning trump card is that your composition cannot be too poor. If it is, then it would be akin to fighting left-handed. The composition of How Long Will the Full Moon Last is quite competitive. Many people in the Celestial Dynasty generally reflect that the song sounds better the more you hear it. It's a work passed down by Teresa Tung, covered by countless music bigwigs. How could its quality be poor? All of these are the sources of Lin Yuan's confidence. Besides producing the music score and accompaniment, Lin Yuan also urged the post-production of Hachiko. Starting from last year, Blue Star adjusted the time of the Spring Festival to January. With such adjustment, naturally, the movie release dates during the Spring Festival have also been adjusted. In other words, January has now become the Spring Festival block, which is the most competitive time in the entertainment industry. Even the winter vacation has been brought forward. It's October now, and the middle of the month has not yet arrived. At Qin Continent Art Academy, where Lin Yuan is located, the 5th year has already started their winter vacation. For Lin Yuan, this means that the first semester of the 5th year is completely over. By the end of the next semester, Lin Yuan will officially graduate from university. If this was in the Celestial Dynasty, a standard 4-year university, Lin Yuan would already be considered a graduate. But in Blue Star, we still follow Blue Star's rules. Anyway, there isn't much time left in the 5th year, and there aren't many classes next semester. Whether there are classes or not doesn't really matter, because Lin Yuan hasn't been to school a few times during his 5th year. Now, Lin Yuan's focus is not on the winter vacation, but on choosing the schedule for the movie release. What he has in front of him is the attractive Spring Festival slot. Lin Yuan really wants to participate in a box office battle during the Spring Festival. Because the audience during the Spring Festival has the highest number throughout the year, students and white-collar workers are all on holiday. These people are the main force supplying the box office for movies. However, considering that there are so many people and movies in the Spring Festival, after all, everyone wants to grab the box office. Lin Yuan doesn't want to step into it instead. The movie slots aren't enough to go around. Rather than rushing to ride the subway during peak time, why not start earlier? With this in mind, Lin Yuan set his sights on next month, which is November. Because of the special shooting method of Lin Yuan's film, the film is edited in sequence. There are almost no extra shots, and with the strong support of Blue Star's powerful film industry technology, the post-production is very fast. If they want to release it in November, this is completely achievable. Besides, the movies in the Spring Festival slots tend to be commercial ones with feel-good atmosphere. If it's a family-friendly movie, so much the better. If Lin Yuan pushes Hachiko into the Spring Festival slot, he'd make people sob during the big festival? That would be rather heartless. The Spring Festival should be filled with joy, not so depressing. As for making people cry before the new year, Lin Yuan could do it without guilt. Lin Yuan discussed his thoughts with O.L. Zhou. O.L. Zhou totally agreed with him. Now is not the time when Lin Yuan's movies are ignored by the company after completion. The higher-ups at Starlight are not fools. How could they still have the same casual attitude towards Lin Yuan after the success of his last 2 movies? So, on the issue of selecting Hachiko release date, O.L. Zhou was very serious. He immediately contacted the theater chains to confirm some details and entered Lin Yuan's office the next day. How about November 11th? Double 11? What double 11? I'm talking about Singles Day. Indeed, the 11th of November is known as Singles Day, but some say that this day signifies forever and always. However, that's not the main reason why we chose the 1st of November as our release date. What is the main reason then? The schedule for this day is relatively empty, with no other major films in competition. This means less competition for Hachiko. Then, let's release it on that day. Lin Yuan had no objections as the timing was just right. OL Zhou nodded. While we're at it, I might as well fill you in on the current state of the film market. Oh, you might not be aware, but the merging of 3 continents has greatly changed the market. It has even drastically affected the release patterns of films. OL Zhou then gave Lin Yuan a detailed rundown. Apparently, due to the radical population increase resultant from the continents merging, roughly equivalent to that of dozens of Earth's nations combined, the market has grown phenomenally large. Enough cinema chains exist to simultaneously accommodate the release of dozens of films. Hence, both the number of film companies and cinema chains is astoundingly high. However, for many cinema chains, the issue was how to allocate daily screening times to the dozens or even hundreds of films. A total of 24 hours a day seemed insufficient for such a task. Not to mention that after each movie screening, there needs to be a scheduled cleaning period. Could they screen movies over the course of several days then? That's not feasible either. It's undoubtedly unwise to put all your eggs into one basket, but that doesn't mean each egg should get its own basket. Who has that many baskets? Therefore, this brings us to the issue of screening choices made by cinema chains. Every day, many films vie for screen time. The chains simply cannot accommodate them all, hence they would need to assess the quality of the films. Cinema chains would schedule the commercial release of films they deem to be good, and if a film doesn't look promising to them, they would simply pass on carrying it at all. With so many films to choose from, missing out on a few good ones wouldn't be a big loss. There could be other good films to substitute for them. Thus, films that are seen to have bright prospects can earn the favor of 90% of theater chains and finalize contracts on the spot. As for those films that theater chains aren't particularly optimistic about, well, with so many chains, there would still be some that would carry the film, unless the film is so bad that no one wants it. Although CNU's films wouldn't reach a point where no chains want them, they also wouldn't be able to court more than 90% of the chains. For this reason, OL Zhou arranged a preview screening that will be attended by representatives from numerous chains. Those who approve of the film will draw up a contract over the next few days. Those who do not simply won't make an offer. This mode of operation varies greatly from that on Earth, a vast difference indeed. On Earth, each country has its own film market. Each respective nation mainly watches its own films. Their audiences are already content, and they would only bring in a few competitive foreign films. However, in Blue Star, the entire world shares a common language, and there isn't much of a cultural barrier. The terrifyingly massive population and correspondingly huge market mean that the audience's choices are very diverse. Such intense competition brings with it both benefits and drawbacks. Therefore, the attitudes of cinemas toward the films at the preview screening become absolutely crucial. Lin Yuan felt a touch of sentiment. Once again, he was witnessing the changes brought about by the merging of 3 continents. And next year, with Yin continent joining, it would be 4 continents. The population and the market would become even more exaggerated. What kind of changes would occur then, no one knows. Even those who made the decision to merge the continents could probably only grope their way forward. The galaxy is vast, and anything could happen within it. Then, let director Zhou be responsible for the preview screening. With matters that Lin Yuan was not adept at, it was better to let OL Zhou do it. This was one of the advantages of having company backing. Lin Yuan certainly didn't have the power to bring together representatives from major theater chains. It required an extensive network of contacts that Starlight possessed, and not something an individual could manage. All right, I'll try to get as many theater chains as possible. OL Zhou showed a hint of a smile, eagerly anticipating the quality of Hachiko. This would determine how many cinemas the film could capture. Chapter 401, 380. You are the younger female disciple _1. The decision about the screening schedule also requires the approval of the cinema chain. All of these depend on the quality of the movie. Otherwise, no matter how influential Starlight is, the cinemas would not run the film out of sheer goodwill unless Starlight is willing to bear the cost of production as a kind of publicity. Some film companies do this, but it usually happens when it comes to promoting art house films. Having decided on this course of action, the post-production of Hachiko became the top priority for the company's film department in the short term. The best of the post-production resources were earmarked for the film, as there were no other concurrent film projects within the company. Generally, Starlight still seems to prioritize music, as it's not possible to ramp up film production in just a year or two. Lin Yuan can't really contribute much anymore. His requests during the filming period have been fulfilled by the production team. All he needs to do now is wait. During this idle time, he started writing his serialized Hercule Poirot series again. Now it is October, and several stories of the Hercule Poirot series have been published. Although in the eyes of the outsiders, Chu Kuang's Hercule Poirot series have never produced a classic detective tale on the level of Murder on the Orient Express, it's natural. Does every piece by Su Shi reach the level of How Long Will the Full Moon Last? Often, one peak is more than enough. As long as the overall quality of the Hercule Poirot series is ensured, readers will continue to be interested. This assertion is evident from the consistently strong sales of the series. Throughout the serialization of the Hercule Poirot series, the fictional detective Poirot, created by Chu Kuang, has already gained a firm place in people's hearts. A while back, there was a gruesome murder case. The police swiftly solved it, and many netizens commented that the investigative officer was as brilliant as Hercule Poirot, which demonstrates people's recognition of Poirot's deductive abilities. And that's also a kind of recognition for the officer who quickly solved the case. Netizens in the Celestial Dynasty should be no stranger to such an expression. Many people would use possessed by Sherlock Holmes to describe someone who suddenly shows wisdom. There are similar descriptions such as possessed by Conan, which further confirms people's acceptance of Poirot. In addition, news from some film companies suggested that they were preparing to make a movie based on the Hercule Poirot series and were currently busy casting. All these have helped to boost Poirot's fame. Apart from this, since Chu Kuang has made it clear that he will continue to serialize the Hercule Poirot series, there are also production companies interested in buying the TV rights for Poirot, apparently intending to create a TV series named after Poirot. Lin Yuan agreed to this. If the Hercule Poirot series is made into a television series, it can be filmed for many seasons. Based on the parts already serialized, the plot has enough material for the first season. Sherlock Holmes gained worldwide fame through these sorts of adaptations. Lin Yuan couldn't possibly achieve all these accomplishments on his own. Since he has the determination to develop Poirot, he naturally couldn't refuse the potential influence of turning his novels into films and TV series. Just like how Harry Potter's literary influence has spread all over the world with the help of movies. There are too many successful cases of similar promotions. These adaptations are needed to break the limitation of text. As Chu Kuang's alias appears to be stable and thriving, the situation with Shadow is also quite good. With the serialization of the comic, Death Note has firmly secured its position as one of the three mainstays of Tribe Comics, thanks to the combined influence of the art style and plot. As for Lin Yuan, he has finally decided to fulfill his promise and officially teach Luo Wei traditional Chinese painting. Upon hearing this news, Luo Wei was so excited. "Are you teaching me now?" "Right now." Death Note was just uploaded for continued serialization today, and Lin Yuan happens to be free enough to teach for quite a while. "I'm ready." Luo Wei took out the tools for painting and sat properly, looking at Lin Yuan with a solemn look. Lin Yuan nodded. "Let's begin then." Lin Yuan then picked up his brush. Tutoring art is different from tutoring music composition. No need for a character card possession. Lin Yuan himself is a top master in the art world. With the help of the teacher's halo, tutoring Luo Wei is not a bother at all. The time for teaching art passed little by little. Half an hour later, Luo Wei looked at Lin Yuan in a daze, her emotions roller coasting. After witnessing Lin Yuan's painting skills, Luo Wei had always been grateful for choosing to be Lin Yuan's assistant. But it was only after officially learning Chinese painting from Lin Yuan that she realized her decision was a turning point in her life. No matter how many years have passed, she will always be grateful for the decision to be Lin Yuan's assistant. Lin Yuan is such a good teacher. You must know that Luo Wei has sought advice from many famous artists to improve her painting skills, including several old-timers in the world of Chinese painting. However, none of these master artists of Chinese painting could offer Luo Wei comprehensive guidance. By just learning from Lin Yuan for a short while, Luo Wei felt that many problems she couldn't solve before have been clearly addressed. And when 2 hours had passed, Luo Wei felt a strange sensation, which was vivid and strong, deep in her heart. I think I've gotten stronger. Keep practicing on your own, Lin Yuan said. I'll teach you some comic techniques tomorrow. I have to learn about comics too. How else are you going to ghostwrite for me? I understand, teacher. Luo Wei smiled softly. Shadow is still the same lazy Shadow. It's just that her recent level of comic illustration can't keep up with Lin Yuan's, so she's been the one doing all the drawing. In order to continue being lazy, he even plans to improve her comic drawing skills to keep co-writing some of the content for him. However, Luo Wei enjoys the feeling of improving her skills, so she doesn't mind. Teacher, here's your tea. After a while, Luo Wei even prepared a cup of tea and respectfully handed it to Lin Yuan. Not thinking too much of it, Lin Yuan just drank the tea. However, he didn't expect Luo Wei to suddenly bow 3 times towards him. Ding dong. The system notification read, "Congratulations, you have taken a new apprentice. This apprentice is very good at drawing. Please cultivate her well." What's going on? Lin Yuan looked at Luo Wei. It's a ceremony for accepting me as a disciple. Luo Wei stated earnestly. Teacher drank my tea, taught me how to paint, and accepted my 3 bows. From now on, I am your good apprentice. This wasn't formal, though. Tomorrow, I'd like to invite friends and elders from the art circles to witness. No need. Lin Yuan simply answered. He is not a person who likes complications. The system has recognized it, so the disciple is unquestionably accepted. Furthermore, Luo Wei has a high talent for painting and will certainly help Lin Yuan earn many prestige points in the future. There's no reason to push her away. It's just that he had already promised Luo Wei that he would teach her how to paint. Today, he was merely fulfilling his promise, so he had never thought about taking on a disciple. Hello, Master. Luo Wei smiled sweetly. If Master takes any new disciples in the future, I'll be the senior disciple. I love the feeling of being number 1. No, Lin Yuan said. You're the junior disciple. Luo Wei. Chapter 402, 381 Cry. Why? Luo Wei wore a puzzled look on her face. I'll explain it to you when we have time, said Lin Yuan. After he spoke, he left the studio. In the following few days, Lin Yuan did not go to the company as much. Instead, he frequently visited the studio to draw and teach painting. While Luo Wei was learning to paint, she was always contemplating Lin Yuan's mysteriously profound announcement of, "You are the younger fellow apprentice." Did other people also learn how to paint from the teacher? She wondered. Luo Wei was feeling strangely abandoned by the idea of, I am not the earliest here. She had consulted Jin Mu about this. Jin Mu burst out laughing when he heard her problem and said, Congratulations on becoming the boss's 4th apprentice. Fourth apprentice. Luo Wei thought she'd have 1 fellow apprentice, but it was beyond her wildest imagination that there were 3 before her. Seeing that Jin Mu was still laughing, she was panicking. Am I really the 4th one? Yes. Jin Mu had a mysterious look on his face. Luo Wei acted a bit cute with a sad voice and said, Uncle Jin, please tell me who the other 3 are. The preceding 3. Jin Mu paused for a moment, looked around carefully, and lowered his voice. Can you keep a secret? Yes, I can. Luo Wei spoke with a thievingly loud voice. Jin Mu pointed at himself. So can I. Luo Wei. Is it okay to play her like this? Luo Wei was angry now. Uncle Jin, please be kind-hearted. After she spoke, Luo Wei rolled her eyes and left in a huff. Outside the studio, Starlight's post-production department finished the final touches of the movie Hachiko with a long sigh from Yi Qinggong. Phew. Yi Qinggong stood up, thanked the post-production staff who had worked with him, and then called Lin Yuan. The first round of quality control certainly needed approval from Lin Yuan. Not long after receiving the call, Lin Yuan arrived at the company. Notify director Zhou to screen it. Lin Yuan ordered. The company had an internal screening system that wouldn't leak any footage. Okay. Shortly, Zhou Weiming arrived, along with several high-level executives from the movie department. Mr. Lin. Everyone greeted Lin Yuan politely, who answered back with a socially expected polite smile. They entered the screening room to watch Hachiko. The film ran for 90 minutes in total. Adding the starting and ending credits, A few more minutes could be counted. Lin Yuan was intentionally observing. As soon as the professor starts to die on screen, sobbing can be heard within the screening room. With the passage of time, more and more people started crying, as if their emotions were contagious. Only a few people held back their tears while rubbing their noses. The most horrifying was Ol Zhou. Everyone else was sobbing quietly, still aware that they were watching a movie. He was outright weeping so loudly that Lin Yuan got a shock. Also, influenced by Ol Zhou, the rest of the high-ranking officials who were sobbing quietly began crying out loud, totally disregarding their dignified image. This affected all the leaders who were previously controlling their tears. None were spared. Lin Yuan believed that if this were a movie theater, Ol Zhou would have been thrown out by now for being a jinx. As for Lin Yuan himself, he was the calmest one in there. Not only because he had watched the original version, but also because the dog Xiao Ba was his own pet. Whenever Lin Yuan watched the dog on the screen, he remembered how a couple of days ago, his pet had urinated outside his bedroom door. Even though accidents like these are bound to happen when you own a dog, but the stink took Lin Yuan out of the movie and saved his tear ducts. You must know, Lin Yuan was also a sensitive person. If this brilliant dog actor happened not to be Lin Yuan's pet, his tears would probably not be lesser than others. I'm getting old, sighed Yi Qinggong, rubbing his eyes. He was the one who edited the film, and he was in charge of shooting the movie. But even the completed version of the movie made him cry, partially because he was moved by the final product. Outside the screening room, staff members who were waiting for the bosses to finish watching the movie were having a light chat. Then suddenly they heard a burst of crying coming from inside. They were startled and almost couldn't help but rush in to see if there was any kind of emergency. What's going on? Why is someone crying so miserably? Is something wrong with the movie? Well, I heard from one of the post-production guys that this movie is a bit emotionally taxing. So, they are crying because of the movie? Would a normal person cry like this? As the staff members were discussing, the crying from inside the room grew louder and more intermittent. They didn't know how much time had passed. The door to the projection room suddenly opened. The first one to emerge was Ol Zhou, but his appearance startled the staff at the entrance. Ol Zhou's hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and there was a hint of a runny nose. Director Zhou, it's nothing. Do you have a cigarette? Huh? Do you have a cigarette or not? Yes, yes, yes. The cigarettes are not very good, if you don't mind. One of the staff members hurriedly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Ol Zhou. Give me one too. And me? I'll smoke one too. I don't smoke, but I'll just keep you company. Yi Qinggong and several senior executives from the film department also came out from the projection room one after another, quickly sharing a pack of cigarettes that had just been opened. Though not as exaggerated as Ol Zhou, these executives too had bloodshot eyes and looked as if they had just experienced a traumatic separation. As this group of people went into the bathroom with their cigarettes, the staff at the door exchanged glances. What kind of movie drives people to smoke like this? At this moment, Lin Yuan also leisurely walked out. The staff members sneakily peeked at Lin Yuan's face and found that Lin Yuan did not appear unusual at all. He was not like the middle-aged men before him with red, tear-stricken eyes. Do you want a cigarette? One of the staff members carefully asked. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then waved off. I don't smoke, but thank you. After saying that, Lin Yuan went back to his office. The staff members watched Lin Yuan leave, speculating. Is this movie about a midlife crisis? Probably. Otherwise, why is Mr. Lin not affected at all? Ah, he's Mr. Lin? Yes, you've been in the company for so long, and you don't know? I never have the chance to go to the music department. If we didn't know any better, we would thought Director Zhou and his team got beaten up by Mr. Lin in there given how upset they were compared to him. Ha ha ha, right. As they went into the projection room to clean up, they saw the ground was full of tissues. It appears that not only did this film cause a smoking spree, but also a tissue-wasting frenzy. Bloody hell. Meanwhile, a lower-level leader from the film department was clutching his stomach and dashing into the bathroom, but as soon as he stepped inside, he was choked by the dense smoke and started coughing uncontrollably. Damn, who the hell smokes in here? Looking above to see a thick cloud of smoke, he swore angrily and stormed in. You guys get the hell out of. The junior leader's voice abruptly stopped, as if someone had grabbed his throat. The senior executives of the film department, who also happened to be the bosses of this junior leader, collectively looked up at him with their eyes all red. No one said a word. At that moment, the junior executive suddenly remembered a time from his primary school days when he had caused a big trouble and had been subjected to collective death stares from junior leaders as he read out an apology letter in front of the whole school. Gulp. He swallowed. The junior leader's bowel movement was scared back into his stomach. Chapter 403, 382. The fish changes color when speaking. A minor movie department leader, trembling with fear, was collectively threatened by the highest ranks of the movie department to keep what he had seen confidential. The junior leader was quite sure of this. If he dared not to keep secret what he had seen today, tomorrow he might be fired from Starlight Entertainment Company by the high rank for the reason that he dared to take the first step into the company with his left or right foot. The junior leader nodded with tears in his eyes. After that, the junior leader never went into that restroom again, no matter how urgent he was. Even if he would wet his pants or even poop on his pants, he would always go to the restroom on other floors of the company to meet his physiological needs. But this is beside the point. After dealing with the minor leader, Oel Zhou looked around at several individuals. How was it? Great film. Then I will arrange a screening. Invite more people. Definitely. Any comments or suggestions? Bring some cigarettes. And don't forget to tell the staff to prepare more tissue. All of this had nothing to do with Lin Yuan. Having watched the movie, Lin Yuan felt very satisfied. The reactions of Oel Zhou and the other higher-ups of the movie department have already proven that this movie had achieved the ultimate in certain effects. Tear-jerking. Awfully tear-jerking. No wonder the system considered Hachiko a tear bomb level. The company should be preparing to take publicity channels now. Lin Yuan thought about it and simply posted a tribe update from Admirable Fish's account. The content of the update was brief and to the point. New movie Hachiko will be released on November 11th. Please stay tuned. No poster, no cast list, just a simple sentence. But it instantly hooked the interest of countless fans. Teacher Admirable Fish's new movie. Wow, what genre this time? Looking forward to it. Admirable Fish is finally making a new movie. I really liked The Piano Tuner. Looking forward to another masterpiece from Admirable Fish. I like Flirting Scholar better. It's hilarious. I also like watching Flirting Scholar. I've watched it 5 or 6 times, and I'm not tired of it. It's weird. I can't help laughing every time I watch it. I hope the new movie can be as hilarious as Flirting Scholar. If you can, laugh me to death, and I won't make you responsible. Flirting Scholar is not only funny but also healing. Every time I feel down, I watch it and get healed. I hope the new movie can be even more healing. Although Lin Yuan is still a newcomer in the film industry, his reputation from his previous 2 films is evident. So when fans heard he had a new film coming out, they were extremely excited. Next, Lin Yuan reposted this news from Chu Kuang and Shadow's accounts. In the past, Lin Yuan didn't want to bother. He just needed to repost it from Chu Kuang's account. Shadow had only a few fans, so it didn't matter whether he reposted it or not. But with the great success of Death Note, Shadow is now the top artist in the manga industry, with a surge in fan count and a certain degree of promotional capacity. So Lin Yuan had Shadow join in the action. This was just a casual action on his part, but to many netizens, it clearly conveyed more meaning. Ha ha ha, the 3 bros finally joined forces. Before, it was all Chu Kuang and Admirable Fish collaborating. There was no sounds from Shadow. Moved to tears. Shadow finally keeps up with the big group. Shadow, I'm not invisible anymore. Brothers, please take me to play together. Shadow, with the popularity of Death Note, finally acquired the qualifications to collaborate with Admirable Fish and Chu Kuang. Shadow, let's all go watch the movie together. So real. Before it was just Admirable Fish and Chu Kuang crazy collaboration. Now that Shadow has taken off, he joined the movie publicity team. The jokester netizens love to play the bros gag. Latterly, because of Shadow's invisible attribute, everyone began to tease Admirable Fish and Chu Kuang and unintentionally ignored Shadow. Now with the huge success of Shadow, the 3 brothers had once again become a focus of attention for many people. From this perspective, netizens are very realistic. But the news means something entirely different to the music world. At almost the same time as Admirable Fish announced that a new movie would be released in November, Countless musicians who were to participate in the November competition had a sudden contraction of their hearts, and then panic ensued. Oh no! New movie from Admirable Fish in November? Are there hidden treasures in his film this time? Is this a signal that Admirable Fish is subtly participating in the November new song chart? No wonder they are so nervous. The previous movie from Admirable Fish, The Piano Tuner, had done such a thing. A typical movie, which had squeezed in several classic songs, especially the piano piece Marriage d'Amour, which had blown the minds of Chu people. With the previous experience, of course, everyone would be nervous about Admirable Fish's new film launching again. Along with this tension, countless calls flew in to Starlight. The phones of many Starlight executives were bombarded. All of them came from the companies behind the singers who were going to participate in next month's new song chart. Is Admirable Fish dropping a new song in November? Is Admirable Fish's song hiding in the movie? Does the movie Hachiko have songs in it? Can you persuade Admirable Fish not to participate in the November new song chart? The Starlight executives were baffled and rushed to ask OL Zhou about the situation. Then they responded, each number on by one. These executives were almost swearing. In Admirable Fish's current movie, there really are no hidden music productions. It's just standard movie scoring, not by Admirable Fish himself. You can rest assured. Admirable Fish is really not participating in November's competition. You can play your own. After rounds of such explanations, they were finally able to pacify those leading singers. The Starlight executives finally understood just how severe some people's fish phobia was in the industry. Great! Admirable Fish is causing havoc in the movie industry. The leading singers participating in the November battle were thrilled to pass the news around. Thinking about it, after all, it involves the interests of so many music companies. How could Starlight cause such a massive upset by dropping Admirable Fish into the new song chart on November 11th? They were just too sensitive to the word Admirable Fish, causing them to lose their normal judgment. Fish fever. In response to this, OL Zhou couldn't help but sigh. The movie department leader next to OL Zhou laughed. Now I'm wondering, will there come a day when the movie industry also has fish fever? OL Zhou was stunned. He started to say it was not possible, but then he hesitated. I'm just joking. The leader next to OL Zhou gave him a strange look. Has the screening been arranged? OL Zhou nodded. The invitation has been sent out. In 3 days, the screening of Hachiko. The location is set at the Earth Cinema in the city center, which is an establishment of the Earth Cinema line. I also invited representatives from the Earth Cinema line to attend. The future of this movie depends on the reaction at the screening. Chapter 404. 383 Yihongyu_1. And so, 3 days passed. The day had come for Starlight to arrange a screening of Hachiko, city center of Sioux City, inside the lavishly decorated Earth Cinema. The director OL Zhou and the senior executives of Starlight's film department stood at the entrance of the theater with the best effects, welcoming the arrival of representatives from various major cinema chains. Welcome, please come in. It's been a long time, Manager Wang. Oh, Manager Zhou is here too. You're the representative of the Three Gold cinema chain, aren't you? As the representatives of the major cinema chains arrived one after another, OL Zhou and the senior executives of Starlight's film department shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with the newcomers. The atmosphere was quite lively. At this moment, a tall woman in a red coat, wearing sunglasses, appeared, walking in high heels that tapped rhythmically on the floor. She exuded a strong aura. Instantly, all eyes were on this woman. The expressions in their eyes varied, and some people were whispering, their tones full of playfulness. Yihongyu has arrived. Starlight really has some clout. No wonder they chose this theater for the screening. It turns out they're cozying up to the Earth Cinema chain. But Yihongyu's presence isn't necessarily a good thing. Who doesn't know that Yihongyu has extremely high standards for movie contracts? She's the renowned Iron Lady of the Earth Cinema chain. This is not a joking matter. Everyone's attention was on Yihongyu, not because she was beautiful. These representatives of the cinema chains are all influential individuals within society. If they wished, they would not lack for beautiful women in their lives. Despite the fact Yihongyu was indeed quite beautiful, her heavy makeup, paired with her sunglasses, gave her an heroic appearance. It was as if she was walking against the wind, yet she also projected a strong feminine flavor that felt overwhelmingly domineering but endlessly charming. But the most notable thing about this woman was the cinema chain she represented, Earth Cinema. Cinema chains also had various tiers. The large cinema chains controlled a huge number of theaters, something the smaller chains couldn't compare with. And the Earth Cinema that Manager Yi represented was one of the top cinema chains with the largest scale in Blue Star. Therefore, Yi Hongyu was the most significant representative invited today. If she agreed to sign Hachiko on behalf of Earth Cinema, the contract provided by this one company alone would match the scale of several other cinema chains combined. So in the face of this woman, even OL Zhou was a tad more enthusiastic than before. Manager Yi, you're here. He shook hands with Yi Hongyu. Thanks to the Earth Cinema for providing the venue for the screening. I hope you will have a favorable impression of our movie. The corner of his mouth hooking up into a slight smile. Yi Hongyu removed her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful face. Despite her bold makeup, she didn't look vulgar. Director Zhou is too polite. She shook hands with OL Zhou and smiled. I have high expectations for Starlight's movies. That's what we hope for as well. This movie also happens to be Xian Yu's new film, and Manager Ye's name also contains the character Yu, which translates to fish. In a way, you could say that you are of the same origin. We hope that you will take care of Starlight and teacher Xian Yu in the future. Director Zhou, you have quite the sense of humor. Yi Hongyu's smile remained. But my expectations are sincere. OL Zhou also laughed, but inwardly he was unruffled. He, of course, knew that Yi Hongyu's expectations were nothing more than pleasantries. She had most likely said similar things at every screening she had attended. But if she was ultimately dissatisfied with the movie, even if the movie was made by her father, she would never agree to sign the contract. Because she is Yi Hongyu, the Iron Lady of Earth Cinema. There was also a rumor about this woman in the industry. During the screening process, nobody could ever guess her attitude towards the movie based on her reactions. This woman wouldn't laugh at comedies, cry at tragedies, nor furrow her brow at horror films. No one would know her opinion on a movie until the very end. This is why Yi Hongyu was known as the Iron Lady. I'll go in first, Yi Hongyu said with a slight smile, taking her two sidekicks into the theater. When not watching a movie, Yi Hongyu was rather expressive. However, once in movie-watching mode, she would seem expressionless. Yi Hongyu was just a sideshow. The remaining theater representatives arrived one after another and entered the theater. At this time, some theater representatives who had entered the theater noticed that besides Starlight's arranged drinks and popcorn, next to each seat, there were also individual packs of tissues. Why have they put out so many tissues? One of the theater representatives asked OL Zhou, looking puzzled. Is this movie going to be that intense? What's the deal that could pass censorship? And it's public, isn't that inappropriate? Not to mention, there are ladies present here. Ignoring the guy's imaginative rant, OL Zhou mysteriously said, it would be terrible if your sleeves got wet. The theater representative was startled. Meanwhile, after everyone settled down, another high-ranking member of the film department next to OL Zhou was chatting with a familiar theater representative. He suddenly pulled out a cigarette mid-conversation. Want a cigarette? Thanks, but I don't smoke, and we're in a theater, we can't smoke. I didn't mean for you to smoke it now. I won't smoke it even after the movie. Trust me, brother, keeping it won't do you any harm. The theater representative had no choice but to place the cigarette behind his ear, feeling strange about what Starlight was up to. Row 8 in the theater. Yi Hongyu didn't touch her drinks or popcorn. She just crossed her legs slightly and waited for the movie to start in the most comfortable position. It was clear that Starlight had special treatment for major theater representatives, especially Earth Cinema, so this was one of the best viewing positions. The people sitting to the left and right of Yi Hongyu were her entourage. The one on the left whispered, Sister Redfish, may I ask a question? Ask. Yi Hongyu responded indifferently. The young follower was named Yang-un, a newcomer being cultivated by the company. Yang-un would represent the theater at some screening meetings in the future, so Yi Hongyu brought him out to groom him. As for the other follower, he was Yi Hongyu's assistant. Yang-un respectfully asked, why do you keep reminding us to manage our expressions while watching a movie? Yi Hongyu replied in a low voice, as theater representatives, if we show a lot of psychological activity during the screening, The film company will seize the opportunity to lower the price when identifying our preferences for the film. So no matter how much emotion you feel, you must hide it. Only by doing so can help us keep our thoughts unclear and maintain the initiative when signing the contract, even if we really like the movie. I see. Yang and firmly nodded. Sister Hong Yu, rest assured, I will control my emotions. I won't let people figure out my preferences, regardless of whether the movie is good or bad. Yi Hongyu didn't say much. At this point, the big screen had gone completely dark. There were no commercial slots. After O.L. Zhou went on stage to remind everyone that the film was about to start, he quickly went back to his seat. It's worth mentioning that O.L. Zhou's seat was in the 9th row, a position from which he could see many people's reactions, which he chose specifically in order to negotiate the final contract with the theater representatives. Chapter 405, 384. Its acting skills are better than humans -1. The light in the movie theater dimmed. Amidst the relaxed and melodious orchestral music, black subtitles fluttered, listing the names of the crew. However, the representatives of the cinemas didn't pay much attention to this. The only thing that got their attention was the name Zhang Xiuming. Zhang Xiuming is a movie emperor. Even more prominent than Zhang Xiuming's name was the scriptwriter's name, enlarged and written as Xianyu. This name had transitioned from unfamiliar to well-recognized in the film industry after 2 movies. The orchestral music abruptly stopped. Simultaneously, a slightly naive off-screen voice vibrated. Xiao Ba is very mysterious. No one knows where he came from. Maybe from a dog shelter, maybe from someone's car, maybe from an airport, or maybe from an unknown small city. The darkness gradually faded. In the gradually clear picture, a rosy-cheeked child was narrating on the stage. Behind him, on the blackboard, were 4 skewed characters. Hachiko. The camera swiftly shifted. A blue truck appeared on the road. Many cages were placed on the truck, and on the top level, there was a young dog. As the truck sped, the scenes on both sides whizzed by. Close-up of the puppy's eyes. Pure innocence. The child's voice was very serious. On that rainy night, Xiaoba appeared at the train station of the small town where my grandfather lived. We didn't know where Xiaoba came from, but we knew where Xiaoba was headed. The camera switched. A wet railway station, bustling under the dim light. On a moving freight train, a dog cage suddenly fell to the ground. The weak cage door broke open, and the dog inside escaped through the small hole. No passerby paid attention to this dog. The dog's eyes were filled with confusion and panic. This description might sound strange since it's usually hard for people to tell a dog's emotions through its eyes. But for some reason, when everyone saw this puppy's eyes, they definitely felt a slight panic and confusion. In an instant, a lot of people felt an inexplicable affection. The puppy ran about aimlessly, seemingly trying to avoid the crowd, but suddenly halted in the shadow of a lamp post. A pair of legs appeared on the camera. The camera panned upwards, revealing a handsome and mature face. This man was on the phone. No need to pick me up, I'll walk. I miss you too. All the cinema representatives knew, this actor is Zhang Xiuming. But nobody broke the storyline. When Zhang Xiuming appeared in the movie, he seemed to naturally fall into the role. That's the talent of a movie emperor, naturally making the audience forget reality. Ending the call, a man and a dog, face to face. It's a drama movie as expected. In the 8th row in front of the big screen, Yi Hongyu slightly raised her eyebrow. From the opening music to the camera work, they are all trying to create an atmosphere. What kind of atmosphere? Yang quietly asked. Yi Hongyu smiled. An emotional atmosphere. If things go as anticipated, this movie will suddenly switch to melodramatic mode at some point. The scriptwriter and director will use all their tricks to try to move the audience. Usually, Yi Hongyu wouldn't talk during a movie. But considering Yang and is a newcomer who needs to be mentored, so she explained a bit. If you end up being moved, the movie is considered successful. Yang confidently said, I have high tier threshold. Yi Hongyu did not comment. In terms of tier threshold, she was professionally trained. No matter how touching the film might be, she could remain unmoved. Unless. Meanwhile, between their conversation, the movie was continuing its undramatic narrative. The male protagonist played by Zhang Xiuming tried to hand the dog over to the station security, but was rejected. The security guard explained, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit allergic to dog fur. You can take the dog home for now, and if anyone comes looking for it, I'll let Professor In know. Turns out, Zhang Xiaoming was playing the role of a professor. Professor In, reluctant to abandon the dog, could only bring him home, leading to his wife's dissatisfaction. In this process, whether it was the dog's natural cuteness or the interaction between Professor In and his wife, everything brought about a rather warm feeling. It was clear this was a loving couple. Their love was so deep that even though the wife didn't like dogs, she still allowed Professor In to temporarily keep the dog at home, waiting for the owner to claim it. However, the woman had one requirement. She wouldn't allow the dog to stay inside the house. Helpless, Professor In could only raise the dog outside. Some audience members noticed that there was a deserted doghouse in Professor In's yard. Why was there a doghouse? The cinema representatives had no idea. It seemed like a foreshadowing. After much fuss, Professor In finally refurbished the doghouse and settled the dog there. As he turned around to go back inside, Professor In heard the dog softly whine. He paused, turned around, and looked at the dog, only to find traces of grievance in the dog's eyes. Grievance? For the second time, the audience was deeply moved by this strange feeling. Their hearts seemed to be melting, wishing desperately to hold the dog and console him. They could not understand how they could see emotions in a dog's eyes. At the railway station, the dog's eyes were filled with confusion, panic, and a hint of fear. At that time, everyone thought it was a wonderful coincidence formed by the director's management of the lighting and usage of the camera. However, at this moment, the hint of grievance in the dog's eyes could not deceive anyone, and everyone realized that maybe the emotions conveyed by the dog were not just the coincidences of camera and lighting effects. The little guy is really upset. Familiar representatives of the cinemas quietly exchanged words. I can't believe I'm seeing acting skills in the eyes of a dog. This dog's acting skills are even better than many young actors. Where did they find this dog? It's perfect. I want to keep a dog like this. A dog like this could naturally gain the audience's affection. I'm sure a dog would not understand acting. Perhaps it's genuinely expressing its emotions. What should I do? It's too cute. I really like this dog. In the 9th row, I Qinggong's mouth curled into a slight smile. Just as he anticipated, the audience fell in love with Xiao Ba in record time. However, these people could never guess that the dog's superb acting skills were all down to Xian Yu's credit. If the crew hadn't witnessed it in person, I Qinggong would also find it hard to believe that someone could get a dog to cooperate for a performance. I'm sorry, you'll have to bear with it tonight. I hope someone comes to pick you up tomorrow. Professor In apologized to the dog with a bitter smile, then turned and went back to his house. The camera turned to grayscale. This was the dog's perspective. He huddled in the doghouse, looking out from the doorway. In the lonely yard, there was only the moon hanging high in the night sky and the faint chirping of unknown insects in the darkness. At this moment, the audience started feeling strong sympathy for the dog and dissatisfaction towards the uncompassionate mistress. Chapter 406, 385 Heart, not _1. That night, Professor In, cradling his wife, was deep in sleep. Suddenly, a flash of light burst through the window, followed by a dull rumble of thunder, accompanied by the pitter-patter of rain. It started raining. Professor In was suddenly startled awake. He glanced at the window, then carefully got up. He tiptoed out of the bedroom, not even having time to put on a robe, and ended up outside the front door, where a seemingly sleepless dog in the kennel began barking at him. Don't be afraid. Professor In felt around with his right hand, presumably looking for an umbrella, but couldn't find one. He could only rush into the rain towards the kennel, picking up the dog. The rain got worse. Professor In used his body to shield the dog from the rain, holding it as he entered his study. He then found a blanket from a box and wrapped the dog in it. You might feel a bit cold, he said with a laugh, looking at the dog, only to sneeze. The dog licked the back of his hand and whimpered as if awkwardly consoling him. On the screen, the audience watched this affectionate scene, their eyes filled with stars. Professor In is so kind. It's breaking my heart. Indeed, a dog is the real love. I hope Professor In doesn't catch a cold. He turned his study into a dog kennel. His tolerance of his wife is actually a form of respect. What a man. At this moment, female viewers with more delicate emotions seemed to be particularly touched, and Professor N's personal charm was gradually revealed with his dialogue and demeanor, in combination with the plot. He is a gentle, mature, kind-hearted man. The dog spent a warm night in the study. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Madam got up to find Professor and reading a book on the living room couch with his glasses on. "You woke up so early today?" "Yeah. It seemed to have rained last night." "Achoo. Have you caught a cold?" Madam walked to the door somewhat suspiciously, only to see the dog obediently sitting in its kennel, wagging its tail at her. Turns out, Professor deliberately woke up early to send the dog back to its kennel so his wife wouldn't find out. His expression was calm, and his acting was superb. His wife didn't notice anything awry. Staring at the courtyard after the heavy rain, then looking at the dog, Madam bit her lip and turned around. "Take some cold medicine." "I already did." "Will you get rid of it today?" "Yes. It's better that way." His wife still didn't want to keep the dog, so Professor could only go out to find the dog's owner. In the morning, he distributed flyers in alleys and streets. In the afternoon, he went to the pet shelter to inquire. He even contacted a friend who had pets to ask if they were interested in adopting the dog. But after several days, he got nothing. Professor could only continue this routine, bringing the dog to his study every night when his wife was asleep, then sending it back to the kennel early the next morning. However, when Professor N's daughter came to visit her parents, she was instantly attracted by the adorable dog and delightedly asked, "I like it. What's its name?" Madam glanced at Professor N. "It's called Send Away Tomorrow." Professor N smiled warmly. The daughter ignored her mother's sarcastic remark towards her father, thought for a moment, and said, "How about calling it Xiaoba?" Professor N's smile faltered for a moment. Madam N, who was pouring a cup of coffee, suddenly paused, then looked out the window at the renovated kennel. "It's been 8 years. Suddenly, the daughter said quietly, "It's exactly 8 years since Xiaohei passed away. Maybe it's Xiaohei reincarnated to find us. We should take care of it as it grows up." Madam N's expression remained calm. Yet, Professor N chuckled abruptly. "Then let's call it Xiaoba. What do you think, dear?" "Whatever you want. It won't stay for long anyway." Madam N left her steaming coffee behind and fled back into her room, burying her head deep within the bedding. A moment later, she got up and took out a picture from the drawer. In the photograph was a family of 3, and at their feet, startlingly, was a dog. So, 8 years ago, Professor N also kept a dog which passed away for some reasons. Madam N was reluctant to keep another dog because she feared to suffer another blow. Perhaps, the appearance of this dog always reminded her of her past beloved pet. So that's it. That's why Madam N doesn't want to keep a dog. I think I understand. I had a cat that ran away and could never be found. I cried for a long time, and since then, I dared not keep a cat. Madam N is not that bad after all. Because she had showered love on that previous dog, she is resisting so much now. It's hard for outsiders to understand such feelings. Did Professor N bring the dog home to comfort his wife? Being a gentle man, he sure is considerate. The audience seemed to have a degree of sympathy for Madam, and that gradually overshadowed her indifference towards the dog. Xiaoba. The daughter's suggestion made Professor N begin to call the puppy Xiaoba. He tried to understand Xiaoba's habits and played with him. While Professor N played the piano during the day, Xiaoba would silently listen or lick the sheet music on the piano. The style of this film is very subtle. The story being told doesn't have many ups and downs. But the audience doesn't find it tedious or boring. Instead, they are completely engrossed. The theater is filled with warmth and joy. Everyone is willing to believe that this is a heartwarming story of a family who lost a beloved dog 8 years ago and was comforted by the arrival of Xiaoba. The film utilizes the technique of storytelling through a child's perspective in a retrospective manner. Occasional slow motion, long takes to enhance realism, and the natural pursuit of depth of field in emotional films are all used in a balanced way over the first 20 minutes to narratively unfold this story of a human and their dog. The soundtrack starts with slow piano music. The perspective of the dog appears from time to time in the movie, with shades of black, white, and gray, allowing the audience to empathize with Xiaoba to the maximum extent. However, Madam N's mental block wasn't that easily resolved. One afternoon, half a month later, she made the first attempt at driving Xiaoba out of the house. As a rational woman, she didn't wish to be ruled by soft-heartedness. Xiaoba stood at the door, facing the closed door, crying and whimpering, finally lying flat, showing no intent of leaving at all. The camera then moved inside the door. The audience was astonished to find out that after closing the door, Madame N didn't go back to her room immediately. Instead, she stood still in a daze, not as heartless as she appeared. Dusk arrived. Madame N finally took action. She carefully peeked out through the door slit, only to make eye contact with Xiao Ba looking at her. Woof woof. Xiao Ba started barking, cheerfully. Madame N's tears abruptly fell. She turned around and decisively went back to her room. Her footsteps were resolute and heavy. Still hasn't changed her mind? Was Xiao Ba abandoned? Just like that? Some viewers felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Then in an instant, a ray of light shone through in the hearts of the audience, making their eyes slightly teary. Click. Amazingly, Xiao Ba nudged the door open with his head and returned to the yard. His bark was even more cheerful. In the suddenly accelerated piano rhythm, his joyous barking sound is beautiful as the approaching dusk in the evening. It turns out, in the end, Madame N really did unlock the door, only she left it slightly ajar, pretending as if it was still locked. Chapter 407, 386 Feel the Pain _1. People thought this failed eviction might be the catalyst for Madame N to accept Xiao Ba. Her heart was slowly softening, but they didn't expect this to happen. While Madame N didn't have the heart to evict Xiao Ba herself, she continued to pressure Professor N. After Xiao Ba accidentally shattered a bowl in the kitchen, a fierce argument between Madame N and Professor N ensued. I've had enough. You will send him away tomorrow. Tomorrow? You've been saying that for over half a month. I'm sorry, Professor N said softly after a moment of silence. It seemed like he had made up his mind. The camera then naturally switched to Xiao Ba's perspective. Xiao Ba seemed to have sensed something. Through the gaps in the wooden boards in the grayscale world, it watched the figure of Professor N apologizing and slowly stopped wagging its tail. Please don't. Don't. Send him away. He is your dog. He has already chosen his owner. An audience member murmured, their voice laced with a hint of pleading. Sensitive female audience members were holding back tears, their eyes full of sympathy for Xiao Ba in the frame. Yang N, who previously boasted a high breaking point for tears, bit his lip as his nose began to sting. He quietly glanced at Yi Hongyu next to him. Yi Hongyu maintained the same composure since the beginning of the film, without any unnecessary expressions on her face, just as she always did when watching any other movie. The epitome of calm and rational. Yang An, as if reminded, sniffed and suppressed his stirring emotions. On the big screen, the sky had darkened once again. Like the past few days, Professor N quietly got up again after his wife fell asleep and took Xiao Ba to his study. He took out the canned dog food and dog treats he had bought and fed Xiao Ba. Before, he would not let Xiao Ba eat too many snacks as he felt that picky eating wasn't a good habit, but today he took out all the cans and snacks. Today, you can eat however you like. Professor N smiled at Xiao Ba, though his smile was somewhat stiff. Xiao Ba, who used to be extraordinarily excited in front of these snacks, was extremely stubborn today, staring at Professor N without moving a muscle. Xiao Ba didn't touch the canned food or snacks at all, as if these things didn't exist at all. Professor N's eyes were slightly moist. He picked up Xiao Ba, gently patting its back, and softly repeated, "Good boy, good boy." Xiao Ba did not make any noise. In past nights, when Professor N secretly brought Xiao Ba into his study, he always had to ask it to be quiet to prevent an excited Xiao Ba from waking up Madame N. But tonight, Xiao Ba was particularly understanding. It didn't utter a whimper of grievance, lying silently in Professor N's arms. At this moment, the camera angle subtly shifted. Outside the study, Madame N stood wearing her nightgown, looking at her husband. No one knew how long she had been standing there before she quietly turned and went back to the bedroom. Perhaps, that night, everyone was especially exhausted. The next day, when Professor N woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. The wife who used to be beside him was no longer there. Professor N abruptly remembered the dog was still in his study. He slapped his forehead in annoyance, put on his robe over his pajamas, messed up hair and all, and bolted towards the study. However, when he reached the study, he was stunned by what he saw. Madame N was gently stroking Xiao Ba's head, watching gently as Xiao Ba ate the snacks he refused to eat the day before. Before he could say anything, Their home phone rang. Madam got up to answer the phone. A kind voice on the other end said, "Hello. I heard you have a dog looking for a new home. I am willing to adopt him. I really like dogs." "I'm sorry." On the sunny and relaxed little town, the ancient and peaceful happiness gradually flowed. As Madam watched a nervous professor in, she smiled and said to the person on the phone, "Xiaoba already has an owner." Thump. Xiaoba seemed to understand. He suddenly stopped munching on his snack and, surprisingly, carried the strip-shaped snack in his mouth and delivered it to Madam's feet. "Xiaoba, she doesn't eat this." Professor chuckled, his body seemingly instantly relaxed, the relief of that moment shining as brilliantly as the sunlight outside the house. Plop! Xiaoba jumped up excitedly, knocking over a chair, causing Madam's face to instantly fill with rage. "Xiaoba, get out of here!" "Woof!" Xiaoba barked at her, with the snack in its mouth, and ran off. Madam and Professor exchanged glances and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "No more getting up in the middle of the night," Madam warned after laughing a while. "Anyway, it is your own study. You can give it to anyone you want." "Did you find out?" "I knew it long ago." The woman had unraveled her misgivings, but the audience couldn't determine whether it was out of love for her husband or her reluctance to let go of Xiaoba. Perhaps both. Some of the audience in the front started to wipe their tears and looked around for tissues, only to find them on the side of their seats, causing them to smile involuntarily. Finally, someone understood why tissues were placed here. But having tissues at every seat was a bit too dramatic. "This is nice." Yang looked at Yi Hongyu, whose expression seemed to be perennially unchanged, and spoke to himself inwardly. He didn't notice that Yi Hongyu had slightly raised his eyebrows. The following scenes were entirely about Xiaoba. Xiaoba had grown up bit by bit. The grown-up Xiaoba was still as adorable as ever, if not more spirited. In these intricate and warm shots, the purest and most genuine emotions between humans and animals were displayed without reservation. With Xiaoba's growth, the movie was able to convey the subtle warmth between humans and dogs to the audience just through gestures and movements, no words necessary. The camera more frequently adopted a low angle for filming. Black, white, and gray. The movie led everyone to view the world from Xiaoba's perspective. Along with the everyday interactions between Xiaoba and Professor N, a countless number of warm emotions had already sprung up in the hearts of the audience. Becoming the pet dog of Professor N's family, familiarity and tacit understanding grew bit by bit. Whenever the professor was about to board a train for school, Xiaoba always followed behind. Watching Professor N get on the train, Xiaoba would sit across from the train station by the flower bed all day long. At first, Professor N often shooed it away, asking it to go home. Later, the professor found that Xiaoba, as though bewitched, always insisted on seeing him walk out of the train station before it would finally leave. Hence, the professor gave up and let it wait. Over time, even the uncle who sold egg pancakes and the auntie from the newspaper booth at the train station got to know this little dog that saw the professor off to work every day and waited for the professor to come home. Xiaoba was very loyal. Everyone loved it, and some people even gave Xiaoba food. Whenever this happened, Xiaoba would express its gratitude in its own way. Yang was particularly fond of Xiaoba. In front of the big screen, watching Xiaoba dig a hole under the fence to see the professor off to work. Yang's mouth curled up into a smile. Watching Xiaoba's tail wag excitedly and rush up to greet the professor upon his return from work, Yang's eyes shifted slightly. Humans and dogs had an attachment to each other. Halfway through the movie, no one knew what was going to happen next, but the interaction and growth between humans and dogs were so endearing that no one found it boring. It was a feeling that blockbuster films laden with special effects couldn't evoke. It seemed like realizing the charm of light dishes after having too much rich food. However, few people knew it was a warm trap carefully crafted by the movie. And the ones with the most say in this matter were Yi Qinggong, who was sitting in the 9th row, and the executives at Starlight who had watched the movie once before. "Get ready to feel the pain." "Oh well," Zhou muttered in his heart, while glancing at a female audience member in the row in front of him. The female audience member was a representative of a medium-sized movie theater. She was looking up slightly, like savoring a sweet ice cream in summer, her face filled with cozy joy. Oh well, Zhou's gaze swept over the others. Everyone was completely absorbed, without exception. Chapter 408, 387, Agreement_1. The gentle trap, it catches people off guard, and they fall into it without noticing. Professor N was accustomed to waiting for Xiaoba. Xiaoba had grown used to Professor N's returns. They were like the most synchronized pair, always understanding each other's intentions at the very first moment. If anything were less than perfect, it probably was that Xiaoba never showed any interest in fetching a ball. Other people's dogs would fetch the ball tossed by their owners. It was a way of playing and interacting. But Xiaoba wasn't fond of ball fetching. Instead, it would rather frolic with Professor N, showing no interest in a rolling ball. So it went on. Days went by. At some point, Professor N began to wear glasses, and his hair turned gray. He could no longer play with Xiaoba as freely as before. Yet Xiaoba was still full of energy. It still sent Professor into his car every day and waited for him at the corner of the station, as if they had an unspoken pact. Then one day, as usual, Professor N was heading to the station for work. Unexpectedly, he found that Xiaoba was carrying the ball it never used to play with and was following him. "You want to play?" Professor N was taken aback. He threw the ball to a nearby spot, and indeed, Xiaoba fetched it back. Well done. It felt as if Professor N had become a few years younger. He picked up the ball again, threw it farther, and Xiaoba, without hesitation, fetched it back as before. Professor N was extraordinarily joyful. That day, the ball-adverse Xiaoba suddenly wanted to play fetch with him. For the first time, Professor N missed the first bus due to his immersion in the unexpected joy. The scene brought smiles to the faces of those at the station. Professor N and Xiaoba played for a long time before he finally set off for work, reluctantly. Throughout his commute, he tightly held the small yellow ball in his hand. With this, the gentle trap finally unveiled its long-prepared, shocking snare. Not everyone was oblivious. Among the representatives of the cinema chains present, some were furrowing their brows, musing over the implications of this scene, sensing a slight discomfort. Next to Yi Hongyu, Yang quietly clenched his fists. An inexplicable agitation stirred in his heart. Why had there been such a twist? Was there a special reason why Xiaoba wanted to play ball? At this moment, Yang noticed that Yi Hongyu, whose leg had been bounced all this while, had lowered it. His unease was rapidly magnifying. The movie continued. Professor N, a music teacher by profession, began to lecture his students on his understanding of music after playing a piano piece. Time had aged him, but it had also made his temperament more reserved. This man seemed even more attractive now, but he was somewhat mischievous. While teaching a piano lesson, he held in his hand the yellow ball with which he had played with Xiaoba before work. He occasionally squeezed the ball, making it emit a cute sound. Professor N glanced at the ball, smiled, and was about to speak when his face changed abruptly. He clutched his chest, reaching out for support, touching the piano. His hand had unintentionally hit the black and white keys, producing a disjointed sound from the piano, which attracted all the students. Amid their startled gaze, Professor N collapsed suddenly. Clatter! The students jumped up in confusion. In the slow-motion shot with just the focus, the yellow ball was still tightly gripped in the professor's hand, but it was no longer squeezed to make a sound, as if the fallen Professor N on the classroom floor would never wake up. Professor N was dead. It was like a sinister plot crafted by the scriptwriter, yet it felt like a sudden accident. The glow of the big screen illuminated all the faces in the audience. Countless pupils were dilating. The faces of the audience shifted from disbelieving shock to immediate panic, then overwhelming sorrow, until finally, they were completely covered by enormous grief. A small gap in the depths of the soul, slowly enlarging and spreading, until it collapsed. At this moment, everyone's mind was a blank, just like a piece of deadwood that couldn't think. By the time people realized what had happened, some of the audience were already enveloped by the rapidly rising despair. All of a sudden, the big screen, like the audience's mood, dimmed. In the darkness, there was nothing, and nothing could be seen. Thump, 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 thump. There was no contrived, sentimental music, only the sound of a heartbeat drumming in the darkness, growing slower and slower, until it disappeared completely. Squeak. It was the faint sound of the ball. The big screen lit up in an instant, but the expressions of the audience were strikingly different from those a few seconds before the darkness. as if it were a movie edit. Those were teary faces. The shot cruelly switched to the old train station, where Xiaoba was still squatting by the pool on the opposite side. The camera slowly panned upwards. In the long shot, only the helpless silhouette of Xiaoba was left, alone and sad, as though frozen in time. In the back row, tears flowed like a broken dam from Yang An's eyes, unable to be held back. Perhaps Yi Hongyu was the only one holding back, seemingly unfazed as though it was her creed, but her lips had turned white from biting down too hard, and she still did not loosen her grip despite the pain. Yang An couldn't see this. His ears were filled with the sound of the entire cinema sobbing. As the gentle trap began to close in, few were left untouched. Chapter 409, 387, Agreement_2. In a cinema hall like this, tears are the cheapest form of release. The uncles and aunts who set up stalls at the train station financial workers shift one after another. The man in the security room glanced at the time on his watch and looked at Xiao Ba squatting on the flower bed, tried to call him, but Xiao Ba did not respond. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and Xiao Ba was left with only the ice and snow that had not completely melted this winter. The lens zooms in quickly, Xiao Ba's lower jaw against the ground, his breathing slowly becoming heavier. In the end, it was Professor N's daughter who brought Xiao Ba home. The lights in the house did not go out that night. Xiao Ba simply refused to enter the study. It seemed to have returned to the day it first joined this family, peering through the small gap at this black and white world, like a pitiful orphan. The only difference was that Madame N cried all night. The next day, a grand funeral was held for Professor N. His face became part of people's memory, etched onto the tomb. Xiao Ba did not show up. As always, it went to the flower bed across the station and squatted, watched the morning train heading towards the distance as always, and the passing crowd as always. What was it looking for? What was it waiting for? The answer to this question seemed meaningless, just like Xiao Ba's aimless waiting, which was also meaningless for many people. The snow started to flurry again that night. Everything was bleakly white. The man in the train station security booth walked up to Xiao Ba and said softly, "You don't have to keep waiting. He's never going to come back." Xiao Ba remained still. In the snowy night, what was reflected in its eyes was unknowingly the light or the moonlight. The man in the security booth shook his head, but in the eyes of the audience, it was clearly an extreme sadness. The big snow covered Xiao Ba's fur. Xiao Ba seemed not to hear, and the station attendant brushed the snow off Xiao Ba's body, smiled helplessly. He knew this was Xiao Ba's stubbornness. The sobbing in the cinema had become intermittent. Even the crowd that was originally trying to suppress it could no longer restrain themselves. Yi Hongyu's eyes, as if illuminated by the fire, were filled with red. It was then that Yang An noticed that Yi Hongyu's body was slightly trembling. Like himself, his throat was blocked, and he could only try to alleviate the surging tears in a manner close to disgrace. That year, Madame N sold the house, as if trying to escape from this city. Professor N's daughter brought Xiaoba back to her house, but Xiaoba escaped that same day. Only then did Professor N's daughter realize that the Xiaoba before her was no longer the one that, no matter what, could not be driven away or scolded away. The black and white gray world still had no color. Amidst the passing scenery, it was running out of breath. It crossed the forest of withered branches and leaves, and also crossed the endless fields. It returned to the home where the former him lived. This road it would always remember. However, this home already had new owners. "Are you lost?" The new owner of the house looked at Xiao Ba. The scene was just like the first time Xiao Ba and Professor N met. That man bent down and asked with a gentle face, "Little guy, are you lost?" It was not lost. It returned to the flower bed across from the old station again, as if to hold on to a never existed, or perhaps a silent agreement. Sometimes when it is tired from squat, it would lie down to rest. It's just that those eyes which seemed to be able to speak never left each passing train and every handful of people arriving at the station. Yes, this is where he left. It might never be lost. It's just the person it's waiting for. Could he not find the way home because he was lost? Professor N's daughter took it home again, tried to tie it up, but Xiao Ba refused to eat or drink, refused by fasting, just like the night Professor N tried to send it away. After a few days, Professor N's daughter suddenly understood something. She chose to release the chain that held Xiao Ba, and opened the tightly shut door, crying and smiling. "Maybe I understand you." For the first time, Xiaoba did not wildly escape. It looked at Professor N's daughter, as if saying a serious goodbye. The scene changes. It was still the flower bed across from the old station, and Xiaoba was back in his squatting position here again. It looked as if it had grown together with this place. The passing trains always managed to lift Xiaoba's spirit right away, but the familiar scent was lost among the passing crowds, so all it received was one disappointment after another. Its fur had become disgustingly messy. The black, white and gray in its eyes were cold and chilly, piercing to the bone. At night, it would sleep under the wheels of the discarded train carriage. Every morning when the first train woke it up, it would, as usual, run to the other side of the train station, sit upright on the unchanged steps, waiting for a certain returnee that will never appear. No matter whether it was windy, raining, or when the familiar heavy snow was floating down from the sky, no one ever brought it into the study again. No one ever gave it a blanket to keep warm. Only time hurried by, people hurried by. Only the train would continue to hoot. Only sunrise would alternate with sunset. Only the bright moon turned into a thin moon. 1 year passed, then 2 years, then 3 years. The people around would provide Xiaoba with food for survival. Everyone was moved by Xiaoba's loyalty to his master, and even the newspapers published news about Xiaoba waiting for his master to return for years, and there were also spontaneous donations from the public. Xiaoba has gotten old. One day, the security guard who still worked at the station quietly said that it started to falter. Its dirty fur became sparse day by day, because there was no one to groom it for a long time. It no longer had its previous gloss. It was still waiting, day after day, for a full 10 years. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons cycled. No one knew whether Xiaoba knew that he would never return. The distance between life and death, perhaps a dog really couldn't perceive it. It was just stubbornly believed that his master would return. So it waited forever. But its life couldn't stand the erosion of time. Like a flowing stream, little by little on the bluestone platform of the station, year after year it passed and withered away. As a dog, this was its own vigil, and also the destination it chose for itself. From birth to old age and sickness, to death, never leaving nor abandoning, it used 10 years of time to completely become a landscape. When the former gleaming madam and came to the small town station, she saw Xiaoba as soon as she walked out of the station. Xiaoba, it was already so old that it could only lie there, not wanting to waste even a little bit of strength to move. With just one glance, Madame cried her makeup off. Just like the Yihong Yu in front of the movie screen, who claimed to be able to keep her composure. Forever, for the first time in her life, she took the paper from Yong'an, crying so hard that she couldn't breathe. Chapter 410, 388. Laughter and Tears _1. This was the first time Yong'an saw Yihong Yu's strength crumble, her heavily applied makeup unable to withstand the relentless assault of her tears. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, boxes of tissues found their ultimate purpose in the cinema, but no one had the time to ponder about this peculiar arrangement. The entire theater was bathed in a thick sadness. At this point, almost all the representatives from the various cinemas didn't dare to continue watching. The sides of Yihong Yu's nostrils were red from the constant rubbing with tissues, but she still determinedly lifted her head to watch the big screen. The lights remained dim. Xiaoba's face as he lay sleeping under the abandoned train cabin was old and lined, and the marks that age had carved into him were clear. But everyone knew that it wasn't the condition of the train station that was torturing him, but the fact that the familiar call of Xiaoba would never sound again. Snow fell like knives. It was winter again. The audience felt a certain dislike for winters like this. The train's whistle, tirelessly sounding, woke Xiaoba, who could only watch the train pull away once more. Accompanying all this was the heavy, slow rhythm of pianos playing in the background. Xiaoba braved the snow, dragging his weary steps along the train tracks. The lights in the homes on either side of the tracks were progressively going out. It seemed tired. Returning to the familiar flower bed, it lay down wearily, lacking the energy even to whimper. Xiaoba gently closed his eyes. Suddenly, it seemed as though the train had returned. The whistle that had sounded for the umpteenth time in the last 10 years. But this time, The lights of the train were exceedingly bright, and even the street lamps on either side seemed to have lit up again. The scene transitioned in a montage-like manner to the bright sunlight. In his dream, Xiaoba heard someone calling him. "Wake up, Xiaoba. Let's go." Xiaoba opened his eyes and saw Professor N's familiar face appearing in the hazy view, waving at him. The scene flashed back. The sunny spring afternoons spent running around freely, the evenings when the train had returned and they would embrace each other, the moments when the crowds started boarding and they would bid each other goodbye, the day when it started pouring and they would seek warmth in the study. In the memories, he was still young. In the memories, it was still fit and nimble. It turns out this was just a dream of Xiaoba's, and in this dream of Xiaoba's is the world in color. The music picked up faster and higher. Xiaoba suddenly woke up, hearing the sound of train doors opening. Before its eyes, to its shock, it was actually Professor N, waving at it and calling its name fondly. It abruptly sat up. Its fur seemed to become neat and clean again, its movements nimble and vigorous. Whoosh! It charged into Professor N's embrace swiftly, as it had done countless times in the past, against the snow which fell even more sharply like knives. That evening, Xiaoba left. The audience's cries were nearing breaking point now, even if they knew that this was Xiaoba's inevitable end. From the back of the theater, Zhou could keep an eye on the whole theater, including Yi Hongyu's reaction. Zhou wasn't surprised. The second time he watched Hachiko, he still couldn't hold back, savoring the sour and salty taste of his tears. What more for these audience members, who were watching the movie for the first time? An Iron Lady? She was still a woman after all, who was truly heartless. Xiaoba has passed away, yet the movie isn't over. Amid the audience's breakdown and tears, the boy's voiceover begins, the camera slowly shifting back to the bright and clean classroom. I don't have much of a memory of my grandpa, but after hearing his story with Xiaoba, I feel like I understand him. Don't forget those you love. That's why Xiaoba is my eternal hero. Next to the podium, the teacher rubbed her eyes. Some of the kids in the audience had slightly reddened eyes. After school, as the boy stepped off the school bus, in the distance, a dog was quickly rushing toward him. It looked exactly like Xiaoba when he was young. It felt as if the audience was witnessing a great cycle. Although this cycle initially seemed cruel, as the boy and the dog crossed the railroad tracks and strolled by the clear creek, amidst the painful sobbing, a sense of comfort took root in everyone's hearts. At that moment, everyone understood Madame N. Maybe the audience's sentiment mirrors the conflicting feelings Madame N had when first accepting Xiaoba into her life, as depicted in the first half of the movie. Fearing the end, so one refrains from starting in the first place. Regardless of who leaves first, the pain inflicted on the one left behind is everlasting. Professor N had once had a dog named Xiaohei. After Xiaohei's death, Madame N was left with a mental scar. This scar was evident in her repeatedly refusing to let Xiaoba join the family and in her attempts to get rid of him. The passing of a dog leaves a void in one's heart. However, Xiaoba's arrival ultimately faced Professor N's departure. A person's departure, from a dog's perspective, carries a deeper impact. For this reunion into oblivion, it waited 10 years. Some lost their dogs. Some dogs lost their owners. Yet people still harbor a beautiful vision in their hearts, which is the hope that all those who lost their loved ones can meet again in heaven. The movie ended. No one stood up. Yi Hongyu leaned back in her seat, wiping her tears. A thought surfaced in her mind again. We are professionally trained. No matter how moved, we manage to stay calm, unless we can't hold back. Sis Hongyu. Fearing Yi Hongyu might feel embarrassed, Yang quietly said, "Everyone is crying." Yi Hongyu smiled. "There's something I forgot to teach you." "What is it?" "Humans aren't stones. We can't be indifferent forever. When we can't hold back, cry if you want to cry, laugh if you want to laugh. It's our freedom." Yang was stunned, then nodded in agreement. At this time, the staff credits appeared again on the big screen. Unlike the indifference at the beginning, this time, everyone was watching the credits intently. All contributors, whether they were the director, actors, or crew, were engraved into people's hearts. Finally, the credits highlighted 3 main entries. Star, Zhang Xiuming. Director, Yi Qinggong. Scriptwriter, Xian Yu. Featured performer, Xiao Huang. with photo, young dog. Featured performer, Antarctica, with photo, adult dog. Featured performer, Big Huang, with photo, old dog. For the years they've been watching movies, the cinema representatives witnessed for the first time dog names being displayed in the credits, and even more prominently than Xianyu. Perhaps this was another comfort for the audience. In the movie, Xiaoba was gone. But outside the movie, these dogs who participated in the performance were still alive and healthy. At this moment, a thunderous round of applause resonated in the movie theater. Chapter 411, 389, Bumper Harvest _1. I cried my eyes out. I purposely put on makeup for this. I don't think I have the courage to watch this movie a second time. Starlight anticipated this reaction, so they provided tissues on each seat. So heartbreaking. Xiaoba really suffered a lot. From the moment Xiaoba started picking up the ball, I felt something was off, but I really didn't expect the professor to leave in such a way. I thought this was a story of Xiaoba healing a family, but it turns out it's a story of a dog waiting for its owner for 10 years. Even Yi Hongyu cried. She sat not far from me. She cried out loud. I heard everything. So even Yi Hongyu can cry. There's no Iron Lady, just a clever woman trying hard to hide her feelings. The theater representatives wiped away their tears as they exchanged thoughts. Yi Hongyu, too, was trying hard to control her emotions. As a representative of the Dottie Theater line, her job was all about watching movies or on her way to watch movies. After watching so many movies, is there any scene she hasn't seen? Admittedly, even similar situations like today's, Yi Hongyu has experienced before. The emotional effect created by the movie, if amplified to the extreme, will indeed have this effect. This is the charm of film art, and there must be more than one Xianyu in Blue Star who possesses this power. This is a certainty, but in all of Yi Hongyu's memories about movie screenings, even though she has watched so many movies, if it's about tear-jerking potency, there are very few that can compare with Hachiko. It could even be described as rare. What's amazing about this movie is that even though you know it's going to start playing with your emotions, you are still unknowingly trapped. You know that the slow-motion scenes and the hope for your tears, you know the sad music score is meant to accentuate Xiaoba's 10 years of tragic waiting. You know the writer's purpose is to touch the audience. You are still unable to resist this emotional contagion. This has nothing to do with how many people are watching the movie. If we were not in the same theater but watching it privately, we might cry even harder. Yi Hongyu seemed to be talking to herself, yet also seemed to be hinting at Yong'an. Her young confidant, Yong'an, nodded seriously. Some movies can make people lose control, and Hachiko is one of them. Yi Hongyu, despite having seen through the writer's intent and having prepared herself mentally, warning herself that the movie was going to start tugging at her heartstrings towards the end, still ended up losing miserably and crying bitterly at the end. In the meantime, OL Zhou had already taken the stage, microphone in hand, saying, "Everyone may need some time to calm down. When everyone is ready, we can discuss the cooperation matters next door." Everyone stood up unanimously. The movie ran a bit over an hour and a half, and many couldn't hold their bladder any longer. The theater representative previously offered a cigarette by the senior executive of Starlight Film Department, nudged the senior executive on the shoulder, saying, "Give me a light. Didn't I already give you one? One isn't enough. I thought you didn't smoke? This is just a microcosm." Hachiko is a tearjerker movie, and also a movie that consumes cigarettes. OL Zhou and his companions have an opinion on this. At this moment, Yi Hongyu walked up to OL Zhou and said, "Director Zhou, can we have a chat?" OL Zhou glanced at Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu had already repaired her makeup perfectly while sitting in her seat. The fact that she had cried her makeup off was well concealed by her. But this didn't hide the fact that OL Zhou had previously observed Yi Hongyu's reaction from the back of the room. He knew this woman was just putting on a facade. "Sure, let's meet next door in a bit," OL Zhou said with a smile, pretending not to notice Yi Hongyu's reddened eyes. Yi Hongyu looked at OL Zhou and suddenly chuckled. "Speaking of which, Teacher Admirable Fish and I are actually from the same clan. Both of our names have the character Fish. We are all in the same family." OL Zhou, are you making fun of me for having a bad memory because of my age? When I brought up this matter to relate with you before, you didn't respond to me, making me feel quite awkward. Of course, Zhou understood that this was merely Yi Hongyu expressing her optimism towards Hachiko. With Yi Hongyu actively reaching out, the contract with the Dadi theater chain was essentially secured. Not just Yi Hongyu. As the other theater representatives regained their composure, either after addressing their physiological needs or after puffing away in the bathroom, the theater representatives who came to the neighboring exchange room started to discuss contract matters with Starlight's senior executives. Hachiko is a slow-paced drama. The so-called drama has this kind of slow pace, but the plot is relatively compact. This kind of movie usually focuses on a social phenomenon and the life condition of a certain group of people as a portrayal, and is easy to resonate with the viewer on an emotional level. The main focus is on stirring up sentiment. This type is different from the exciting fights and action films, different from the grand scale and science fiction films, different from the sweet romance and love films, and even more different from the humor and comedy films. So, in fact, drama movies like Hachiko are not really box office hits, because their popcorn value is not strong. As theater representatives, all of whom have strong judgment skills and business acumen, they certainly understand this. But unfortunately, Hachiko has maximized the effects of a drama. The first and second acts are warm and healing. The last part is tear-jerking and depressing. Any movie that can maximize a particular effect is one that goes beyond the norm and cannot be ignored. Therefore, a vast majority of the theater representatives have developed a considerable interest in Hachiko. After several rounds of negotiation, Zhou and the senior executives of Starlight Film Department have signed contracts with about 90% of the theater representatives present. This means that Hachiko has secured the basic guarantee of film arrangements. Movie schedules could never be fixed. If the audience likes it, more will be scheduled. If the audience doesn't like it, fewer showings will be scheduled, or the movie may even be discontinued. This is the theater chain's forte, real and cruel. But at the beginning of a movie's premiere, it's impossible to know how the audience will react, and the theater can only judge based on the taste of the theater representative. The schedule at this time is very important. It can be considered highly contested terrain, because sometimes even very good movies can get buried in the market due to poor initial scheduling. There are not a few examples of this. What Starlight is doing right now is to prevent the possibility of the movie being buried due to a lack of scheduling. Huge harvest. Saying goodbye to the theater representatives, Zhou looked at the stack of contracts on the table, displaying a satisfied smile. Shall we have a drink? Sure, another round of the movie was a bit too tough to handle. A few drinks would be nice. Starlight's department executives were all joking and laughing. The foundation has been laid very solidly. The next focus would be the publicity before the official release. Chapter 412, 390. Strive to the extreme _1. For the distributors who were invited to attend the screening of Hachiko, it was a memorable experience. Such an experience is something most screeners could not offer. But if you look at the overall Blue Star film market, the impact this movie has had so far is just a small ripple. However, everything depends on people's efforts. The next day, Starlight increased the promotion budget for Hachiko, making the film more widely known. Given the high reputation of Xian Yu's first two films, the promotion of this one indeed attracted more audience attention. And with the promotion, more information about the movie was revealed, such as Hachiko taking a touching storyline, such as Hachiko having a little bit of art film flavor, such as Hachiko featuring a very heartwarming and comforting storyline, such as spoilers are impossible to disclose. Major spoilers would simply chase the audience away. You certainly can't tell the audience directly that this movie tells the story of a dog waiting for its owner for 10 years and ultimately dying beside the waiting flower bed. The promotion can only release some stills and posters, using taglines like, "The most touching movie of the year," "Redemption between a man and a dog," to attract the audience, and so on. Such prepared promotion sketches out the public impression of Hachiko. This is a heartwarming drama with a touch of artistic flavor. There are those who are interested, and many who are indifferent, but at the very least, the goal of widespread publicity has basically been achieved. To make everyone aware demands a bigger promotional push. That would be too high a cost for Hachiko, so the company's control over promotion funding is quite rational. But Starlight's ad copy is somewhat innovative. If you say Flirting Scholar is the ultimate in happiness and comedy, then The Tuner is the ultimate in plot twist and mind-blowing. Teacher Admirable Fish goes all out, taking it to the extreme, and Hachiko also has its own extreme. What it is, we will see on November 11th. The purpose of the copy is simple. Use the impressions of the first two movies to awaken the audience's memories, thereby arousing their interest in Xian Yu's third movie. Apparently, Starlight has achieved its goal with this ad copy. With the release of this statement on Starlight's official Weibo, many netizens began discussing what Hachiko would be the ultimate in. It should be the ultimate in warmth, right? It really piques my curiosity. It's not easy to take anything to the extreme. The first two films indeed reach the extreme in some ways. Few movies have as many plot twists as The Tuner. In my mind, few movies are as comical as Flirting Scholar. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan received the specific screening schedule of Hachiko. Starlight's screening invited representatives from 43 theater chains. Nearly 90% of them showed interest in the movie and arranged some screenings, but the scheduling rate varied among different chains. No need to elaborate on the specific scheduling rate. Overall, the initial scheduling arranged by the theater chains is pretty good, especially for a drama like Hachiko. Don't think that just because representatives of theater chains like Hachiko, they will automatically arrange a high rate of showcase. The movie market is not that simple. Liking it is one thing, business is another. Never confuse the two. After watching the movie, the theater representatives return to being rational, using a commercial perspective to evaluate movies. Let's use an example from Earth's film industry. Regardless of whether it's in China's Douban or in various leading film review lists in the West, The Shawshank Redemption tops them all. Even if movie watching levels differ in China and abroad, their views on this film are completely unanimous. Everyone loves The Shawshank Redemption. The film's reputation on Earth is indeed top-notch. But another shocking fact is that The Shawshank Redemption not only bombed at the box office after its release, but it also fell short in terms of awards, in spite of having some very strong competitors at the time. The box office flop of this film is not an isolated case. This is the status quo for many dramas with artistic attributes. Audiences endeavor to go to the theater to watch more commercial blockbusters. Chain representatives know this, so it is quite extraordinary that they are willing to sign contracts for screenings after the end of the Hachiko screening. Perhaps they all plan to use the high reputation of this film to exchange for box office revenue. If word of mouth can't convert into box office, no matter how highly Hachiko is rated, the screening will gradually decrease until it is off the schedule. Naturally, this also has to do with the fact that the artistic flavor of Hachiko is not so strong. It even has a bit of commercial flavor. There are not many of those pretentious shots that are common in art films. No playing tricks on the audience. The goal of the story is to be heartfelt and emotional, to achieve the ultimate in these aspects, thereby gaining favor from the theaters. Comparatively, some of Xian Yu's diehard fans are the most selfless ones. As the film's promotional campaign kicks off, Xian Yu's tribe comment section is filled with cheerleading. Looking forward to Teacher Admirable Fish's new film. See you in the cinema on November 11th. The still shots make the film look so comforting, just in time as I've been feeling down lately. I hope watching this film can warm me up. Just like what Starlight's ad says, our Teacher Admirable Fish does take a different route with each film. The first work was the ultimate in comedy. The second film was the ultimate in plot twists, so I'm curious about what the third film will take to the extreme. Needless to say, it must be the ultimate in comfort and warmth. I don't know why, but I always feel things are not so simple. Teacher Admirable Fish's movies, just like his music compositions, never repeat. Each song brings a fresh feeling to everyone, unlike some composers whose songs all have shadows of each other. Fans' expectations are effusive. In fact, not only Xian Yu's fans, but heartwarming and comforting dramas like Hachiko, although not as mainstream as commercial films, have quite a few enthusiasts, which has incited discussions regarding Hachiko in many movie forums. Equally, audiences who are interested in the film are also wondering what kind of extremes Hachiko will take. Is it really warm and comforting? And amidst everyone's curiosity, time moves on to November, with only 10 days left before the premiere of Hachiko. Chapter 413, 391 incompatible version _1. There were only 10 days left until the release of Hachiko. Yet, the most exciting event at the stroke of midnight in November was the start of the season's music chart competition. The November New Song Chart was here. Some people said that the November New Song Chart was like a warm-up, or even a mini version, of the Battle of the Gods in December. And they weren't wrong. The New Song Chart was lively indeed. Without Xianyu's participation, without the arrival of the maestro, without the king and queen of singing stirring up the scene, all these top singers were fighting back and forth. On the first day alone, the champion song had gone up and down several times already. 1 hour you were number 1, another hour I surpassed you. Yet another hour later, the third place surprisingly came up. It was an absolute mess. This was a real, evenly matched fight. And this was the scene the music world liked to see most. A big shot dominating everything might be shocking to watch, but there's no suspense. Unlike now in November, the battle was so intense. With news flying everywhere and countless netizens were all paying attention to this season's new song chart. How exciting! This scene also added to everyone's anticipation for the fierce competition in December. November was already like this. What would December be like? However, Lin Yuan didn't participate in November's new song chart, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to it. Just like those audience passionately discussing online about what kind of ultimate interpretation Hachiko was pursuing, Lin Yuan was quietly waiting for the release of Hachiko in his routine and miscellaneous work. The truth was, as more and more discussions were taking place online, people started to believe that Hachiko was as warm and healing as it appeared on the surface. Some even interpreted additional meanings from it. Teacher admirable. Fish is truly warm-hearted to choose November 11th for the movie's release. Huh, what do you mean? This interpretation baffled many spectators, until this genius of logic revealed his understanding. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's because November 11th is Singles Day, a day that belongs to single dogs. Oh damn, that's right. This logic genius continued to post and boost his theory. There are just too many coincidences. Hachiko is obviously a movie about a dog, warm and healing, and to the extreme. What you've said is very reasonable. I am speechless. Haha. So Hachiko was made by Xianyu for you single dogs? It must be. This is Teacher Admirable Fish's care for single dogs. You know, Singles Day is supposed to be the saddest day for us single dogs. Arranging a warm and healing movie for us on such a day is meant to give us spiritual comfort. The commenter above, remove the us. The commenter above the above, remove the us. The commenter above. Damn, don't remove it. I almost forgot that I'm a single dog too. Ha ha. Are you guys trying to laugh me to death in order to inherit my cockroach flower? So, the single dogs are watching Hachiko alone on November 11th? I originally had no plans to watch the midnight premiere, but after hearing what you guys said, I'm going to buy 2 tickets for me and my girlfriend to watch it. I hope not to get beaten up by single dogs. Brother, wake up. The first thing you need is to have a girlfriend. Couples don't come. Hachiko is a movie for us single dogs. The creative interpretations of netizens gave Hachiko a bit more attention. Of course, no one really believed the movie was made for single dogs. It was a hilarious misinterpretation that a dog movie would be released on Singles Day, precisely when single dogs would be shedding collective tears. In such waiting, the days passed without rush. Click. As if the gears of time finally clicked into the correct node, with a crisp mechanical sound, November 11th officially arrived. On this day, Lin Yuan went to sleep early as usual. But at midnight, all major cinemas were as brightly lit as ever. The heat in the lobby wasn't cold at all. With the start of ticket checking for Hachiko, the first batch of the audience flooded the theaters, finding their corresponding seats. The time slot was late. The ones willing to stay up late for the movie were either night owls with nothing to do, or hardcore devotees of Xianyu. Of course, it did indeed include some lonely hearts. They came alone in taxis, bought their cola and popcorn alone, sat in their assigned seats alone, and prayed silently that they wouldn't be seated next to couples. The total number of audience members was limited. After all, it was late at night. Even though the cinema was still operating, the midnight screening audience was destined to be sparse, and besides, Hachiko was not a popular blockbuster. If it were a popular blockbuster screening. Even at midnight, countless people would be willing to wait. Even so, many people were rushing to see the first showing of the movie out of respect for Xianyu. By this time, most people were watching a heartwarming film and had no idea how this film would portray it. But what will come, will come. With the screening of Hachiko, there seemed to be an invisible hand in the theater quietly throwing tear bombs. At first, no one noticed. By the time someone realized something was amiss, Professor in the big screen had already fallen powerless in the classroom. The abrupt pianoforte seemed like a heavy hammer falling, leaving only a close-up of a small yellow ball in the scene. Boom. The sudden death of Professor N was like a mountain collapsing, accompanied by a sudden wail from inside a certain theater. One after another tear bombs exploded instantly, and all the audience was trapped in a gentle trap. Cry? Everyone fucking cry. In a bedroom of a high-end residential area, Ol Zhou, who was still not asleep at this hour, looked at the time and suddenly started yelling excitedly, even waking up his sleeping wife next to him. "What the hell are you yelling about in the middle of the night?" his wife scolded Ol Zhou irritably. Ol Zhou didn't explain. Wearing dark circles under his eyes, he sat in front of the computer, grinning like a 170-pound child, like a remote control switch. Just as Ol Zhou's malicious laughter rang out, countless viewers of Hachiko burst into tears. The sea of tears instantly swept everything. Couples and single watchers were treated the same. Meanwhile, in a cinema in the city center, the screening room of Hachiko was filled with countless whimpers and curses. These curses were interspersed with sobbing. "Xianyu, you liar. You call this heartwarming healing? Did the boss put in the wrong disc? Too misleading. This healing version doesn't work at all. Why is the popcorn in this cinema so salty today?" This night was destined to be sleepless. Under the peaceful starry sky, as many spectators shed tears like rain, an equal number of people lambasted Xianyu in the cold dead of night. Chapter 414. 392 Xianyu the Old Thief _1. The so-called verbal condemnation and written castigation. The former is the continuous swearing in the movie theater, while the latter is people picking up their mobile phones, venting their own emotions by publishing movie reviews online. But when many angry viewers actually picked up their mobile phones, opened the movie review websites, and prepared to accuse Xianyu of deception, the fingers falling on the screens hesitated. Should we blame Xianyu for making such a heartbreaking movie? Clearly not. Is there anything wrong with the performance of the movie? Clearly not. After a moment of silence, accompanied by a sigh of helplessness, even the angriest viewer couldn't find a stance to criticize. It would be doing injustice to the great movie. Their heartfelt love for the movie and the shock from a 10-year wait eventually outweighed all complaints. But the sadness had become so thick that it could not be diluted, lingering for an extended time. This is the ultimate of Hachiko, the ultimate of depression. I was excited to greet Xianyu's new work, hoping to experience a warm and healing immersion, but watched a movie that made me cry from beginning to end. I'm trembling while typing this, making many typos and corrections. Well, perhaps this is the only film I immensely love but may never have the courage to watch again. On the Starsky website, a renowned movie review site, this hot review seemed to lay a foundation for other reviews. The Hachiko review section late at night was filled with heartbroken people. Perhaps Professor N also waited for Xiao Ba at the gateway of heaven for 80 years. Teacher Xianyu, forgive me for now considering you Xianyu the old thief. Why did you make the movie so good that even someone like me who likes to mock others crying over a movie ended up becoming one of those people I once mocked? After you left, I dedicated the rest of my life to you. I'd rather believe that Xiao Ba had no pain, only happiness, on the night of his passing because Professor N came in the train of heaven to take him home. God knows how much I like Zhang Xiaoming, but the best performance in the whole film, I have to give it to Xiao Ba. After Xiao Black died, there was a void in Madame N's heart, and after Professor N died, Xiao Ba gave up the rest of his life. I feel that I'm going to cry out all the tears of my next few years tonight. I wish so much that the movie, as everyone expected, would be warm and healing, showing mutual redemption between man and animal, so that when Professor N passed away, it felt like Xiao Ba's silhouette solidified into eternal loneliness. Ol Zhou, who still couldn't sleep, kept refreshing the reviews on the Starsky website. His face was full of mischievous laughter at first, but as the laughter carried on, he silently lit a cigarette. Under the faint glow of the lighter and the computer screen, his smile was strained. "This is the last one," thought OL Joe. Actually, OL Joe quit smoking when he was young, but this movie, it was too consuming. Without the tiny numbing sensation brought by the nicotine passing through his lungs, he feared he couldn't bear it. And on a forum, a late-night post suddenly exploded in popularity. "Who the hell said this movie is made by Yu the Old Thief for all the single dogs to watch? Step up. I promise I won't beat you to death." The heat of the post was mainly reflected in the massive replies that followed. As soon as I walked in, I saw a couple sitting next to me, and I was immediately crippled by the shock. When Professor N died, the couple cried their eyes out, but all I could do was hold my knees and cry. No movie has ever been so unfriendly to single dogs. Damn it, Singles Day is already a bit sad, but after watching this movie, it's not just a bit sad anymore. I feel like I'm starting to become introverted. Do you think us couples have it easy? After the movie, my girlfriend, who always opposed me getting a dog, actually made me get one in the middle of the night. And it had to be the same breed as Xiaoba. Where the hell am I meant to find a dog in the middle of the night? You up there can be a bit more flexible in your thinking. You can't find a real dog in the middle of the night, but there are many sad lone dogs. I returned home and cried my eyes out holding my dog, even though the little rascal took advantage of my absence to chew up my new pair of sneakers. In the end, even the original poster who claimed that this movie was made by Yu for single dogs showed up in the comments section. Obviously, he was one of the first batch of audience. I'm guilty. I really thought Yu the Old Thief was considering our single dogs. Today's midnight snack is pickled fish soup. Let's drink to that, brothers. Everyone was trying to soothe their emotions. But obviously, most people will have a hard time healing in the short term. Meanwhile, through the spread of these movie reviews, Yu, once beloved by all, gradually completed his transition from a respectable teacher to an old thief. In the words of a certain netizen, "Birds of a feather flock together. None of those three bros are good people." Chu Kuang, the old thief, not to mention the countless times he's killed Biao, and Shadow, who obviously possesses top-level painting skills yet always deceives the readers, and now even Yu has become bad. I used to say that Yu is the last moral man among the three brothers. All those who make fans suffer are thieves. Someone even confidently asserted. Actually, all of this is premeditated. No wonder Yu wrote a song called 10 Years. He is clearly satirizing us in a cryptic way. After 10 years, the once inseparable couples meet again, each having found their own partners, becoming the most familiar strangers. But in the same 10 years, Xiaoba is still waiting for its professor and through wind and rain, and never gives up. A so-called couple is really no more persistent than a dog. Once this statement appeared, it was immediately shared by many people. The same 10 years, whether it's a coincidence or not, really makes sense if you think about it carefully. In 10 years, how many human couples have broken up? As for Xiaoba, a dog that supposedly doesn't know what emotions are, it waits tirelessly in wind, rain and snow, until it completely dies of old age. Compared to the fragility of human emotions, the loyalty of dogs really makes one sigh. By this time, Hachiko on Starry Sky Network has a score of 9.5. This score is even higher than Yu's widely accepted Flirting Scholar, which is a rare high score on the entire Starry Sky Network. And with this score, a new trend emerges in the comments section. Damn it! Why should only we, a group of people, be tortured by Yu late into the night? I hereby solemnly suggest that everyone should recommend this movie to the people around them. Nobody can run away. All of you must cry with me. As soon as this leading comment appeared, it immediately gained strong support from the first batch of viewers. Great idea. Off to recommend it to my buddies. A big gift for my bestie. I've already recommended it to my friends and posted it on my circle. Here's a little trick for recommending. Make sure to tell your friends that this is a very warm and healing movie. Got it? Keywords: warm, healing. The army of people who trick others is ready. Chapter 415. 393. The one who tricks others will always be tricked _1. Hey, are you asleep? I recommend you watch a movie. Late at night, someone clicked on his buddy's avatar. His buddy replied, I'm in the middle of cultivation. What movie are you recommending? The other party said, it's a very warm and healing movie, Hachiko. The buddy sent a confused emoji. Why do I feel something is off? Why would you suddenly recommend a movie to me in the middle of the night? Because this movie is truly excellent. It's Lin Yuan's. He hesitated. Teacher Admirable Fish's movie. Please don't read any reviews before watching it. You'll get spoiled by the spoilers. He emphasized that again. This buddy seems to be an ordinary fan of Lin Yuan, and immediately said, so it's Teacher Admirable Fish's new movie? Got it. I'm going to buy tickets. In another instance, on a film forum, someone is making a post inquiry. There's an internet celebrity on the blog recommending the movie Hachiko. Have any audience seen it and could talk about it? Unexpectedly to the person who made the post. Not long after his post, a reply appeared below. Good movie, very healing. The person who made the post expressed his doubts. Really? The commenter firmly responded, why would I lie to you? Just go and check the ratings on Starry Sky Network. But don't read the reviews. Most of them are filled with spoilers, which can severely impact the viewing experience. Starry Sky Network? The person who made the post immediately looked up Hachiko on Starry Sky Network and was shocked by the results. The movie Hachiko has a rating of 9.5. Holy cow, only classics get such high ratings. He quickly replied to the enthusiastic netizen. Thanks for the recommendation, brother. The rating is really crazy. I'm buying a ticket for the first show tomorrow morning. You won't regret it. The commenter, who was very enthusiastic, added, after watching this movie, I feel so warm. I feel like the whole world has become better. I believe you will be just as moved. At this time, in the forum, there were also other night owls lurking. After seeing the post, some of the night owls that didn't know much about films were drawn in, filled with curiosity and interest. What movie is this awesome? A rating of 9.5? That's pretty brutal. The movie is called Hachiko? Seems like it's Lin Yuan's new work. I saw the promotions before. Alright, I'm going to buy a ticket. Starry Sky Network's ratings are dependable. Lin Yuan's flirting scholar didn't even score this high? Looks like Lin Yuan has made another good movie. I'm definitely supporting this excellent film. These people didn't suspect anything fishy and certainly didn't bother to read the reviews, knowing how Starry Sky Network operates. 80% of those so-called movie reviews are spoilers. The viewing experience is bound to be lessened after being spoiled. Moreover, with the excellent word of mouth for Hachiko, how could the audience be collectively hyping it up? So, many people booked their tickets for the next day right on the spot. Such is the power of word of mouth. At the same time, in a small company group chat, an employee tagged a close colleague. I saw your moments and I saw the Hachiko movie you recommended. Is it good? What kind of movie is it? Healing, warm, touching, redemption. With a cute puppy avatar, the answer came at lightning speed. Apparently, to strengthen the persuasion, the colleague with the puppy-like avatar added, I can responsibly tell you that this is the absolutely must-see movie of this year. It's super classic, perhaps because it was a Saturday. Surprisingly, many people in the group chat hadn't gone to sleep yet. Seeing a conversation going on, people started joining the chat about the movie. Is that true? Is the movie really that awesome? I'm tempted to go see it. It won't hurt to go to the theater and find out, right? There is a show at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Who's going? Me. I'm in. Count me in. Since it's the rare Saturday break, everyone's enthusiasm for watching movies was really high. At this moment, someone asked the colleague with the puppy avatar, want to watch it for the second time? Not a chance. The guy with the puppy avatar responded without hesitation and hurriedly added, mainly because I have some things to take care of tomorrow morning, so I can't go to the movies with you guys. Enjoy your movie, and also, don't read the reviews beforehand. I believe you guys know this. Exactly. Reviews are filled with spoilers. Everyone replied adeptly, not thinking too much about it. They quickly organized a group purchase of movie tickets in the chat. Similar situations were happening elsewhere. The swindlers were efficiently gathering everyone they could convince. They kept recommending to anyone they meet, and the keywords were consistent. This movie is really healing. It's a warm and sunny film. After watching it, I felt full of love. I don't usually tell anyone this, but I'm recommending it because we have a good relationship. Sisters, hurry up and go watch it. This will really touch you as a dog owner. They were inflammations. Under the influence of these swindlers, More and more people began to buy tickets for Hachiko. The next day, a girl, sitting in the theater waiting for Hachiko to play, happily posted in her moments. I had a fight with my boyfriend a while ago, and I'm not feeling well. Came to the theater to watch Teacher Admirable Fish's new movie to heal myself. I absolutely love Teacher Admirable Fish's first movie, Flirting Scholar. I still remember Teacher Admirable Fish's promotional slogan of his film, Rescue the Unhappy. Teacher Admirable Fish, save me again. The girl specifically posted about her Hachiko ticket and a selfie of herself. Her best friend commented quickly, "Did you bring tissues?" The girl humorously replied to her best friend, "Why do I need a tissue to watch a movie? Am I going to poop in the theater?" The friend then replied with an ellipsis. She was about to carry on interacting, then the movie started. So she muted her phone and sat back, recalling her joke earlier. A smile spread on her lips, and she eagerly started to watch the movie. Clicking sound. The gears of time started to turn. Let's just fast forward 93 minutes later. At the same time in countless theaters, most of the viewers silently took out their phones and began to vent their feelings. Online or texting their friends. "Go screw yourself. Wang Xiaohua, you wait for me. He Mingxian, you're dead. I swear, next year today, I'll go and honor your dead body." Meanwhile, the girl who posted before going to the movie was now crying so much that she texted her best friend, "I have decided to break up with my boyfriend." Her best friend was stunned. "Huh?" She sobbed and said, "He's a far cry from Xiaoba." Her best friend. Not long afterwards, these people also happily joined the team of swindlers. They couldn't be the only ones who'd cry. So it is said, the swindlers are swindled. It's an endless cycle. Chapter 416. 394 We love each other very much _1. Without a doubt, the fleet of people spiting has grown. As the number of people who trick others grows, the number of victims will only increase, especially with the wave of movie viewing that starts on the second day. The internet is simply buzzing. On the Star Space Network, the movie review area for Hachiko is in utter chaos, and the resentment there is almost overflowing. How careless of me. What's happening to this society? The internet environment is seriously deteriorating. Where has the basic trust between people gone? My goddess actually recommended me to watch Hachiko. I will never be her fawning dog again. I suspect the movie ticket my mom bought for me was a gift for topping up my phone bill. Someone who shares his unfortunate fate comforts him. No way, it must have been picked out of the trash to dare to be such a cheat. Wipe away your tears. Let's fight back against this sick society. So many people have been deceived. Of course, the audience that got tricked later joined the trickster fleet, which is pretty normal, and the number of victims only increased. This led to Hachiko becoming hotter and hotter. More and more audiences are entering the cinema to watch the movie Hachiko. The reasons for these audiences to enter the cinema are varied. Some are tricked by friends, some are bewitched by netizens, and some are attracted by word of mouth. No matter why they enter the cinema, the nature of this film determines that all audiences enter happily and leave crying. Is this your idea of therapy? I'm in tears. Shinyu the old thief owes me tears. Lured into the cinema by a friend who said it was warm and healing, but half a bag of tissues wasn't enough. This movie cured my cold that lasted for several days. We, the green teas, are the most difficult to subside. In 2 days, I watched Hachiko 6 times with 6 different boys. How could this movie make people cry every time they watch it? I already know the plot. The 7th boy who invited me to watch the movie was categorically rejected by me. I dare not be such a green tea playgirl anymore. While the word-of-mouth reviews are alright, the tears are flying as high as the reviews. At this point, in addition to Shinyu being called an old thief by netizens, Chu Kuang and Shadow also got implicated. Many netizens complained. These 3 people, really, one is worse than the other. Southern Xianyu, Northern Chu Kuang, they all share the same knack for kicking people when they're down. I told you that this movie was so healing, I probably wouldn't have gone to see it. As you get older, you can't bear to watch these kinds of movies. They're just too torturous. You 3 deserve each other. You all stink alike. Shinyu, if you dare to make this kind of movie next time, I'll cry for you to see. The threat above is really harmless. Look at mine, Shinyu the old thief. If you dare to make this kind of movie again, I'll curse you. Today I'll start with a scolding, you big fool. Media with sharp senses, of course, would not miss noticing the booming reputation of Hachiko, and news of the movie's release flooded the pages. Xianyu's new tearjerker hits the screens. Healing or depressing? Hachiko, a film that touches countless audiences. Xianyu's new release. From extreme comedy to extreme tear-jerking. The unmissable film of November, Hachiko. Xianyu's third film officially released, starring Zhang Xiaoming. Under the blessings of all parties, by the end of the first week, the box office of Hachiko had reached 420 million. The growing fleet of people tricking had a huge part in this. For a film, the first week's box office is always the most exciting, because under the combined market of several continents, the golden period for the box office of a film that is not a blockbuster is generally just 2 or 3 weeks. Basically, by the third week, the box office figures will decline significantly because there are too many new movies in the market. However, this does not mask the astonishing box office results of Hachiko, which even surpassed Xianyu's previous movie. Keep in mind that the first week box office for The Tuner was only just over 300 million. And the total cost of this film, from production to promotion, was only around 50 million, with one part of the cost due to Zhang Xiaoming's high price tag as a movie emperor. Of course, since it's a film of his own company, Zhang Xiaoming reduced his fee and gave them the internal friends price. Otherwise, the cost of this movie might not be covered by 50 million. The experience proves that Zhang Xiaoming's decision to play in Hachiko was a wise one. This film might not be his highest grossing work, but it's definitely the one with the best reputation since he started his career. For an actor, the box office is important, but reputation is also a must. A good reputation is the foundation of box office performance. Furthermore, from any angle you look at it, the box office performance of Hachiko isn't bad, even for a drama film. It's among the top performing ones in the drama genre. And from the third day of its release, Zhang Xiaoming's agent started to feel the horrifying influence of Hachiko. The most direct evidence was the sudden increase in new film invitations. And some of these even included offers from top-tier directors. Actually, these top-tier directors would also consider an actor of Zhang Xiaoming's caliber. But the amount of invitations he was getting was definitely more than usual. It can be said that for Zhang Xiaoming, Hachiko was a milestone in his career where his acting skills were widely acknowledged. Of course, there were also netizens teasing online, saying that the best performance in Hachiko was Xiaoba. Zhang Xiaoming, naturally, wouldn't be jealous of a dog. He also liked Xiaoba very much, and would even joke gracefully when faced with the netizens' ribbing. I fall short compared to Mr. Antarctica's performance. Antarctica portrayed the grown-up Xiaoba. After the movie was released, the adult version of Xiaoba was the most loved by the audience. Even though it was just a dog, all the viewers unanimously agreed that they saw explosive acting skills in this dog. I feel some actors should really learn how to act from Antarctica. So the dog's name is Antarctica. I suggest that all future dog-related movies should cast Antarctica. There are 3 dogs in the movie. The performances of the puppy and the elderly dog were very touching, but the performance of the adult dog was the best. I even felt that Antarctica had human thoughts, although this is impossible. Antarctica, make your debut. When this dog first appeared on screen, I was telling my friends, it's amazing. How can there be such an interesting dog? It can convey emotions to the audience through its eyes. Turns out I wasn't the only one who noticed this dog. No wonder the subtitling team listed the dogs in the cast list. The performances of the 3 dogs were completely deserving, and Antarctica's performance was of a level that could debut immediately. Film critics were also busy. On Starry Sky Network, a review titled, "Just Asking You to Learn to Cherish," was trending. 5 years ago, I experienced the death of my first family member. A month before my grandfather died, my grandmother gave away our 8-year-old dog. I'm inherently scared of dogs, so I never wanted to get close to it. Although every time I visited my grandparents, it would wag its tail at me. Later, I asked my mom why she gave the dog away when it was so old. She said, from the time my grandpa fell seriously ill, the dog already stopped eating and drinking. I don't know where that dog is now, and I don't have the courage to ask. The author of this review was Han Jejia. At the beginning of the review, Han Jejia shared her story, and later, She brought up the content of Hachiko. Xianyu's film reminded me of that dog who fasted for my grandfather. I bring up this story to tell everyone that the story of Hachiko might not be a creation of the scriptwriters. Artistic craftsmanship or stirrings of beauty and invention. Please believe that Xiaoba has such loyalty and perseverance, even if the cost was 10 years. Actually, I later thought about getting a dog. Even though I didn't manage to get one, my understanding of dogs deepened in the process. For example, an adult dog's IQ is roughly similar to a 4-year-old child, and a dog's average lifespan is just over 10 years. This is why I eventually didn't get a dog. To you, this dog might have only accompanied you for a part of your life, but to the dog, you mean their whole life. In the end, Han Jejia evaluated the quality of the movie. I wanted to say, disregarding the touching 10-year wait by Xiaoba, from a professional film critic's perspective, this movie's setting is actually quite simple. It doesn't have the brilliant metaphorical shots of art films, or a strong scriptwriter or director's personal style, and certainly not shocking plot twists and mind-blowing elements. But I don't want to come to such a conclusion, because the essence of a movie is to tell a story. How well the story is told shouldn't be evaluated solely based on professional jargon and esoteric terms, but should look directly at our hearts. The question of whether the movie is good only needs one answer. Do you like this movie? Han Jejia didn't give an answer, but she rated the movie 9.3, which was her answer. And during the days when the movie's popularity continued to rise, Lin Yuan received quite a few endorsement invitations, not for Xianyu, but for Antarctica. Many business owners specifically wanted Antarctica to be their endorser. Lin Yuan initially wanted to reject it, but after asking Antarctica, he felt that Antarctica seemed quite eager, so he accepted an endorsement for a dog food brand on behalf of Antarctica. Lin Yuan himself didn't want to be involved, so he had his assistant Gu Dong accompany Antarctica to shoot the commercial. You're saying Antarctica can make several million with just one advertisement? That night, upon hearing that Antarctica had accepted an endorsement, Lin Yuan's sister Lin Xian couldn't contain her excitement and kept hugging and kissing Antarctica. Sis, I thought you didn't like dogs. Lin Yao stared in shock. When she and Lin Yuan brought Antarctica home, their sister wasn't very welcoming. She never touched Antarctica. When has she ever been this friendly? Stop making things up. We're very much in love. Lin Xian looked at Lin Yuan and Lin Yao and stressed. At least I don't force Antarctica to eat vegetables. Afterwards, Lin Xian looked at Antarctica with a beaming smile. Why don't you become a celebrity? Sis can be your manager. Lin Yuan. Lin Yao. So you're Antarctica's sister now? How should one calculate these relations? Chapter 417, 395, Wishing for Longevity _1. The success of Hachiko was also a topic of discussion in the circles of film and television. The people in the industry had yet again renewed their perception of Xianyu. This fish is really strong, from comedy to mystery, and now he's even dabbled in drama. These genres don't seem to match, yet the box office results are consistently high. Moreover, his works always receive positive public praise. This time, he even historically soared above a rating of 9 points. This was difficult for the experienced veterans of the film industry to imagine, considering how Xianyu is still a newcomer to the industry. All of Xianyu's movies, including Hachiko, are not very costly, yet they always scare people with how high their box office revenues are. People have the impression that Xianyu is very good at making a lot out of a little. Some even believe that Xianyu's screenwriting skills are nearly on par with his composition skills. However, this claim was quickly rebutted by those who know Xianyu. Xianyu's screenwriting skills can in no way compare to his achievements in composition. He is a maestro junior in the world of composition, but among the new screenwriters in the film and television industry, Xianyu's abilities are certainly considered top tier. As for the success of Xianyu this time, what truly shocked the industry was not the box office results of Hachiko. Through the box office data of the first week, you can see the ultimate potential of a film. Normally, the final box office of this film is estimated to be around 10 billion, slightly better than Xianyu's last film. But this box office data is something that many films can attain. After combining the box office from each state, many films have broken 100 billion at the box office. What's truly remarkable about Xianyu is the extremely low production cost of Hachiko. Also, let's not forget, Hachiko is a bona fide drama. In the movie market, dramas are never the type to fetch high box office, but to be able to make such a film receive both high acclaim and box office success, this in itself is well deserving of recognition. Lin Yuan himself is also pleased with the box office result of Hachiko. Although he didn't have a good understanding of the current market model, Lin Yuan was well aware of how hard it was for a drama to pull in good box office numbers. In Lin Yuan's initial estimation, as long as the box office of this film was close to that of The Piano Tuner, it would be considered a good result. But to his surprise, the box office of this film likely would surpass that of The Piano Tuner. This was pleasantly unexpected. Next, we should record December's new song. Although still watching the box office trend of Hachiko, Lin Yuan didn't forget about Battle of the Gods in December. He finally contacted Jiang Kuei to prepare for the recording of the song. The moment Jiang Kuei received the message, she immediately rushed to the recording studio. Teacher Admirable Fish. Here's the music, get familiar with it first. Lin Yuan took out the score for May We All Be Blessed with Longevity. Originally, Lin Yuan indeed had plans to change the title to How Long Will the Full Moon Last? But after careful deliberation, Lin Yuan decided to keep the original title. Because the words, How Long Will the Full Moon Last, do not convey the emotion as directly as May We All Be Blessed with Longevity. The latter's implication is also more beautiful. You must know that the most recognized timeless line in the Song of Water is May we all be blessed with longevity, sharing the beauty of the moon from 1,000 miles away. May we all be blessed with longevity? Jiang Kuei picked up the sheet music and immediately noticed the title. But what astonished her even more were the lyrics of May we all be blessed with longevity. Teacher Admirable Fish, these lyrics. Is there a problem? No, I just want to say. Jiang Kuei had a decent literary background. The moment she saw the lyrics, countless lavish descriptions flooded her mind, but she ended up uttering the most generic 4 words. It's so damn cheesy. Lin Yuan. Well, she wasn't exactly wrong. Give it a try. Lin Yuan said. We don't have to record it today. I'll help you get accustomed. All right. Jiang Kuei brimmed with enthusiasm as she strode into the recording studio with such force. The recording studio staff glanced at Jiang Kuei, their gazes tinged with a touch of emotion, just like the sound engineer previously said. This girl is so lucky. Such good songs and lyrics. If those kings and queens of song knew about them, they'd probably fight tooth and nail to sing them. Start with the beginning. Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to the thoughts of others and simply gave his instructions. Jiang Kuei nodded, almost reverently, as she tentatively began to sing. Lin Yuan remained silent, listening quietly. The initial phase was to familiarize Jiang Kuei with this song. The specific requirements would come once she was somewhat proficient. For outstanding singers, achieving basic proficiency doesn't take a long time. Half an hour later, Jiang Kuei had grasped the melody. Lin Yuan started to instruct. In the middle to low vocal range, sinus resonance is needed. Also, when in the high vocal range, there is no need to sing so loud. Just use the resonant effect of the facial mask to concentrate the voice, making it sound clear and penetrative. All right. Jiang Kuei immediately sang according to Lin Yuan's instructions. Even though it wasn't a formal recording from this first attempt, Lin Yuan was already frequently interrupting Jiang Kuei's singing. The resonance should be from your head. The control in the oropharyngeal area isn't natural enough. Don't just focus on techniques when singing, they should come naturally. Voice reduction during high notes is also a skill. Don't practice now. See if you can use your natural vocal range, or in other words, the strength and tone of your speaking voice, to sing the high notes from C5 to G5. Voice reduction has always been one of the most difficult techniques to master in singing. Teresa Tung was very skilled at high-note voice reduction. Some music fans even thought Teresa Tung didn't have a high pitch due to listening too much to overpowering high pitches. However, this is actually a very sophisticated way of dealing with high notes. The song, How Long Will the Full Moon Last, has high notes, but to the singer, they are not particularly high. He needs Jiang Kuei to exhibit stronger abilities. This is also why he gave Jiang Kuei the song to practice in advance. Jiang Kuei sang again following Lin Yuan's instructions, and this attempt showed a clear improvement. which made Lin Yuan nod slightly. Try it like this. Lin Yuan gave Jiang Kuei a demonstration. Lin Yuan had demonstrated many times in the recording studio, and the staff and others who have worked with Lin Yuan understood that in addition to writing lyrics and composing music, Lin Yuan's singing abilities were also very strong. However, his throat seemed to be unable to take intensive singing, so nobody was excessively surprised. The ending note should curl up? Yes, but it should sound natural. This is where Lin Yuan excels. He is able to communicate to singers like a fellow singer. In the film industry, some directors, having been actors themselves and possessing excellent acting skills, can particularly understand. Actors, therefore, they are also better at coaching. Lin Yuan's situation proved the principle of different methods leading to the same result. Just like that. While Hachiko was still being screened, Lin Yuan was in the recording studio, practicing singing with Jiang Kuei. This made singing, "How Long Will the Full Moon Last?" feel easier and more natural for Jiang Kuei. Not only was the singing getting better and better, but Jiang Kuei's confidence for the Battle of the December Gods was also growing significantly during this process. The main source of this confidence was the high quality of the song, "How Long Will the Full Moon Last?" itself. They practiced continuously for several days. Finally, Lin Yuan announced a halt to practice. "You have basically mastered the song. Continue to practice by yourself each day, and then we will officially record it in a week." Okay. Jiang Kuei's response was extremely loud. Lin Yuan nodded, then suddenly asked, "What happened to your eyes?" Jiang Kuei's eyes had been fine a few days ago, but today they are unusually red. Lin Yuan was worried if she was under too much pressure from singing practice. "My eyes." Jiang Kuei was taken aback and then looked a little resentful. "I ran into Yaohui yesterday, and he gave me a movie ticket to Hachiko, saying that the movie was warm and healing. So I thought, this is your movie, Maestro Jr., and I went to the cinema to see it last night." Lin Yuan. Chapter 418, 396. Brothers Transformation Plan _1. Since the release of Hachiko, Lin Yuan had been closely following the film's reactions, including news of people tricking others into seeing it. However, he never expected to witness a real-life victim right beside him. He could only offer his sympathy. On the second day, like usual, Lin Yuan got up early, freshened up, had breakfast, and prepared to go to work. It was almost December. The weather was starting to get cold. Lin Yuan, being the weakling that he was when it came to handling the cold, was already seriously considering wearing long johns. But considering winter had not officially arrived yet, he dispelled the idea. If he started wearing long johns now, what would he do when winter came? He couldn't possibly wear 2 pairs of long johns, could he? Lin Yuan could only put on a thick jacket and switch to a pair of denim pants with fur lining. He didn't put too much thought into his fashion choices. Although he wouldn't go so far as to wear brightly colored garments haphazardly, he also wouldn't study the art of clothing coordination. This was related to his family environment in his childhood. When it came to clothing, Lin Yuan was quite unfashionable in his childhood. This had nothing to do with personal taste and everything to do with his family's economic status. No matter how tasteful and fashionable a person, wearing patched up, outdated clothes, and carrying a military green backpack that had faded from years of use would inevitably give a rustic impression. Lin Yuan didn't have many options, and he didn't care anyway. It's just that Lin Yuan's face had a natural elegance and charm that to some extent overshadowed his rusticity. In contrast to the rustic clothes, it accentuated a sense of otherworldliness. Times have changed. Now, Lin Yuan had earned a lot of money, and the quality of his clothes had improved. But his childhood habit didn't change, and he still wore whatever clothes he had without making any intentional efforts to dress up. At least, this was the case until now. As Lin Yuan dressed in these clothes to go to work, his brother Lin Xian, who had gotten up late and was still eating breakfast, suddenly called out to Lin Yuan. "Stop! What is it?" Lin Yuan looked at his sister curiously, ready to transfer money to her via his phone. Every time his sister inexplicably stopped him, it was basically to borrow some spending money. However, Lin Xian wasn't asking for money this time. She was looking Lin Yuan up and down. "Tut Tu Tang, you need a new wardrobe. I think this is fine." Lin Yuan wasn't interested in this type of thing. In his house, only Lin Xian was fervent about fashion and dressing up. She would read the latest fashion magazines and study the clothes models wore. If she saw something she liked, she would buy it. Not enough salary? She could mooch off her brother. Lin Xian was no longer the poverty-stricken girl who had to decide whether or not to add a sausage to her instant noodles. The luxuries she had coveted in her childhood were now easily attainable with her brother's success. In addition to this, her own salary was not low, even higher than her peers' salaries at the same position. Silver Blue, their employer, was always extra generous with her. However, today Lin Xian seemed to be no longer satisfied with changing her own appearance. Her sights landed on her brother. How can the magnificent Xian Yu dress so casually? Doesn't your company have dress codes? I think so. And you dress like this? No one has said anything to me. Lin Yuan's retort left Lin Xian speechless. She gave him a dismal look, as if she had been struck by reality. After a moment, she managed to utter, "Anyway, my brother must dazzle. I have a day off today. I'll take you to buy clothes." "I have clothes. Your taste is too bad." Without giving Lin Yuan the chance to refuse, Lin Xian got in her car, dragging Lin Yuan along. "Ever since I started working, all your clothes have been bought by me online. From now on, let your sister help you buy your clothes." Oh, Lin Yuan was amenable. Even though Lin Xian's current clothes were much higher end than Lin Yuan's, when Lin Xian first started working, the clothes she bought for Lin Yuan cost a few hundred pieces each. At the same price, Lin Xian could have bought several outfits for herself, or even more. Don't ask why the clothes were so cheap. Lin Xian had even bought several skirts online for 10-odd pieces each. She could even wear a single skirt for half the summer. If she accidentally pulled and damaged it, she would feel distressed for several days. Speaking of being poor, Lin Xian was genuinely poor back then, nothing like she had told her younger brother and sister before she started working. "When I start working and make money, I'll buy myself the most beautiful dresses, the prettiest shoes, the sexiest black." After she started working, she did buy some nice clothes and pants, but those were all for her younger siblings. Anyone who knew Lin Xian had no doubt. After Lin Xian got married, she would definitely be possessed by a demon of sibling assistance, both for her brother and sister. In fact, Lin Xian has always unabashedly shared her dream of marrying a rich man. Unfortunately, this dream was abruptly dashed when Lin Yuan made a name for himself as Xian Yu. Now, she herself is the rich person. Taking Lin Yuan to the mall, Lin Xian demonstrated the manner in which rich people buy clothes. That is, swiping credit cards. Swiping the card. Lin Yuan seemed to be a natural clothes rack. Any clothing on Lin Yuan could always bring out the original design intention of the designer. When the fifth outfit was packed up, Lin Yuan finally couldn't stand it. "That's too much. Then let's change the place." Lin Xian reluctantly looked at them all. There were still several pieces of clothing that she hadn't bought. Yet, most of these clothes were ones she had seen male models wear in magazines. From that moment on, she had been fantasizing about how Lin Yuan would look in these clothes. Today was simply the long premeditated great brother makeover. The results proved that the basic physical limits of those male models had limited Lin Xian's imagination. If Lin Yuan hadn't pursued music and had become a model instead, their family would probably be wealthy by now. Change the place? Where to? Lin Yuan sensed that his sister still had more plans. "Barbershop. I've made an appointment with Master Tony." Lin Xian grinned smugly, not giving Lin Yuan a chance to refuse. She swiftly drove him to a barbershop that the average person wouldn't even want to enter just by looking at it. "Is this a legitimate establishment?" Lin Yuan was doubtful. "Your sister is a supreme member here." Lin Xian walked in with overbearing steps. Lin Yuan reluctantly followed, and they were warmly greeted by the staff. For some reason, Lin Yuan could see Senior Yaohua's shadow in the staff's attitude towards Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Yuan also received a warm welcome. During the hair washing, several female staff members nearly fought over who would wash Lin Yuan's hair. Lin Xian rambled on the side. "Your hair is too long, and you don't like to groom it. This won't do." Lin Yuan muttered. "Why don't you bother Big Yao Yao instead?" Lin Xian confidently responded. "She is still a student. It's not good for her to be too flamboyant. We'll talk about it after she graduates." Lin Yuan. This was a habit of his since childhood, never cutting his hair until it reached a certain length. To save money. Later, to save even more money, their mother bought their sister a pair of hairdressing scissors. Since then, Lin Yuan's haircuts were mostly done by his sister. Initially, the haircut was so odd that he had to wear a hat after it was done, but eventually, it was barely passable. It proved that Lin Xian's haircutting skills needed improvement. When Lin Yuan walked out of the barber shop, he was so dazed that he didn't even know what had happened, except that everyone on the streets was turning their heads to look at him. Even his sister, who was closest to him, licked her lips. Usually, Lin Yuan would also attract quite a few glances. He was used to it. Today, however, the rate of turned heads was exceptionally high, so high that even Lin Yuan, who had grown up under people's gaze, felt instinctively uneasy. Of course, one of the male clients being attended to in the barber shop excitedly pointed at Lin Yuan. "I want that hairstyle." Then, in the face of the barber's twitching face, he was gently reminded, "Sir, actually your facial features are better suited to your current hairstyle." The client objected, "Are you telling me what to do?" The barber was close to tears. "I'm sorry, I have limitations. You're not even compatible with this version. Bro." Chapter 419, 397 Top Lyricist Ni Hongwu _1. After giving Lin Yuan a complete makeover, Lin Xian finally let him off the hook. She even kindly drops him off in front of Starlight Entertainment's doorstep. "This is only fair to your handsome face. All right, off you go to the office." As Lin Yuan gets out of the car, Lin Xian sizes him up and down. Satisfied, she nods her head in approval. Her transformation plan for her little brother, a resounding success. Lin Yuan scrams and quickly runs into the company. The receptionists at the front desk cover their mouths in shock as they see Lin Yuan walk in, their eyes sparkling like little stars. Only after Lin Yuan swipes his staff ID card and goes upstairs do they suddenly realize. Was that handsome guy Mr. Lin? I think so. How come I feel like Mr. Lin has gotten even more handsome? I feel the same way. He was like a ray of light. It seems like he changed his outfit and got a new hairstyle. Oh my, how can anyone be this delicious? I'm going to die. This is too much. Let's tell everyone on the group chat right away. One of the receptionists quietly pulls out her phone and opens a group chat called Starlight's Admirable Fish Fan Club. This is an internal group chat at Starlight. All of its members are women. The group members range from receptionists to mid-level managers, with almost 200 members. A receptionist sends a message in the group chat. Receptionist Zhao Yin. Mr. Lin is in the office. He looks so handsome today. The group chat seems to awake suddenly. HR Department Xiao Lu. Does our Mr. Lin really need to dress up? Zhang Xian from the Resources Department. Oh my god. I just ran into Teacher Admirable Fish in the elevator. He looks so handsome when he dresses up. I think he's trying to kill me. Just take my life. It's all yours. Xiao Qin from the Film Department. Did you really just run into Mr. Lin? I've seen you hanging around the elevator multiple times this morning. Publicity Department Wang Xiaoa. No, I absolutely cannot imagine husband getting even more handsome. Receptionist Li Wan. It's a pity that I'm not on duty today. It was Zhao Yin who got the discount instead. Not being able to see Mr. Lin dampens the taste of my breakfast. Flurry of messages. The group chat erupts with a flurry of messages. All of a sudden, Ma Lingling from the composition department on the 9th floor sends a message in the group chat. Mr. Lin is here. My god, he looks stunning. The whole composition department was left speechless. Almost no one recognized Mr. Lin at first. When he doesn't dress up, Mr. Lin is practically the ideal man. But when he does, it's as if a god has descended upon us. Instantly, the group chat erupts with envy. Ma Lingling works in the composition department on the 9th floor, so she has the most opportunities to see Mr. Lin. At this time, a woman staff member from the administration department sends a message in the group chat. The company is updating the office equipment for a few representatives in their composition department. As usual, start with the 9th floor first. Arrange the best equipment for fish. Can someone from the relevant departments handle this? Sisters, rest assured, our department is also responsible for this. I'll supervise the process. The group chat's daily topic is always about Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan has no idea that there's such an organization in the company. When he enters his office, Gudong makes him a cup of tea and then stands aside. Lin Yuan lifts his head and asks, "Do you need something?" Gudong coughs. "No, I just didn't want to be far off in case you needed me. I'll call you if I need something." Lin Yuan then lowers his head to start reading documents. With no other choice, Gudong leaves, but not before sneaking a few more glances at Lin Yuan, as though not doing so would mean missing out. The attention from all around seemed to be far more exaggerated than before, but Lin Yuan adapted fairly quickly. After all, he had grown up in this type of environment, and the atmosphere now was just slightly more heated. Before long, Wu Yong rushed over. When he entered and saw Lin Yuan, he paused, then chuckled. Mr. Lin would certainly attract Star Scouts if seen walking down the street, wouldn't he? Lin Yuan replied, I came by car today. Wu Yong. What would have happened if he hadn't taken a car? He didn't ask, nor did he need to. What's up? Lin Yuan knew that Wu Yong usually came to him when there was an issue. Wu Yong hastily explained, It's not a big deal. I just wanted to know if you want to start a rumor that you'll participate in the Battle of the Gods in December. Quite a few kings and queens of singing, along with Maestro, have announced their participation. Lin Yuan replied, Let's announce it then. Having an opportunity to promote ahead of time was also a good thing. Wu Yong nodded, and then added, Fei Yang has also announced that he will participate in the new song chart in December. He's probably aiming at you since he lost to you twice in the seasonal chart. Considering the buzz online, he seems to be rather unsatisfied. Not to mention that the composer helping him with his song this time is teacher Yin Dong. Lin Yuan was aware of the buzz online. He had also heard of the never getting out of second place joke. Netizens' ability to create jokes was quite formidable. Weren't his own 3 alternate accounts filled with loads of jokes about him? Even his teacher Admirable Fish account, which had the best reputation, had recently been labeled as an old rascal by many netizens because of the heartbreaking movie Hachiko. As for Yin Dong, last December, Yin Dong had teamed up with Fei Yang, but they lost to him. So, not only Fei Yang, but also Yin Dong probably wanted to compete with Admirable Fish. Again. Oh yes. Wu Yong hesitated for a moment, then expressed his concern. It's not just that Maestro Yin Dong has boosted Fei Yang. They've also invited the famous lyricist, Neon Dance Teacher, who once said in Literature and Art Gazette that your composing ability is better than your lyric writing ability. Neon Dance. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He had heard about the famed lyricist, Neon Dance. Of course, it wasn't because this person had evaluated his lyric writing ability. Lin Yuan never cared about things like that. He knew of Neon Dance because she really was stellar. Neon Dance was a native of Chu continent. But even before the Chu continent was merged, many top composers from Qin continent used to have Neon Dance write lyrics for their works, which attests to her high status in the lyric writing world. After all, Qin is known as the land of music. There were plenty of talented composers in Qin. The fact that Neon Dance, being a Chu native, was highly recognized by the land of music even before the merger, said a lot about her skills. Quite clearly, Fei Yang and his team are out for no good. Wu Yong looked at Lin Yuan with a worried expression. In terms of lyrics, composition, or singing, they've put forth their strongest lineup. Indeed, they're quite formidable. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Wu Yong felt helpless. Apparently, Mr. Lin hadn't grasped the underlying meaning of his words. Mr. Lin, you are still going to write lyrics and music by yourself for this. I'm not worried about that, but I heard you've chosen Jiang Kuei as the singer. Isn't that a bit of a risk? Isn't she good? No, that's not the issue. The main thing is, our opponents are either kings or queens of singing, backed by powerful teams. I'm afraid Jiang Kuei may not be able to keep pace with you. Lin Yuan explained. Jiang Kuei is extremely talented. Wu Yong hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. He feared if he continued urging further, Mr. Lin might whimsically retort. Then I will collaborate with Sun Yaohua. Even though Sun Yaohua had been propelled to the first line by Mr. Lin, Wu Yong believed that Jiang Kuei was more powerful in comparison. However, Wu Yong found it quite challenging to envision how Jiang Kuei would compete against those kings and queens of singing. At 8 o'clock that evening, Starlight Entertainment officially announced on social media that Admirable Fish would participate in the Battle of the Gods in December. November was still not over. But the moment many people saw Admirable Fish announcing his participation in the Battle of the Gods, they could suddenly smell a whiff of gunpowder from December. Chapter 420, 398, The Target of All_1. In the music industry, it was expected that Xian Yu would participate in the Battle of the Gods in December. For much of this year's major seasons, Xian was absent for a long time. So when September came around, Xian made a strong comeback. With the song 10 Years, and his return as a king had secretly foreshadowed this moment. But when this moment actually came, many people still felt an emotion they hadn't experienced in a long while: excitement. Online, netizens were too excited to even pay attention to the Great Melee in November, and everyone's hearts almost simultaneously flew to the unarrived Battle of the Gods in December. He is coming. He is coming. He is walking towards us with the trophy of the defending champion. Please welcome with a round of applause last year's king, Xian Yu's appearance. Ha ha ha. I love Xian Yu's irregularities. He disappears in the first half of the year and attacks heavily in the second half. I don't know if Xian Yu can still get the championship this time. PFF, win another championship? Do you understand what that means? Let me explain. In the Battle of Gods, the chance of consecutive championships is very low. I statistically analyzed the data from the past decade. Great Qin's historical probability of consecutive championships is only 33%. These are previous data. Now with the unification of the 3 continents, other continents also have kings of singing and maestros. So, the difficulty of the Battle of Gods at year-end has already reached hell mode. Xian Yu's re-win chances are probably even lower. No matter what, it will be exciting with Xian Yu participating. Indeed exciting. This year it is the battle of top musicians from Qin, Qi, and Chu. Everyone is excited, not because everyone thinks Xian Yu is stronger than others in the Battle of Gods. The Battle of Gods is a battle between immortals. It is difficult for anyone to stand out alone. In the end, it is all about who performs better at the end of the season. Even the emperor's throne is taken turns to rule, and no one has ever consecutively won the Battle of Gods. Even to win the championship once is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, Xian Yu's participation can make countless people excited, and the most important reason is Xian Yu's status as the defending champion. Don't forget that in December last year, Xian Yu topped the Battle of Gods with the song Red Sunday. Now the Battle of Gods is making a comeback. If Xian Yu, last year's defending champion, does not participate, it feels like there is something missing to everybody. Therefore, everyone is delighted to see Xian Yu participate. Not just the netizens. Those kings and queens of singing and maestros who have already announced that they will participate in the Battle of Gods in December also love this. What? The music industry changes color when Xian Yu is mentioned? Fear of fish syndrome in the music circle? Sorry, that's something ordinary people worry about. We kings and queens of singing certainly aren't afraid of Xian Yu. The maestros fear even less. Some people will participate in the Battle of Gods in December specifically to cook up a delicious bowl of fish head soup. Now that the fish is ready, it just waits to be slaughtered. For the kings and queens of singing and even the maestros, there is no greater sense of achievement than defeating the last year's reigning champion. If Xian Yu does not participate in the December season list, some people would actually be disappointed. Like Fei Yang. God knows how closely Fei Yang has been watching Starlight's movements recently. The first question he asks his assistant every morning when he wakes up is, has Xian Yu officially announced his participation in the Battle of Gods yet? Today, Fei Yang finally received a satisfactory answer. His wait has not been in vain, nor have all his preparations been in vain. That fish has finally appeared. He brings with him the aura of the reigning champion, and as soon as he enters, he becomes the eye candy for everyone. At this moment, Fei Yang has already arranged a perfect script for the Battle of Gods. This script is himself making a magnificent ascent to the top and clinching the championship song, and Xian Yu, as last year's reigning champion, ideally placing second. What? Xian Yu is third, fourth, or even lower in ranking? No way. Absolutely not. If Xian Yu's ranking isn't high, won't it indirectly convey to everyone that this year, Xian Yu's preparations for the Battle of Gods were not enough? Fei Yang, want to defeat Xian Yu at his peak. Only if Xian Yu gets second place will everyone feel that Xian Yu remains formidable, but I am the stronger one. Besides, Fei Yang's biggest motivation at this moment is to beat Xian Yu, letting him taste the bitterness of being in second place. For the last 6 months, Fei Yang has been contemplating how he's going to shake off the label of the perennial runner-up. He even took inspiration from the first generation, Chen Jiyu. Chen Jiyu, the eternal runner-up, chose to join his rivals once he realized he could not beat them. He joined Starlight and managed to rid himself of his second place label by riding the coattails of Xian Yu's success. But Fei Yong will not do that. Fei Yong is no coward. Even if it means starving to death or jumping off a cliff, he would not ever join Xian Yu. He intends to always stand in opposition to Xian Yu, constantly imposing a threat. So, Fei Yong came up with the strategy to defeat Xian Yu. Only by making Xian Yu the runner-up could Fei Yong shake off the label of being the perennial second-place Mr. Second. This is the only proper way to shake off that label. Fei Yong is confident about this. At this point, Xian Yu should already see him as the #1 rival in this war of the gods. Exactly. Those who have made it to the level of king and queen of singing, those who are deemed maestros, are all filled with self-confidence, arrogance, and a powerful urge to win. This is true for Fei Yong. It's also true for other kings and queens of singing and the maestros in December. They will not be defeated. They will only transform their resentment into motivation, growing stronger after every setback. That is the only secret to their success. There are no shortcuts. Fear of Xian Yu? Fear at the mere mention of Xian Yu? These are simply the products of ordinary people's fear. Every king and queen of singing and every maestro have once brought this level of fear and trepidation to the music industry. They have made ordinary people this afraid. Xian Yu is merely walking a path taken by the many before him, facing similar vistas. Therefore, the situation is quite delicate. Many hope that Xian Yu can do extremely well this year, while at the same time, they don't want him to outdo them. Just the conditions for this situation to arise are sternly rigorous. In light of this, the industry insiders heave a sigh. The target of public criticism, indeed. These big shots all want to slaughter that fish. Who would have thought that the underlying reason for this battle of the gods this year is because they all want to eat the fish? If Xian Yu doesn't participate in the war of the gods this year, these people will probably suffer insomnia out of frustration. If I were Xian Yu, I might have flinched. The challenge of winning the championship again is plain to see. Why should I be a backdrop for others? You can't say that. What if Xian Yu wins? Many people pause, then start to ponder. It seems like there is indeed a possibility for Xian Yu to win. He daringly released a song of the caliber of 10 years in September. What does that imply? It suggests that he thinks the song prepared for December is even better than 10 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any reasons not to save 10 years for a December release. With this in mind, many start to muse. But just when the music world starts to consider Xian Yu's winning odds, Starlight suddenly released a message the next day. Xian Yu collaborates with singer Zhang Kuei on a new song, May You Live Long. Stay tuned. The music world was stupefied. No one expected that Xian Yu, for this December, chose not to collaborate with one of Starlight's kings or queens of singing, but rather an insignificant little singer. Zhang Kuei. Chapter 4:21. 399. When will the lyricist be able to stand up? _1. Describing Zhang Kuei as a small singer is actually a bit harsh. Even if she isn't an A-list artist right now, Zhang Kuei can be at least considered a borderline A-list singer who could easily attain a higher rank with a little push from her company. In terms of her status within the music industry, she's already very high. If anyone doesn't understand, we can use Chunjiu as a unit of measurement for comparison. The current Zhang Kuei is almost on par with 4/5 of Chunjiu before he became the perennial runner-up. She's got the fame. She's got the talent. But to some extent, it's not wrong to categorize Zhang Kuei as a small singer. Because the point of comparison for Zhang Kuei isn't Chunjiu. It's the leading singers represented by Fei Yong. Xian Yu and Maestro are worthy of comparison. The Battle of the Gods competition in December last year was the perfect proof. But what about Zhang Kuei? How does she compare to the leading singers? So when the industry saw Starlight's official announcement, they were collectively dumbfounded, and metaphorically, their glasses shattered all over the ground. Something must be wrong. How could Zhang Kuei be on the list for the mighty Battle of the Gods? With all the top singers present, who could Zhang Kuei's petite figure possibly hold her ground against? Suddenly, discussions started brewing within the industry. Who the heck is Zhang Kuei? Can't the top-tier music company feel the top singer? What clout does Zhang Kuei have to be this brash? Is there some shady background stuff with Starlight? If Xian Yu was kidnapped by Starlight, blink twice. Stop guessing. Nobody would dare force Xianyu to do anything in Starlight, unless they've gone completely bonkers. Given Xianyu's status, he could cherry-pick any top singer within or even outside Starlight. The only plausible assumption for choosing Jiang Kuei is that Xianyu himself wanted to play this way. Has he gone mad? They are crazy for involving Jiang Kuei in the Battle of the Gods. This is as absurd as involving Sun Yaohua in the Battle of the Gods, even though I concede that Jiang Kuei does have strong singing skills. The big shots of the Battle of the Gods might be shocked too. Blunt words, sound argument. Unless every senior executive of Starlight has water in their brains, no one would force Xianyu into anything. If they dared to play this way, in less than an hour, countless music company executives, even chairmen, would personally invite Xianyu to their companies, with offers of courtesy and respect beyond measure. That is beyond doubt. So, it must be Xianyu's own decision. Starlight might even be the victim. Because they don't dare to dictate Xianyu's actions, they ended up allowing Jiang Kuei, a somewhat out-of-place singer, to be listed on the roster for the Battle of the Gods. Otherwise, which company would arrange such an unreliable lineup? When Starlight announced this news, netizens also began discussing, what is Xianyu trying to do? He's not collaborating with top singers for the Battle of the Gods. I only realized today why they say Xianyu loves to promote newcomers. He's using even the Battle of the Gods to promote people. He's really going all in to promote newcomers. Could this be Xianyu's subtle way of providing himself with an escape route? Arrange for Jiang Kuei in the Battle of the Gods. If he wins, it shows how capable Xianyu is. If he loses, Xianyu can easily pin the blame on Jiang Kuei, claiming that he didn't partner with the top singers, and hence had an inherent disadvantage. Some speculated maliciously. The fact is, from the moment Starlight announced a collaboration between Jiang Kuei and Xianyu for December, such malicious conjectures were bound to arise. But such conjectures are destined to be unpopular. Immediately, people began to retort. Though the movie Hachiko, directed by Xianyu the Old Rascal, is truly a love-hate experience, the Battle of the Gods is not necessarily about winning the top spot. Even Maestro doesn't have that much pressure, let alone Xianyu. Xianyu isn't that petty. Why don't you interpret Xianyu's move as absolute confidence? Because he has so much faith in his new song. He believes that he can achieve good results even without collaborating with the King of Singing or the Queen of Singing. But this is the Battle of the Gods. So what if it's the Battle of the Gods? Xianyu has been champion once before, and last year's win was undisputed. It's understandable if he wants to ramp up the challenge this year. Jiang Kuei's appearance was too strange. There were all sorts of interpretations. However, just as some industry insiders had imagined, the big players who were participating in the December Battle of the Gods were shocked by the news from Starlight. Normally, those who could participate in the Battle of the Gods were experienced warriors who had seen far more trials and tribulations than ordinary folks. After so many seasons of ups and downs, what haven't they seen before? But this, they had not seen before. It was like everyone was already rubbing their hands in anticipation of savoring a big, delicious fish head soup. But the kitchen ended up serving up a tiny fish fry. Where's the fish head soup we were promised? Even a cat would find such a small fry too little, okay? We didn't even need a single shiver of excitement, because we could already taste the blandness in advance. Glamorous entertainment company. Fei Yang saw Starlight's announcement on the tribal activity feed. He initially intended to slam his fist hard on the desk, but the force ended up taking a twist, landing on the soft leather of the chair. What's the meaning of this, Xianyu? Despite the thud on the chair's cushion being far less authoritative than it would have been on a desk, Fei Yang's anger was plainly visible. Is he belittling me by selecting Jiang Kuei for the challenge? Who knows what composers are thinking? Neon, also at Glamorous Entertainment today, casually said. She glanced at Yin Dong, with a hint of double entendre. Neon was considered a top-tier lyricist in the industry, but her collaboration with Yin Dong this time was full of hiccups. She had submitted countless revisions of lyrics, all of which Yin Dong didn't like, which further pushed back her hairline due to endless nights of work. This was indeed a silent expression of discontent. Why are music composers so highly regarded? I am a lyricist too. When will lyricists finally raise our head high? Make these composers beg for us lyricists to intervene. Dong appeared oblivious to Neon's discontent. He casually said, "You have become overly fixated on Xianyu. Of course, I also want to defeat Xianyu, but my ultimate goal is not so much him as it is the December championship." Fei Yong paused, then nodded vigorously. "No matter what Xianyu is thinking, as long as I win the December championship, I'll be happy. Xianyu will pay the price for his rashness and arrogance." Dong, as always, was poker-faced. Neon at the side shrugged. "Composing and singing are your matters, decisions I can't make. The only thing I can guarantee you both is that the lyrics I write will not be the weak link. They will be the finest lyrics at the December Battle of the Gods. I have complete faith in teacher Neon's songwriting." Fei Yong showed a smile. "Of course, I also have utmost confidence in teacher Dong's composing as well as my singing." Fei Yong made a slight adjustment to the script in his mind. He was still going to take first place, but Xianyu probably wouldn't be able to secure second place. This made Fei Yong feel regretful. He even felt a pang of loneliness. A fist that had been wound up for nearly a year ended up punching a ball of cotton. Naturally, Fei Yong would feel both lonely and regretful. In fact, many major figures in the upcoming December Battle of the Gods had the same feeling. Where was the glory in such a victory? Chapter 422, 400. Official release of May We Live Long _1. Those crowned the king or queen of singing, and the maestros behind them, chose to collaborate with one another to ensure the flawless execution of the Battle of the Gods. Obviously, the lineup of music kings, queens, and maestros would form the strongest group. Jiang Kuei's existence would undoubtedly hamper Xianyu's progress, a fact that was clear to anyone with eyes. So everyone thought. Even if Xianyu won the Battle of the Gods, it would feel somewhat like a hollow victory. But the situation was irreversible. As for the upcoming Battle of the Gods, Xianyu's significance in everyone's eyes had dropped to mere participation. He was no longer everyone's imagined nemesis. There was no helping it. The industry gradually accepted the fact that Xianyu had semi-given up on the Battle of the Gods and turned its attention to another group. Fei Yong is pretty strong this year. With Maestro Dong composing, top lyricist Ai Hongwu penning the lyrics, and the best music producers and arrangers in the field, their strength on paper was indeed the greatest. The combination of Long Dai and Li should not be underestimated. I favor this pair. Fei Yong is clearly going all out against Xianyu. But who would have known that Xianyu wasn't planning to go all out? Fei Yong must be quite upset. The opponent he valued most doesn't seem to care much for the Battle of the Gods. Unless something unexpected happens, the person who can defeat Fei Yong next month will grab the championship song. Speaking of which, Xianyu is the defending champion, but Fei Yong was also the runner-up last year. As the defending champion chooses to perform subpar, for many significant figures, defeating the runner-up might be a source of pleasure and motivation. After Xianyu, it was Fei Yang's group that became the most significant obstacle in many people's eyes. At this time in Starlight Entertainment, Jiang Kuei in the recording studio, looking at the comments about her online, felt a surge of energy building up within her. There was a fire in her eyes. How dare everyone look down on me? Why does everyone think that I will hold back teacher Admirable Fish? When Ninth Floor chose to cultivate Yao Hua and me, that's what people in the company thought. When Xianyu chose to collaborate with me on a new song for the Battle of the Gods, that's what people in the industry thought. Even netizens don't understand at all. Am I really that terrible? Do they think I'm an easy target? Jiang Kuei bit her lip, her fists clenched under her sleeves, with the nails digging into her flesh. She wished she could shout at everyone. Don't despise the youth when they're poor. The east and west of the river may change over 30 years. Prepare to record. Lin Yuan suddenly walked into the recording studio. This was the day he had chosen for recording. Jiang Kuei's strong empathy as the lead actress in her interior drama abruptly disrupted. Standing in front of the microphone, with a more cautious look at Lin Yuan, she tentatively said, "All right then." Lin Yuan nodded his head, greeted the staff in the recording studio, was evidently planning to complete the task of recording that day. About 10 minutes later, the official recording began. Having rehearsed for some time beforehand, coupled with Lin Yuan's days of coaching, Jiang Kuei had achieved a perfect grasp of the song. Seemingly, the criticisms from the outside world did indeed stir up Jiang Kuei. Her recording status today was surprisingly good. The whole song was recorded very smoothly. Both emotions and singing techniques all met Lin Yuan standards. That'll do. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan took off his headphones and declared, "Recording complete." Speaking of the performance result, today's recording by Jiang Kuei was the best version she had sung these days. Lin Yuan was very satisfied. It was not in vain that he had spent so long with Jiang Kuei preparing for the official recording. Though Xian Yu was no longer the hot topic for the Battle of the Gods, this did not affect his musical status in the hearts of numerous netizens as the season ended. In the following days, news about the Battle of the Gods was ubiquitous online. The Battle of the Gods is coming soon. Fei Yang's exclusive interview. This year I am participating in the Battle of the Gods not to show off, but to let everyone know that what I lost must be reclaimed by me. King and Queen of Singing are ready. December's War Beacon. 6 maestros have arrived. Yin Dong leads the maestro lineup in the Battle of the Gods, who will be crowned new king. Maestro Long Dai exclusive interview. My only competitor has always been myself. The news bombardment of this level was even more exaggerated than that in November. At the end of November, netizens' anticipation for the Battle of the Gods had reached its peak, almost overflowing. On November 30th, there was a countdown for the Battle of the Gods on the Music Association's official website. Even the official platform was attaching great importance to the Battle of the Gods. 10 hours until the official start of the Battle of the Gods. 9 hours until the official start of the Battle of the Gods. 8 hours until the official start of the Battle of the Gods. The countdown on the Literature and Art Association's official website kept updating in real time. All major music platforms followed suit, exacerbating the nerves of netizens and music fans to an exceedingly sensitive degree. It's about to start. Why am I so excited? After all, it's the annual celestial battle. Which song to listen to first is a problem. I'm really looking forward to several songs. In comparison with the battle at midnight, the competition among the top singers in November is like a younger brother. Black Bull is ready, brothers, charge tonight. I'm so damn excited. I, who never stay up late, can't help but plan to stay up till midnight. The Literature and Art Association even set a countdown. It feels like New Year's Eve, ha ha ha. Apparently, the rankings will be released directly tonight. No need to wait until tomorrow. Gods are battling in groups online. Which maestro will top the songs? A multitude of eyes were glued tightly to the ticking countdown. In the wait, the sky slowly darkened, and the moon gently rose into the sky. As the prompts of 1 hour left until the official start of the Battle of the Gods were published by various music platforms and the Music Association's official website, waiting netizens' spirits abruptly intensified. Inside the bedroom of a certain mansion, Fei Yang had already sat in front of the computer early. He brewed a cup of instant coffee and quietly waited for midnight to arrive. The wind gently swirled outside the window. The moonlight drifted faintly inward. Excitement and nervousness were intertwined within Fei Yang, causing his legs to fidget restlessly. Unknown time passed. Fei Yang's phone suddenly vibrated. Fei Yang picked up his phone and saw it was a message from Ni Hongwu in the group. In the lyrics section, I can crush the gods. I hope someone doesn't drag us down. If we don't win the championship, it's definitely not my fault. This was a small 3-person group. Only Fei Yang, Yin Dong, and Ni Hongwu were in the group. This was a small group that Fei Yang had created specifically for the Battle of the Gods collaboration. Seeing Ni Hongwu's message, Fei Yang chuckled, and his nervousness dissipated quite a bit. Of course, he knew that Ni Hongwu was taking a jab at Yin Dong. The two had quite a lot of friction during the lyrics and composition collaboration process, which left Ni Hongwu very dissatisfied. Don't worry. Then Yin Dong appeared, seemingly in response to Ni Hongwu. There is no problem with my composition, and there will be no problem with my singing. Fei Yang confidently replied, typing with forceful fingers. He wanted to continue the chat, but the alarm he had set on his phone suddenly rang. Fei Yang glanced at the time. It was precisely midnight right now. Fei Yang hastily put his phone down, put on his headphones, and clicked open the music player right away. His expression was as serious as a soldier in uniform, ready to rush to his battlefield. It's time. Battle of the Gods. Fei Yang clicked open the music special on his player. Meanwhile, Within the merged three continents, countless hands were moving their mouse at the same time and forcefully pressing down the confirm left button. Chapter 423, 401. Fei Yong was the first to open the broadcast player focused on the Battle of the Gods. But when a myriad of new works, sung by the kings and queens of song and personally produced by the maestros appeared before his eyes, Fei Yong was suddenly overcome by a sense of bewilderment and pause. The list was indeed full of bigwigs. The work of a certain maestro in Qin land, the work of a certain queen of song in Qi land, the work of a certain maestro in Chu land, and so on. All of them were considered Fei Yang's powerful competitors in this battle of the gods. But with so many works, whose song should I listen to first? The sense of solitude that had arisen some time ago when Xian Yu chose Jiang Kuei to perform his work suddenly resurfaced. Fei Yong was somewhat astounded to realize that he never thought of anyone other than Xian Yu as a competitor in his eyes. Even though this was the battle of the gods. Even though everyone else was pretty insane too. And even if someone could be stronger than Xian Yu. It seemed to Fei Yong, beating Xian Yu was far more critical than securing a champion track from the battle of the gods. So, I really came straight for you. The mouse wheel rolled slightly as Fei Yong muttered to himself. His gaze quickly skimmed across the songs lined up in the front row, eventually unable to resist and locking onto Xian Yu. It seemed like this was the only reason for him to participate in the battle of the gods. How long will the full moon last? Subconsciously, Fei Yong murmured this song's title, a song by Xian Yu. Without much hesitation, he clicked play amidst sighs and regrets. Due to certain objective reasons, even though Xian Yu was not his opponent this time, the feeling of punching into the void was too overwhelming. So much so that Fei Yong, even knowing that the opponent's piece posed no threat to him, still chose Xian Yu as his first punch-out target in the Battle of the Gods. Lyrics, Xian Yu. Composition, Xian Yu. Performed by Jiang Kuei. This seemed to align well with Fei Yang's current feelings. As the introductory text for the song gradually faded, the prelude to How Long Will the Full Moon Last began with a cello, then seamlessly transitioned to piano. The mellifluous music carried a subtle melodrama and a vague sense of loneliness. Oh, while adjusting his headphones to a more comfortable position, Fei Yong couldn't help but grumble. Is this going the sentimental route this time? Seems like he's given up on the charts. The song Red Sun last year was much more fitting for topping the charts, with its strong rhythm, soaring melody, and an intro that pulls listeners into the melody, making them feel like grooving along. Winning the championship was well-deserved. Compared to that, this sentimentality, how could it compete with me? Suddenly, Fei Yang's voice came to an abrupt halt. The motion of him adjusting his headphones froze as well. This left him in an extremely awkward pose. Through the ultra-comfortable foam cover of the headphones, echoed a woman's voice. It was enchantingly smooth and sophisticated, yet laced with a languid loquacity, slowly magnifying all the unidentifiable emotions. How long will the full moon last? I drink to the moon, not knowing the celestial palace up high. What year is it tonight? Fei Yang's hand abruptly dropped. A crisp sound abruptly echoed, as if a silk cloth being torn. All the loneliness and melancholy tangled in his heart were instantly shattered. It's like a bolt of lightning from the sky piercing through the black mist, much like a dazzling lightning bolt shooting through the heart of the sky. Bang! Fei Yong suddenly snapped back to reality. He felt that everything around him had changed. The computer and the headphone wires started distorting, and he seemed to be standing in the middle of a vast emptiness filled with darkness, the high heavens, and the lonely moon hanging above him, while the corner of the celestial palace loomed in and out of the mist, and the faint celestial music was heard. The ethereal scene was devoid of any earthly aura. Fei Yong forgot everything, and he felt more insignificant than ever. In the vast universe, he was just a speck of dust, drifting along with the waves. The piano continued resonating. The cello continued setting the tone. The coffee by the desk hadn't been touched. In the not-so-flamboyant arrangement, only the slightly lifted tail of every line of the song was reminding Fei Yong. He was listening to Xian Yu's new song, not contemplating something profound about life. He jerked into reality once again. The darkness and emptiness disappeared. What's in front of me is still the computer and long headphone cord. It seems that a momentary clarity shifted the sound back into focus. The song came in phases, as dazzling as fireworks, as peaceful as a gentle breeze. I wish to ride the wind back home, but fear the porcelain tower, the jade mansion. The high places are bitterly cold, dancing with the clear shadows. What is it like in the mortal world? No longer the faintly divine sounds from the celestial palace, but one step in reality of the mortal world, yet still having an unavoidable meaning of refinement. At this moment, Fei Yang's pupils contracted to the extreme, almost to the point where even the tip of his heart was trembling. If the computer screen was off at this moment, a face with an extremely exaggerated expression would surely reflect from the screen. When the song reached, turn the vermilion tower, lower the lovely door, light up the sleepless, there should be no resentment, who always turned full at times of parting. Fei Yang was already out of sorts. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The performance was still going on, but Fei Yang's brain began to blank out bit by bit, almost incapable of thinking, as if entering a strangely philosophical state. Then, his face grew increasingly pale. The sound in his headphones gradually became meandering and undulating, going back and forth 1,000 times, like a sigh from 1,000 years ago, or even from another time and space. People have joys and sorrows, and moons have ebb and flood. This is anciently tough to make perfect. The music spreads in a calm transition, like regret, or more like a kind of relief. When Fei Yang, who was listening to the music, regained a bit of consciousness, he was already sweating, and in shock, he felt a tingling sensation from his scalp. His brain still wasn't responding. But the voice from Jiang Kuei was not hoarse, even suppressed at times, yet carried a kind of overpowering force. May we all be blessed with longevity, sharing the beauty of this graceful moonlight even thousands of miles apart. Click. Fei Yang suddenly stopped the playback. He stood silent under the light for a moment, then began to breathe heavily, finally picked up the now cold coffee and gulped it down. Cold coffee sliding down his throat, freezing and yet sweet, sour, bitter, spicy. He had not expected this hastily brewed instant coffee to have such complex tastes. Not until then did he feel a slight circulation in the stifling atmosphere surrounding him. He couldn't help but cry out loudly. His thoughts slowly returned. He could finally speak properly. What the hell? He screamed with his mouth open, seemingly more desirous to express himself to the air, but after opening his mouth for a long time, he couldn't utter a single superfluous word. Thunk. While speaking, Fei Yang put down his cup. His hand seemed to shake slightly. The trembling grew bigger and bigger until it couldn't be controlled. In the end, he accidentally knocked his phone to the floor. The phone fell onto the floor. The screen suddenly lit up. A few cracks spread on it, obviously from just now. But Fei Yang isn't focusing on the need to replace the phone screen at this moment. It was a group chat screen. The chat history stopped exactly at Ni Hongwu's sentence, "I can kill all gods," with the part of the lyrics. Ding dong. There were message notifications in the group chat from Yin Dong. There was nothing specific, just a simple punctuation mark. Fei Yang struggled to breathe again. He tried to control his shaking hand, pressing on the screen that was already less sensitive. The content was basically the same as Yin Dong, just longer. Chapter 424, 402 Su Immortal Descends _1. Long Dai's new song is really not bad. Whether it's the melody or the singing, it all has a charm that moves one's heart. The only flaw is that the lyrics are a bit plain. These lyrics aesthetics of the maestro really gives one a headache. Around the same time, in Chuland, inside her own office, Ni Hongwu was listening to the new song composed by Maestro Long Dai in the Battle of the Gods, with headphones on, feeling somewhat regretful for the imperfect lyrics as she listened. After listening to Long Dai's song, Ni Hongwu looked at her phone and immediately saw the question marks sent by Yin Dong and the 13 question marks sent by Fei Yang in the small group chat. Such an amount of question marks also involuntarily put a lot of question marks in Ni Hongwu's mind. What do you two mean? Ni Hongwu was somewhat puzzled. Coincidentally, as Ni Hongwu looked at this group chat, suddenly came a song from the headphones. How long will the full moon appear? I raise my wine and ask the blue sky. No one knows, in the celestial palace, what year it is tonight. This was a coincidence triggered by the shuffle play. As it turned out, Ai Hongwu, like Fei Yong, didn't know whose song to listen to first, so she chose to shuffle all the songs from the Battle of the Gods. Now it's just shuffled to Xian Yu's new song, Hope for Eternity. Only a few lines were sung, but Ai Hongwu's gaze suddenly focused on the computer on the desk. The screen was still on the player's lyrics interface. The distilled lyrics of Hope for Eternity suddenly appeared in front of Ai Hongwu. So, this moment became a memorable one for Ai Hongwu. Crack. Even though the moonlight outside the window was still quietly flowing, and there was neither wind nor rain between heaven and earth, Ai Hongwu felt as if a thunderbolt had appeared above her head in the clear sky, instantly blowing her brain into chaos. Whoosh! Ai Hongwu almost tried to retrieve her chat saying, "I could destroy the gods with my lyrics" at the fastest speed in her life, but time had already passed by nearly 5 minutes. Failed to retrieve it. Looking back at the question marks from Fei Yong and Yin Dong, Ai Hongwu suddenly had a sense of social death. Even though everyone couldn't see each other's faces across the network, Ai Hongwu was already feeling incredibly uneasy, as if 1,000 fingers were pointing behind her. Like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Like sitting on a bed of needles. Ai Hongwu's thoughts cleared within the chaos. Her first clear thought was surprisingly, would that message have been safely retrieved if she had listened to Hope for Eternity first? Could she pretend to be all tranquil, as if she had never said such words? Unfortunately, it's too late. And even if that message was really withdrawn, her previous evaluation of Xian Yu's songwriting ability in the interview with Literature and Art Gazette was also similar in terms of description and expression. Ai Hongwu totally gave up her struggle. She simply listened to the song several times over. With these repeats, it seemed that she had a new insight each time. Every time the song sang, people have their joys and sorrows, and the moon has its periods of waxing and waning. She could clearly feel her heart beating faster. And when the song sang, Hope for Eternity, 1,000 miles share the beauty, she could always feel a resonance coming from the depth of her heart. After countless replays, Ai Hongwu finally removed her headphones. The lyrics she finally focused on were not the ones just mentioned, but a 5-character phrase interspersed therein. Lonely at the top. These 5 characters represented all of Ai Hongwu's feelings. It encapsulated all her shock from this song. Lonely at the top. Taking a deep breath, Ai Hongwu looked at the songwriter's column and unexpectedly saw the name Xian Yu. Xian Yu. She couldn't help but give a bitter smile. What is the furthest distance in the world? Is it me standing on the 18th floor, proud of myself, while you are looking at everyone from the stratosphere? It's not a matter of inferior skills. There is simply no comparison. We're not even on the same plane. Leaving aside the embarrassment and humiliation of getting bitch-slapped, what Ai Hongwu is most certain of now is that she could never in her life write lyrics like this. So she surrenders. She sincerely concedes defeat. No, this is no longer a song lyric. It has reached the realm of ancient poetry. Her command of literary language is renowned in the lyrics writing world, and having been well-versed in poetry and literature since childhood, she would never consider, how long will the full moon last, to be some low-quality, melodramatic ancient-style song. That would be a blasphemy against these lyrics. Blue Star has many niche ancient-style music pieces. Although Ai Hongwu admits there is indeed a great portion of these ancient-style songs that are excellent, the vast majority of them, in her view, are pieces of garbage penned haphazardly just for the sake of rhyming, often rendering the lyrics meaningless. What about lyrics like, her eyebrows as beautiful as a painting? What about terms such as elegance, youth, and time of one's life? What about words like cinnabar, horse, and fight to the death? What about expressions like tears fell like rain, then white hair abound? Do they believe using several words they think are romantic, enhancing them with some rhymes, could make them ancient-style songs? If the purpose is not to consider connotations in art, she could also casually think of dozens of simple rhyming words ending in a and piece them together into rhyming sentences while she's taking a dump. But what would be the point? She has nothing but pure disdain for these types of lyrics. Ancient-style music should be one of the most complex forms, but in the hands of some self-professed ancient-style musicians, it's been proliferated to the point of being a disaster. It's as if they are all cut from the same template, with even the accompanying musical instruments remaining the same. Those lyrics are not even worthy of shining the shoes of "How long will the full moon last?" Thinking about this, and I Hongwoo's eyes again fiercely focused on the lyrics of the song. It must be written according to the format of a certain classical verse, and moreover, it's a poem about mid-autumn moon appreciation. I'll have to study the specifics later. But the most amazing part is the lower part of the verse. It's completely on the level of the timeless classic lines. The more I Hongwoo tasted it, the more startled she was. The more she considered it, the more shocked and impressed she felt. Only such verses can be called truly mesmerizing. At this moment, another message appeared in the three-person chat group. It was Yin Dong who sent the message, responding to Fei Yang's 13 question marks saying, "On par with the melody." Fei Yang then replied, "On par with the performance." And I Hongwoo's face instantly darkened. "Aren't you too funny? Is that my fault, huh? It's easy to nitpick when you're not the one doing the work, isn't it? Forget about me. You pick anyone from the current lyric writing world, or even the entire Blue Star, and have them challenge, 'How long will the full moon last?' on lyric writing. If they dare not to kneel, I will take your surname." And I Hongwoo initially wanted to reply with something along the lines of, "It's not that I can't, it's that the opponent is too unfathomable." But she suddenly realized that digression was meaningless. What do these composers and singers know about poetry? So, she could only slowly type a question mark. As this question mark appeared, the internet was going wild due to more and more people finishing their first listen of "How long will the full moon last?" Immortal Sue has arrived. Chapter 425, 403. A mountain in the lyric writing world _1. Following the Song of Water, all other verses are abandoned. This is a later evaluation of Su Dongpa's Song of Water, and Su Immortal is another alias many people have for Su Dongpa. Here, the Song of Water is just a verse title. In fact, there were many prominent figures in the ancient celestial dynasty who wrote the series Song of Water, but Su Dongpa's is the most famous. It also has broad public appeal and the highest literary praise, its glory outshining all other works with the same verse title. Unfortunately, Blue Star does not have this work. So when the people of Blue Star heard the song, "May we all be blessed with longevity," and saw this ancient verse gradually unfold like a picture scroll, their first inner feeling was shock. Even without N.I. Hongwoo's literary background, they could intuitively appreciate the grandeur of this verse. Damn, these lyrics are explosive. What kind of divine lyrics are these, anyway? My mom asked me why I'm listening to the song on my knees. Listen to the first sentence, "How long will the full moon last?" Well, quite straightforward. Listen to the second sentence. I raise my wine glass and ask the blue sky. Interesting. Keep listening. In the heavens I see. What is the year tonight? I can't close my mouth already. You can't close your mouth just listening to this? Then wouldn't your jaw dislocate when you hear the rest? I know Xian Yu is a great lyricist, but I didn't realize he was this brilliant. I no longer have the courage to call him Xian Yu the old thief. This is not an old thief. It's clearly an ancestor. Damn, your ancestor is your ancestor. My grandpa just entered the room and asked what song I was listening to, and had me write down the lyrics for him. Why do I feel that this verse is in no way inferior to some of the poems that have been passed down in history? Upstairs, you are not alone. Our Chinese teacher has just at everyone in the group to recite the entire lyrics of "May we all be blessed with longevity." Whether Xian Yu is a maestro or not I don't know, but he's definitely a master lyricist. The song comments area of major streaming apps first exploded. Following this, the hashtag "May we all be blessed with longevity" made it to the top of the tribe's hot topic chart in less than an hour, as if it was on a rocket. Then right after, hashtags starting with hashtag "May we all be blessed with longevity" also made it to the top of the blog's topic chart around the same time. The lists of hot topics in both tribe and blog were set off by this song. At the same time, "May we all be blessed with longevity" shook countless literary youth circles with its lyrics. The most brilliant lyrics in the history of the music scene have been born. If Blue Star has a master lyricist, it would definitely be Xian Yu. Fish Papa, are you intentionally not letting other lyricists sleep in the middle of the night? Xian Yu, always a god. What a battle of gods. Watch Xian Yu dominate with one. Verse. Not just the public, the shock from the lyric world at "May we all be blessed with longevity" is even more unspeakable. Their reaction is even more extreme than that of Ni Hongwu. These are not just lyrics, this is art. Famous lyricist Rabbit 2, who has often discussed Xian Yu's songwriting, voiced his opinion and his admiration was clear. After listening to "May we all be blessed with longevity," my first reaction is, does such a song really need a melody? It was only when I listened to it for the second time that I realized, this verse doesn't even need a musical tune to express itself. It is still art when considered in isolation. This is the first time I have rated lyrics as art, and probably the only time. Not just Rabbit 2. Many lyricists of the same caliber within the industry, and even some lyricists close to the level of Ni Hongwu, were bombarded out of nowhere. No one can remain calm in front of such lyrics. Lyricist Taoist Monk commented as followed. I don't dare speak for other aspects as they are not my areas of expertise, but in terms of lyric writing, "May we all be blessed with longevity" eclipses everything, including Ni Hongwu's lyrics this time, as well as all the works I have published and will publish. I hope everyone will not continue to regard Xian Yu as just a songwriter. He is also a top-notch lyricist. Lyricist Easygoing then posted a status update. Ni Hongwu's lyrics this time have reached the peak of her ability, which I originally thought highly of, but seeing the lyrics of "May we all be blessed with longevity," I find my initial thoughts laughable. If I can write such a work in my lifetime, I would be content. Lyricist Deng was stated bluntly. Letting Easygoing to write such a work would satisfy him in his lifetime. Allowing me to write such a work, I would be willing to die instantly. From today onward, Xian Yu has become a towering mountain in the world of lyrics. Lyricist Phantom Wing. The popular music circle has always had no clear division between lyrics and melody, but the generally recognized model is the melody leading the lyrics. However, Xian Yu's work this time will become a rare piece that can be driven by the lyrics for song promotion. Even if everyone forgets the melody, they won't forget this verse. Anyone who disagrees with this can look back in 10 years. Everyone came out along the way. All the experienced lyricists were blown out. Note that lyricists like Taoist Monk and Easygoing are actually a step above Ni Hongwu. Even they gave such evaluations, even going so far as to belittle themselves to elevate Xian Yu. Isn't that enough to illustrate how amazing the lyrics of this song are? This took the shock to the netizens to a whole new level. I thought I had already highly appreciated this verse, but the maestros in the lyricist circle can even praise it more. Hasn't Xian Yu become a huge mountain in the lyricist circle? Why do I feel that everyone's praise for Xian Yu's lyrics is higher than their praise for his songwriting? If it's the lyrics of "May we all be blessed with longevity," I feel the lyricist's evaluations are entirely justifiable. All I can say is, Xian Yu, please accept my knees. Even if Xian Yu has a mansion, it can't hold that many knees. And when the sun rises and the next day comes, someone in a high-end literary exchange group posted the lyrics of "May we all be blessed with longevity." Please note, this group is not for the petty literary elite. This is a genuine literary exchange group. Each member is a heavyweight in the literary world, including some top-tier cultural figures who have written authoritative books. Ordinary people simply cannot enter. Still, this group was also stirred by the lyrics of "May we all be blessed with longevity" at this moment. May I ask, who wrote this masterpiece? A famous professor from a university's literature department couldn't help but join the discussion in the group. Then, other literature big names with a long line of titles also appeared in the group one after another. Chapter 426, 404 Twilight of the Gods _1. Experts reveal their mastery with just one move. Each member of this literary exchange group is a prominent figure in the cultural circle. Those who try to fish for reputation in this group must possess a certain level of literary accomplishment. Just a glance is enough for them to appreciate the ingeniousness of this poem. Some have even picked up their phones and started reflecting on the content. Their recitations strictly follow the rhythm and blend well with the artistic conception, so much so that it feels like it all flows naturally. In fact, just the upper part of this poem already reveals the author's grand narratives. It combines ethereal and grand atmosphere with a sense of ancient and solitary mood that seems to seep through the paper. How long will the full moon last? Initially, it poses questions in a straightforward manner, which seems very simple. You must know, what the literary world pursues is a kind of implicit beauty. Various poets tend to pursue complexity and infinite changes. It seems show-offy, but at the same time more artistic. In the eyes of some, a poem about the moon would be perfect if it doesn't contain the word moon at all. However, this author chose to go against the grain. The poem starts with the question, how long will the full moon last? Like a rebellious, you tell me not to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway style. But, combined with the subsequent reading, this kind of rebelliousness seems more like a reflection of returning to simplicity. Still disagree? Keep reading then. Starting from, I wonder what the celestial palace above looks like. The poet's artistic conception has transitioned from babbling brooks to towering mountains and flowing rivers. When people read the lines after, I wish to ride the wind and return, they even feel the momentum of a long river flowing into the sea. Yet, the text remains so ethereal. Just a few lines depict an enchanting celestial scene. By this point, denial is not an option. Therefore, even such a high-level literary group is startled. This is almost inevitable. If a masterpiece like Song of Water can't make waves in the literary world, it would surely be a display of incapability of the literary circle. However, when that professor asked who the author was, the person who shared the poem didn't reply immediately. Instead, the discussion triggered by this work has been roaring. Excellent poem. Almost the best example amongst all moon-chanting poems I've read. Over the many years of development, poems with deep and grand moods are countless. But in our modern times, many works tend to exhaust all their linguistic resources and wander in complexity and variation. Of course, masters who could return to simplicity exist, but when it comes to moon-themed poems, only a scarce few have reached this level of artistic conception. This author is not ordinary. Indeed, as the poem changes, so does its artistic conception, even expanding on it, but remaining so effortless. What a great line, wishing that people will last forever, sharing the beauty of the moon even miles apart. It's extraordinarily brilliant. I like this line better. People have sorrow and joy, partings and reunions. The moon has waxing and waning, completeness and lack. The mutual analogy between the moon and humans is truly wonderful. The professor who first asked the question tagged the person who shared the poem again. Little Wong, who is the author of this work? Don't tell me it's you. I know very well how much you're capable of. Professor Wong, don't say that. Can I make? All right, I really can't write this kind of lyric. The person who shared the poem, nicknamed Little Wong, replied awkwardly. However, the big shots in the group quickly zeroed in on the keyword in Little Wong's words. Lyric, did you mistype? This clearly appears to have the rhythm of an ancient poem. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a variant of Song of Water. This is natural considering that Song of Water has been passed down for so many years and has undergone countless forms. Absolutely. Can a songwriter of a popular song compose such a masterpiece? Little Wong, you must speak more precisely. Although the group is made up of big shots, their statuses vary. This Little Wong, despite being a very famous literary figure outside, is still one of the juniors in this group of big shots. He is considered in the lower rank of the group. Anyone can reprimand him. It truly is a song lyric. Little Wong quickly shared the song titled, Wishing That People Will Last Forever, into the group, feeling a bit apprehensive. This group has a lot of old fellows. Something like the War of Gods is for